It's just as important, if you're a sports fan, to have not just a team that you love, but a team that you hate or a team that you root against. Otherwise, what do you do when your team is bad or your team gets bounced from the postseason or bounced from the tournament or whatever? You have to have a team you root against. At times, that's more important than rooting for your own team. And I mean it. I have taken some of my greatest joys in sports out of Schadenfreude, whatever the word is, that. The thing is, Baca, we've tried to look up the pronunciation so many times. The AI lady who says it for us says Schadenfreude, and it just sounds wrong to me.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right to me, but I don't.
But you need to have, taking pleasure in another team's pain is one of the greater joys in sports. Now, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I've been some English soccer hater for, a decade. It started, I don't know, right about when the U.S. got bounced. That's about as far as it's gone. But, see, Schadenfreude?
Freude. I don't know.
We aren't doing that. Can't we just say Schadenfreude? What's the D? But I watched yesterday, and my Schadenfreude was at a high. Because I'll tell you what, when England looks like, and is this rude of me? Maybe. Certainly could be. But when England is up, and it looks like the cup's coming home. By the way, explain this to a soccer beginner, Baca. What does coming home mean?
I think the point of that is that soccer started in England, so that the trophy's coming home.
Gotcha. But it looked like it. They throw one on the board in about the 55th minute. Doesn't look like Argentina's got a lot of stuff going for them. And Argentina just finds a way, as they usually do, to jump back into the game. And they do so in the 85th minute when Messi sets up another goal for Argentina because he's still the best player in the world somehow, some way. Only for 7 minutes later to do it again to take the lead and basically put the thing away. It's remarkable. And I'll tell you, I have marveled at the idea of LeBron James at his age right now, as he is, LeBron James, in the sport that he plays at 41 years old, he's going to be 42 this year. To continue to put up 20-some points per game and not look like the wheels have fallen off. It's one of the most remarkable feats, maybe the most remarkable feat, that I'll see athletically in my life. I don't know, especially his game, he doesn't look like Jokic. Okay? He looks like his game is predicated on athleticism, and he's been able to stay athletic enough to where his game has been good enough for 20-some years. It's remarkable. And then I look at Lionel Messi, and there's no drop-off. I mean, we've seen David Beckham at the end of his career, not the same guy. We've seen even a guy like Ronaldo right now. As you age, your game drops. It's simple science. Aging affects muscles, bones, fatigue, everything. I wish just one time I could wake up in my 23-year-old body and just see if it feels like how much different it is. If I could go back 13 years, just for a day, really just for 5 minutes in the morning when I wake up. I pop out of bed and I go, oh, this is what it feels like to not, hurt all the time. But these guys are doing it in some of the most athletic arenas that exist in the world. And Messi, at 39 years old, is far and away the best player in this tournament. He's been from a numbers perspective, well, you can give me that look, but Baca, it's when the game matters most, the guy has made a play every time. Argentina should have lost 3 games now in the World Cup, at least. Down to Cape Verde, late. Down to Egypt, late. Down to England, late. And that guy has been responsible for coming back and making a play in each one of those games. At 39.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right.
I'm not saying, like, look, are there better soccer players than Messi right now on planet Earth? Yes. But when the game has mattered most, Bellingham wasn't the one that stepped up late in that game. It was the 39-year-old. By the way, the call they had from Andres Cantor, if you don't have it, Baca, I got to send it to you. It's remarkable.
That guy, man, he annoys me so much. You know he's Argentinian, right?
Oh, is he?
Yes.
So he puts some extra flavor on it.
Yes, it's a little extra. There's always
Can you blame him?
No, I can't. It's just annoying.
But I'll send it to you if you can't find it, because it's when the ball goes off the post, ricochets, it resets for, 3 seconds, and then it leads to Messi setting it up yet again for another goal. The sound from Cantor is pretty crazy. Now, here's one thing that is going to be coming our way for this World Cup final. So the stage has been set. It's going to be Spain and Argentina in the final. That's going to be on Sunday. If this same thing happens, I don't even know what to believe in more. The suffocating stranglehold of defensive play that Spain puts on people is almost impossible to overcome. What are they giving up? 1 goal the entire World Cup? If they have a 1-0 lead, like England does in, let's call it the 80th minute of the game, what am I supposed to believe in more? That Spain, in the way that they play suffocating defense and kind of pitter-patter the ball around, not give you a real opportunity, is that going to come through? Or is it going to be the heroics of Argentina late in the game again? That's what's going to make this one super interesting. Texture says, while I was happy seeing England lose, Beckham may be the coolest man on earth in the stands in that fancy-ass suit. I got to tell you, Beckham, I don't know. It's funny. I was just doing a watch party, and the wonderful people who are in our promotion staff are all very young kids, like sort of a year, 2 year, 3 years out of college. So they're all like in their mid to early 20s. And you know what I actually asked them the other day was, me and my wife started dating right at the time like Tinder and stuff like that came out, so I never got involved in that game. Never was on the dating app thing. I did it the old-fashioned way, where you had to embarrass yourself a few times, but maybe you got lucky talking to a girl once. But I asked them about dating now, and all I know is from what I've seen on Twitter. That's what I know about young people dating. And from what I understand, women who are in their 20s will not date anybody who is shorter than 6 foot. That's what I've gathered. What is David Beckham? Is he like 5'7"? He's short. He's a tiny guy, right?
He's not that short. No
is
way.
He not?
I don't know. I thought of him as a taller guy.
Oh, is he?
Like taller for soccer players, at least. I bet he's close to 6.
Hang on. Oh, you're right. No. He's 6 feet. Okay, he passes the test. I thought he was a teeny tiny guy. Now, Messi's a teeny tiny guy.
Yes.
But I can't do it with Messi. I don't know what women think of Messi. Women, you listen to the show, text in. Messi's not a good-looking guy, right? He's just a superstar athlete. And so now he's like one of the hottest guys on planet Earth. That's how it works. If you're good at sports, if you're good at rock and roll, you can be the ugliest dude out there, but you're able to play that game very well, is what I'm saying. I thought Beckham was a short guy. Okay, so I'm wrong. Well, forget what I was going to say. I was going to say, how about this? if David Beckham was 5'7", would he struggle in the dating world if he was just a normal dude? Baca, if Beckham did our job and he was 5'7", it's a good-looking guy, fancy suits, I'd have to imagine he'd do okay for himself still.
Yeah, I would think.
Messi is not hot, Beckham is, a texter says. Well, yeah, I mean, look, I'm a heterosexual man. I know the difference, okay? You can tell. Some guys are just like, I get it. So that part I understand. Now, I love this this headline that's behind me. It's the Daily Mail. It says, it's got a picture of Harry Kane on there. It says, Kane is not able. And I thought to myself, that is 95% of things you could say in my life. A sentence could start that way. Kane is not able to change his oil. Kane is not able to go to a game without having a beer. There's a whole bunch of different things you can throw at the end of that sentence. This is England captain's night of woe as dream dies once again. And I'm trying to figure out, Baca, help me out here. Is there any sport internationally in this country that we as a country would take the same amount of pain, anger, and grief in than like England would in losing this World Cup game? Because I don't think there's anything that exists internationally. We've been embarrassed by the basketball team before on a national stage. Like when was it the year they took bronze or maybe didn't get a medal at all or something?
2004, yeah. 2004 when they got bronze with when Carmelo and LeBron and Wade didn't even play.
And we were sort of embarrassed by it, but it wasn't like we're like, oh my God, no. That wasn't the reaction. I don't think there's anything.
Yeah, why is that? There's just too much going on?
I think, I don't know. It's a good question. Because I know how those fans overseas take like their local soccer teams, like a Man U fan loves them as dearly as any Jets fan loves the Jets. I'm not sure. This is going to sound I guess really arrogant. But is it that in most sports, we're expecting our team to win and we don't play the underdog role all that often? Like in basketball, Baca, if they don't win, it's not like we aren't emotionally angry. We're like, what the hell just happened? We're supposed to wax everybody. And I'll tell you this. I think part of it is soccer is everybody's favorite sports in basically every other country. Ours is football. There is no international football league.
But
you know
even if there was, you think people would get that upset like if Team USA lost to like whoever? I don't think so. I think
it'd be the same as basketball.
Right.
But I'm trying to find a sport that it feels like teams are equal. You know what I mean? Like England hasn't won in forever. And so it's like it's an actual competition. If the U.S. plays basketball, we win 95% of the time. If there was international football, that's not this flag football stuff, but real football, we would win 100% of the time. And so I think that's a part of it. But it is funny. Like there is no sport that would equal the devastation you felt when the Broncos lose an AFC championship game. Like how you feel about the Broncos and losing that, there is no, I think, equivalent in international sports that would do that. They even come close to doing it. Like a texter says hockey. No. If the U.S., as cool as that was that they won gold against Canada. Baca, I think you know as well as I do, if they lost the gold medal match, we'd be like, oh, darn it. And then we'd move on with the day.
Move on, yeah.
Like, England fans are going to be feeling this for like weeks.
Not weeks, dude. They're going to be feeling this till the next World Cup.
Well, I'm saying the depression of the loss is going to sit with them for like weeks. And then international play is going to start back up. and they're just going to be reminded of the failure before. I mean, I think this one's actually okay. Now, look, you have to like golf to do this, but I think the Ryder Cup in golf, like, I got angry with the way that the U.S. played in the Ryder Cup, but I'm a golf guy. Like, I like watching it. So there's a lot of people who don't. But I don't know. It's a good question. Like, the way that countries feel. You know, I said this, Bach. I saw a video of a Mexican fan. He was in his house watching the game. Mexico, I think it was extra time. They're just desperately trying to get anything close to. Did they lose by 2 to England?
By 1.
By 1.
3-2.
So it's towards the end of the game. They're in extra time, and you can just tell they got no rhythm, no nothing. The game was pretty much over. I watched this man curl into a ball on his living room floor in tears, weeping wildly. And I said, there is not a single international game that an American fan would react that way to. Not a single one. Now, if you took a Broncos game or the Nuggets losing in the playoffs or the Avs getting swept, I'm sure there's plenty of people who would react in that manner. It's taken me days to get over Nuggets or Avs losses. But I can't remember a U.S. loss in an international competition that wasn't like after 30 minutes, I didn't even think about it again.
Listen, we were talking about the Nuggets winning, yesterday. When the Nuggets won, I was in the building, and I didn't bawl, but there was definitely tears coming down for me.
Oh, Moser cried.
It was my biggest, my biggest sports moment.
Yep.
I tell my wife, if Mexico were to ever even get to the final, I would be weeping.
Would
like
you?
That. Yes.
So, gosh, I want to figure out what that is. What is the thing about that we lack in this country? And it maybe I stumbled across it already. It's like the sport that we care about most is just not on an international stage. I mean, I'm trying to think about it. If the U.S. won the World Cup, won it, I think the reaction would be similar to the gold medal in hockey. It would be like, we would all be like, oh my God, this is so cool. But we would not cherish that as much as another country would. Huh. Oh, here you go. Like when Alabama lost to Auburn on the field goal return in the Iron Bowl, like in 2000, what was that, 10, 11, something like that? Bama fans, that probably took them a year to get over. They probably thought about it every day. But it's a good question. I don't know what that is. Texter says, Brett, I think we can be best friends because our brains are on the same wavelength all the time. Well, you know what? It's a matter of if the U.S. won the World Cup, I'm not even kidding, Baca, my reaction more than anything else I think it would be to laugh. True, and I mean this with 100% sincerity. The reason or how I'd feel if the U.S. won the World Cup would be to laugh at the other countries who thought we sucked. It would be less about my own pride in my country winning that and more of the embarrassment of the other countries allowing us to win it. I'm not even kidding. Now, that's a very chauvinistic American stance on that. But I wouldn't weep with joyful tears. I would weep with laughter. Exactly. So, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, I can't stop thinking about this. I know we just kind of stumbled across it, but sometimes you stumble across something that just sticks with you. And this is stuck with me. In regards to how internationally people are, they're so all consumed by this, and it takes every fiber of their emotional appeals. If their team does something good, if their team does something bad, they hang by a thread during these games on emotional highs and lows in a way that can only be matched in, I think, this country with your local teams that you love. And here's what's funny, Baca. The U.S. is accused of, if they're accused of anything, we're accused of being overly brash, bravado, like chest thumping about our country, like we're arrogant about our country. And I think all of those are fair. I'm one of them. Like, I do it all the time. I think my country rules. Sorry, like that's just how I feel. But when it comes to international competition, I don't have anything that makes me feel the way that England does about their soccer team, that makes Argentina feel about their soccer team, that makes France feel about their soccer team, that makes Mexico feel about their soccer team. You will never catch a tear of joy or sadness from a win or loss internationally. Nothing will do it. And I'm trying to figure out what the reason is. And you know what I stumbled across, Baca? Go back to the last Olympics, not this recent one, the one before that, in Paris. Or no, not Paris. What was before
it was
Paris?
Paris.
No, it was before Paris. Summer Olympics. Where was that
Tokyo?
at? Yes. Serbia played the U.S. Most of Denver was rooting for Serbia. They weren't even rooting for their own country. To the point where Kevin Durant was getting in Twitter beefs with Nuggets fans. And part of me was like, I kind of agree with Durant. Like, you should root for your country. And the response from Nuggets fans was what? Well, I hate Durant and I hate LeBron, but I love Joker. We take it to that extent of like, our sports hatred of the local teams that we face in this country supersedes the national pride of wanting our country to win in international competition. You would never see that. Like, let's just say...
Listen, a good example of this right now is Spain being in the World Cup final, because that team is like mainly made up of Barcelona players right now. Real Madrid, Barcelona hate each other. All the Real Madrid accounts that I follow are like, go Spain, go. And I could never do that.
Well, and here's the example I'd give you. When the U.S. won the gold medal against Canada in men's hockey, this country was prideful that they did it. And I think, to be honest, I think a lot of it was like, so we could throw a middle finger at Canada. Be like, oh, you guys thought you were better at hockey than us? Well, suck on this. But what happened a week later? All that love that we had for Hughes, the Hughes brothers, for Connor Hellebuck and the amazing saves that he made in that game. Well, if the Avs played the Jets the Sunday after they won the gold medal, bleep Hellebuck again. It's that fast. And I think most of this, and I don't know if this is right, okay? This is just me spitballing because we just kind of stumbled across this and I'm trying to figure it out on the fly. I don't know what the sports landscape is like in other countries as far as like what their hierarchies are. But one thing is very clear. Soccer is the most popular sport in most other countries in the world. And they take an immense amount of national pride in their soccer team playing well. I don't think they're nearly, and maybe I'm wrong. If you guys have lived in other countries and I'm incorrect on this, then call me out. But this is how it feels. I think we have such a saturation of sports in this country. And it's the great thing about living in a place like Denver. Think about this for a second. If the Nuggets fizzle out in the postseason like they did last year, Damn, that sucks. Well, the Avs are still in it. Or if the Avs lose, man, I thought this was the year. That's right. Broncos training camp starts in a couple weeks. Or if you're in a town with a good baseball team, it's like, well, maybe you got a shot at the World Series. You can jump to something else, and you have a saturation of, I have this team to take my mind off the loss of this team. You know what I mean? Like, you can kind of bounce around. And there's a difference here. I've lived for most of my life in a place where there was kind of one thing, where Nebraska football was what people had, and it's all they cared about. And if Nebraska sucked that year, that was going to be a long year. Because if you find, and there are seasons where this happens, if you find out in late September, oh boy, this team sucks, you have to wait until the next September. And I think for a lot of countries, maybe that's the feeling towards this. Now, a texter says, we have other sports to move on to. Oh, yeah. I thought this was about Argentina having other sports. This texter says, we have other sports to move on to. Argentina doesn't have football season, basketball season, hockey seasons to move on to. That's what I'm getting at. Like, I think it's easier for us just to move on to the next thing because there's so many things. And Baca, I'm assuming your parents who are from Mexico are all in on Mexico when the World Cup comes around.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have another Mexican team that they root for?
No.
It's
the
just
Mexican
that,
soccer
right?
team, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's all. So I think that's a part of it. If I asked anybody in this country who is from a market with sports teams who are very into their local sports teams, and I don't know, can you guys give me an exception here? If I asked somebody from Philly, would you rather we win the World Cup or the 76ers win the NBA championship? I don't think there's any question 100% of them would say the NBA championship. If I asked somebody from Detroit, would you rather the Lions win the Super Bowl or the U.S. wins the World Cup? It's not even a question. They would take the U.S. missing every World Cup for the rest of their life, like not even being in the tournament for one Super Bowl. Same thing with Cowboys fans, same thing with Dodgers fans, same thing with anybody else. It's just a gigantic chasm between the way that we feel about the international sports with our countries, that we take pride if we win, but there's not this absolute, I don't know, pang that goes within your body with a loss in nearly the same way. How about this? When the U.S. gave up basically the goal against Belgium that lost them, that solidified the loss, keeper came all the way out of the box, stuck his foot in the ground, gave up the easy goal, right? And that made it 3-1. The game was over. What felt worse, that or when Jarrett Stidham threw the ball backwards? I mean, is there anybody here that would say that the goal given up to Belgium felt worse than Jarrett Stidham shuffle pass backwards for a touchdown, which lost you the AFC Championship game and a chance to get to the Super Bowl? I mean, this texture says, I would take an American World Cup over an NBA championship, Stanley Cup, and Lombardi. I think that you are like the only person who would do that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean, everybody has their own preferences and stuff like that. I really think that is maybe 1% of this population would say that. And maybe I'm wrong, but dude, I bet you, I swear to God, would you agree or disagree with this, Baca? Would you it's going to sound so stupid. How many people like Texas high school football would take their high school winning the Texas State Championship over an American World Cup? And I mean that sincerely. How many would do it? For a place that's like crazy about their high school
Probably
football.
most, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to think of who's like a very famous Texas high school player, football player.
Matt Stafford. Isn't he from Texas?
Yeah, yes, he was. Yeah. So was Kershaw. I mean, Kershaw was a baseball player, but Stafford, I don't know. Like, he probably would. I'm not even kidding. So anyway, 303-504-0925. Just a couple of minutes here. I have another question. This is going to sound rude. So I saw this report from Shams the other day. LeBron James has been informed by all the teams what they would be willing to do for him. Quote, all the information for the most part is in GMs, presidents, and owners. They've all been heard from. So, number one, I'm going to stay on this train that LeBron is milking this for all that it has. Like, he knows this is his last sort of hurrah for all the attention to be on him. And he has taken full advantage of it. Secondly, just ask a quick aside question. Does Shams actually report anything? I'm not trying to be rude, but like Woj would give you like, hey, I'm telling you right now, there is some serious interest between James Harden and the Mavericks. Or so, like, it would be like, I know this is coming. Shams is just like, every time they cut to him on TV, he's like, people have been talking. And that's just kind of all he says. He did this Giannis thing forever. Like, Giannis for a year, 13 months, it was like, well, Giannis seems to be unhappy in Milwaukee. And we're like, and what? He goes, and nothing. It's just, he's not. I've been told he's not cool with that anymore. Well, where is he going to go? Bunch of teams are kind of sniffing around. It's like, that's not a report. It's not real information. I could say that behind this microphone. Hey, guess what? I just got a report. You guys ready for this? I hope you're prepared. At some point in the near future, Nikola Jokic wants more money. That's it. That's all I got. It's like, oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like, this is the biggest story in basketball this offseason. And all I've heard is whatever basically Rich Paul has put out on a podcast. See, here you have the Denver Nuggets. They're owned by Josh Kroenke. We like him. Cool. So are they in? I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see. Like when Schefter gives you a report, he's got like some insider stuff. He's like, I heard from a source that this is happening right now. And you're like, all right, we'll wait for that to become official. I don't know what Shams has ever told me that hasn't been just kind of obviously known.
The only Shams like bomb, like we used to get Woj bombs all the time. The only Shams one that I can remember is the Luka trade. Remember that one? Where he came out first and everyone's like, oh my God, he got hacked.
Was Woj still around at that time?
No, he's already gone.
So here's my point, though, Baca. That came out of nowhere, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't you have like some sort of... How is there nothing before that? Like, how did... There's no way everybody involved in that trade was that tight-lipped about that thing going on. There's no way that didn't leak at all to anyone. Anyway, 303-504-0925. Make a decision, LeBron. Nothing's changing. You have all the info. Just say it already. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for Argentina and Spain in the final on Sunday. The party starts at Old Town Tavern in Arvada. Michelob Ultra on site with a ton of fun and Ultra giveaways. DMac is hosting and giving away tons of great prizes, so don't miss it. Michelob Ultra is Superior Light Beer and the official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26. Superior is worth playing for and now with cheering for, too. Be sure to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team. And we'll see you at Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday at 12:30. Speaking of Europe, the Open started at 11:35 p.m. last night. Your leaderboard looks as follows. Alex Smalley is in the lead, 5 under through 16. Robert McIntyre, for Francesco Molinari, Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau, all 3 under as they are tied for 4th. So, tough conditions obviously out there, but those guys are all in the lead as of right now, and coming up soon, you're going to have guys like J.J. Spahn, Colin Morikawa, Shane Lowry, Brooks Koepka, Wyndham Clark, Oberg, Cam Young, Rory. All those guys are teeing off in any time between the next hour to hour and 15 minutes. So you still got a whole bunch of big names that have yet to tee off for the Open, but that's your leaderboard as of right now. So, couple things. As we've talked a lot of World Cup, but I think stumbling across just the way that different countries and their citizens feel about the World Cup as opposed to us is pretty wild. One thing is clear. Jonas Valanciunas' career in the NBA is over as he signed a 2-year deal with EuroLeague, Zalgiris Kaunas of Lithuania. So he's going back home, and it feels like this is what he wanted to do last year. You know, I think the Nuggets sort of sweetened the pot a little bit by giving him a couple of $1 million in a bonus for him to stick around and be happy. And to his credit, like, here's the thing about Val. He was never a guy that caused a stink. You know, I think that he wanted to go somewhere where he got real playing time, and that just never really happened here. But he never, at least publicly, said anything. It always seemed like he was a good teammate. He was always got a smile on his face, rooting on his boys. Like, I got no problems with Jonas Valanciunas. The only issue that I have is that I wish he played more. I wanted to see them use a little bit more depth, especially when the games mattered. You know, and that to me is the goal for the Nuggets in this upcoming season. When you have depth and you're trying to secure depth, you have to play them and then trust them when minutes matter. Because if not, then what are we doing? You know, it's sort of one of those things that it's funny. If you want to get into radio, every radio job, whether it's here in Denver or in it's the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma, the application process is going to tell you need 5 years of on-air experience or more. And when I was first starting out, I go, well, how do I get 5 years of experience when every job requires 5 years of experience? At some point, somebody's got to break the rules. But I think a lot of people are just hesitant to give somebody with little experience an opportunity to do the real job. And in the NBA, that can't happen because you're going to need them. Why? Because guys will get hurt. You will get to the postseason. Guys will miss entire series, months, weeks, whatever, the entire postseason. And then you need to have guys prepared in big-time situations to step in and play without fear. And I mean without fear of making a mistake because they're just nervous of embarrassing themselves, and without fear of making a mistake to where they're going to get pulled. I mean, both of those, and I think the latter part of that is worse. I mean, you've probably seen this at the youth level before, but a kid makes a mistake and immediately goes and looks like at the coach or at his dad in the stands. That's not playing free. Like, I say this all the time with my athletes. I kind of want you situationally stupid. Like, I want, like, with my cornerbacks, I want them a little bit dumb so that they don't remember or think about the thing that just happened that they failed at. I want you to be dumb enough to be like, erase that from the memory bank and just go back out and do this again. Because you can't be thinking about the mistake on the next play, or that's going to affect your play moving forward. But you got to be able to play, guys. And I think that Valanciunas was an example. Like, Jonas Valanciunas was not a like G leaguer that you were hoping, man, can he play at the NBA level? That guy was in the league since 2002. He played big time minutes. He played in big time games. Even before being acquired by the Nuggets, he played in 81 games the year prior at 19 minutes a night, averaging 10 and 8. That's a good player. That's a great backup. And just, I don't feel like ever really got the opportunity to show it because stubbornness with rotations, I don't know. Now, to be fair, when he did get on the floor at times, it looked terrible. But he did battle his way through one. And, you know, there was, I think it was game 5 against Minnesota. He had like a really rough first 2 minutes, but then after that was great. I think that's part of it too. You got to be willing to allow guys to play through some mistakes. Now, in NFL news, I don't know if people are still sort of holding out hope on this or something, but you look at the Sean Payton to former Saints connections, and you're trying to think who else could the Broncos poach from the Sean Payton days. One of the names that was rumored was Alvin Kamara. You know, the Saints weren't very good last year. They're looking to improve. It looked like Tyler Shuck played better as the year went on. But could Alvin Kamara be somebody that you poach from New Orleans, fill out your running back room with a little bit more veteran depth, and a guy that still maybe doesn't have a full tank of gas, but can still give you a little bit situationally? But he took a restructured contract to remain with the Saints, so that seems like that's gone. My question is, do the Broncos feel comfortable enough in that room to take that room into the season? Or are they still looking? You know, this is the time of year where you can get those late camp signings from maybe some veteran guys who wanted to skip out on OTAs and stuff like that. If you look at free agency, there are still some names out there. I'll just give you a couple that remain unsigned. Hang on. Available. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Like Tyreek Hill, still available. Longtime tackle in the NFL, Taylor Decker, still available. Deebo Samuel, still available. You have big names that are still out there. Marshawn Lattimore. Now, all these guys are probably in their 30s. But these guys are still open to signing with sort of anybody in the league that wants them. And I think these are the kind of guys that are biding their time to wait for the perfect situation or maybe an injury to a lineup or something like that. But skip out on OTAs and find a team where they don't have to work as hard in the offseason. They can kind of chill for right now and then join somebody with a few weeks to spare before the regular season starts. So we'll see. I think they're probably okay at the running back spot, but you never know. Now, some of the names out there right now that are, I guess, are still OTAs. Joe Mixon, Najee Harris, Austin Eckler, Nick Chubb, guys like that. So we'll see. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can watch on YouTube as well. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
libre. Macariste Paul otra vez. Y va Messi. Primero Spence. Maca. Messi engancha y va. Tiró con la derecha. ¡Golazo argentino!
That is the Argentinian native Andres Cantor. You don't think he was a little bit jazzed up about them scoring? I'll tell you this. I think in sports, it is, we've discussed this before, equally as important to have teams that you hate along with teams that you love. And I loved watching England lose yesterday in that fashion. I adored it. I mean, you feel
Alan
like
didn't.
you got, oh, yeah, Alan.
Oh, this has been a
Alan's-
rough cup for Alan. Our boy.
Well,
Alan.
and he said
Look
this
at
to
him.
me. You know what he said? He goes, that Andres Cantor call. He goes, you know he's Argentinian, right? And I was like, I didn't know that. And he goes, just listen to it this time. It'll be even more annoying. And I listened to it. I got to tell you, wasn't annoyed at all. Thought it was fun. Really did.
I think it's been a wonderful cup, and I think the best thing about this World Cup, and Alan, you can help me on this one because you've obviously watched a lot of these. I don't recall as many dramatic comebacks as we've seen in this year's
Argentina's had
tournament.
3.
Yeah. Usually, the case in soccer, if you grab a lead, especially a late lead, the game's over. It's over. But to grab a lead and there be only 11 minutes left and you score 2 in that span, wow. Wow.
Well, I'll tell you this much. Argentina, who came back from Cape Verde, that deficit, who came back from Egypt in that deficit, and then in the 85th minute scores the equalizer, only to 7 minutes after that score again to put the final nail in the coffin against England. And for all of those to be set up by 39-year-old Lionel Messi is unbelievable. You know, we talk for all the time, and I will go to my grave believing. I think that LeBron James playing at this level at 41, about to be 42 years old, when his game is predicated on athleticism in maybe the sport that requires the most athleticism, for him to still be this good is one of the most remarkable feats, I think, athletically that I will see in my entire life. Lionel Messi at 39 years old being in each one of these deficits the guy that sets up tying the game, taking a lead, it's equally as impressive. He's 39 years old, and he is the driving force behind all of these comebacks for Argentina.
Mark Moser, who would you consider the hockey equivalent of a surgeon? Because that's what Messi is. He's a surgeon. The 2 assists he had in those goals were surgical, where he can place the ball.
Yeah, it's a
Like,
great.
who is that?
A
in
great
hockey?
question. I think Connor McDavid's a lot like that.
Mhm.
I think Sidney Crosby in his prime was a lot like that. Surgical. Patrick Kane in his prime was a lot like that.
You know,
Ibaka's so salty, he's throwing up things that should have been fouls.
I mean,
Is that what he's doing?
Yes, what he's
Salty.
is
doing.
that where we're at right now?
Yeah.
We're doing this should have gone the other way.
Yeah.
Hey, guys! I mean, anywhere else, that's called. Look at that. You know, it's clear. We all know what's happening
Hey,
here.
Buck, I'll
where
tell you
it's-
what.
It's fine.
You know where they're not going to call that? In the Falkland Islands.
Did you guys, by the way, did you see the banner that Argentina had at the end of the game?
I did.
Oh, I do the same damn thing.
What did it say?
It
See,
in
those are
Spanish,
ours.
it said the islands are Argentinian, basically.
I would do the same thing.
Well, you know what I would ask him?
You know what? That's a good way to do war. Let's just settle it on the soccer pitch.
Yeah, these are ours.
Nobody has to get hurt. We'll just, in 90 minutes, we'll figure this out.
I just say, look, make statements and all this. I'd say, do you want another taste?
You want more?
Because I'll give you another taste.
Here's what we got to do, okay?
Nice sign. You want to take? You want some more? Because I can bust you up all day.
I had a brilliant
Teddy
idea.
KGB.
This is how we decide who controls.
Better start stretching.
This is how we decide who controls the Strait of Hormuz. You pick up a basketball, you head to a local blacktop, and you say, give me your best 5. We'll put our best 5 out there. That's how we're going to settle this. Nobody needs to get hurt. Don't you have to use militaries. We'll just do it that way.
What was that movie? Was it Troy that Brad Pitt played Achilles?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he comes running. He's hanging out in the tent. Gets called up and goes running with that sword and stabs that big guy right in the neck. Yeah.
Boagrius.
Here's something.
Wait. I'm sorry, Brett. I apologize. By the way, Baca, I hope your mom's listening today. Because if this attitude continues, I'm going to bust you up all day and
What
she's going to disown
attitude?
you.
I was giving you the name of the guy you just said.
All right, hang on a second, because me and Baca stumbled across something in the appetizer. And it's one of those things we were just kind of talking, and then it just kind of came in front of me, and I was like, what's going on here? So England, the main headline of the Daily Mail, their big publication, is Kane is not able. Talking about Harry Kane, and it's all about England's loss yesterday. And I remember watching when Mexico lost, a Mexican fan was in his living room, dropping to his knees in the fetal position, weeping. I mean, bawling, crying after Mexico loses. And all I thought to myself is there any sport that Americans would react with half of the fervor of these fans in the World Cup? Is there anything internationally that would make Americans do this? And the answer is no. There's nothing.
That one time, what Olympics was it, Vic? Which Winter Olympics was it? Was it like 06 when we lost the biathlon? Man, I was busted. I was beat down.
But hang on. The point in me bringing that up is I want to know why. Every country is either crying tears of joy or tears of sadness with a win or a loss in this World Cup. And I think, genuinely, if the U.S. won the World Cup, we would treat it more as a bleep you to everybody else across the country more than we're happy because we're awesome. And I'm not even kidding. If I gave anybody who lives in a sports town in this country, whatever their favorite team is here, Vic, the U.S. wins the World Cup or the Nuggets win another championship, I think 99% of people in Denver would choose the NBA title. 99. I think if I asked anybody in Philly, would you take a 76ers NBA championship or a U.S. World Cup, they would all choose the championship. If I asked people in Dallas, the Cowboys win the Super Bowl again, U.S. wins the World Cup, they would all choose the Cowboys. But that does not exist in other countries. They do not operate that way.
You're
and I want to
exactly
figure
right.
out why that is.
Because they're more patriotic than we are.
Oh, I don't know if that's the case.
That is the case.
No, but Vic, hang on.
No, listen. No.
We're
That is
accused
the
by
case.
everybody of being so overly brash American.
Being brash doesn't mean you're patriotic. Being brash and cocky doesn't mean you're patriotic. We are not as patriotic as other countries.
I don't
We're
think
not.
that's the case.
Okay, you can think whatever you want.
I would say this. This is
Our country is divided.
Well, that's true, but in sports, I mean, nobody was divided when the men's hockey team won the world, the gold medal.
But you just said something though. If somebody said, "Would you rather have the hockey team win gold or your local team win the Stanley Cup?"
But Vic, let's not act like England doesn't have different political parties that don't like each other. I mean, they do. I think what it is, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who's lived abroad, other countries, from other countries, I truly think we have such a saturation of sports here that if one team loses, we can go to something else quickly.
That's a good point.
If the Nuggets lose, oh, damn it. Will the Avs play next week? Well, if they lose, it's like, well, if you're living in, like, I don't know, New York, well, Yankees, they got a really good shot to win the World Series. Oh, they didn't win? Oh, God, man. Well, hey, training camp's 2 weeks away. Broncos just made the AFC Championship. I think we can just move to the next thing so much more quickly. We have a lot of options. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I asked Baca, I was like, your parents are from Mexico. They love the Mexican soccer team. They're devastated when Mexican soccer team loses in the World Cup. I go, do they have another team that they love? What was your answer, Baca?
No, they don't.
That's it. Like, it kind of reminds me like living in Nebraska with Nebraska football fans. If that's the thing that you love, and trust me, I was there for some rough years. When you know in late December this team stinks, it hits so much more because all you think about, Moj, is I have to wait until next September to have a shot.
Yeah, you've got to endure it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I feel bad for your folks, Baca. I mean,
well, listen, we were initially talking about soccer. My parents love the Nuggets. Let me just say that.
But I'm saying, like,
yes.
in Mexico,
Correct.
is there
Yes.
another team that, like, even if you live in Spain and you're a big Barcelona guy, FC Barcelona, I still think that they would take their country winning the World Cup over that.
oh, yeah, I'm sure they would.
But I don't know if anybody in this country would do it. If I gave you the option of a Super Bowl or NBA championship or Stanley Cup or whatever, Moj, I wouldn't. If you told me the Avs can win the Cup again or the U.S. wins the World Cup. And I was like, I'll take the Avs. Yeah.
Why don't you ask people that question?
Well, I have been all morning. I can throw it to a straw. Like, what do you want me to do?
Like, give me let's get a team that hasn't won a championship here.
The Rockies.
The Rockies. And let's put it out there.
Straw poll.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Would you rather, you live in Colorado, you're a Colorado sports fan, would you rather see the Rockies win a World Series or the U.S. win a World Cup?
So text in Rockies or U.S. to 303-504-0925. I want to know. And by the way, this is going to be an interesting one. The Rockies are the least favorite of all the major sports teams here.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about least favorite. They're the least popular right now.
Because
Well, that's what I mean.
favorite.
Yes. Least popular at the moment.
You know, I've been in place. I wonder if, like, let's say, would Tottenham Hotspur fans? No, they'd rather win the World Cup
Well, you were saying,
by a mile.
Baca,
Yeah.
tell me the story, something about Barcelona and what were you telling me?
Barcelona has like 8 Spain has like 8 Barcelona players right now. But Real Madrid fans that I follow, like on Twitter and whatever, they're all in on this Spain team because they want Spain to win. They don't care that it's going to be a mostly like Barcelona-led Spain team that gets them the World Cup if they win it.
That's how it was for me, though, in the Olympics. I mean, I'm watching Matt Boldy play for Team USA.
Or Hellebuck.
Or Hellebuck.
Yeah, but then a week passed after they won gold, and you're like, screw Hellebuck. I hope we put 18 on him.
Absolutely.
You know, what's really interesting, think about this for a second. As every single country is treating this life or death situation of winning and losing in the World Cup, what happened in Tokyo? We had like half the people that live in this great city actively rooting against their own country in support of Nikola Jokic in Serbia, to the point to where Kevin Durant called us weird. Remember that? Remember when Serbia played the U.S. and our hatred individually of the Lakers and Kevin Durant and LeBron superseded a lot of people's feelings about wanting the national team to win.
I will admit it. I was emotionally torn. Yes.
I mean, that's how different it is, though. And I've been trying to figure it out. And I think the only solution I can come to is we have such a saturation of sports here that if one team doesn't do it, you just kind of move on to the next thing. You know, as cool as it was to win gold against Canada, Moj, that was cool for like 3 days. It was all people were talking about. And then it was, well, the NHL's back, so go Avs. And I don't care about that anymore.
100%.
Just interesting. The way that different people handle it. Go ahead.
Baca, your fact checker today, I'm not going to be around. I'll be departing, as Vic knows how this goes. So do you, Brett.
Could have just taken the day. But
I could have just taken the
go
day.
ahead. Go ahead.
but
Say, bank your vacation day and say you work today. Yeah, I know you are.
No, but I love you guys, and I love the listeners. And I it's important for me to be here when I can.
I didn't know. Were you not supposed to be here?
Well, today, member guest is happening right now.
What time do you tee off?
In a couple hours.
What is a couple in your book? You told me
what does
it
that
was.
mean?
It got moved up.
No, oh, God, come on.
10:30.
So is that like a major sacrifice you want people to know about? Look
Yeah.
at how I'm
Why
sacrificing.
can't you just be honest about things?
12:30.
Yeah, just a couple hours. It's past noon. He's
So,
off at
I mean, what do you
12:30.
want? An award? You want a bravery award? You want a Purple Heart? Hey, look, everybody. Moser's at work the same day his member guest tees off. What do you
Can't
want?
believe- You know what, Moj? Your dishonesty is really starting to piss me off. Let
You
me tell
remind me
you.
of my brother. I got a brother who's just a compulsive liar. I think you're like that.
I got to call you out on something. I got to call you out on something.
I'm not sleeping. There's no quality sleep in my life.
Moj comes.
Dude,
Hey,
I've had my
everybody stop.
7th straight
Everybody
day of
stop.
waking up at 4 a.m.
I have to talk about Mosher's dishonesty for a second. And this is, I mean, Moj, I love you. I love you. You're my favorite human being on it. I swear to God, you're my favorite human being ever.
Yeah, we're not ganging up on your Moj.
But when you do these things like what you did earlier this week, I can't trust a person that is like top 5 people I love most in my life. He comes up to me and he goes, I found something on the golf course. I was like, oh, did you? He tells me about this round. He shot 1 over. I'm like, man, you were
You did.
striping it.
Whoa.
And you know what he tells me right after? Didn't post it.
All right.
I'm like, I can't. How can I love somebody who is never being honest?
Because it's not
with
real.
me?
Because it's not real.
What do you mean it's not real?
It's not real.
See,
It's
when
as real as a 90 that you shoot. It's as real as anything else.
If I shoot low and I'm with the boys, not only do I post right in front of them.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they can see me post. Be real.
Do you post 89s that you throw up?
No.
Oh, please, Moj. This is I want the honesty.
I'm being honest. You want to see my gin? I'll show you.
And tonic.
Between you and Kyle, I can't trust your handicaps.
Yeah, both of you guys. You
Both
guys
of
are
you guys.
you're
I
so
can't-
squirrely. And then you guys want to play for money, and you're like, well, let's do the
Nah.
pop game. And
I
I go,
can't
I
trust
don't
any
trust
of your
your
handicaps.
pops.
I can't trust my eyeballs or my head right now. I can't sleep.
It's
What's
probably
with
'cause
this solstice crap?
I'll
and
tell you why.
Summer
you
solstice.
can't sleep
It's
because
guilt.
Exactly
I
right.
know
The golf
that.
gods are like, hey, wake him up. He didn't post his 73.
Yeah. It's
wake
your
him up.
gin. Your gin reminded you I need to post that
Okay,
73.
before we get the break, Baca, do you fact check the appetizer?
I mean, sometimes.
Why? What did I do?
I had no idea that Jonas Valanciunas came into the NBA when he was 10. Must have been some sort of child prodigy.
Oh, did I say? I meant 2012.
I don't give a crap what you meant.
Word.
You
I
know
only
what?
know what you said.
You know what? I got along swimmingly with Jonas. I did. I thought he was a good guy.
He is a
never
good guy.
wanted. He never wanted to be here.
No, I mean that's obvious.
It's abundantly clear. He
You
didn't want to be here.
You don't pay somebody. Here's an extra $2 million. Please like us. You know what I mean?
And
Uh,
at the heart of any transaction, you can't force someone. I mean, either they want to play for you or they don't.
So let's get to that in just a second. By the way, the Open has teed off at 11:30 last night. Alex Smalley is in the lead. He's at 5 under through 17.
Who the hell is that?
Don't know, but Scotty Scheffler's at 3 under. Bryson DeChambeau just bogeyed, so he's at 2 under. But that is Scotty at 3 under is tied for 4th. So a lot of guys still yet to tee off. Rory McIlroy being one of them. We'll keep you up to date on that as we go along.
Who's Alex Smalley?
He's the guy who's
don't know.
leading the Open. 303-504-0925.
Before we go to break, one thing that'll make you guys smile. When I was at that NHL thing yesterday, and there were a lot of people there, by the way, Moj.
Well,
know you were there.
I emceed the award show. It was 1,300.
Yeah, there were a ton of people there. It was awesome. I had a young lady come up to me and say she loves the show, and she's smitten by drunk takes, and her boyfriend got her interested in the program, and now she can't stop. So shout out.
That's a good boyfriend right there.
What's her
That's a
name?
good
The reason I bring it
guy.
up.
What's her name?
Do we have drunk takes today?
We do.
We have drunk takes because we're not working tomorrow again.
I think if I know, and just for, you know what, we have to get to a break, but I feel like we need to say this to the people for transparency's sake.
Yes.
So we have these, at this company, there is mandated during the summer that all employees get every other Friday off. we did not think that applied to our radio show at first, and
Well,
it turns out
it didn't at first.
And it turns out it does. So these random Fridays that we're just kind of not here, which we apologize for, these are like mandated have to take them off days.
But why?
I don't know.
I don't understand how this stuff works.
But I think this is the last one for a while because we're getting into almost training camp time. So we're going to be out at Dove Valley, that sort of thing. I
The only
think.
problem is this Friday doesn't do me any good. If we're going to take Fridays off, give me one where I can actually go somewhere and do something.
Were you not in Mexico last week?
Yeah, but I need something. I need
Jesus.
I didn't even know we were taking this Friday off.
Were you not in Mexico last week?
I didn't know we were taking this Friday off.
Well, it's only been in the calendar for a couple of months.
I'm sitting around with my teeth in my mouth.
That's the other thing about you two.
And you're in Mexico?
Every time this happens, you guys look at me and say, we're off Friday? Like this is some shocking revelation when it's just
Well,
it's
you know
been
why,
on your
Brett?
phone.
Let me tell you what we are.
You know what, Brett? We're from a place where
I'm
you
a
work on
worker.
Fridays.
We are workers.
Yes.
That's why I drag
gonna
my ass
assume-
out of bed
I tell you what.
at 5 in the morning in Anaheim
Hey,
to get on
you
here
tell
and
your
look
people-
at your face.
You tell your bosses, I'm going to assume every Friday's off. I'm going to take every Friday off.
To be fair, I worked on Friday and Saturday last week.
Oh, cry me an absolute river.
So I did work on Friday and Saturday.
You know what? I got
No, have
time.
fun at your member guest, Mose. You got to leave 4 hours early to go.
You know what?
What?
I'm
What?
leaving right now.
What? Okay, all right, yeah, see ya. All right, back after this.
Yo, Vic Lombardi here. Speaking from experience when I tell you I absolutely love this sauna I got from Flatirons Fire. It's become part of my routine. Even in the summer months, even when it's hot out, I want to get hotter. When I'm recovering from a workout or just unwinding from a long day, the best part, they have saunas for every need and every budget in the bank. Mention you heard about them from this show and you'll save 10%. Plus, with 0% financing for 12 months through Affirm on qualifying purchases. You can enjoy it now and pay it over time. Visit their Denver showroom or learn more at flatironsfire.com. That's flatironsfire.com.
All right, so I have to play something. I just came across this. I did not watch the ESPYs yesterday. I went back and watched what's his name, Marcelo Hernandez. Is that who hosted?
Yeah, I thought he was funny.
I watched his monologue. I didn't think it was that great. He didn't rip it. He's supposed to be ripping people. He didn't rip people. That's part of the fun of the ESPYs. You're super famous, super successful athletes. You got to take a joke. He didn't really poke at people.
Did you see his mother?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
When he said Steph Curry hugged my mom, I go,
Huh?
that's your mom?
Yeah, what?
That's your mom?
I was like, wait a minute. What's happened? Are we that old? What's going on right now?
I'm going to tell you something right now. One of the more shocking revelations I've ever seen in my life.
That sort of changed everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, who is this guy?
That's the guy who hosted the ESPYs. He's an SNL
He's on
guy.
SNL.
So anyway,
What is he, 12?
Look.
That's his mother, Moser. Moser, that's his mother.
So he's got a little the Zach Wilson thing going on.
Well, here's what I tell you. So I didn't watch the ESPYs, and I don't know what happened. ESPYs used to be sort of appointment television for me like 7-8 years ago, and I don't care anymore. But I always like to watch the monologue, and I thought his was just meh. But something happened during the ESPYs in giving away an award. It is Mike Tyson, it is Jake Paul, and who else is doing? Who's up there? Is it DJ Khaled?
Yeah, it's DJ Khaled.
And I think this is the award. Is it best baseball player or best male athlete? It's one of the two. And Shohei Ohtani is the winner. And here's what this sounded like. But I need you to pay attention. After they announce that Shohei Ohtani couldn't be here, I want you to listen closely to what Mike Tyson says.
And the ESPY award goes to, check this out, Shohei Ohtani.
All right, so wait for it. Wait after Jake Paul gets done talking. Listen closely.
Shohei could not be here tonight. He sends his gratitude and appreciation to ESPN and everyone who voted for him.
Shohei's the guy.
Did you hear that?
Shohei's what?
He was shocked.
Oh, Shohei's a guy?
He thought Shohei Ohtani was a woman. He said, play it again, Baca.
Shohei's the guy.
Shohei's a guy.
Oh, my God.
And
He doesn't know who Shohei Ohtani is?
look, man, I understand that people have different interests, and maybe some people don't like baseball and don't watch it or whatever. But you're a famous athlete. You're a famous person. How out of the loop do you have to be to not know who Shohei Ohtani is? As an athlete. Like, if I ask my mother, do you know who Shohei Ohtani is? Maybe she says no. In fact, I'll text her right now. Let me see. This is going to be what is it? What do they call it? Is it a Q score? Is that what it's called? Where it's like, how recognizable are you to the average person? Is that what it's called, Baca?
Yeah, it's called the Q score. Like who's high, who's not, all that kind of thing.
So I'm going to text Mama Kane, and we're going to say, do you know who Shohei Ohtani is? And if she says no, I'm going to say, is it a guy or a girl? But how does Mike Tyson not know that Shohei Ohtani is a guy? Like, at the very basics of it, man or woman. And the look on his face, he looked at Jake Paul, he was like, Shohei is a guy? Like, he was so confused.
Shohei's the guy.
Anyway.
Kind of funny.
Did you guys watch the ESPYs at all?
I bounced in and out a little bit.
I watched it.
I bounced in and out a little bit. Again,
Did we get any Denver dubs?
Not that I know of.
Nikola Jokic was mentioned in a video. They did a video on flopping, how to flop. And he goes through all the renowned floppers in sports. And then he referred to Nikola Jokic as the guy that looks like a large piece of bread, I think is the term he used.
Well, I know Jokic was excuse me, up for Basketball Player of the Year, but he wasn't going to win that. I think Justin Gaethje was also up for, was it like Fighter of the Year or something like that? He was up for another one. You know, I will say about, it feels to me feels to me that a lot of that award was catered to the Knicks, and I know it was going to be because it is New York. Is Jalen Brunson really, he won Best Male Athlete, so I know that Shohei didn't win that one. Is Jalen Brunson really the best athlete in America over the last year? Or I guess in the world over the last year? Because it was Messi, it was Ohtani, it was Brunson, and who am I forgetting on the football side? Stafford, maybe? I don't know. One of them. But Brunson, obviously very good. Jokic, who won 3 MVPs in 4 years and won the title, didn't win Athlete of the Year the year that they won.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. The fact Shohei won and that he wasn't there, you think Nikola Jokic, of all people in this world, would ever make an appearance at the ESPYs?
No. What? I mean, Shohei didn't either.
I know, but, they're in the middle of baseball season.
Yeah. Jokic ain't doing any of that stuff. No black tie affairs. He's not. No. By the way, you got a response. Do you know who Shohei Ohtani is? I don't think so. Should I? My mom responds. So she does not know Shohei Ohtani. Do you think it's a guy or girl? Guy. So she got that part right. So good job.
Do me a
Mom.
favor. Ask her if she's seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
You got to ask.
All right.
You got to ask. Yeah. Oh, that's a definite yes.
Follow up. Have
That's
you
a
seen
definite
Chitty
yes.
Chitty Bang Bang?
She's probably thinking, what the hell is wrong with you people? Oh, that's funny.
Anyway.
Funny.
We'll get the response
I
here in
guarantee
a
you
second.
Lori Kane has seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
We'll get the response in a second. Oh, this is a great question. Do you think Joker even knows what the ESPYs are?
That's an yeah.
Do you think he has any idea? If they
think
said
he
you're up
does.
for an ESPY, would he be like, I don't know what that
I
that
think
means.
I think if you're in the sporting world, unless you're under a rock, and he's not under a rock, he may be camera shy and attention shy, but he's not under a rock.
Oh, Shedeur Sanders was there. They showed him on camera like 2 or 3 times.
Well, you knew he was going to be there. If there's a black tie affair, it's the opposite of Joker. Black tie affair. Shedeur showing.
Steph Curry, he's always front and center at these things. The socialites, right?
Yeah, the socialites, correct.
Yeah.
But the ESPYs, they've been around for an awfully long time. I think everybody probably has. You just by osmosis, you're understanding what the ESPYs are. But again, I don't want to be that guy because I got accused.
Yeah.
Because I watched Home Run Derby, but I found it laborious for me. I bounced in and out of the ESPYs, and I found them sort of boring. I didn't even know who the cat hosting was. I didn't know who that was.
Follow up, have
Marcelo?
you seen Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? The response is this a segment for today? Yes. She goes, answer is yes.
Yeah.
She has seen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, you know who Marcello is now. Google Marcello's mom.
Okay. All right. Stop getting after his mom, okay? We spent the requisite amount of time on discussing what was on everybody's mind. We can move forward now. Trust me, Vic, I was as shocked as you.
He's the one that trotted her out there.
It would be like when he said, it is funny though, Moj, when he said, because here's how he put it. Steph Curry, if you're actually the GOAT, can you give my mom a kiss, is what he said. He was sitting right next to her. And he goes, all right, fine, a hug. And he goes and hugs her. And I go, and I just thought to myself, whose wife
exactly
did Steph just hug? Because that's not his mom. And he goes, yeah, I love you, Mom. And I was like, wait, that was your mom?
Wait, what? To me, that was the most wild card moment of the show. That or the Savannah Bananas opening up the entire show with a number.
Oh, yeah.
Hot number.
Moser would have been out immediately if he
would
saw
have been
that.
livid.
Yeah, can I ask one question about the Banana Boys? Because I saw a lot of people were bothered by this. I don't... Look, I'm not a Savannah Banana guy. But why are people harmed by the Savannah Bananas? What is it about them that makes them angry? Like, Mose, what makes you mad in saying a Savannah Banana something?
Nothing.
That's not true. You complain about them all the time.
No, I do not. I think they're overexposed. There's a
They sell out every stadium they're in.
They sell out like 90,000
Yeah,
seat arena.
So does Nickelback, a-hole.
But Nickelback has some bangers.
Okay. I'm no offense to Nickelback. Actually, I like some of their songs. Okay. Whom do I hate? REM.
But Mose, hang on.
Dolls.
You've complained a lot about the bananas. And it's not just you. I've seen a lot of people do it. And I just find, I've said this forever. It would be like being offended by the Harlem Globetrotters, but nobody is.
I'm not offended by them. They don't do it for me. I think it's silly. I think it's silly.
By the way, the results from our
and by the way, the
poll,
Harlem Globetrotters, they do cool stuff with the basketball. The Bananas play tickle fight and
homeboy, they catch fly balls while doing a backflip. It's pretty impressive.
Whatever. To each their own. Look, to each their own.
Go catch a fly ball while doing a backflip. Tell me how easy that is.
Okay.
I mean, that is like a trick shot. It's spinning the ball on your finger and rolling it around and all that.
Fine.
Try hitting a fastball on stilts, bro.
Jesus, God. Which is dumb. It's just dumb. To me.
Results of our straw poll, by the way, are there was a lot of U.S. World Cup wins. Like, the question was, would you rather take a Rockies World Series or the U.S. winning the World Cup?
It felt like about 75-25.
That's how it felt,
Yeah.
that most would take the Rockies.
Yes.
Most would take the Rocks. And I'm telling you, I'm so jealous because I wasn't here, almost 20 years ago. God, that's crazy to think about. I can't imagine what this place would be like if the Rockies were good at baseball. I think it would be an absolute bleeping blast.
It would be. You should have seen 2007.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think it would be so easy for everybody just to jump on board. There's nothing like jumping on a baseball bandwagon. A team gets hot for a little bit. Like you saw it, that Moneyball A's team that won 20 in a row or whatever. How quickly everybody's like, you know what? The local ball club's playing well. Let's go ahead and throw all of our fandom behind them. I want it so bad. But I think if you're in the moment, if you can take yourself back to 2007, well, how about this? If I asked anybody in this town in 2007, would you rather take the Rockies winning this World Series, leading, let's say they just won the NLCS, would you rather have them close this out, win the World Series, or the U.S. win a World Cup? There ain't a single person in this town that would say World Cup.
Absolutely.
Not a single one.
Brett, it was so much fun. And you're riding this incredible high, the winning streak, everything, the playing, everything involved in it. You're riding a high, and you keep riding a high.
By the way, update from the Open. Alex Smalley was in the lead at 5 under, went into 18, doubled. So he went from in the lead to tied for third at 3 under. So now the leaders are Sung Jae Im and Daniel Brown at 4 under.
Oh, good old Dan Brown. Yeah, who the hell is that?
DeChambeau just birdied. He's back to 3, so he's with Scheffler and a couple other guys sitting around 3 under.
Who's Dan
one
Brown?
back.
So Marcello's
English
mom
guy.
fled Cuba at the age of 12.
Jesus. You know what?
Moved to Spain, and then went to the Dominican Republic before eventually settling in the United States.
Vic, let's ask the question that I know you've been researching here.
Jesus God.
Does she have an OnlyFans? Is that what you Googled?
Jesus.
Is that what
What
you've
are we
done?
doing?
Look, I've been sitting here trying to talk sports. Vic's searching for SI swimsuit editions.
Jesus.
All right, back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And why? Because the other books, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. You ain't got to be good at this and they give you cash. So if you want value for your bets, Fanatics always has your back. And don't forget about the Fan Cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw and enter with Fan Cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credits, premium sports experiences, tickets, and so much more. Extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? It happens every Friday. Check it out. Switch to a book that always gives you more to play with. It's the Fanatic Sportsbook. Download the app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Tired of living like a blind man. Look, it just became cool to hate Nickelback. I'm not saying I would ever go to a Nickelback concert. No, this isn't a song I'd listen to. I'm just saying, if a Nickelback song comes on, I mean, you aren't going to be like,
the only thing better, Alan, is if you had a Savannah Banana version of this. That would rock. I'm sure they've sung it.
Ooh. Next break. Next comeback, next bumper music. I got something for you, Vic. You're going to love it.
All right.
You're gonna love it.
And by the way, we missed one of the texters noted, I can't believe I missed this, what Denver athletes were mentioned or rewarded last night at the ESPYs. Lauren Betts, former Grandview star, national champion basketball. She was Women's Athlete of the Year.
Nice.
Awesome. Totally awesome. You know what I'm through with, though?
What's that?
I'm through with standing in lines of clubs I'll never get in.
Huh?
I just pulled a Nickelback out of my tail for Brett. That's all. I'm just Nickelbacking over here for Brett. I do it. You know what? I do it for my boy.
It's like the bottom of the ninth, and I'm never going to win.
I do it for you. You know,
This life hasn't turned out quite the way I wanted to be.
There's my Brett Vic love language. There you go, right there.
You guys have this ability, and many of you out there in the world.
Vic, I want a new tour bus full of old guitars.
See, this is it. When you hear a song, and I know there are those like me who are among us too, those of you who can hear a song, whatever it is, and remember the lyrics perfectly. I swear to God, I swear on my mother, when I hear music, I don't know, I can't remember anything that's said. Nothing. I have no recollection of the words.
I would tell you this.
Because I go straight to the melody.
The thing that drives me nuts, and maybe it's because I've just, I don't know what it is about sports writers and their adoration of Bruce Springsteen and Bob Seger, and they're like, oh, they're amazing writers. And I'm like, I got to tell you guys something. I don't give a single care about what the lyrics say. And everybody says about Bruno Mars, like, he has dumb lyrics. And I'm like, I'm not into it to be inspired by what Bruno Mars is telling me. I'm into it to shake my butt.
Dude, the only song I know the lyrics to is Happy Birthday. And that's pretty much it. You want me to sing a song? Happy Birthday is my limit. That's my library. Meanwhile, Moser over here, it's a crazy mind you have. You can recap the lyrics of any song from the 80s I bring up. How do you do that? Where do you store? Let me ask you this. Because my brain stores a lot of sports. Where do you store that?
That's an excellent question, Vic. I have no idea.
I told you, my brain is that way, man.
Is that? I mean, maybe that's why when I'm calling hockey games, I don't know. It's just the way my brain operates.
Ask me to identify the rosters of every Final Four team from the 80s and 90s. I can do that for you. But if you want me to give you a Nickelback chorus, I have no idea.
I just think about Bob Seger. It's like he's this amazing writer. And I go, how do you even hear what he's saying when it's coming out of whatever
that's
that
not
voice
Bob Seger, it's Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan. But Seger doesn't have a good voice either. Sorry. Seger doesn't have a good voice either.
Hey,
he's got a pretty damn good voice.
Dude, you don't know what Michael McDonald is saying.
I know. But what do I do every time that song is played?
She came from somewhere.
It's just the beat. I like the beat.
Okay, so remember when I ran into that dude at the Avs game? What's the song everybody sings at the Avs game?
All the Small Things.
Okay, so remember when I ran into him?
Mark Hoppus. Mark Hoppus.
I admitted to him, I said,
yes,
I can't remember the words.
Yes.
And then he mocked me and said, they're so simple.
Yes, he did.
Well, I said, I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what you're saying.
To be fair to Hoppus, if you were trying to learn a song that's sort of like, I don't know, what kind of music would you call that? Pop, punky, punk? I don't know what you call it.
Is that alternative?
Maybe. I don't know the genres. But a song that goes, all the small things, like that would be an easy one to remember.
And those are the only words I know. That's it. And that's where it ends for me.
Do.
Okay, what's next? I don't know. I don't keep that in my brain. My brain doesn't store. My brain doesn't store unnecessary information. I have like a decision maker up there, and he's like at the gates of my brain saying, "What is this?
Oh, Vic.
No, does it have anything to do with anything that's relevant?" No, it doesn't. All right, you're out.
One of my favorite things I've ever thought of, because I think it's perfect for the way my brain operates, is if I learn somebody's name, I have to forget somebody else's name. It's just the way of the world. My brain is a bouncer at a club with the velvet rope that if you let somebody in, well, hey, we're at fire capacity here. We have to wait till somebody comes out before I let you guys in. And that means somebody from high school, gone forever. Like never remembering that name. So Few things here as we continue to roll along. If you guys missed it, Jonas Valanciunas did go back to Lithuania. So I'm sure the Nuggets were waiting to the last second to try and deal him to another team. I think that Jonas was just done with American basketball. And he's like, I'm going to go back home. I'm going to be a star in this league. I'm going to get starters minutes. I'm going to be happy because I'm back home.
You know, I can't blame him for that either.
No.
He's from that part of the world. He wants to be home. And I'm afraid to tell you guys this. Eventually, Nikola Jokic is going to make the same decision, to be home.
Well, yeah, but,
Jokic ain't
his career will be over at that point.
How do you know that?
Well, you think he's going to go play pro basketball?
$75 million a year.
Yeah.
I mean,
guys, listen, I'm not trying to paint a picture that I'm not aware of, but there might be at the end of his career when he doesn't believe he can carry an NBA team anymore. There might be an opportunity for him to go work and play for Belgrade, one of those teams there. Partizan, who knows?
Well, maybe you're right. My best guess would be when that day comes where his skills aren't all world level anymore, he might suit up for the national team or something like that. He ain't playing every day basketball. There's no way. He might do it, if the country calls my name and needs me, then I'll go ahead and do it. But he's not playing. What, you think he's going to practice every day at that point in his career? No chance.
I've always said NBA Europe is coming, and they're going to have teams in major cities. And you've got a very wealthy NBA player who can pretty much run by a team. He can do what he wants with the team. Might he be interested in that? Who knows?
I don't buy this stuff. This feels a lot like UFL.
Well, this much we know.
NFL Europe and
when the Nuggets took a swing at Jonas Valanciunas, we all believed it was worth it. We're not going to do the hindsight stuff, right? We all agreed got to do it.
Correct.
We at the time said he'd be the best backup center since Jokic arrived at the time. For whatever reason, it didn't work. Now, there were times where, wow, this is effective. He's played 12 minutes and he's put up 12 points and 6 boards. I mean, he put the numbers up. But in clutch games, and especially in the playoff games, he wasn't on the floor. He didn't play.
The big question is, why?
I think he was too slow for the game.
Might have been, but we all at the time. Look, we got in a fight with Greece over him because we wanted him. We thought it was the right thing.
Slow for the game. I thought,
and maybe he is at this point. Maybe.
You guys tell me. Use your eyes and your memory, and tell me what you saw.
I think you just look. If I'm being honest, I think you had to live through a couple of rough minutes with him for the overall benefit. Here's what I don't understand. I'm not sitting here pretending like he was incredible every time he touched the floor, and the coaching staff made a gigantic mistake by not playing him more. What I am telling you is this, though. Jonas Valanciunas last year, I'll go ahead and take a look real quick. From a strictly numbers perspective, numbers-wise, he's been in the league since 2012. And last year in 65 games, in 13 minutes a night, he averaged 9 and 5 in 13 minutes. That's not wholly ineffective basketball. 58% from the floor. That's not ineffective basketball.
I agree with you.
It felt like an unwillingness to stick to it. And because he played the position, and I call it the panic position, if things start to get out of whack and you go to Joker and say, we can't have you on the bench anymore, get back in the game, well, he's not going in for Bruce Brown. He's going in for Valanciunas.
Part of it is maybe the way he was used, too. I don't understand having him work the elbow. He's a big guy. Put him on the block.
Yes.
But that's not the Nuggets system either, though. That's not the system they operate in. So.
Well, I mean, it could have been the system when Jokic is off the floor. I mean, you have to do it. You can't run Jokic's system without Jokic out there because there's no more Jokic.
Sure.
So it has to be different.
Well, we know what the Nuggets are going to do now. They're going to go small. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to try to sub in a Jokic for a Jokic. They just can't. It doesn't exist, so they're going to go small.
So then, look, I know we're up against it here at the top, but then my question is, what's the answer? He's not going to play 40 minutes a night. So are
I
you
just
looking
told
at
you.
Marvin Bagley?
Marvin Bagley.
Okay.
And they'll run, AG out there with him.
Duran?
Some
Well,
size.
why am I not ever hearing and why are we not ever saying the name Duran Holmes? Why
Because
not?
he's got to prove
Because it's
that he
an
can
unknown.
play.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, what I'm tired of is, look, every guy on the Avs, even guys who are called up and whatnot, and I know it's a different sport because everybody plays, but I know what they've got and what they don't got. I don't know about these guys. I don't know.
Hey, Moser,
I see him sitting there, and I see him being a human being, and he's got a uniform on, but I don't know what he is or how he is or who he is.
Here's a backup big for you. They can play Zeke.
Okay.
Just to go along with your theme.
The same dang thing. I don't know what Zeke is because when I see Zeke, I'm like, I don't mind me a little Zeke. And then he's buried at the end of the earth.
So 303-504-0925.
Help
Can
me,
you get
Vic.
back to this in a
Help
bit?
me understand it,
Get
Vic.
back to this in a bit. Stick around.
I talk to you about it all the time. You want to be stronger in the gym, feel more driven at work, less brain fog, wake up feeling refreshed. Do yourself a favor and do what I did. Get to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got 5 locations in Colorado to serve you from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. And they've been here for a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. That could be you. Maybe you're dealing with low testosterone. Maybe you're not. But maybe you're not feeling like you used to. Plus, now they have these advanced medical strategies, TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They'll tell you all about that. Enhance your body composition, more energy, everything that I'm talking about. So stop waiting, dudes. You hear me talking about it. It's today the day you call. You want to feel like you used to feel? 720-440-7900. That number again, 720-440-7900. Or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What do you think, Vic?
Well, that ain't Steve Winwood.
No, it's Whitney.
Yeah, that's Whitney Houston.
All right, wait for it. Turn it up, Baca. Turn it up. Tell me you don't like this, Moj. Tell me you don't like it. Drop the beat. I can listen to it all day.
The problem with this is there's nothing I can say that's going to satisfy anybody.
What do you mean?
I can't really tell you how I'm feeling.
What do you mean?
I like Whitney. She was a supreme talent. But I didn't like this. I didn't like this song when Steve Winwood wrote it and recorded it. I certainly don't like it now. I'm sorry.
It's a great song. How dare you? How dare you say that to Steve Winwood?
Hey, I've got a little thing that I was checking out during the break. Bill Barnwell.
What's your little thing?
Bill Barnwell's kind of like Seth Wickersham. He likes to write articles that are 857 pages about the entire AFC.
Check out your little thing, Moj. Go ahead.
Let me check out my little thing over here. He's going through all the AFC divisions and all the teams, and he's saying, how many players on this team are worth a first-round pick? How many players are worth a first-round pick or more?
Yeah.
Is there anybody in the Denver Broncos that if you traded that guy, that player would bring you 2 first-round picks?
Pat Surtain.
Or more.
Pat Surtain.
He's the only one. Which is fine because it's not easy to have. I mean,
that is. By the way, I don't buy that at all.
The depths people will go.
Wait, you don't think that he's worth two firsts or more?
No. I totally think he's worth 2 or more. I also think that if you offered Bo Nix to the Jets, they would give you 2 first-round picks.
I think because they're. Oh yeah, you know what? Let me explain something. If you offered a starving person on a desert island. A ham that's been left out.
Erroneous. Am I right or wrong?
No, I don't know what they do.
Would Bo Nix net 2 first-round picks from a quarterback-starved team? Absolutely, he would.
Okay, so that's 2 first-round picks and more. That's Pat Surtain. 1 first-round pick and more. Who's that?
Benito?
Well, I'm looking at it right now. Zach Allen, Nick Benito, and Bo Nix.
Well, I was playing the guess game.
Oh.
You're supposed to play the guess game.
Benito, for sure.
And Bo Nix. Now, let me read this and see if you agree with this or not, okay? Nix was a difficult quarterback to triangulate.
Sorry, just real quick. Scotty Scheffler was in the long stuff. He just hit a shot straight to his left. Yeah, straight across the fairway.
That's awesome.
That's what happens when you're in the long stuff.
Sorry, Mosh, go ahead.
Well, the key lesson here is stay out of the long stuff.
Yes.
Nix is a difficult quarterback to triangulate. He's been roughly a league average quarterback over his first 2 years, ranking 18th and then 15th in QBR. Nix generates real value by avoiding sacks, keeping turnovers relatively low, and using his legs to generate first downs. But he also struggles with his accuracy and consistency. Has a great offensive line and gets to work with Sean Payton, but Nix also hasn't had a reliable run game and much receiver help behind Cortland Sutton before the arrival of Jalen Waddle. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Age matters here. Nix is only a few months younger than Trevor Lawrence, who has 3 more years of pro experience. I'm not sure teams would be as thrilled about Nix without Sean Payton designing the offense. And Nix might be the sort of quarterback who provides a real value on a rookie contract before sapping a team on a more expensive deal. But if he can take a step forward and connect on downfield throws more often with Waddle in the fold, Nix will be a much more valuable player in 2027 and beyond.
Well, is he lying?
No.
That seemed pretty accurate to you?
It's an honest assessment. Sure. Everything he said, you could argue. Does Sean Payton make quarterbacks better? Does his system make quarterbacks more efficient? Yeah, that's true. That's truth.
What do you think Drew Brees would have been without Sean Payton?
We saw it. He played in San Diego. He was
okay. Well, but he was just a pup. He was a baby.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't...
He was there for 4 years. I mean, a quarterback in his 4th year isn't necessarily a baby, Moj.
So you're saying that he would not have been nearly as prolific?
Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But here's the funny thing. Whenever we have these discussions, and the biggest one was, who's more important? Is it Brady or is it Belichick?
Yeah.
And look, Tom Brady's one of the best ever. He leaves Belichick, he wins.
Well, they all need each other. I mean, but to do what they did, they all need each other.
But to pretend like Bill Belichick had no hand in the Tom Brady success would be so stupid. Like, you are cultivating a talent. You are maybe the biggest aspect of a coach's job is player development. You're honing them into great players that you can use for years.
You're also tailoring it, perhaps, to what that player does best.
And would Tom Brady
and exploiting all of his exploits?
If it wasn't Bill Belichick and it was I don't know, who was Romeo Crennel or Matt Patricia or Josh McDaniels or any one of those assistants that was in charge during Brady's time, would Brady be the same quarterback? Maybe he would. But it actually makes a good point. Would Mahomes be with Mahomes without Andy Reid? I think Andy Reid cultivated a talent in an offense that catered best to his quarterback skill set.
But that's what every coach is paid to do, though.
Exactly.
I mean, that's coaching. They're always going to be intertwined.
I think for sure there are coaches that get the most out of guys, though. We've seen that repeatedly. There are guys, I'm sure, in the NHL, Moj, that, I'll give you an example in the NBA. And Vic, I think this is tough to argue. The best coach in the NBA is Eric Spoelstra, because no matter what roster he has, that they always play hard and are in some sort of position to be competitive, even when they don't look like it.
Yeah, that's a great question you ask. I've had this debate with friends before. Like, when they talk about the greatest coaches in basketball history, all right? I'm just going to stick to basketball here. Who are some of the greatest? If I asked you to name the greatest coaches in basketball history, I've got one guy in my brain right now who has coached at every level and coached at a championship form at every level.
Larry Brown?
Exactly.
Now, I will say this, to that argument, I do get a little, well, this is going to sound blasphemous, but I'm going to say it anyway. I don't know what to think of Phil Jackson. I'm just being honest. Phil Jackson's a great coach, no doubt about it. But when you have Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and you have
Kobe
Shaq
Bryant
and Kobe,
Well, I mean, I'll just compare the two. I think Larry Brown's a better coach than Phil Jackson. I think he did more with less.
I think you're right.
That's my argument. Now, you can argue differently.
Now, as much as I am not a fan of Steve Kerr, I will say this. They had Steph and they had Draymond. They had all these guys at Golden State. Mark Jackson was the coach. They didn't win.
Yeah,
He
but
takes
they also
over.
had him 2 or 3 years removed.
Yeah, and they also...
No, but what he did, he look, man, Steve Kerr is sort of the godfather of the small ball lineup that killed everybody. He's the one who made that. Mark Jackson never went to it. They were playing Draymond as the 5, and that's when they were smoking people.
Yeah.
And so he does get credit for that. In my book, he does. But again, if somebody else was coaching them, would Golden State still be, 73-win team? Maybe.
Well, here's an example. During the 15-16 season, Steve Kerr took an indefinite leave of absence to recover from back surgery. Luke Walton took over. They started the season 16-0 and were 39-4 under Luke Walton before Kerr returned.
It got Luke Walton his job with the Lakers.
It did. But I mean...
And then Luke Walton wasn't the coach of the Lakers for very long.
There's a reason.
Because the Lakers sucked.
Yeah. I mean, look, out of all sports...
Randy Fund.
I've always wondered this. Out of all sports, is basketball coaching the least important? Is that the most based on just the talent on the roster?
I don't know, because in basketball, you're dealing with strategies, rotation. What does a baseball manager do besides double switch?
Look, I think baseball is probably the other one in the discussion there, but I will say that pulling the trigger at the right time for pitching changes and stuff is important.
Sure.
But
okay,
but yeah, I don't know.
But
I don't know.
There's no in baseball. Yeah, the strategy is who you use when you use them, but there's no real strategy. And I mean, you can't have a guy swing. You can't. What are you going to do?
I'll say this. Warren Schaefer this year for the Rockies has done things differently than most teams, which is they've made a commitment to stealing bases and bunting and doing hit and runs and really little league. I don't want to say little league baseball, but in comparison to what the bigs have been for a decade, it feels that way. They're going back.
Yeah.
It's like Warren Schaefer, if he was an NFL coach, he's running the option in the NFL. You're like, what are we doing?
Yeah, well, see, you just hit on it. I think an NFL coaching staff has the biggest impact because you have your footprint is on every play. Your fingerprints are on every play.
Oh, for sure.
Every single play that whatever tactical strategy you're bringing to that play. Every single time up and down that field.
Let me give you another example here in our town of what I believe in terms of development. Sam Malinsky.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, I don't know that I don't think he would be the same player without being brought along and coached up by Jared Bednar and Nolan Pratt.
What is he? What's the coaching style that's coached him up?
Well, you play to his strengths. What does he do? Credit his ability to pick up the NHL game and play at a higher pace, quicker than the average Bear. Okay, and he's, by the way, Sam Malinsky. Let me see how many total games he has into his career. He's got 181 games in his National Hockey League career. He's got 181 games in his National Hockey League career. Went 23, 76, 82. You don't even know who you are as a defenseman in this league until you have 250, 300 games. So he's still got growth pattern. But I think the way they employed him, the way they let him learn, obviously 2 defensemen working with him, one as a head coach, one as an assistant coach. I think all of that has helped. And we asked Jared Bednar about that. We asked him about how proud are you for yourself? Like when you have a guy that's sort of a raw project with talent.
Yeah.
And he becomes a guy that you can afford to trade Sammy G because he can play at that level and excel.
Update from the Open. DeChambeau just birdied 17, so he's now tied for the lead at 4 under. There was a double bogey from Scheffler, so he drops a couple of shots. That was on the same hole, the par 5 that it's crazy.
What do you think about that?
Went
track?
straight, I can't tell you, straight left off his club. It's wild. What'd you say that?
What do you think about that track, the Royal Birkdale?
Well, to be honest, Vic, I've watched for about an hour because I didn't get up in the middle of the night. But
I was up in the middle of the night, but I didn't watch.
My question was not about any of your sleeping habits.
Well, I'm just saying I haven't seen a lot of it. I mean, it looks a little bit like a U.S. Open, right? Like huge, big, rough. Got to keep it in the fairway.
Is there any course in the UK that doesn't look like another course?
It kind of looks
they
the
all
same
look
as
sort of
yeah.
the same.
They all look like the same.
They're roly-poly with fescue, that you can hide a giraffe in.
Yeah, just yellow grass. Everything feels like it's in a drought condition.
It looked like if you went in the middle of western Nebraska and just carved out a golf course. It kind of looks like that, like the middle of nowhere.
Well, Sand Hills, doesn't that look like Sand Hills, Nebraska?
Yeah, my buddies just played at Wild Horse a couple weekends ago. Looks a lot like this. Mark your calendar, Friday, August 28th. It's the first ever wine time at Elitch Gardens. You'll get to sample wines from 14 different tasting stations. Enjoy artisan bites, live music, and a great summer night with friends. Tickets go on sale tomorrow. Back after this. All right.
I got to get loose.
There's a video from yesterday that I want to play, and I just went out a couple weeks ago and I played at the Ridge with McGahee, and as we're about to tee off, somebody says, "Be careful in 17. There's a bear." Hey, well, let's just not play 17. Why would I even risk that?
What? Wait. What?
They said there was a bear on 17.
That's the par 3, right?
No, that's
Yes.
yes. 17 is the par 3. Correct. Next to the road.
So they saw a bear. This isn't at the Ridge, but this is a video that I saw on the internet yesterday. There's a bear on the golf course. It's a black bear. At the back of this golf cart, it is ripping the golf bag off the cart. This is not AI. This is real.
Yeah.
And this guy right here, let me ask you a question. This guy's about, what, Moj, 5 yards away from this bear?
Correct. Yeah, crazy.
What are we doing? Why would you ever get that close to the bear?
With the
There's
reason
a
to
snack in that bag.
That's
obviously.
exactly right. The bear is not looking to lower his handicap with a new set of PXGs.
But look at him. He puts it in his mouth and walks off with the entire bag.
It's
I doubt
because
the
he's
bear was interested in the Vokey wedges.
exactly right. He's got like a Snicker bar, or he's got like a energy bar in there.
Look, I'm not asking why the bear is taking the clubs. I'm asking why would you get within 5 yards of a bear? And I don't want to hear this, well, they're black bears. They're super docile. It's a bear. It's a bear, okay?
A black bear will still mess you up, bro.
Yeah, no kidding. Now, I looked this up. They avoid any contact with humans unless they're around cubs or you're basically provoking it, right?
Correct.
How many deaths do you think black bears are responsible for in North America per year? What would you guess?
10.
Human deaths.
4?
10.
Less than one a year.
Oh, there you go. That's way
Less
better than I
than
thought.
one a year. Yeah.
How about rattlesnakes?
A lot more than that.
Well, you know,
But
what's
I'm still, regardless, somebody can give me that fact and I'm like, get out of the way of the bear. Like, move away from the bear.
Now do mosquitoes.
What?
Do mosquitoes.
Yeah, it's a lot. They carry virus. Bugs are gross.
I got to be honest. I got to be honest with you though. This guy, this little Winnie the Pooh right here.
Yeah.
He's pretty cute.
Yeah, he's
You know,
cute.
see, I hate
I know he would still he would tear me up. I get that. But that's a black bear. If you're talking about brown bear,
Oh, grizzlies,
you can forget it.
Let me tell you something right now.
All
Like,
I know is they eat people.
Do you think my color blindness would cause havoc in that situation?
No, because a brown bear, which is a grizzly, they're huge. And then of course a polar bear is the only bear known to actually hunt human beings to eat.
Yeah.
Like
We
food.
don't have any of those.
Here's my. I don't know if you guys have seen
What
this.
about a koala bear?
How does this relate to getting 2 first-round picks for Bo Nix?
No,
It doesn't.
But if that's a koala bear reaching in your
Koalas are
golf
cute.
bag,
Yeah, those are like
you
teddy
pick
bears.
it up and like pet it, right?
Oh yeah. See, I have a big human.
Okay. I hate to go all Cliff Clavin on you, but a koala's not a bear. A koala's a marsupial.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you, it's called a bear. So I didn't name it. That wasn't my choice.
It's not inaccurately called koala bear.
So what?
I didn't call it a bear. Koala bears is what it's called.
What about a panda bear?
Nobody did.
Sue the person who called
Panda's
it
not a bear either.
What is a panda?
It's a panda.
But what is it? What's the genus?
That's like saying a trout is a shark. It's a trout.
No, I would say it's a fish.
Yeah, but a panda is it's its own species, bro.
Is a panda bear
No,
a bear? No,
no.
we're all gonna learn. Yes, it's a giant panda is a true bear. You moron.
There's no way.
What'd you think it was?
You think you're so smart.
You do. That was so
You're that
smug
guy.
what you just did.
It's internal anatomy classified. Do you know what do you know how big a panda is when it's born?
Dude, nobody cares.
Yeah, shut up.
All right.
I'll tell you this. The most jealous, I don't know if you guys ever seen this guy. He's like he's
Panda is not a bear.
this good-looking dude, shaved head. He like dyes his hair blonde, like blonde shaved head. But he has like a cat sanctuary. So he's got like lions and tigers that are in his backyard, and he walks out in the videos of them. They fake stalk him for fun and you could see it creeping up behind him, and they just jump and give him a hug. And I go, is that the greatest thing in the world? I know that tigers and lions will mess your entire world up, give you the most painful death you've ever felt. But I just want to pet them because they're so pretty. Just want to pet the pretty kitty. That's all I want to do.
I don't know. This is such a Thursday in the summer show.
Why can't I have fun? Why can't I have fun?
Okay. Then let me ask you this question, Vic. Which one got eaten? Was it Siegfried or Roy?
One of those. Are they Swedish dudes? French dudes?
Yeah, one of them.
All right.
Bach is on it.
So here's the story. These guys work with these large tigers and cats their entire lives. Had this one for a long time. Then what happened?
He got pissed.
And then what happened?
It ate one of them.
And then what happened?
He died.
I think he lived, but it got him. It was Roy. Mauled by a white tiger. Crushed windpipe, massive stroke, partial paralysis.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying.
Kitty meow, kitty meow.
They are cute, though. Okay, fine. I'll give you a sports question. So Argentina comes back and beats England yesterday. Let me ask you guys this. Do you have any interest whatsoever, and maybe this is just a purely American thing that I'm about to say. They're going to play on Sunday the 19th in the World Cup final, Argentina and Spain, and you can watch it with DMac over at Old Town Tavern in Arvada at 12:30 on Sunday. I don't have any interest.
What?
And hang on. Not that game. What's happening on Saturday?
Oh, yeah.
Which is the third place game.
Oh, no. I've always hated consolation games.
Let's be honest here. If you were to take third place in anything, if anybody told you you were the third best in the world at this one category, you'd be like, that's amazing. I love it.
No, it depends because when you got to look at the Olympic Games. Some people win a bronze medal, and it's the greatest thing they'll ever. And then some people win a bronze medal.
Jokic was drunk for a week winning a bronze.
And then some people win a bronze medal when they were maybe thought they were supposed to win gold, and they're like, yeah.
But do you if you live in England, are you like, let's go, let's get this bronze?
No.
Or are you like, I don't really care?
You don't get anything for it. What do you I mean, look, they'll watch, but you don't get anything for it. Oh, they get a medal?
They might. The second place team gets a medal, like during the World Cup ceremony.
Hey, here's a stuffy. Enjoy. Here's your medal and a stuffy. Now get your ass back to France. I mean, what are we doing?
But I don't know how anybody can really get the dander up over, a third place match that's going to take place Saturday, the day before the final. Can't do it.
I can't imagine I would have any interest in watching that at all.
What if the leagues here in America, what if our 4 major sports leagues decided to do that?
Yeah, could you imagine?
Like the Broncos had to play again in the AFC Championship, or they had to play, let's say, the Rams for third place.
You'd sell it out.
Oh, for sure you would.
You know what? Frankly, I'm surprised, if not stunned, that our people haven't figured that out yet. Because they'd sell it out and they'd make money.
There is no way you'd convince players to do that.
Hold on a second.
Put their bodies on the line for a third place game. There's
you would
no
actually
way.
you would go to a third place game.
No, listen to me. Do you believe that if the Rams and Broncos had played the week before the Super Bowl at the same stadium, do you believe that game would sell out? Yes or no?
Yes, it would.
So why are you asking me that question with that look on your face?
No, I think it's purely about you could not convince the players to risk ACLs for a third place game.
Oh man, just gave the NFL another idea to make money.
There's nothing on the line.
They would probably trot out a preseason roster. I'm not even kidding.
There's nothing to benefit by playing a third place game. Why are we doing this?
Mose, I just asked you a question. Would it sell out, and would it gather ratings on television?
Vic, it might sell out.
You say there's nothing.
It might sell out only because the tickets are cheaper and it's something to do. But if you're asking me if I would attend, the answer is no. If you're asking me if I had free tickets to a third place game, no, I would not go. No.
Would you watch it?
Probably not.
Yes, you would. You're
so
stupid.
I would watch.
You're so stupid.
I'd watch the Broncos and the Rams. You know what? I might watch it.
No, I think that'd be a fun game to watch, actually.
Are you kidding me?
And then you could do the Well, this was the actual Super Bowl because these were the best teams that were actually.
Straw
Not
poll.
only would you
Straw-
watch it-
No, straw me. Straw me. Just give me some straw.
We don't need to
Straw.
straw
Yeah,
anything.
we do
You
straw.
Watch the hell out of that.
Would you watch a third place game between the
No,
Broncos?
how about would you attend a third place game between the Broncos and the Rams?
So if it was at Mile High, would you go?
There's
You
nothing on
can't,
the
say-
line.
you can't make the same case for the other sports because they play series. Like, you're not going to have a 7-game third-place series.
Right,
That's dumb.
right.
But for a one game, a one-off, I am frankly shocked that the NFL hasn't done this yet.
What's the difference between that game and a team that is 6-9 playing host to another?
But here's
there's nothing on the line. There's nothing to play for. Vic, it's like when you golf. It's like playing poker for Cheez-Its. There's no money involved. Why do it? Vic, when
you're being disingenuous and you're being combative and your lack of sleep is showing. You're being dumb. If you have another NFL game and that game is between the third and fourth best teams, arguably that year, and you put that game on television and in a stadium, not only will it sell out in this football-hungry society, not only will the ratings be astronomical, you can give the players money off the game because they're playing an extra game. It would be a home run.
I think,
frankly, I think we just invented something. Trademark it, copyright it, whatever you need to do. But a third place NFL game needs to be instituted and implemented immediately. I love it.
I think if you looked at the TV ratings for a third place game in the NFL, if they did it that week of the Pro Bowl, the week leading up to the Super Bowl.
Finishing third place is so unsatisfactory.
But Moser, hang on. Wait. I'm telling you right now, that would get at least 30 million viewers.
It's not about what's satisfying competitively. You're thinking about this the wrong way. It's the middle of the winter. There's another football game on the week before the Super Bowl. What do you think people are going to do?
If there's anybody,
maybe it is my lack of sleep, but I can't. And you know what? I guess I can be talked into it, but I don't have an interest in it.
Oh, we would. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
I will tell you 100%.
You're saying,
hang on.
You're saying because you're putting the Broncos in it, but if it was the New York Giants,
I'd still watch.
I'd still watch it.
I'd still watch.
Yeah, it's a football game. It's the same reason you watch a Thanksgiving game between two teams that you're not interested in.
Now, there's no way this happens because the NFL could not convince the best players to play in a game that doesn't matter. So,
you incentivize them. What do you mean it doesn't matter? If you make money off this game and the players get a cut of that money, you see how quickly they'll be motivated to play the game.
You think Matt Stafford would play in that game?
Again,
he's already making $50 million a year.
Stafford ain't playing in that game.
Giving him an extra 50, 100
His body
Gs.
already hurts. He's 36, 38 years old.
Thinking about giving every guy in the roster an extra $1 million. That's $50 million per team.
Now, hang on. Time out. I'll tell you what might work. What you could get. This is where the incentivization could actually happen. If you got a third place college football game, I think that could do it.
I think the incentive of any extra game. I'm getting a text here from a good friend. I'm not going to reveal him, but he's in the know. And he makes a good point. They actually used to do this before they became Super Bowls, back when they were NFL championship games. Two teams that lost in their respective conference finals would play that extra game. So this is not the first time. So they did it back then. And mind you, they did it before football blew up and became what it is today, the national pastime. If you instituted a third place game today, it would be the second highest rated game of the season behind the Super Bowl. Easily.
Championship games might do better.
Okay. Let's say top 5.
Sure.
Who's walking away from that?
Players.
Well, you incentivize it for the players.
But, Vic, I don't think you can incentivize Matt Stafford making $50 million whose body hurts to play in a game that won't matter to him. Even if you give him $500,000.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so
you get nothing out of it except for $500,000, and he makes $50 a year, bro.
Let me follow this up.
Jesus
Moser,
God.
does the NBA Cup matter?
To me, I think it sucks.
I'm asking you, does it matter to the players?
No.
I don't know that it does.
So do the best players play in the NBA Cup?
But that
Minutes
counts
in
for the
middle of
regular
the
season. Like that counts towards their
But
final record.
Does it really matter?
No. Well, what do you mean matter? I mean, it matters like another regular season game matters.
You can apply this to college football as well. If you played a third place game,
no, I think it works there. Yeah,
you would get a huge audience. You guys are insane. See, I think what's happening to Moser, I really believe his lack of sleep and the fact that he's going to play golf today, his brain is melted.
I think you're wrong. I'm with Moser on the NFL side of this. Look, would it be something that would be fully watched, that they could make a ton of money off of, all these things? Yeah. 100%. But you can't get the players to play in it outside.
I disagree. And all you people who are chiming in, I'm reading this, who's going to hang a banner for second or third place? It's not about hanging banners here. It's about providing the product that is so in high demand. We've already talked about the demand for the product. The incentive isn't the banner. The incentive is money. That's the incentive.
Well, the guys lower end of the roster who could would love an extra $1 million. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I think that it would look like a preseason
but you're talking about $1 million. I mean, you're talking about, if you're just doling out cash, $1 million a player, you're talking over $100 million just in bonuses to players.
Let's say you offer every player. Okay. See, this is where you guys are, I believe, are short.
If you offer everybody 500 G's, Vic, it's over $50 million.
Okay, let's say you offered every single player $100,000. $100,000. How many players do you think will sneeze at that and say, "I'm not interested"? I think
the most important ones, and that's what I'm getting at.
I mean, I don't think you guys. They're going to play because they see the value in doing it for their teammates.
Hang on, though.
You don't understand human beings at all, Vic.
What you would be asking.
You just don't understand.
I'm going to keep going back.
I would do that for you, Moj. I would see tomorrow, I would go to work for you, and I've done it. I've worked 2 Fridays already this summer when the rest of the station was off. I've already done it. And you know who I did it for? I did it for you and Brett and Alan. I did it for you guys. I did it so our ratings would continue to blossom on this radio station. I didn't make an extra $1. I did it for you.
I'm going to go back to the Stafford example because it's the guy who matters most. You're asking a 38-year-old to take his Toradol injections before a game that ultimately doesn't mean anything except for $100,000, which he makes. If he makes $50 million a year, divide that by 17, we're talking almost $3 million a game. There's no way.
All right. If you guys want to be, dead wrong, fine. If college football did this, would it work?
Yes. Now, college football is different. If you tell every
player,
they
make money in college football? What if they opt out?
Not $50 million a year.
What if they opt out? What if the opt-out guys opt out?
Yeah, you think those guys, the guys who will be top draft picks, they're opting out of this third place game.
Oh, they would definitely. They would. The top guys would. But still, I don't think that matters. I think it's one more opportunity to see my college team play. I think that would work. But anyway, 303-504-0925. Oh, by the way, next. Hey, it's Brett Kane for Surfside. Check it out. It's my new calling card with Surfside. They're delicious. A whole bunch of different flavors, the iced tea vodkas, the lemonade vodkas, the half and halves, the green teas, all of it. And I swear to you, I haven't had a bad flavor yet. One that I'm like, yeah, no thank you. All of them are great. I love the old Arnold Palmers that you take out on the golf course. Blueberry lemonade vodkas, killer. Find it for yourself. You won't regret it. 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles, easy to sip and enjoy, especially as the weather is warming up. I just saw the 10-day forecast. We're looking at 95, 96, 97 almost every single day. Jesus. I know, it's hot. So get yourself a Surfside, whether it's the golf course, the patio, wherever. Sold at bars, stores, and restaurants near you. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. The Open continues. 18 is eating some people up. You had Scotty double bogey on 18. Bryson was tied for the lead at 4 under. He bogeyed 18, so now he's at 3. Couple other guys struggling. Smalley, whatever his name was, that was leading the tournament at 5 under. He doubled 18. 18's chewing some people up at the Open.
Cracks me up. They get over 1 million people watching a stupid flag football game the week before the Super Bowl, and you're telling me they won't watch this? Crazy.
Who's saying that? I don't know how many times I got to say this to you. People would watch it. I don't know how you motivate a $50 million player. You haven't answered that question.
It's part of your contract.
Can you play Terrell Hatton? He was in his practice round yesterday, and he's one of my favorites. I love him. I love a guy who spits and curses at his golf ball, who yells at himself, says bleep me, calls himself the C word, which is a lot more acceptable in Europe. But he said this to, I don't know who the reporter was, but he was walking around his practice round, and they had a back and forth. Here you go.
Seriously, it was 5. It felt horrific last week in Scotland, and it's been a bit of a sclaff show in practice. So, yeah, 5. Optimistic 5.
I'll see you last group Sunday.
Yeah, good one. I'll be on the sofa watching it.
What was his confidence level going into this? 1 to 10, how confident are you? A 5. Okay, we'll see you on Sunday. Yeah, I'll be on the couch watching.
I'll be on the sofa watching it.
He's cool, man. How do you not like
Hatton?
Hatton?
But he's a live guy.
So what?
Tyrrell Hatton is, I know, I'm saying.
He's funny.
I really like Tyrrell Hatton. I root for him. He is a live guy, though, and again, I can't necessarily blame him for taking the money. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, by the way, can I veer off course? This is a sports show, but can you guys indulge me for 15 seconds of politics? 15 seconds. That's all I need. Is that okay?
I don't do politics.
I want to play audio from Chuck Schumer. Is that okay?
Oh, I know what this is.
Let's go ahead and hear it.
And we need a complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration...
All right.
That's so...
Wait, whoa.
It's exactly what you thought.
Whoa. Is that him?
Yes.
It's him.
All right.
I don't care if you're 12 years old or you're 36 like me. Farts are funny, dude. They're funny.
Wait. So he's just up there at a conference and letting it fly.
Play the whole thing again, because here's what I want you guys to listen to.
Well, I'm not sure
Look,
what here. Okay.
If you're sitting behind a microphone, okay, and you're like, one's coming, you have to talk over it. You don't pause to let that come out.
Or you assume it's a silencer.
I want you to hear it again and how loud this was.
And we need a complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration...
After that, no matter what comes out of his mouth, it means nothing.
No.
It's all just scatterbrain stuff. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, by the way.
Why did you pause? Why did you pause?
For dramatic effect. You know what that reminds me of? Moser's stomach that we've had featured on this show many times.
Nez, when that makes an appearance, the gurgles.
Yeah, many times on this show.
But that is way worse. You can't be in politics and rip a fart in the middle of an Iran conversation.
Completely agree. Hey, I've got one for you. Oh, by the way, guess who's the cover boy for the new NHL 27 EA Sports video game?
I know who it is.
Macklin God dang it.
Sorry.
I thought, don't we play the guessing game on this show?
Don't say that word.
God dang it.
Yeah, don't say.
Dang it.
Don't say that word.
Dang it. How's that?
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that you dropped a pretty loud JC when I was gone and you guys talked over each other coming back from a break.
Yeah, he did.
Can't say that word. I got suspended for 5 days. Fifth grade for saying that word.
What I'm saying to you is that we play the guessing game on this
Hey,
program.
Vic, guess what? There's no more nuns. Don't live your life in fear. It's okay.
Sister Mary Elephant ain't going to wrap your knuckles, bro. It's Macklin Celebrini. He's the youngest of all time. At the age of 20, he will grace the cover of NHL 27. pretty cool.
At what age?
He's 20.
Oh, I thought you said, of NHL 27.
NHL 27,
Gotcha.
yeah. He's only 20, but I think it's pretty cool.
What do you think happens with him in San Jose? Do they just continue to build and then, is this where, how about this, Moser?
Well, they just went out and got the two, veteran defensemen.
Well, what I'm asking is, when Victor Wembanyama got in the league, we all knew, clock's ticking. The Spurs are going to be a problem. Is that how you feel about them? Or is there more that goes into it?
The Sharks will need more to be kind of worried about them. They'll need more, but they're building. They've got some very good young players. This guy is obviously already a star, superstar-ish.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I thought was kind of cool, he said that he would probably give a hometown discount to the San Jose Sharks to have flexibility to build more of a winner too.
Good for
so I think
him.
It's kind of cool, yeah. You do what you got to do to win.
Did you guys see that Steve Kerr was in traffic yesterday, and there was a fan that saw him because he had his window down, started yelling at him, and said, hey, can we sign LeBron James? Do you know what he said back?
Nope.
He said, oh, we got him.
No.
Yes, he did.
I was just messing with him.
Well, I think that he was just, being optimistic. But hang on, I'll send it to Baca, and you can play it. You guys be the judge for yourselves. Because, he had a smile on his face. It's still if LeBron was smart, he would go to the Eastern Conference. But I don't know how much he values that over playing with his boys. So go ahead, Baca. Let's hear it.
Good. Hey, we need to get LeBron, man.
But we need LeBron.
LeBron. Oh, we got him. Okay, that's good. And
They said, we got him. I mean, you heard it right there. I don't know.
Messing with him.
Can I say something that's going to sound, it's rude. It's rude what I'm about to say. So I saw a Shams report yesterday that said, let me find it here. It's talking about LeBron, where the destinations are, where he could possibly go. And he said, all the information for the most part is in GMs, presidents, owners. They've all been heard from. I need to ask this question regarding Shams. Does Shams know anything? Woj would give you breadcrumbs of rumors of hey, this might happen here. And it feels like anytime they go to Shams is yep, there's LeBron is certainly looking for a team.
I'm sure he has an inkling. I'm sure he has a notion, but he's not going to go with it unless it's fact.
If you remember, he got criticized for the Giannis trade because for 13 months, it was Giannis is unhappy in Milwaukee. And it's well, what's going to happen? He's he's unhappy. And then it's just the trade to Miami just kind of poof, came out of nowhere. I don't know what that job entails, though. I don't know what you can say, what you can't say, can you.
So I played during the media, during the All-Star game. They had a media basketball, right? All the media gets together, go play some ball. I felt sorry for Shams.
Because he was always on the phone?
Because you might as well just put your phone in your face. Yeah, I don't know how he lives. He is literally, you think I'm bad with my phone, and I am. He is literally attached to his phone.
Well, we've seen Schefter.
Oh, my God. I wouldn't, that job, to have to live like that, every single second of the day goes by and you have to be on call, essentially, no matter where you go or what you do.
Schefter joins us once a week. Would you say the minimum is 5 times in the 15 minutes that we talk to him, he looks at his phone? Because he has to, because it's
You're
his
in
job.
the information game.
And there's been, multiple occasions where he's guys,
I got to go.
I got to take this, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's one of the few things in the world where advancement in technology has made the job worse, has made it harder. I would cell phone, pre-internet. Everybody, you didn't get information out until the next round of newscasts or the paper the next day. Now it's by the minute. You're living by the minute.
What was the reported number on Schefter? Was it $9 million a year or something like that? Is what he's getting? I don't think I would take it to have that job. I really don't think I would. You don't sleep. You don't see your family. You don't go on vacations. You don't do anything. Your job is just doing this all day. I can't do it.
Well, not just you're making calls. You're talking to agents. You're talking to GMs.
No, I'm just saying this is in your hand the entire day.
You're an information broker, and the way it works for those, I mean, they literally, some GMs will call these guys and say, "What have you heard?" And I'll give you a tidbit in exchange for a tidbit of yours, please.
Yeah.
This is, you're brokering information. That's what it is. Why do you think there are a lot of these teams that are hiring media guys to work in their front offices? Why do you think that is?
Temps?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them. It's information brokers. That's what they're doing.
But if they start working for a team, they don't have the same sources, do they? You aren't getting the same info as when
you
you're
have the same phone numbers. You have the same Rolodex. You have the same ability to communicate.
They should pay those guys under the table is what they should do.
Probably.
What I would do. Oh, by the way, every single day at 8:45, back after this. It's a good song. It's a good song, admit it.
It's a good song. I don't know the words.
Dua Lipa. Hey, so Argentina coming back and beating England again. Another example of them coming back from a deficit late and just finding a way.
Can I say something? Please. Vic, the camera panned to the crowd, and there were individual shots as the director is snapping around on the different buttons, right? And you've got two English fans, a guy and a gal, and they got their stuff on, and he's like smiling. He's got his arm around her, and she's like kissed. Like this is like the 80-minute mark.
Yeah, feeling
It's
good,
over, right? Yeah.
And I'm going, ho ho ho! No! Be careful. And then, it's blam blam. It's blam blam.
It's also, England went into a bit of a prevent defense. They went to their shell.
Why'd they do that?
Their shell game, because that's what coaches and teams subconsciously.
Oh,
that's
Baca.
what they do.
You salty.
Alan Baca's so mad that my team won. You guys all know I was pulling for Argentina. Basically, after the U.S., Argentina, my second favorite team in this whole tournament. That's who I want to win now.
Why?
And I've wanted to win. And they
because he doesn't like any of the Frenchies and the English, and he didn't like any of the Euros.
No Euros for me. And I told you why. Argentina houses the second largest Italian population in the world. I have a lot of relatives that are there in Corrientes. A lot of them from the village.
Buenos dias.
Corrientes. So I got my reasons. You got yours, I got mine. And I'm pulling for Argentina. I didn't like the fact that they wore dark uniforms yesterday. I want the light blues.
Well, look, I don't know how to quantify this, qualify this. I said before that I think what LeBron has done at 41, about to be 42 years old, to keep that athletic sort of peak still going is probably going to be the most remarkable athletic thing that I've seen in my life. Because his game is not like Joker's. It's predicated on being athletic. And he's in his 40s. And he can still play to 22 points a night, at a very, very high level, a top 10, top 15 player in the league level. Messi doing this at 39 of whenever, and gosh, this is hard, especially in a sport like soccer, because there's so many moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
How does he always make the play? And in yesterday's case, 2 plays in the span of 7 minutes.
When you slow it down, and he had a play yesterday that resulted in a foul where he gathered the ball, made a couple quick touches, went between 2 dudes, around another guy, finally got fouled. It's the ability to slow the game down. That's what the great ones do. The ability to maintain possession in a chaotic situation. Maradona was the best. Go back and look at old video of Diego Maradona. What he would do in crowded situations. He would just find his way out. It's unreal. And Messi has a little bit of that. But the 2 assists he had in the game, don't sleep on, especially the second one. That cross, the right foot.
It was pinpoint. Well, not just that.
Unreal.
Vic, what he did, the ball goes off the post. They were this close to taking the lead, 10 seconds before they actually scored.
Correct.
Careens off the post, goes outside, Messi gets it, and what he did was he attacked right at the defenseman and then cut it up, knowing that if he went towards the guy first, he would step out towards him, then kicked it towards the net, or went towards the net, found the open space and crossed. It's that little stuff that just opened up a window, and it has to feel like an inevitability of we're doomed. This guy's just going to find a way. It was the 85th minute, you're up 1-0. 7 minutes later, you're down, and
crazy.
Your dreams are dead.
It's just crazy. I mean, bless you.
Shut up. I'm trying to make a point here, okay?
It's crazy. I'll watch McKinnon do some things sometimes. And maybe that's what it's like when he's dancing around a guy or, something like the goal against St. Louis, in the playoffs that didn't
Felt like it should have won the game. It didn't.
It didn't. But yeah, I mean,
But
it's just stuff where you go, there's a handful of players on the planet that can do that. Some of that stuff is amazing. I watch Kale. I watch the way he dances around. Yeah. You're like, that's just, you're looking at the other best on the planet, and yet he's walking them. It's crazy.
I remember watching Forsberg and Sakic in their heyday here and how they slowed the game down. Forsberg
100%.
able, with the puck in his possession. Good luck taking the puck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
You couldn't. You couldn't.
And to bring this back for the audience now, what we were talking about earlier, and I do think that this is it's an interesting difference between us here in America and across the world, how we react to international competition. There are people in England that are, Moj, it's like a day of everyone somber.
Oh, yeah.
No one's happy. People are depressed. And I don't think there's any sport here that would make us react that way.
I don't think so either, because
we had embarrassment when the U.S. Olympic team, basketball team, took bronze.
Yeah,
there was embarrassment.
Yes.
But it wasn't like it didn't stick with us
It's
forever.
not the end of the world.
Yeah.
The so much national identity is put into this game, this particular kind of game, soccer. And then certainly so much national identity is put into their national team. And so it's just the biggest thing ever. Now, we enjoy the Olympics and USA won gold and, blah, 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 but it's not the same. It's just, it's different.
It's almost like in the middle of the game, because I was with people watching that the U.S. hockey team win gold. Remember, that was, a 6 o'clock start or something like that? And a whole bunch of people set their alarms, woke up, made sure to watch. And when you scored in overtime and won the game, there was this just, like people were pumped. And you talked about it the rest of the day. Like, man, how awesome was that? It was amazing. And then 2 days later, you're like, yeah, it was cool. When did the Avs start again? Like, it was that fast. And it just doesn't happen around the world that way. And my guess is we have a saturation of sports, especially in this market, where you have 4 major sports teams. It's so easy to move on to the next thing. So easy. And that's why we asked people earlier.
If the Nuggets and the Avalanche are good, if the Broncos get bounced, it's a little bit of a salve on the wound. But, people, listen, Brett, some losses are harder than others. The loss to the Baltimore Ravens was way more difficult than the loss to the New England Patriots, in my opinion.
But the Ravens loss, you would never have whatever you felt in the moment and then the days after that. You would never feel that way about international competition with the U.S. in any sport. You would never have that pit in your stomach that just lives there for days. You would not have that with any U.S. competition. And we'll bring this back. Let's do this again.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
I give you the option of the Rockies winning the World Series or the U.S. winning the World Cup. What do you choose?
Rockies winning the World Series.
So 303-504-0925. Text in Rockies or text in USA.
Yeah. Well, but that's not a fair comp because it would be the first in both scenarios.
Yeah, but this is local team versus.
But it's local team who at the time right now is the least popular of all the teams.
Well,
in this
I think the point he's trying to prove is Tottenham Hearts. Tottenham Hotspur fans or Liverpool fans or whatever, they would probably, I would say to a person, they would rather have England win the World Cup than the Spurs win the EPL.
I want, by the way, anytime their name is brought up again, that's how I'm going to say it.
Who are you guys pulling for on Sunday, by the way? Are you España?
España.
Argentina.
Buenos dias. España.
I guess the reason I would pull for Spain is because I've been to Spain.
Great.
Well, don't make fun of my reason. I'm just trying to tell you, I really don't have a dog in the fight here. Whatever.
Alan?
I love Spain. I love everything about Spain. I'm going to have Spanish food. I'm going to, listen to.
It's just because you don't like Argentina.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Hang on.
2 days ago, I didn't want Spain to win, but
Let's see if Brett's geographically stupid again.
Okay, here we go.
Hang on. Paella. Is that a Spanish dish?
it is.
Okay, so I got that right. Sweet.
See, you guys don't even know why. You don't even know why you're rooting
I
for
don't think
Spain.
I've had paella. It looks delicious. I need to have some. You know what? I'll go with you on that, Baca. I'll eat some paella on Sunday. I'll find it somewhere. By the way, this is like a landslide. Everybody's saying Rockies on this.
Don't like
That looks
the way
delicious.
Europe reacted to the U.S. and that red card. I don't like the way the holier-than-thou Europe reaction to it.
Did you see what Balogun said, by the way?
Yes.
He said that he almost wishes he, I don't know if I'm
Sat
saying this
out?
totally correctly. I'm paraphrasing. It sounded to me like he said, I almost wish it didn't get overturned because it was too much of a distraction.
I think it probably was.
It was. The way it happened was, you're right. It made it hard.
They
It
were
made it
flat.
difficult.
They were flat as a pancake. Flat as a pancake.
Our president should not have been involved in that at all. You're exactly right. But it still bothers me that I got to get preached to by a European Union where corruption is part of their sport every day. And they've done it every day. Don't preach to me about corruption.
Get your injury photos or your penalty photos out of here.
Oh, he said corruption. I thought you guys wanted a example.
This is a great question, by the way. Texture says he would take the USA over the Rockies winning a World Series, but he goes, both are equally as ridiculous. What do you think would happen first? Rocks win the World Series.
Rocks win the World Series.
Or USA wins the World
Rockies
Cup.
win a World Series.
Yeah, because it's once every 4 years. I mean, I guess it's not a great question. The Rockies could just catch lightning in a bottle one year, maybe.
I mean, they almost did, bro. They almost did.
Yeah. I'm telling you, there is, I don't think there's anybody in any market, if you polled the majority of the people, that would take a USA World Cup over their local team winning a championship. I don't think there's not a single city.
There's do we have national pride in any sport, really? I mean,
But
we want our teams to win. We root for America to win, gold in hockey or basketball or whatever.
Is this just me, or is this how a lot of people feel? My reaction to the U.S. winning in sports that we shouldn't be, or I guess really anything, could even be basketball, where we are the overwhelming favorites every year in the Olympics. When the U.S. won the gold medal against Canada, I took majority. The majority of my joy came from being able to make fun of Canada and not so much of just I'm proud of my own guys for winning. I'm not even kidding. I'm being 100% honest with you. Having that hang over Canada's head.
You are as equally happy to stick it to Canada as you were your team winning.
My whole thing was like, we took your sport from you. And I thought that was funny. And if we won the World Cup, I don't even think my joy would come from being able to say, yay, our boys did it. It would be me giving the finger to like England and Argentina and Spain and France and be like, you guys, this was your thing and now it's our thing. Like, I really think that's where my joy comes from.
I will say this. I've watched more World Cup this year than I ever have in my entire life. Mm-hmm. Maybe even combined.
Because the games have been unreal.
Yeah,
because the games have been more dramatic.
I don't know about anybody else, but I've really, really enjoyed it.
I think there's a different faith in the U.S. this year, too. You believed in them a little bit more than maybe you have really any time recently.
Yeah, but I've watched a lot of games between countries that, again, I asked you to point out Cape Verde on a map. You have no idea. You have no clue.
I still don't know. Yeah. West Coast Africa?
Off the coast.
Yeah, off the coast.
It's an island.
This is where the passion of the World Cup, the lines start to get blurred. I'm reading a lot of texts from people and why they don't like Argentina, Nazi nation, all this crap. And it just cracks me up. I mean, you holier than thou folks who think that every country doesn't have an era of corruption, an era of scandal, an era. I mean, England colonized the world. Spain colonized the world. Shut up. with your holier-than-thou crap. Go Argentina.
So wait, Vic, your response to that is, why you bringing up old stuff?
I mean, because people just, they pick and choose and pick, like all people in Argentina are bad people. You know, I've got family there. They're good people. They're farmers. They're really good people. They love their kids. They're good people.
What country don't you have family in? I just saw Ferdinando that every Lombardi in Toronto's over in Italy right now.
Don't forget to join DMac at Old Town Tavern on
Speaking
Sunday
of-
to watch Argentina and Spain in the World Cup final. The party starts at 12:30, and DMac is giving away prizes all game. We'll see you at Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday.
So about that Surfside.
Check him out.
Check him out, Ed.
Check it out.
The Surfside. Pause.
303.
Check it out.
504-0925. Still a lot to get to. Stick around.
Vic Lombardi here for AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They service everything. Located out here on the west side pride, baby. They'll call you up when they're arriving, and they'll make sure they arrive on time. And that's the beef now. Call a lot of these service places, and they'll give you this massive window, and you don't know when they show up. You don't have time all day. These people show up on time, and they take care of you like they took care of me. I had some plumbing deficiencies. They came in, worked on it, found a couple more deficiencies that I was not aware of, and I'm glad they found them because that could have been very ugly. Call today. AAA. Go online. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
All right, an update from the Open. Daniel Brown, Sung Jae Im, both lead the way at 4 under. Bryson DeChambeau is at 3 under. Robert McIntyre's at 3 under. They're all done for the day. Rory just teed off about a half an hour ago. He's even through 3. Where does this one rank for you, Vic? Does your order go obviously Masters 1, US Open 2? How do you have it?
Yeah, I would go. Yeah, I like this one only because of the viewing ability. And the weekend mornings, you can just chill out and watch the Open.
Yeah.
I really like the way it breaks out. So I would put the Open and the US Open tied for number 2. And then, of course, the PGA falls behind. The PGA is just sort of, I don't know, it's sort of weird.
Yeah. You know what's crazy is that I was watching Koepka. He teed off like an hour ago. I think he's 1 over. Koepka's a 5-time major winner. He's won 5.
Yeah, and then he went to the LIV Tour, lost his way, lost his game. Remember when he was that intimidating figure on the PGA Tour? It's like, wow, Koepka's here. Watch out.
Well, he was the only bro that was there. Like, he was a former football dude. He showed up like 20 minutes before his tee time, took a couple rips at it, and then sort of John Daly-ish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not warming up for an hour and a half. I'm going to rip a dart, hit a couple balls,
he
and go.
doesn't nerd out. He's not like DeChambeau's like the golf nerd. He nerds out.
Yeah.
And
Koepka's
Koepka's the opposite.
He's a bro.
Yeah.
He's the guy who's playing music on the golf course and that sort of thing. Wyndham, by the way, is 2 over through 4. So he was on, remember, Wyndham's been on a tear lately. A little struggle here out of the gates for him.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the update from the Open. Now, Vic, with what's happening across the NBA, and I don't know if we'll have an answer by this weekend on if LeBron's going to have a team or not. I guess he's doing some live podcast in front of a crowd with Tyrese Halliburton this weekend. I don't know what this event is, but some sort of
his
event.
barbershop. His barbershop.
Oh, but it's a live audience.
Yeah,
it's
a
going to be
live
there.
version of it. Yeah.
Speculation is maybe he announces it on the podcast, which would sound like a LeBron thing to do, right? All these guys like to announce these things themselves now. Is there anything that would shock you by what LeBron chooses?
Yeah, if he chose Denver, that would shock you.
Yeah.
That question is answered pretty easily. If he came to Denver at this point, I'd be shocked. I'd be stunned.
But he's not gonna.
I don't see it happening. Alan Bach has a better chance of becoming an Argentina fan over the weekend.
Yeah.
Not happening.
Here's just a follow-up question to this. Is this gigantic news because it's LeBron, or is this gigantic news because LeBron can still play and help? What do you think it's more
both.
of?
I mean, I think both. There are a lot of guys who could still play and help, but they're not LeBron James, and they don't bring the extra sauce.
Who would you say, like, give me a player comp to what LeBron's game is now? Like, if the Nuggets didn't get LeBron, what version of another player would you say is equal?
Well, who can get you 21, 8, and 6? 21, 8, and 6. Give me somebody who can get you that, and that's LeBron James.
Let me go back and look at something real quick because I wonder what this would be. Maybe this is going to be a bad comparison. I don't know. So you remember what about Jeremy Grant? If the Nuggets got Jeremy Grant back, would that be similar?
God, that's a great question.
Because he's like 18.5 per night right now in Portland.
Well, you know what? Let me bring it closer to home. Who do you think produces more, numbers-wise, stats-wise? LeBron James or Aaron Gordon?
LeBron.
So
now, I mean, AG's got a defensive presence that maybe LeBron's not as interested in doing anymore. That I guess should factor in that discussion. But if okay, how about this? If you could have one, and we'll make this equal.
And you displace the other?
Both guys play 82 games this year, and they play in the playoffs. No missed games. They're fully healthy every single night, which neither will be. But just for argument's sake, who would you rather have?
Oh, that changes things.
Yeah.
That changes. I mean, now you've just redefined the comp.
Yeah.
I mean, you give me 82 of AG, I'll take it. I mean, he's developed a jump shot. Guy had 10 threes in the opener against Golden State. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Have we forgotten that game? Was it 10 threes or 12 threes? I don't even remember. He went just ballistic. Put a 50-piece on the board in the first game of the year. I'm thinking after that game, we were all watching. Now, the Nuggets lost. They spoiled it.
I know.
But you're watching that game and you're saying, oh, my God, Aaron Gordon's going to be an all-star.
He was 17. Oh, my God, man. He was 17 of 21 from the floor and 10 of 11 from three.
I mean, think about that for a second. After that game, I'm looking at that man saying, holy crap. And then he couldn't stay healthy. Then the hamstring injury started bugging him again. And it sucks. It sucks because you know what he's capable of doing. He's an incredible force.
Man, this sounds like the discussion we had yesterday when I said if you had the option, money being equal, Lamar Jackson, Bo Nix, straight up, do you do the trade? And a lot of people chose Bo Nix. And I go, this feels dumb. I'm not even saying I disagree, but it feels dumb to say no to that because he's a two-time MVP. I'm asking you, do you want one of the greatest players who's ever lived on your roster?
Well,
and the answer is I don't know for Aaron Gordon. And Aaron Gordon is a special player, especially to this team. He's one of those guys, I think his impact is felt more here than it would be in other places maybe. But part of me, when I ask that, is like, what are we even asking here? What do you mean you wouldn't get LeBron here? What does that even mean?
Mm-hmm. You're bringing extra. It's not just the player. You're bringing the cameras. You're bringing the attention. You're bringing everyday microscopic mindset. You're bringing First Take. You're bringing Stephen A. Smith. You're bringing Brian Windhorst. You're bringing Dave McMenamin. It's not just LeBron James. You're bringing all of that here.
How did you feel?
You're bringing all of it.
How did you feel when Tebow was here and that was happening?
It was one season out of the blue. First of all, Tebow wasn't like that when he arrived. Right?
No, I know, but
Tebow
it became
arrived,
that.
The year that he was given the opportunity to play, it was absolute chaos here.
Yeah.
It was week by week. And what it did, even though the Broncos kept winning, what people may not have seen on the inside, it caused some divide in the locker room. There was divide in the locker room. There really was.
Like people were not liking the attention he was receiving or what?
He was always, and I'll say this about Tim Tebow, he was always genuinely welcoming, nice. He never did anything to put him, but I think some of his teammates were not fond of what was happening.
Was it jealousy?
A little bit. Maybe they saw through the masquerade. Maybe they thought this is all just, what is going on here? A little bit, but you can't deny the results.
Dude, I couldn't imagine being like a wide receiver on that team if you're DT or Emmanuel Sanders or whoever. And Vic Decker, you're going through, 3.5 quarters of you having like 40 yards passing on the day. You're just thinking to yourself, the hell are we doing here?
What is happening?
And then you win, and you're like, I guess it's fine. I mean, it is really, I think, the most confounding football experience that anybody's ever had. Of you watched it and you're like, that doesn't work. That will never work in the NFL. But they won.
You know, Tim Tebow is one of those rare Haley's Comet type athletes. Came in, left, never really was anything afterwards, right?
Yeah.
He never was. Never the same again. But I don't ever remember, guys, and somebody help me out, a 3-month run, because it was 3 months. He was not the starter to start the season. It was a 3-month run of Tim Tebow that was so powerful from a media standpoint. It started a movement. I mean, he was Tebowing. Kids are Tebowing all over the world.
What's even close to it?
I'm trying to think.
Jeremy Lin?
Not
Linsanity? Linsanity?
Yeah, but even then, Linsanity didn't. That was a month. Linsanity was a shorter window. He took this into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's true.
On a playoff stage, the dramatic ending to that game against the Steelers at Mile High with Demaryius Thomas. I'm telling you, I've never experienced anything like it. Such a short window of celebration, I guess. And then it went away.
By the way, Bach has got pulled up behind me, the box score from the Broncos-Chiefs game in Week 9. Tim Tebow was 2 of 8 throwing the football for 69 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
They won the game 17-10.
Brett, I don't know how old you were, and I don't know how much you paid attention to Broncos games. There were so many games, the Miami game, if everybody remembers that. When you look back, the Chicago game, there were so many games, and the game ends, and you're like, how the hell did they win that? Because I used to, that's back when I worked at Channel 4, and we did live locker room interviews. And my first question, I think, for consecutive weeks was, how did you do that?
Well,
and a lot of the players laughed.
Yeah.
They literally laughed.
Well, if I ask you, all right, well, let's do this then. It's not the same, obviously. But, Vic, there's plenty of times I walked in here on Monday last year, and I said, how the hell did they do that? They had no points going into the fourth quarter against the Giants, and they finished with 33?
But it was different. Tebow Mania was focused on Tebow. The Broncos comebacks, Bo Nix got a lot of the credit for it, but it was more they saw the value of the defense. It was different.
Oh, but ignoring the attention part of it, how about the belief? Because it feels like it's easier to believe in what the Broncos did last year as opposed to what happened during the Tebow era for pretty obvious reasons.
Bo could throw the ball. I mean, this is a different deal here.
But as far as, this is where I get a little bit hesitant in thinking about what the Broncos are going to be this upcoming season. I think we can all admit, even the person looking through the rosiest of rose-colored glasses, last year was a little bit fluky in how you got to 14 wins. I mean, we went through it, Vic. The entire first half of the season was kind of like you win 13-11 in London against the Jets. You come back the next week, no points going in the fourth quarter against the Giants. You put up 33 to win by 1 point. The Eagles game where they just refused to run the ball with Saquon Barkley, and you have this, 14 points in the fourth quarter to win that game by 3? Like, a lot of what happened last year feels, again, attention part aside, a little bit like, how'd you do that? I just watched a movie with my daughter. Have you ever seen Angels in the Outfield?
Yeah.
It felt like that. Like somebody is carrying Matthew McConaughey in center field for a diving catch. You're like, how did you do that?
Yeah, but the one consistency was the defense.
True. But I mean,
the Giants game was stupid.
But the Broncos defense with Tebow was pretty good. I mean,
I know. But the Giants game here this year, that was the most ridiculous. I'm thinking about ridiculous games I've ever witnessed, right? The most ridiculous games by the Broncos.
Yeah.
I would have to put that Giants game right now. It's if not number one, it's what else can compete with that? The game was over.
And here's the craziest part, Vic. Not only did
you understand the game was over,
you entered the fourth quarter with 0 points, and you're like, okay, we need a furious comeback. The score at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and this is what's so crazy, it was 19-0. So, Vic, it's not just that you scored 33 points. You gave up a couple of touchdowns, too.
Brett, and I say it was the craziest comeback I've ever witnessed after having witnessed the Elway era.
Yeah.
After watching him, there was a game against the Oilers. I can't remember the year. And Bronco fans, you'll know right away. I'll get texts. You guys know the Oilers game. The comeback was ridiculous. It was unmatched at the time, unrivaled, what he did to bring the Broncos back to win that game. That Oilers victory is nothing compared to what they did against the Giants last year in one quarter. Nothing. It was stupid.
Yeah. Who was the backup quarterback to Tebow that year?
Brady Quinn and, Kyle Orton was the guy. Then he got traded at the let go. Actually, he got let go. Ended up playing for the Chiefs. That was crazy. That was the other thing. The turn of events that year, guys who coming and going everywhere.
Do you think Elway was itching for Tebow to play badly and lose so they could make a switch?
Well, I know for a fact that John was in a tough spot because John knew that this guy was not the long-term answer here. He knew it. And even though Nimrods like myself, because we had John on our radio show once a week when I did that radio show with Gary, and we would pump up Tebow's tires and be like, oh, my God, this guy, lifelong Bronco. And he would sort of have to bite his tongue and say, yeah, he's playing great. But he knew.
Uh-huh.
He knew. And the only way you get out of that Tebow PR mess, because it was a PR disaster, you have to sort of unwind yourself, unclothe yourself from the Tebow mania, and you can't be naked. What are you going to put on? He did the only thing he could do. He got Peyton Manning.
That is so true. I think there's no switch you could have made outside of that, right? Or else the fan base would revolt. They would.
The only thing you could do, because there's a faction of fans who thought this Tebow thing, hell, ask DMac. He wrote what did DMac write? It was Alan, I forgot. He called it something. He wrote like a War and Peace essay on how Tim Tebow would save the Broncos franchise. And then boom, it's gone.
Yeah. But for Peyton, which everybody understood. I mean,
but we all fell for it. Not all of us. I don't want to throw. There's a lot of you out there who didn't. I did. I thought, man, even if let's say you get. I even said this. I said, okay, Peyton Manning, that's understandable. Just keep Tebow around in case you need a few yards to run the ball. I was like, yeah, but it's just not possible. And
No way.
What I didn't realize and recognize, and that's why I'm not in those positions, and these guys are. There's no way you could keep two guys that demand that much attention on the same team playing the same position. You can't do it.
For sure.
Can't do it.
Speaking of DMac, you can join him at Old Town Tavern on Sunday to watch Argentina and Spain in the World Cup final. The party starts at 12:30. DMac giving away prizes all games, so we'll see you at Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday. Back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane for Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook. And the reason for that is simple. Other books, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash, that's the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash with up to 10% Fan Cash back on all wagers, win or lose. You ever get skunked in like a parlay, you go 0 for 4? Doesn't matter, up to 10% back on that. So if you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Don't forget about the Fan Cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw, enter with Fan Cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credits, premium sports experiences, tickets, and so much more. Extraordinary prizes. Oh, wait, did I also mention that they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Every Friday. Do it tomorrow. Tap in the app, see what it's all about. Switch to the book that always gives you more to play with. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Download the app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right, can I ask a question? Again, might be a dumb question, whatever. I don't know what this word necessarily, the context of it means. And here's what I'm talking about. Like, there's a word that people mess up a lot, and it's infamous. People think that means just like super duper famous. It's famous for being something bad.
Yeah, infamous has a different connotation.
Yeah. It's like Mussolini was infamous. Pearl Harbor, a day that lives in infamy. Like that's it's a bad famous.
Alan Baca, the infamous wearer of Yankees caps.
Yes.
Guys, it's a different one though. Did you notice?
I do. That's a slightly different color.
It's the Hamilton one.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, Hamilton
and it's gold.
Broadway version. Nice.
So multiple people have said it was the Tebow Manifesto that DMac wrote.
Yes.
Is manifesto a bad thing, or is it just used a lot when bad people do stuff? Like, the Unabomber had a manifesto, and anytime I hear manifesto, it's like somebody's declaring something evil or something like that.
I don't think it has a bad connotation. A manifesto is simply a strategical write-up.
A public declaration of an individual or group's beliefs, aims, and intentions.
Yeah. We have our own manifesto.
Do we?
Our intentions, our aims, our beliefs.
What's that?
Well, I've written it. I'll show it to you someday. We talk sports at a professional level. We stick to sports at a professional level. We hit our breaks on time professionally.
I'm pretty sure all three of those are lies.
We work every Friday throughout the summer.
Speaking of, Drunk Take's coming up in a few minutes. I got to show you this video. Vic.
I didn't know we were off tomorrow. I had no idea we were off.
We are. I think this is our last one for a while, I think. But, Vic, I got to show you a video. Sometimes I just file this under this kid rules. I don't know if you've seen this kid. So he's got a whole bunch of videos like this, but he can do bird noises to perfection. Perfection. Huh? I'll show you. Look at how awesome this kid is. Listen. Wait for it.
Then the American crow. Wonder if they're gonna come soon. Then Atlantic puffin. Oh.
Wait.
Next to purple martin. Whippoorwill.
Tell me that skid doesn't rule, man.
What the hell is going on?
Tell me this kid doesn't rule.
Request, guys.
So he has people send him requests of birds, and he can do all of them. That crow that he did, that one was amazing.
The first one, if I had closed my eyes, I would think that bird is here in my home.
How awesome is that kid?
That's crazy.
So man. I stumbled across it yesterday. I found out he's got a whole bunch of videos like that. I just want to give a shout out to that kid. You rule.
Some people have hand-eye coordination. Others have that. Do you know about this guy? And this kid was at my brother's studio. You've been in my brother's studio where we did our magic. Have you read about this kid or seen him on social media? He's like 8, 10 years old, and he makes music. Like, he can remember the music of any special song, and he puts it together himself and changes the beats. I don't know if you've seen this guy. He's very popular on social media.
So he
recreates music. Yeah. Like, no, somebody will give him a tune, and he'll go, yeah, oh, yeah, you mean this? And then I'm like, oh, my God, he just recreated.
Dude, that's a gift.
Yeah, and I'm watching this kid. I'm like, what is going on right now? When you see genius in your presence, I'm not calling Birdman a genius here, but
he's a genius at that. I'll tell you that much. I had a buddy like that. He's a guitar player, and he's one of those guys, Vic. If you have him listen to 15 seconds of a song, he will be able to recreate it on the guitar immediately. I'm like, I don't know how you have whatever that is.
Yeah, that transfer of.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like hand-eye coordination in sports. Some people just figure it out.
But that's something I think you can work towards. I think you've got to be born with something like that. You can hone it, but you got to be born with it.
What allows Lionel Messi, standing under 5'6", to slow the game down to such a level where he thinks 3 steps ahead of everybody else?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is it? You watch him, you see it. And I love it when they go slow-mo with him because that's the only way we could catch up to what he sees.
Seriously.
You know, it's awesome. When they go a slow-mo of Lionel Messi with the ball on his foot, you're like, oh, I see what he sees.
Right.
Oh, I get it.
I'm telling you, though, for those people that are blessed with something like that, because, look, man, I guess it's the same thing in any other sport, right? Like, would you say that Barry Bonds worked his way to being that good of a hitter, or was he born with something special hand-eye wise that he just then sharpened to, like, the best level that's ever existed? I don't know. I don't know what the proper answer is. Basketball, it's a little bit easier to play that game, I suppose. Like, Vic, LeBron is an amazing player. Would LeBron be top 2 ever if he wasn't 6'8" and 240 pounds?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about genetics. I mean,
if he's 6'2", probably not. But
that's why it's some of these common folk that amaze me more. I mean, who would have ever thought? And I said this earlier this week that the greatest athlete, and the word "great," let me specify, the most popular athlete stands 5'6" tall.
Yeah.
It's Lionel Messi.
Yeah. It's a thing.
Correct?
It's a thing I love about baseball. Baseball, it's why I think it's the most amazing sport. You can be fat, you can be skinny, you can be short, you can be tall. You can be whatever. Doesn't matter. Well, you can look like CC Sabathia fat, or you can look like CC Sabathia skinny. It doesn't matter.
That's why I'm stunned.
You can shove.
That's why I'm stunned about hockey players. Some of the hockey players I see, I'm like, what? They look like normal dudes.
Yeah. People are saying the Bonds, needles, steroid stuff. I'm just going to tell you guys this right now. It certainly helps. I'm not going to deny that. Barreling up a baseball, there's no steroid in the world that makes you do that. Not a single one. You put the barrel on the ball, it's going to fly. So, with a few minutes left, reminder to you guys, DMac's going to be at Old Town Tavern on Sunday to watch Argentina and Spain in the World Cup final. The party starts at 12:30. He's giving away prizes all day. So go to Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday at 12:30. But let's get to our favorite part of the week, please. Go ahead, Baca.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
By the way, give a shout out to Alan Baca filling in for Nelly all week. Done a fantastic job, Baca. Nice job.
Good job, Baca.
It's been fun, guys. Thank you.
We are off tomorrow. I think it's our last Friday that we're off for a minute. So, this is Drunk Takes. There are clips from throughout the week with someone down half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Go ahead, Baca. I'm going to tell you something right now. You could put me in flippers from a pool. I will throw harder than you.
Moser, I can have a baby in one hand and throw it the other. You will not throw harder than me. We've already proven
You're
this.
so full of crap.
I mean, I don't know what else to do. I don't want to publicly embarrass you.
July 21st. We're going to that game. We're getting it on. We are getting it on.
I say this all the time. There's a lot of people in our business, Vic, that have an inflated sense of their athleticism and what they can and can't do in sports. I am not one of those people. So when I tell you that I can do something athletically, I mean it. And if I was wearing flippers, I would throw the ball harder than Moser.
I am not joking here. I think I could throw left-handed harder than he could throw right-handed.
I don't know. No.
Okay, we'll see.
You are sort of ambidextrous, though, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. What's next?
Hey, before we're done with this segment, you want to bring your glove tomorrow and have a catch after the show?
I honestly have no idea where my glove is.
Okay.
You can give me what?
Actually, you know what?
Glove? Yeah, I'll.
Actually,
I
You know what, Mosh?
my car. I'll have a catch with you.
I can't though. I just remembered.
It's the quickest Moser invite to taking the invite right out of your hands. It happens all the time, but that's the fastest I've ever seen it. What's next?
That is Moser in a nutshell.
Yeah. Do you want to play golf tomorrow? Tomorrow comes. Sorry, I can't. Yeah. Last second thing that just popped up. And by last second, it means it's been in my calendar for a month. I just forgot. What's next?
I just want to be that guy at the end, like Key and Peele.
You almost messed it up again.
I know.
Key and Peele, Peele and Key.
Whatever song, I just want to come in at the end and go.
Hey, you want that doo-wop group, Vic? What's next?
I believe it was Yates who said, reality writes itself from the book of destiny as we speak, yet it only presents itself when it does so. Yeah. Listen to that one again if you need to, bud.
That was our
Marty talking.
Our old producer Marty O is sending a fake voice memo to LeBron as John Cooper, of all people.
Quoting Yates.
Quoting Yates. What's next?
I have no idea why I'm waking up at 4 a.m.
You know what, dude? I've been doing that too.
Is it menopause? What is happening?
I don't know what you call it.
Menopause?
You've never heard of that?
Is that a real thing?
Yeah. Just wait. It hits.
Menopause.
4 a.m., Moj. Just randomly.
Yeah.
No reason.
Caused by a gradual decline in testosterone.
Gradual? Try none.
I didn't know menopause was real. I guess it's a real thing. All right, one more. Go ahead.
You're too young.
Wait, take a look at this full-grown bison in Yellowstone National Park can weigh up to 2,000 pounds. Incredible bend and agility, can get around trees and around defenders like nothing. Got the size to play interior, but the speed to play on the edge. Incredible versatility, great at the point of contact. They do have to mention the off-the-field concerns. He's got a little bit of an aggression problem. Gotta worry about that when factoring into second contract, but I do think overall he's a first-round pick. That was my first ever fake Kuiper.
That's a hell of a Kuiper, bro.
But it's got to be, a drunk take's almost made it like, it's got to be quick. It's got to be quick.
No, I love. Hey, Alan, you did a great job.
Great job, Bucket. Nice job.
Thank you. Go Spain.
Oh, yeah, you had to get that in at the very last second. Go to Old Town Tavern, Sunday, 12:30. DMac will be there for the game. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. We love you all very much. Talk to you on Monday. Love you. See ya.
With our rotating set of hosts and producers all week here on Altitude Sports Radio, it was my delight to look over my screen and see the bright-eyed and bushy-faced Mark Springer producing the show today on the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach momentarily, Mike Sanford, and Spring behind the glass. Spring, what's up, dude? Good to see you.
Well, and my tail. My tail is also bushy.
Yeah, but I can see your face, and your face is bushy. Like, you're not a clean-shaven individual. I don't know if you have a tail. I can't see your derriere, your backside, your behind.
I'm bushy everywhere.
Coming off the second of two semifinals in the World Cup, a stunning defeat for the English. Yesterday, I was out there at the Sportsbook in Highlands Ranch, courtesy of our friends at Michelob Ultra, and there was not a single Argentine jersey at the bar, and it was standing room only when we were out there giving away Rapids tickets and Michelob Ultra prize packs, and we're giving away a foosball table and a signed Rapids jersey by the entire team on Sunday. I believe it's at the Old Town Tavern in Arvada with DMac for the final. Not a single Argentine jersey there.
There's a lot of, bloody hell.
It was,
for frick's sake.
They were thrilled for the first 80 minutes, and then their entire worldview collapsed. You know what I felt? What I was watching in front of me? The same feeling that you and I, Mark Springer, when we did our watch-alongs for the Avs and the Vegas Golden Knights on Altitude Plus, where we just got hit with a Mack truck.
Very similar, wasn't it?
So unbelievably similar, where you're like, oh yeah, England's finally going to get this thing done. They are going to, it's coming home is the phrase, coach, right? It's coming home. No, it ain't. They had it. It was there. And then they went into a shell. They played prevent defense. And Argentina went, what's that? What? Like the great white sharks that they are, right? These old, millions of years old predators, Lionel Messi. And then they pounced. And you were dead in the water.
What Lionel Messi is doing at this age is remarkable. And people want to talk about the style that he plays, where he just stands around and lingers. I'll say this, at 44 years old, standing around for a couple hours hurts, to be very honest. I do it at practice every single day. But for him to be able to be on point with the touch and the precision of the pass, that second assist, the cross that he had, Raj, might have been the best pass I've ever seen in my life.
With his right foot, his non-dominant foot.
And I wasn't even talking about best pass that I've ever seen coming off of somebody's foot. That was the perfect throw if you were an elite quarterback.
Hold on, you're talking about you could not throw a ball better than where he placed it with his foot.
I always talk about that drill. I actually call that goalpost drill on a football field. And we do a drill that the quarterback's trying to throw the football firm enough that it beats a safety onto a seam route, but with enough arc that it just barely gets over the outstretched hand of a linebacker. Lionel Messi did that with his freaking foot. Did you see how it just curled over a completely jumping John Stones, I believe it was? Jumping as high as he could. And it was a mere inch away from the top of his scalp.
You know what it was like? It was that seam pass that Bo Nix had in the end of the first quarter to Marvin Mims in the divisional round game, where it was just over it was either the underside linebacker or it was another corner underneath the throw. And
maybe a nickel.
It was fantastic. And when you watch the replay, it's inches above the fingers. It hits Mims right in the hands. It's just underneath the high side safeties. That's what Lionel Messi did with his non-dominant foot.
I call that a level 2 throw, right? So a level 1 is max effort, full velocity as a passer and as a quarterback. Level 3.
Oh, you mean the ones that Bo Nix likes to whip out on like second and goal from the 4?
Just rip it.
He's launching things. And guys, I never played football. I was too small. So I never caught a football thrown by a either professional or a Division I level quarterback until you, Mike Sanford, threw me a ball from like 20 yards away.
When was this?
It had to be 6 months ago. You had a ball in here, and I went, oh, just throw me something. We did it down the hallway.
That's right.
Guys, it hurts so much.
Was it even a real ball?
I think it was probably a youth ball.
Yeah,
it was probably a high school football.
Because a brand new, they call the NFL ball the Duke, which is arguably the greatest
Great
ball
name.
of any sport in history of the world. Up there with the original feather infused baseball, I think. Maybe not baseball. Was it football or soccer ball? One of the originals was before they could pump a ball. They stuffed a ball, right? Back in the 1800s. Some sport. The Duke.
I'll take your word for it.
The Duke, when it comes fresh out of the package, and outside of Tom Brady and Deflategate with the New England Patriots, where they were able to manipulate whatever they wanted to do with the football, in terms of PSI rating and age of the football, when you bring that thing fresh out of a ball, those laces, Raj, are finger cutters. When somebody throws at max velocity, I've caught balls with a ring finger on because I'm coaching, and I'm not a player, that the ring finger ends up getting split because the lace hits right in that web.
You got to take your ring off.
I do that.
Or you do it the Halo thing. And
I did that for a while.
Rubber ring.
I did
but
rubber
then it
rings.
Smells.
Yeah, it's kind of nasty. Then sometimes I do put the ring in the pocket, and then there's a picture of me, at practice coaching, and I don't have a ring on.
Anne Marie's doing laundry the next day, and she hears just the metallic clanging
With
every 3 seconds in the dryer, thinking it's a quarter. No, it's Mike's ring.
But yeah, I mean, it's a remarkable thing to think about what Lionel Messi is able to do with his foot, because there are so many quarterbacks that I know that can't perfect that level 2 throw with their arm. And it's so much easier to control things with your fingertips and your wrist and your elbow and your shoulder than it is with your dadgum foot. And it's funny. I was watching Tim Ream, failed captain, if you will.
Ooh.
It's what he was.
Harsh.
Was he not a failed captain?
I don't know. They won more games than they ever have in a World Cup.
Okay, but did you feel like you capitalized on the biggest moment in the history of the sport in this country?
No, you needed to win that game. It wouldn't have mattered what happened against Spain. You would have gotten boat raced, but
you imagine U.S. trying to score a goal on Spain who's given up one the entire tournament?
That would have been Jarrett Stidham going up against the Seahawks defense. You go and you're like, oh, cool, we're here, but there's no chance. So then there's no expectation.
But if you just didn't crap down your leg, and frankly, Tim Ream himself, the captain, crapped down his leg and was horrific in the Belgium match.
It's very Stiddy-esque.
He was, man. Like the ball that he lost in the air and he got punked. He got mossed in the box, which led, I believe, to I think it was the Belgians' second goal. Was all on Tim Ream, who's supposed to be a strong, sturdy defender, maybe not fast, but good aerial defender. So he's talking this morning on First Take on ESPN, and I'm listening to it. And granted, I respect the heck out of Tim Ream. I like Tim Ream. He didn't make any excuses. They tried to walk him down the aisle of did the Fuller and Balogun red card controversy surrounding Donald Trump, surrounding Infantino, the FIFA commissioner. Did that serve as a distraction for the soccer club, for your international squad, like Fuller and Balogun alluded to in his CBS interview? And Tim Ream said, no, it didn't. We knew that we had a job to do. We just didn't do it. And I appreciate that. However, I was thinking about the question that was asked of Tim Ream is, does developmental programs in the United States need to improve? And he said, absolutely, of course, it does. But the difference is this. Every single one of those kids, and not even the ones that are on the national team, we're talking about the kids that are probably the 150th choice for their national club. You know what? They grew up from the time that they basically could walk until the time that they were going through grade school and into their secondary school and potentially beyond, is balls were literally at their feet. That doesn't happen in the United States. We do things with them with our upper body. We throw them, we catch them, we have gloves, we have lacrosse sticks, we have hockey sticks. Our hands are in control. And when you watch Lionel Messi do what he did yesterday, that only a few people on planet Earth can do with their arms at the quarterback position, with that perfect type of touch in the biggest of moments, it makes you realize, I don't think you're ever going to get that quality from the United States, because we don't grow up with our entire country with a ball at our feet. They're all in some way, shape, or form typically involved with some type of upper body.
Sunday's final should be fantastic between Argentina and Spain. I don't think there was a way that a final coming out of the 4 best teams in the world could have been disappointing. It'll be awesome. You have the Euro League champs, you have the Copa America champs, you have a back-to-back possibility from the greatest player ever to lace up a set of soccer cleats in Lionel Messi. It's going to be awesome. Like the photo of him and Lamine Yamal as a fat little chubby baby.
Dude, Lamine Yamal is really is he on the Zempic? He's lost a lot of weight since he was a little baby.
Okay.
He's kind of slimmed out a little bit, huh? God, he was
Aren't all babies chubby?
No, that's like next level chubby baby. That looks like somebody that's going to have to go to a camp for kids that struggle with their overall composition.
Yeah, like he was a wall hanger when he came out, but he's an elite athlete now. He'd have to get the jab for it.
Dude, how cool is that? Wasn't it like an advertisement for UNICEF or something along those lines? Something crazy. Was Lamine
It's a little creepy. Like
it is a little bit weird.
Having I'm assuming a Barcelona striker at the time, bathe a young child that is in no way, shape, or form related to him.
Is there anything more European or Argentinian, which is essentially Europe in the middle of South America, right? Am I right in saying that?
Sure.
It's what it is, man. I mean, Argentina is not your quintessential South American or Central American country. I know it's not in Central America, but it has a very strong influence of Italians. I mean, look at Leo Messi.
It's such
His
a
left
bizarre
arm is in a
ad,
questionable
man.
place.
It
right
really
there.
is.
I mean, you're like, what are we doing here? But you know what? Do the memes?
That is a chunky baby.
That is a thick Bubba. However, do the memes not completely make themselves regardless of outcome? If Spain win and Lamine Yamal outplay, is that not going to be Messi in the tub as a baby with Lamine Yamal's face and head on top? And then, of course, all you're going to do is put Lamine Yamal. You might even just put a Spanish kit on that.
Yeah,
Messi
I'm your daddy.
I am your daddy. Like this is the ultimate meme that happened 18 years ago, and we had no idea that it was perfect for the moment.
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. The Open Championship is underway at Birkdale in Southport, England. Your leaders, Daniel Brown, Sung Jae Im, Thomas Dietrich is one shot back, as well as Scotsman Bobby McIntyre. Bryson DeChambeau has a nice round after missing all 3 of the previous major cuts this year. He is one back, tied for third. Henrik Stenson, former Open champion, the Swede, is 2 shots back at -2, as is world number 1 Scotty Scheffler. Colin Morikawa, the multiple major champion, is tied for 10th, 2 shots back. John Rahm, 1 under par. Other notable players who are over par: the defending champion at Birkdale, not the defending champion golfer of the year, who is Scotty Scheffler. Jordan Spieth, who won the Open Championship back in 2017 at Birkdale, is 3 over, as is Jason Day. Patrick Reed, 2 over par. Where is Rory McIlroy? Rory is 1 over par as well. So the Open Championship officially underway out there in England. It's the morning sprint. Raj, Coach Mike Sanford, Mark Springer join us behind the glass today on Altitude 92.5. Altitude 92.5, the morning sprint. Raj, Coach, Mark Springer behind the glass today, hanging out with you guys. We're going to be off the air tomorrow, so Fox Sports Radio, we're going to be off for, I believe it's our final Friday off prior to the Broncos returning to training camp. Rookies on the 22nd, vets on the 28th, public on the 31st.
I was today years old when I found out that we have tomorrow off.
Yes.
So can we pop tops? Are we allowed to?
We are going to pop tops at
We
the end
haven't
of this
done that
show.
for a while, man.
I mean, largely the only thing to watch this weekend is baseball. And the Open. And the World Cup final. on
Thank
Sunday.
you. Gosh, dang it, man. What are you doing? You know what I get to watch? Speaking of Broncos training camp firing up here, and are we like 2.5 weeks away from Rooks?
Rookies are 6 days away.
Oh, we're
report
here.
Rookies report on the 22nd.
Okay. I don't
Vets
know where my
report
brain's
on the
at.
28th. And then the public is allowed to be there. The first day, I believe, is Friday the 31st.
So, for all of you Bronco OG diehards, the original gangsters of Bronco country, let's ride. I get to go and coach a football camp Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and use the old facilities up in Greeley at the University of Northern Colorado, a Bronco training camp. And you want to know why I personally have chosen that area to use as our team camp as opposed to some of the other fine camps like Pueblo. And it's because the Broncos used to have their training facility up there. So the field space and the quality of the fields are still so freaking good. From as long ago as the Broncos were there, that place is set up to be, I think, the Taj Mahal of multiple schools going up there for football camp.
Okay.
So I'm excited, man. So I'll miss Monday and Tuesday. I'll miss you, but
No, you won't.
I will definitely.
You won't
miss
think
It's
about
been-
me for a second.
Were you back Monday?
I was back on Monday.
So this is our fourth show together?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, man. You really complete me, Raj. I've really
Look at
missed
that.
you. And even having Spring behind the board back
I was
there,
going to
man.
say, you're my two work wives in the same room, but now separated by a pane of glass.
Mhm.
So you two, cool it. No fighting between
No,
you two.
me and Spring get along pretty well. He's a good one right there.
ESPN came out with their top 10 safeties list as they go through the best players in each position group around the football field. Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones left off the list. However, they did receive votes. So not honorable mention, but they received votes. Others receiving votes, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Jalen Ramsey, Brian Cook, Julian Love, Quentin Lake, Amani Hooker, Jalen Thompson, Antonio Johnson. Your players that were honorable mention, Grant Delpit, Colby Bryant, Xavier Watts, Trayvon Moering, Jalen, is it Pitre of Houston.
Good player.
We'll
LSU,
go,
I think.
We'll go 10-1. Kalen Bullock from Houston. Kirby Joseph from Detroit, number 9. Buda Baker still hanging in there
Wow.
at number 8.
The old Husky.
Yeah, out of Washington. Antoine Winfield.
Old Minnesota Golden Gopher. Great player.
Doesn't Antoine Winfield feel like he should be 34?
He's not.
He's 27. That
Yeah,
dude's still
so
like a young, but it feels like he should be really
His
old.
last year at University of Minnesota is 2019. But he's just, man, he had such an impactful rookie year in that Super Bowl win that Tom Brady and the Buccaneers had. I think that was the COVID year. They won it in the COVID year, right? 2020? Maybe
so.
21? I think it was the 21 Super Bowl. So that would have been, I think that would have been his rookie year. But he was just so dang good in that season. He was a ball hawk, took the football away.
Tampa won it February 7, 2021.
Yeah, I remember watching it on vacation. I was on a vacation with the head coach of the University of Minnesota. We were in Cabo, staying at the same suite that Michael Jordan had stayed at the week before.
Number 5, Jesse Bates from Atlanta. Number 4, Brian Branch from Detroit. Number 3, Xavier McKinney of the Packers. Number 2, Derwin James of the LA Chargers. And number 1, Kyle Hamilton, the
Great
safety
player.
for Baltimore. So no
Notre
Broncos
Damer.
safeties make that list, but they do receive votes, both Brandon Jones and Talanoa Hufanga. So I do worry that when we were having our conversation yesterday of when the NFL players come out with their top 100, is there a chance Hufanga is in it?
Nope.
Makes me feel like he's probably not in it now.
Especially because the devaluation of the position itself. The safety position is arguably, I think the safety position in 2026, 27 from a from an overall value standpoint, outside of the Kyle Hamilton, Derwin James mold, those two individuals to me scream insane levels of versatility on the football field. Like Kyle Hamilton could almost be a pass rusher. He could almost be like an outside linebacker. He can be.
You can say the very same thing about Derwin James. Like the amount of times that he's lined up like very close to the line of scrimmage in the box is nuts.
The devaluation of the safety position reminds me of what happened to the running back position. I'd say like late 90s and going into the 2010s. And it's interesting. The running back position's making a bit of a comeback fiscally, not quite in that same conversation as the wide receiver position. Even the tight end position's been gaining a lot of steam. But man, the safety position and the off-ball linebacker position, those two in particular, unless you're a jack of all trades and can be used as a joker, if you will, an ace card on the defensive side of the ball where you can occupy various blitzing roles, coverage roles, even as a box player versus an island player. You just don't have that type of value. Therefore, I don't see a world that Talanoa Hufanga's anywhere near a top 100 player if he's not on the inside of the top 10.
The off-ball linebacker it's the least sexy position in terms of pay on the field right now.
Shoot, the Broncos are like, I'm not going to say Alex Singleton's just a guy because he's not. He's an awesome individual. He's got a great story. He's overcome a ton, and not just the recent bout with cancer.
Smith.
He's not that.
He ain't Fred Warner.
And it's almost like the Broncos who are playing a version of sabermetrics, right? A little bit of a money ball. They're investing really in certain areas and not investing major dollars in others.
Hufanga is 15th among safeties, right in between Quentin Lake and Minkah Fitzpatrick. Hufanga's making 13. And Brandon Jones is 28th in the league amongst the safeties, making 6 2/3.
I mean, that's about right. You're paying your two safeties less than your right guard. Is that right?
You're spending a lot of money on the offensive line. You have like the Nick Bonito deal at 26.5 continues to look better and better and better as the days go by.
So almost your entire safety room is what Nick Bonito gets paid. And Nick Bonito's a bargain. Market.
No, hold on. It's not even close to what Nick Bonito gets paid. Your safety room, in terms of just your starters.
No, I'm talking about. So I was literally going to the point of like, everybody who makes up the depth of your safety room still does not equal Nick Bonito's salary.
Correct.
Which is pretty wild, right?
It doesn't really even sniff it.
Right. So like that includes JL Skinner, who's probably still on a fairly small deal. Devon Key. I keep saying Devon.
It's like a $4 million delta between what Bonito makes and what the entire safety room makes. Honestly, I wonder what is the difference in your inside linebackers and your safeties to what you're paying for Nick Bonito. And you're not paying Bonito a whole bunch of money. Like, you're not up there in the $35 million Max Crosby range. And again, you should not be. We have done this so many times. There is a reason why Nick Bonito is not Danielle Hunter and Max Crosby and TJ Watt and Myles Garrett. Because he simply doesn't play enough.
Snap counts.
Now, if that jumps up 20% this year, if he gets into the high 80s, the low 90s in terms of snap count, then you rip up that deal. If you're Nick Bonito's camp, you rip it up and you say, pay me 40 sheets. But you can't do it at 68% of the defensive snaps.
It'd be interesting to see the linebacker group, the off-ball linebacker group for the Denver Broncos. Alex Singleton, Justin Strnad, Drew Sanders, who remains an enigma. Is he even going to really be a part of the equation? Where does he play? Does Drew Sanders now become an outside linebacker, an edge again? He's gone back and forth. The ping pong match that has existed there between Drew Sanders, and really, it's a three-way ping pong match. It's injury, which is the majority of where he's stayed, off-ball backer, inside linebacker, and outside linebacker. Those three. And then who else really makes up the Red Murdoch is in the inside, but he's an off-ball backer. Who else is even in the group? I mean, that can't be even a $20 million combined, is it?
Your off-ball backers make 17.4.
As a whole group.
Singleton, Strnad, Sanders, Ellis, Bailey, Reed, Murdoch, York, and Deshaun McCullough? Question mark?
Deshaun, probably, I'm guessing.
Who's this guy?
Don't know him.
They make 17.4. Your safeties, I apologize. I thought it was going to be lower than this. The safeties as a group, 7 players make 28.3.
So right around the
just north of
and
of
that's
Benito.
about volume. Read that. Can you read that group right there out? Because a lot
The
of those
safety
guys
group?
are your starters, and they're your core special teamers for the last 4 years.
Safanga, 13.5. Brandon Jones, 9.2 is his cap hit. So
Okay.
by cash, they make less than Benito.
Okay.
But by cap hit, they make more. Tyson Anderson, 1.5. JL Skinner, 1.2.
Special team core player.
Key, 1.
Big time special
Miles
teamer.
Scott, 900. Parker Robertson, 888.
So Miles Scott is the draft pick from Illinois that's a converted wide receiver, right? I believe that's right. I think that is so the Broncos have invested more in the safety group than they have off-ball backer, and they're both positions that essentially have 2 guys in the field at a time. You are spending your money at the edge position and the interior defensive line, and you're spending a good amount of money on Zach Allen. Rightfully so. Because what does Zach Allen do? I say it all the time on this show. He does a lot of roles. He can play up and down the defensive line. Therefore, your disguises are really good. Therefore, the interchangeable parts of sub packages work out okay. That you can put, 3 edge type players on the field plus Zach Allen. He can play the nose tackle in a blitz package.
He should be paid that money. At 25.5, he is a bona fide top 10 interior defensive lineman in the league. He is up there with the likes of the Milton Williams and the Dexter Lawrences. He's not quite getting the money that Chris Jones and Jeffrey Simmons are, but he's right there.
So am I right in saying that your combined price on your off-ball backers, like your traditional inside linebackers, is less than that of Zach Allen? It's got to be right there.
Zach Allen's cash, 17.25. His cap, 16.4. Your inside linebackers, your off-ball linebackers.
Give me Alex.
Your cap, 17.4. Cash, 22.
Okay.
On 9 players compared to
gosh.
1 dude. And we're not even talking about, DJ Jones making 14.5, Malcolm Roach making 3.1 against the cap as well. Yeah, you're spending $43 million of your cap on your interior defensive line.
Okay, so I haven't really thought about this. Jonathan Cooper worked up a new deal before last season. It was around the time of training camp, if I'm not mistaken. I remember having the conversation. What is that number?
That cap hit is 5.78.
So pretty good
$12
value.
million in cash. Cooper signed that deal that was 4 years, $60 million, including a $6 million signing bonus. Half of that deal is guaranteed. Just north of half of it is guaranteed at $32 million.
And does that mean that it's guaranteed insofar as there's not some type of
now I don't know
irreparable damage,
I don't know
contractual
the
language
of the contract.
Do you know in the National Football League what happens to that cap hit if the Denver Broncos are forced to move on as a result of legal issues? I think you eat it, don't you? At least for a year. I believe you eat it. Because that's going to be important as you navigate. That's not a massive cap hit, but $60 million over 4 years, that's not chump change. That is not chump change. And what did you say, 32? How much of it is guaranteed? 32?
32 of his $60 million.
So I'm guessing that is all in the cap. In terms of the cap math as of today for the next several years. So that's something that it's going to be important to keep our eyes on is what happens with Jonathan Cooper, what happens with the case, and ultimately what does it do to the long term of his situation with the Denver Broncos and subsequently how they build the defense. Because he's a really good player. He's a really good player.
Yeah, he's very good.
He's a really good football player.
There's a reason why you moved on from Baron Browning. There's a reason why when Von Miller is screaming into the void of make me a Bronco again, and Von had 9 sacks last year at age 36. There's a reason why the Broncos have kind of turned their nose up against it. When he's on the field, Jonathan Cooper's a really good football player.
Well, and he's also been on the field, right? Guy doesn't get injured a whole bunch. He's been available. He's been dynamic. I do have all the trust in the world in what I keep hearing about Jonah Ellis and his health. that he will be above. He will be a very, very solid replacement if you need him to be for several games.
Yeah, but is he going to put up? I don't know. Jonathan Cooper is a guy who you can rely on 8 sacks a year. Can you rely on Ellis for 8 sacks this year?
I think if he's healthy and he's on the field, yes.
That's a really big step up, man.
Well, because he hasn't been healthy, he hasn't been on the field. I mean, he's never really been a guy that's getting upwards of 40 plus snaps in a game, and for 17 games. So if both of those conditions are met, I have no question whatsoever that he's able to put forth some pretty comparable numbers.
Jonah Ellis, 5 sacks in 17 games in his rookie season at age 21. Last year, he had 2.5 sacks in 13 games, 38 tackles his first year, 28 tackles his second season. Yeah, it would be a gigantic jump up. Like if let's just say Cooper's not on the team, it would be a gigantic jump for Ellis.
He can do it. He's athletic enough to do it. He's got football IQ to do it. He's got the versatility piece. As a guy that can play off-ball backer, he can play edge, he can play. He's a special teams ace if you were going to use him just as that, which tells you about the versatility of the player.
It'd be really nice. He's got 1 more year left on his contract, too. So, like, if he jumps up and he's an 8-sack guy this year, and he is the number 2 option on the opposite side of Nick Bonito, you don't have to pay him this offseason. You can hold off on it and see if that was actually true in his age 24 season in 2027. I think it'd be much different if he was going into a contract year. He's still on that rookie deal. You can utilize all 4 years of that at a $1.5 or $1.6 million cap hit, whatever it is. And you don't have to worry about being bullied into, honestly, the Jonathan Cooper contract for Jonah Ellis. You get that 1 more year. I go back to what I said about Arturi Lehkonen with the Avs. Now, it's different because this is a 24-year-old football player and a 31-year-old hockey player. I need to see it 1 more year. I need to see Arturi Lehkonen show up, be healthy, and be a playoff performer and not get injured again in order for me to extend him. I would need to see 2 years of Jonah Ellis do this. I would need to see 7 or 8 sacks this year, and I would need to see him be that number 2 alongside Nick Bonito the following season and have him have another 7 or 8 sack season in order to give him the 4-year, $60 million deal that you gave to Cooper.
I think if Jonah Ellis has 7 or 8 sacks this year, he's going to have 10 or more the following year. Because I think he's a player that's just going to keep growing in confidence. And if the health is there, and if he can do this physically at the National Football League level, he's not a huge human being. But don't forget, man, Jonathan Cooper, as big as his biceps look, when you stand next to Jonathan Cooper, he's not huge, man. This guy's not as big as you think he is. He's not one of these 6'4", 265, 270 pound,
he's not Vaughn.
Strong size defensive. Well, Vaughn's
6'3", 250. That's a big dude.
I bet they're listed almost identically. I thought Vaughn's shorter than 6'3".
6'3", 250. I'm almost positive he and Alexander Ovechkin are like the exact same size, which is terrifying considering Ovi plays his sport on skates.
That's
what I've always looked at. People like ask just how big Ovi is, and I go, he's Von Miller on ice skates. Now, their body type is different. Ovi's got a little bit of the old, 40-year-old gray beard Russian gut going on, but he still hits and skates very fast. He doesn't skate very fast. He's just getting old. He does the Lionel Messi thing. He stands in one spot, he takes a one-timer, he scores.
Interesting. Jonathan Cooper is in the 17th percentile of all NFL defensive ends. His combine measurement is 6'2" and 5/8. In the 17th percentile of all defensive ends at weights, 253. And wingspan was 7th percentile. So, we're not talking about a Myles Garrett light individual. This is a huge human being. Nor is Jonathan Cooper. Nor is Jonah Ellis.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Subscribe today on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on your YouTube app. Don't miss anything, including all of our shorts, our DMac Smack. Hastings and Lindahl do a podcast on there. They do Hot Mike, little redo of their old show. Altitude Football. Do you guys do that twice a week?
Sunday night at 8:30, and then Tuesday night.
Yeah, don't miss any of that. Subscribe today on YouTube. The morning sprint will be hanging out with you guys up until noon today. PhD with Birdo from noon to 3 after us. Kreckman and Lindahl will take you guys home into our extended weekend as we will be off tomorrow. Fox Sports Radio, national radio tomorrow as we've got the mandated Friday off.
I think Kreckman and Lindahl has turned into Smith and Springer. Am I right in saying that?
Springer, you on the afternoon today?
Yeah, we're in this week.
I was listening yesterday. Some good stuff, man. Good work. Enjoyed it.
Thanks. I do it for you. You're my audience.
Thank you.
All of us here at Altitude Sports Radio invite you to watch the FIFA World Cup final with Michelob Ultra for Argentina and Spain. The party starts at the Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Kick just shortly after 1 p.m. Michelob Ultra is going to be on site with a whole bunch of fun, ton of Ultra giveaways. We gave away a hat, a scarf, a Team USA FIFA World Cup 2026 windbreaker yesterday. I'm sure they're going to have more of that on Sunday. DMac's going to be there hosting and giving away a ton of great prizes, including a foosball table, a signed Rapids kit by the entire team this year. So get on over there, have some Michelob Ultra. It's a Superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Superior is worth playing for. Now it's worth cheering for, too, so be there to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team. That is the Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday for Argentina and Spain. Some news around the NHL. Trevor Zegras, one of the remaining restricted free agents who had filed for arbitration, but they still have until their hearing date. Teams and players have the ability to sign deals and avoid arbitration and hearings.
Big money for Zegras.
Big money for Zegras.
9.125. It's the highest paid player for the Philadelphia Flyers. Is that a good deal for the Flyers?
Don't ask me. I'm not a Trevor Zegras fan. I think Zegras is a fake hockey player.
You don't want your absolute best player, your centerman, to be tied for 55th in tied for 57th in points with only 67.
Now, he took a step up last year.
Okay. He's only 25.
Scored 26 goals. He's still young. I understand that. I would love to have him on the Avalanche during the regular season because the Avs suck at shootouts. And Zegras is, like, without a doubt,
just a shootout machine.
Performer in the league.
Just a shootout machine.
He's a magician in the shootout.
Which I'm guessing he's pretty good on breakaway goals opportunities as well.
Those are pretty good. Yeah. I don't know how many he's going to get out there in Philadelphia. I saw that deal and I go, all of these overpays. For the love of God, stop doing this before Cale Makar signs in Colorado. Stop it right now. All of these lunatic overpays for these players. $18 million for Leo Carlsson. I love me some Leo Carlsson. $18 million?
Dude, how about, would you believe this? Trevor Zegras, for as incredibly good as he is in a penalty shootout, he's never had a shorthanded goal.
He doesn't kill penalties.
But that's like, for a guy.
He's never on the ice to kill a penalty.
Why, is he soft?
He's horrible defensively. He'll never, I could tell you this right now. I would be shocked if Trevor Zegras has a single shorthanded goal in his career by the time he retires 12 years from now. He's never on the ice.
Can you tell me why? I'm looking at stats right now. Hockey stats.
Okay.
Why is PIM penalty minutes? The official stat line is PIM.
Penalties in minutes.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Why?
Should be PM.
Penalty minutes?
Like on ESPN.com's they have a glossary.
Penalties in minutes. Penalties, parentheses, in minutes.
Why in? That's gotta be a French Canadian thing.
No, it's like a descriptor.
Gosh.
So you can have,
I get mad at hockey.
You could
sometimes.
take 5 penalties, but the amount, like, you could take 5 penalties and you could have 10 minutes of penalty minutes. You could take 5 penalties and you could have 18 minutes. You could take 5 penalties and all of them are 10-minute misconducts and it's 50 minutes. So yeah, you have to have some sort of descriptor.
I just don't like PIM.
You don't like PIMs?
No.
I love the descriptor of PIMs. Come on now.
It's the first time I've ever had that conversation. It's bothered me for years.
Zegras signs at 9.125 and it just has me like quaking in my boots of, if Zegras is worth just shy of $10 million and Leo Carlsson gets 18, and I know it's a little fake because it was a a offer sheet that was signed by Philadelphia on Anaheim, so it's kind of forced on the Ducks. If Makar wants to force the Avs into like a $20 million deal, he can do it. There's nothing stopping him in his camp from doing it. The only thing that you have to hope for is what Macklin Celebrini said yesterday when he got debuted as the NHL 27 cover of like, yeah, I would think about taking a hometown discount to ensure that we can win.
You hope and pray for an HTID, don't you?
Oh yeah.
A hometown in discount?
Yes.
Just throw an I in there because why not?
No, discount, comma, hometown. It would be discount, it'd be DHT. Discount, parentheses, hometown.
Very good.
DHT
Very good.
is what we're looking for that.
Very Canadian of you. Very French. Very French.
Without a doubt, man. I certainly think that he's not going to take 20, but every time I keep having this conversation, man, I started at 15 million, then I went, he could push to 16, I'd be okay with it. And now I'm looking at these contracts, and I'm going, he could push to 17, and I'd be okay with it. It's a matter of time before that 2 comes after the dollar sign, and I'm talking myself into this is a good deal for the Avs. But it won't be at $20 million. It would hamstring them unbelievably. And it would turn this year into like, is this the last year they can win a cup with this core?
Raj, ESPN.com just released an article this morning. MLB 2026, second half preview, rankings, projections, and playoff odds.
Okay.
The Colorado Rockies, you have to scroll quite a bit down. So if you want to go to ESPN.com and look up this article, click on the MLB tab and keep scrolling because it's basically an order of finish for all teams in the National or Major League Baseball. And the Colorado Rockies are predicted to have the worst record in baseball. They are predicted to finish the season. Can I get a drum roll, please?
Drum roll!
63-99. Mission 63 is alive and well.
It's going to come down to the final 2-3 games of the season for you and I on this bet.
It is. And we still haven't had a chance to make bet number 1 good.
No, and you tell me when.
Yeah, that was a good one, right?
You tell me when.
And that was, I'm trying to think,
it was the fact that you called the Rockies' 30th win
30,
on
30.
the nose.
The dirty 30. I am so locked in on Mission 63 for the final months of the Rockies season that I can't even remember the dirty 30 challenge.
Adam texts in, you know what they should call PIMS in hockey? Penalty minutes served, PMS.
I like this.
Pretty good.
That is good.
This
is really good. This makes a ton of sense.
You guys tell me what other stat acronyms and abbreviations from not only in hockey, but the other major 4, what abbreviations and acronyms should be redone? You tell me. Because I think PMS for penalty minutes served is really good. Really good. So you guys keep rolling those things in. Do they have minutes per penalty as a stat? No, they don't. HDIT is hometown discount in dollars.
You know what I think is, I don't know what the nose picker stat is with receiver analytics in terms of like.
It's got to be DVOA, right?
Yeah, but like about what is it, like balls that should have been caught? Like, I think do they have it as drops? I don't even know if they like actually statistically keep drops, but like nose picker stats, meaning, I don't know, the ones that people like, Solak and Mina Kimes sit there nerd out over to make sure they sound smarter than any former football player or former coach.
Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
No, that's it.
Did you see Warren Sharp tweet about this earlier?
No, I did not.
This morning? The highest percentage of receiver error causing incompletions from last year.
Receiver error percentage.
Receiver error percentage. Where do you think the Broncos receiving core ranked in highest percent of receiver error?
They were probably in the top 8.
They are certainly in the top 8.
Top 5.
They are certainly
Top
in the top
3.
5. They are certainly in the top 3.
Number 1.
They're number 2.
Wow. Who's number 1?
Jacksonville.
Interesting, man.
The Jags, the Broncos, 2 really good football teams, and then followed by a couple of really bad football teams. The Cleveland Browns, the New York Giants. The Commanders were number 5. The Bears, number 6. The Jets, number 7. Atlanta at 8. Kansas City at 9 makes sense because the supporting cast around Patrick Mahomes it's the reason why I look at the Chiefs and I go, why are we like projecting them to win the division
Terribly
again?
inconsistent.
It's because it's Patrick Mahomes. Number 10, Minnesota.
You know what I think instead of what was the stat that you said for receivers? What was it?
Highest percent of receiver error.
Highest percentage
causing incompletion.
Okay, I think that should that stat right there should be given the acronym SHE.
You're hanging out with too many teenagers.
SHI.
Shit.
You know why? Should have had it.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda had it.
Shoulda had it.
All right, now you saved yourself, Mr. Gen Z. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. We're rolling to hour 2 next. The headline on one of England's most prominent newspapers this morning was "The End of the World." ...
Jeez.
Cup.
Oh my gosh.
They still have a game to play. They still play a third place game, which is something that I learned yesterday when you told me that.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it was a very like un-American thing in terms of professional sports to have like a third place game. I heard the guys talk in the morning about it. Would you sign up for a third place game in the NFL?
No.
Assuming the play, let's just for the sake of argument, the players say yes to it. The players are in. So the losers of the AFC and NFC championship games play each other for, I don't know, a bronze version of the Lombardi trophy. A wooden version. I find myself agreeing.
No. I would think it would be the stupidest idea ever. Here's the difference is you're going to end up getting essentially bottom tier players from the roster playing for both the English side and the French side. Because this is like two really proud nations.
So like Harry Kane and Kylian Mbappe aren't playing in this game?
No.
Really?
No.
All right, then why are we doing it? It's stupid.
The ironic thing about it, maybe they do play. I don't know. But I'm guessing that they have, as the Brits would say, they took a knock in the last game. So they got to, they have something that they got to get ready for club season.
Well, in the NFL, they wouldn't play. Could you imagine if Bo Nix broke his ankle in that game?
Oh.
Well, that's what I was saying.
Place game?
I was saying, for the sake of argument, all of these guys are playing in the game. Would you be in it as a fan? I think the overwhelming response is no. We don't need something like that.
Okay, so the interesting thing about this is the winning nation of the third place match this year in 2026, the nation, meaning like the federation gets awarded, how much would you guess the prize money is for the team to win the third place match?
10 million euro.
29 million.
All right. Does it actually get split up between the players, or does it just go to the soccer federation?
I'm sure in order to get the players to even have a chance to show up to the match, they have to give a good chunk of that to the players.
Shouldn't you be rewarded 2 or 3 wins in next year's World Cup qualifying if you win that game? That's where I can be on board for it.
Or I would say automatic qualification, but you're going to qualify if you're one of these 4 nations.
I don't know. You might not. Like Italy didn't qualify.
True. Italy's won a World Cup in the last 16 years.
So that's where I look like in the NFL. If you were to have a game like this, what would teams and players need to be compensated with to make it a game? Obviously, the one answer is money. But 2, do you move up in the draft? Do you get an extra draft selection? Do you get a little bit more money on the other side of the cap?
You know what the third place match or the bronze medal match just reeks of? It reeks of the in-season tournament in the NBA.
Trying to force this type of game into the NFL, trying to force an in-season tournament or 2 more regular season games into the NHL.
The difference is that FIFA World Cup, the third place of the bronze medal match came from a place of international sport, which ultimately always comes back to what sporting event?
The Olympics,
right?
Okay, yeah, I can see it.
And so this 60 years ago, the third medal match probably meant a little bit more. Heck, I can speak to it. I attended the bronze medal match in 1994 at the Rose Bowl. And it was Bulgaria and Sweden. And there were 110,000 people there. And both teams played their top sides. You know what's changed since 1994? You know what's changed since 1966 when the third medal match was really, really important? Sports science.
Dollars.
The value of the people that are going to be making up the playing field between the 2 teams. So this is really interesting. The third place winner I just said is $29 million in prize money for the team.
Okay.
The fourth place team. How much less do you think the fourth place team would get? It's 29 for third.
I think it's 29 for third. I'm just going to go round numbers. I know I'll be wrong. 10.
It's 27.
That's it?
It's a $2 million difference between the third and the fourth place match.
Why are we playing the game?
I think it's
that ain't anything.
But I think they're incentivizing both teams showing up. Because like if you literally had a federation that just no shows because like, hey, this team's probably going to take it really seriously. They probably have made it enough money that frankly, like even if you're a middle of the road player at Chelsea that's like in and out of playing, like you're not one of the top 3 or 4 salary players, but you play for one of these nations. I'm guessing $500,000 is probably going to move the needle.
It's $1 million a player.
I'm guessing that would move the needle. And if you don't show up, think about like the pressure that would be on Harry Kane, not to necessarily play, but to show up and be an available substitute, whether he plays or not. But if there are guys at the bottom of your international team's bench where $1 million might be half of what their other annual salary is at their club.
Well, how about Jordan Walker winning the home run derby this year? Jordan Walker makes like $900,000 this year, and he walked away with $1 million after winning at Citizens Bank. Now, Jordan Walker, 3 years from now, when the Cardinals don't have team control over him, now he needs to sign that deal today. He needs to find a way to extend today because we don't know what's going to happen with Major League Baseball as early as next season. If you're Jordan Walker's agent, you're going, dude, sign a long-term deal right now. Right now. Sign an 8-year deal, give up a little bit of money because the unknown abyss that's coming for Major League Baseball might kill you in the long run. Like, you're not getting Shohei money. You're not getting Juan Soto money. It isn't happening. Like, the league's going to break. And Cody Bellinger came out and said, he's like, hey, they're billionaires for a reason, right? And if the billionaires want this, my answer to you is this is not good for baseball. And he's talking from historically one of the richest teams in baseball. Yeah, Jordan Walker needs to sign that right now. But you are right. The lower paid players, if you're guaranteed like $1 million for playing that game, yeah, they're going to do it. You would have to guarantee NFL players $1 million each to get them to think of it.
And they'd probably do it.
Most of them would do it. Now, some of the higher paid guys and the vets probably wouldn't.
All right, so what would pay that money?
That's a lot of money. It's like $100 million, right?
Correct.
50 some odd players on each team, 53.
What probably wouldn't happen, I don't think ticket sales would be good for that event. And I don't think that the TV ratings
Come on.
Dude, a third place game?
Come on.
A third place game? A bronze medal football game?
You play it the Saturday before the Super Bowl.
Dude.
The Saturday before the Super Bowl. At a different location.
Should you call it the Really Neat Bowl? It's not super, but it's really neat. It's really neat.
That's cool, boy.
Yeah.
That is cool, Stu. That'd be so good. I would love that. I think it'd be fantastic.
You would not think it's fantastic. It would be the biggest joke of all time.
I could talk myself into it. I'm talking myself into the third place game for FIFA because I just need to change my mentality to look at the World Cup the same way I look at the Olympics. Every 4 years, I am into the biathlon. Every 4 years, I'm watching at the edge of my seat Olympic swimming. I'm doing it, even if there is an American in it. I'm watching it. And I do the same thing for the World Cup. Every 4 years, I will watch as many games, as many minutes as humanly possible. And you know what I'm probably not going to do once it's over? I'm probably not going to flock to the MLS. I'm probably not going to go buy FC 27.
I am so excited for the return of Colorado Rapids soccer. And I don't know when the heck I'm going to find time to get my kids to go to a match and sit in the south end zone and get rowdy, but I'm ready to get back to soccer. I'm ready to watch it in person. And I know that's not a shared take for everybody, but like Spring, you and I ran into each other at I believe it was Rapids versus Kansas City, Sporting Kansas City. Is that right? And you and I had a blast. It was a phenomenal match. Did you have a good time there, Spring? At the match between the Rapids and...
Oh, yeah, great time.
I've never not had a good time at a Rapids game. I've always enjoyed it. It is an affordable ticket. It is very family friendly. I've always had a good time there. But I know myself. Like, I probably won't flock to it.
I'm ready for.
And I don't think that should be a pockmark on my sports viewing resume. Just like not paying attention to world swimming or the World Cup of skiing in between Olympic years isn't a pockmark on me when, dialing into Michaela Schifrin every time she takes the hill in an Olympic battle.
Do you think where do you think the newfound fans, like Kirk Herbstreit, for example, the ESPN commentator for college football, has been essentially live tweeting his thoughts as a very novice follower of soccer that frankly had zero interest until I think he's probably in his 50s now. In anything with the World Cup. Like, this is the first World Cup that he's even paid attention to.
Kirk Herbstreit's almost 60.
And he absolutely has loved this World Cup.
He's a good-looking 56-year-old.
Yeah.
Good for you, Herb.
Yeah, Kirk's a good dude, man. Where do you think Kirk Herbstreit turns? Like, in his newfound excitement of soccer? Does he turn to the English Premier League? Because if you want that, man, it's readily available in the United States on a Saturday or Sunday morning.
I have a lot of friends who frequent, Irish Rover-esque bars at 7 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning for, Chelsea, Manchester games.
You know what? I think you and I should open up a very soccer-heavy bar.
I've always wanted to, if money wasn't a thing.
I think
I've always wanted to own and operate a bar.
And it's pretty dang self-explanatory what you and I would name it. Benham Yard! You're coming to Benham Yard, and you can have one beer.
One Guinness. OBs. We'll do that. We're back to our sports abbreviations, our sports acronyms. OBs. One beers.
Consumer of one beer.
And it's just one tally mark in there because one beers is one beers. You never have 2 one beers. You don't have 6 one beers. You have one beers.
Yep, you have
one beers. One beers.
Yep.
Everybody in the entire league has the exact same stat.
Same stat. Everybody at the bar that we're going to own,
same stat.
What's your OB on the day? One beers.
It's a great number, man. It's a great number.
It's a whole number.
It's an elite number.
It is.
I would sign
consistent.
I'd sign you to a Trevor Zegras contract for an OBS of 1.
What's going to be really challenging as the business owner that you and I are going to have to become? How do we charge for 1 beers?
Oh.
It's tough.
Son of a gun.
That's a tough one.
There's a How I Met Your Mother episode when they open up a bar called Puzzles upstairs. And they have to figure out, oh no, people break things in bars, which means we have to bring our dollar beers up to $3.75. And then people start booing you and throwing things at the wall. And then you have a cover charge of $5 because now the mirror's broken or the toilet gets busted into by a drunk girl.
It's essentially the roller coaster tycoon of bar ownership, right?
That's what I'm saying. If money wasn't an obstacle, I would open up a bar tomorrow. It's just impossible to keep those things open. How do you guys do it? How do you bar owners keep these things going without it just being a money suck on you 24/7?
I think it's a little bit of that.
I've seen the degenerate creatures that walk in and out of those places.
Well, you and I are
I've
one
been
of them.
one of them.
Yes. What are you talking about? We got one behind the glass. His name's Mark Springer.
It's Altitude 92.5, the morning sprint, hanging out with you guys until noon. Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with NFL notes. The Avalanche, by the way, just released their full 84-game schedule. We'll get into that in about 20 minutes from right now. But even though...
Raj, you know what we should do?
What's up, buddy?
We should do what we do with the Denver Broncos.
No, please, no.
We're going to go through, for the next 40 minutes, every single game, break it down, talk about who's going to be available, who's not going to be available, and go just an 84-game Avalanche schedule preview.
Speaking of schedules and calendars, make sure you mark yours for Friday, August 28th. It's the first ever wine time at Elitch Gardens. You'll get to sample wines from 14 different tasting stations, enjoy artisan bites, live music, and a great summer night with friends. Tickets go on sale tomorrow for wine time at Elitch Gardens. Mark Springer, what do we got for NFL notes?
Well, speaking of schedules, first on the Broncos schedule is Monday Night Football. Against the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead, right? That game's in Arrowhead. Patrick Mahomes, will he or won't he play coming off his torn ACL in the Chiefs season finale? Here's Patrick Mahomes yesterday, and if he plans to play week 1.
Yeah, that's my goal. I mean, I've said that since the beginning, is being ready to go week 1. I can't predict the future, and I know that it's a long process. And it's not just my decision, but at the same time, I'm going to give the doctors and the coaches every single opportunity they can to let me be out there week 1. And I don't want to miss that game because that's the team that won the division while we were gone. And you want to be out there and ready to go with your teammates. And so I'll give it every single thing I can to be out there week 1. And hopefully the doctors and the coaches give me the green light and I'm able to go out there with my guys and compete against one of the best teams in the league.
I'm still pretty convinced the NFL does not schedule this game in Arrowhead week 1 without some sort of assurance from Mahomes, the Chiefs, and those doctors of like, yeah, there's a really good chance he's going to play in this one, barring a setback. As of right now, as it stands here on Thursday, July the 16th, the Broncos are 2.5-point dogs on the road. The money line pays the Broncos plus 124. The Chiefs 2.5-point favorites at minus 115. The over-under set in that game at 42.5. Just a couple of months away.
Are the Kansas City Chiefs going to be Super Bowl contenders this year?
Is Patrick Mahomes playing football?
Yes.
Yes. He's that good. He's that good. They have a bunch of crap surrounding him outside of Kenneth Walker III. Xavier Worthy, crap.
He's not crap. He's just not a wide receiver one.
Meh.
Well, he's off the field. Like, what are we doing here?
Travis Kelce's on his honeymoon right now and pushing 40.
Bag of milk.
Yeah, it's still like can be solid when you need him to be, but like he ain't the same guy he was 5 years ago. Chris Jones, while he's really good and he scares me, he's almost 32 years old.
Lost their big time corner.
Now they did a lot more to like help out that defensive back unit. But they did lose, was it Trent McDuffie?
Duffy, yeah. McDuffie to the Rams.
Dude, I don't think so, man. I still think the Broncos are in a better position to win the division than Kansas City is. But yes, if Patrick Mahomes is healthy and plays 17 games, then they're going to be right there. He's that good. He just makes everyone else around him better and serviceable, even though I talk a bunch of crap about his surrounding cast, which is mediocre. It's mediocre. He's just exceptional.
He is.
He's legendary. Really good chance that when it's all said and done, it's him and Brady in that conversation and then everybody else.
They're Super Bowl contenders. Patrick Mahomes is starting the game. Probably won't be as mobile by design in the game plan. However, you just said if Patrick Mahomes is playing quarterback, the Kansas City Chiefs are a legitimate, bona fide Super Bowl contender. How much more would that win mean for Bo Nix and the Broncos if you get that done right out the gates? 1-0, winning at KFC at Kansas City. It's a good nickname for him.
That'd be a finger-licking good win.
There you go, buddy.
It'd be a little bit like you are almost like you're hacking the system in the sense that you get that lead that early. Plus, you get who knows where Patrick Mahomes will be in the second time that you play when you come back to Empower Field. On the flip side, you lose that opening game.
I would also like to take umbrage with the quote that Patrick Mahomes just had. And the part of the quote that says, when we were gone. It's not like Mahomes missed 16 games last year. He was 6-8 in 14 starts. Right? It's not like he missed half the season. It's not like he missed 12 games. He missed 3. You sucked. You just straight up weren't a good team last year, and you got hurt on top of it. He was 6-8 as a starter. When you were gone? No. Amend that. I got hurt for 3 games, and we sucked when you were gone. Shut up. What's next?
Hey, Alvin Kamara has agreed to a new deal to stick with the Saints. He will earn $6 million in base salary with the opportunity to earn $8.5 million with incentives.
I was really hoping Alvin Kamara was going to be a Bronco at some point.
Nah. Unk. Too old, man. Too old. Too much tread off those tires, man. I think Sean knows that. Trust me. I mean, like, Sean Payton would have found a way to move mountains if he felt like Alvin Kamara could have helped this team. Like, immediately. Sean feels better about J.K. Dobbins even with the injury history than he does about Alvin Kamara because he would have found a way.
Kamara, 11 games, 471 yards, 1 touchdown rushing.
You say potato, I say patata.
Receiving, he had 186 yards, 0 touchdowns. His best years he's never rushed for 1,000 yards in his career. How is that possible?
Big time pass catcher.
Well, yeah. I mean, he combined for 1,400 yards in 2018. He combined for 1,200, 1,300 yards in the following season. He combined for 1,600 yards in 2020. But him not having one season of 1,000 yards is really shocking. But he also doesn't stay healthy for a full year. Yeah, you're probably right. It was probably me looking at the success that Alvin Kamara had with Sean Payton and going, oh yeah, that should work if it's here in Denver, and realizing that the success was half a decade away.
Who is the aging running back, Mark Springer, in New Orleans that we were just talking about? What's his name?
Alvin, what? Because I said
Alvin
Kamara.
Yep. You say Kamara. Raj says Kamara. Which is right? Is it Kamara or is it Kamara? We don't care.
I don't care. Spring, keep it going.
I just try to what did Joe Buck say? I don't know. I can't picture it in my head. Feel like it was Kamara, maybe. I have no idea.
I think it's Kamara. Raj does this though, man. It's a guy that
he's got it's a Jared Bednar thing. It's Franco's.
Yes.
It's Rantanen. Or was that Patrick Waugh Rantanen? I think it was Patrick Waugh. That's my favorite.
Yeah, we know who we're talking about.
Well,
here.
I mean, when your whole life is spent trying to pronounce Finnish and Russian names, it's going to screw you up for just a semi-normal names like Kamara and Kamara.
Of course. Yeah, but you're also one who pushes a Sean rather than a Chan on me, which is, let's be very honest, ridiculous.
What about ATN?
ATN? ATN?
There are so many of them that, I don't know which way it is. I forget. On Tuesday, I think it's one way. On Wednesday, it's another way.
Tyler Bidet, Tyler Beatty, Tyler Batty.
I love the current soccer pundit named Thierry Henry. A really, really good pundit.
Or instead of Thierry, Cherry.
Henry.
Like he's the topping to his sundae.
Cherry Henry.
Spring, what do you got next?
All right. Yesterday, the deadline passed for the Cowboys to give George Pickens a long-term deal. He's going to play on a 1-year, fully guaranteed $27.3 million franchise tag.
He's just freaking good. There's no two ways about it. He is a headache, but he's an unbelievable receiver. It's a good payday for him. I don't know if there's a team that's going to give him a long-term deal, even if he puts up another great season.
Cowboys can be good this year.
If healthy. If they stay healthy, yeah. Prescott's good enough.
It's a pretty dang talented football team.
They have the second best 1-2 punch in terms of wide receivers in the game.
Yep. I mean...
Or is it better overall than
Cincy?
T. Higgins and Jamar Chase?
I feel like Joe Burrow, when healthy, elevates. Personally, I feel like he elevates that group above that of the Cowboys, and I think Joe Burrow would do the same thing if he was in Dallas.
Take away the quarterback. What's the better 1-2 punch?
After last season, I'm going to go CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. Dude,
Yeah.
George Pickens was phenomenal last year.
He's a bona fide one playing.
He is
one
a 1-1.
Yeah.
Like he is last year his season was friggin' unbelievable.
I always find a way to believe in the Cowboys.
How do you pronounce Marty?
Marty Natchez?
I thought it was Nichas.
Nichas? No, Bednar calls
Nekash.
him Neckish.
Neckish.
Nakash? Spring, how does Bednar pronounce Nakish? Marty Natchez' last name. There's too many of these happening.
Michael from the Shop Mazda text line here says Nekash. Knneecash.
I thought it was like Nakash. He'd say it that way.
I'm a Natchez guy. And you're a Natchez guy?
Marty Natchez.
Oh, you're Natchez.
Yeah,
I'm a Natchez.
Natchez.
I'm a Natchez guy. Anyway.
I think the Cowboys...
Czechia or Czechia?
It's Czechia. Czechia.
Why is it CH then?
Czechia.
Not Czechia.
Well, no, but you wouldn't call it the Czech Republic. You called it the Czech Republic, right?
But there's no IA
you called
after
it
Czech.
Czechoslovakia, not Czechoslovakia. Correct? Correct?
Let us know any other ones that you want to know the exact pronunciation of.
Back to your question about are the Cowboys going to be good? Yeah, I think the Cowboys.
What's
if
their win
healthy,
total? Projected. Vegas. I'm guessing.
Probably
I guess 9.5.
9.5, something like that. I think they're better than the Giants. I think they're better than the Commanders. I don't know if they're better than Philadelphia. They're probably not better than the Eagles. But I think they can be the second best team in the NFC. It's 9.5.
Yep.
That's a really sketchy number. I wouldn't bet on it.
No, the under for 9.5 is at -125.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. But I think they'll be right there. If they're healthy, I think they can be a playoff team. It's been so many years for the Cowboys being relevant in the playoffs that I almost find myself rooting for the Cowboys.
How about the Chiefs? This might be a good bet.
10.5.
Yep.
Under.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Is it 10 on the nose? Is it 11? It's 10 or 11.
I feel like it's 13 or 7.
Spring, keep it going. Mark Springer.
Oh, yeah, my mic's off.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, I'm not watching the quarterback series on Netflix, but I do see some clips going around. This one...
Has it debuted?
Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this one tickled me. So, Joe Flacco is playing for the Browns last year, and his wife and his son, Frank Flacco. It's great to see
What a
Frank
good name.
making a comeback.
Oh,
He's got a kid named Frank?
Yes.
Oh, I love
like
that
a toddler?
for Joe.
No, adolescent, like somewhere in the 12
Well,
to
he
15
was
range.
once upon a time a toddler. A toddler named Frank is awesome.
You know what I'm naming my? I'm gonna force. Force isn't a great word to use there. I am going to work very candidly and not aggressively. We're gonna have a fourth child, and I'm gonna name him Richard. Yeah, Richard Sanford.
Okay.
Rich Sanford. Dick Sanford.
Yeah, go for it.
Like, what happened to those names? Bob. I want Bob Sanford. I want to call a toddler. Hey, Bob, come over here.
Well, you call him Bobby, wouldn't you?
No. I want like Frank.
Yeah, but you're also not calling a toddler Dick.
I mean,
you have to wait until the kid gets out of college to be like, "Welcome to the firm, Dick."
What did happen with the name? Like, was Dick Van Dyke known as Dick when he was 3 years old? Hey, Dick, get over here. What are you doing?
Isn't Dick Van Dyke still kicking?
I think he is, actually.
I'm
That's
pretty
great,
certain
too.
he's still alive.
He's a Hundy.
He's awesome, man.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Sorry,
one of the in the Dick Power rankings, he's definitely up there. One of the greatest Dicks of all
up
time.
there.
Yep.
Spring, what were you saying?
Yeah, so Frank Flacco has his father, Joe, on his fantasy football team, but he benched him at the Browns game that he attended. And Frank says this to his mom.
If Dad goes off, I'm going to crash out.
What do you mean?
Because I benched him.
I hope he goes off.
That is ruthless as a kid.
You know what that sounds like? It's a future bookie. Hey, Frankie. Hey, Frankie Flacco. Hey, I want to put can I put some money down?
Frankie Flacco is 100% a shatter your kneecaps bookie.
I love him.
Frankie Flacco?
Yeah, Teaneck, New Jersey. Perfect.
Frankie Flacco got ran down by a RICO case in the 1980s. Frankie Flacco, popped one of the heads of the Five Familias. You got to be ruthless to Well, one, have your dad on your fantasy football team who is 40 years old or however old Joe Flacco is as a backup, and then when he plays in a game, not play him. Don't you kind of have to sacrifice the win with your buddy? If they all know that your dad's Joe Flacco and he's playing on Sunday, like, he's not going to put up big points, even if you got Herbert actually starting that week, don't you have to put dad in there?
Yeah, I think you do.
That's a lesson that kid's going to have to learn.
Without a doubt, man.
But you know what? The good thing about him, his name's Frank Flacco. He's going to be just fine. He's going to do that's going to be a young man he's going to have a little something to him.
Those are your NFL notes brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. Mark Springer, thank you very much. Hey, the Avs just came out with their 84-game schedule. The NHL hasn't played 84 games since the 1993 NHL season. They've done it twice. It was 92-93 and 93-94 before the Avs came to Colorado in 95-96 when the league went back to 82 games. They'll have 84 this year. They will play 10 back-to-back sets. Yes?
I'm just laughing.
What are you laughing for?
I have something I want to talk about that is, did you know that the ESPYs were on last night?
Yes.
I did
not watch, but
did
I
you
knew
know
they were
yesterday when we were doing our show, the ESPYs were on that night?
Yes.
I had no clue. I had zero idea until the social media backlash of the opening performance by whom? The Savannah Bananas. That I despise. You know that, Raj. I think that Savannah Bananas is arguably one of the worst products that you could ever potentially be entertained by.
Huh.
Cheesy, cringy, like, I would never in a million. I don't want my kids like, hey, this is cool, kids. It's just leaning into everything that's bad about like TikTok and Instagram culture. And it's like all like blurring the lines of sport and not. It is definition of cringe.
So you don't view the Bananas as the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball?
No, because
what's different about the Globetrotters than the Bananas? Then?
Because I think it's probably because the Harlem Globetrotters were the original, and they also preceded the social media generation. So they were like actually entertaining with their brand of cool basketball tricks. I don't know, before everything became about doing a TikTok dance. TikTok dances in basketball in baseball don't mix in my world. Somebody else can like the Savannah Bananas. A lot of people say, get off my lawn. That's cool. Like, I'm yelling at the clouds. What I did think was really funny was Fox News just wrote an article about this. Okay. And this Outkick, it's, who's the guy's name? Clay Travis. Savannah Bananas opened the 2026 ESPYs with one of the worst performances you'll ever see. And the opening line was amazing to his article. Unbeknownst to most of America, ESPN had its annual ESPY Awards show Wednesday night. That's right. It's still somehow going on. And then he goes on to say, they went unnoticed until the Bananas 3-minute performance lit up social media with backlash. Anything else from the ESPYs that you caught?
Alyssa Liu won Best Breakout Athlete over Fernando Mendoza and Drake May. I thought that was kind of cool.
The ESPYs are, what happened to them? They used to be really cool. I used to like them.
The best thing that happened to the ESPYs, actually, you know what? We'll take a break. The best thing that happened in the ESPYs was Mike Tyson. And when Mike Tyson found out that Shohei Ohtani was actually a dude, that's next. Coach, I do think in the power rankings of people named Richard who end up going by the nickname of Dick, Van Dyke has to be the leader in the clubhouse. He's got to be number one, but there are a bunch of them. Law and Order creator Dick Wolf.
No, we're going through the Dick power rankings right now.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Andy Dick, the actor.
Yeah, I don't know if the last name really hits the same.
But it counts. You're in the conversation. Dick Clark, New Year's Eve, Syracuse's own.
That's a little chewy though, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
It's tough to go from CK to C and the last name. I understand that.
To me, Dick Van Dyke is top 3 Dick of all time. Number 1, without question. He's the greatest linebacker to ever play the game, inside linebacker.
Dick Butkus.
Dick
Pretty
Butkus.
good. Pretty good.
Really good Dick.
What about Dick LeBeau?
Oh, the inventor of zone pressure? Every single fire zone has been, in the history of football, essentially can be credited to Dick LeBeau.
The late Vice President Dick Cheney.
Dick Vitale.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good... he's got to be up there. That's a really good one, Coach. Good on you.
Watergate.
Oh, Tricky Dick Nixon.
Yes.
Yeah, but he was more of a Richard.
Ooh, I like this one. NASCAR legend. Dick Trickle.
Okay. I'll give it to you.
Dick Button. Figure skater.
Yes.
Good figure skater.
We got 10 of them. That is a really, really solid list of 10 people.
This is a topic that has absolutely lit up the Shot Mazda text line, by the way.
Like nothing else that we've talked about today, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why we're doing this is because Mark Springer is behind the glass, and Kreckman and Lindahl will not be on today. It'll be Springer and Matt Smith. But in honor of Kreckman and Lindahl, who do fantastic power rankings of people named X, Y, and Z, is why we're doing this today.
Have they ever done a Dick power ranking, Spring? Do you know?
I don't know. Did you guys mention Grayson?
No.
Fictional character, but still.
We also didn't mention current NBA player Grady Dick. He's on there as well.
Oh, Grady Dick.
Yeah. You got to put him on there. Gotta find him.
If you've got Andy out there, you got to have.
Yeah, but like
Grady.
Andy's actually been in like big productions. Grady Dick is a replacement level NBA player.
I thought he was gonna be a lot better. He's been a bit of a disappointing Dick to me.
Poor people love ranking Dicks. All right. Before we get fired, I'm killing this right now.
Dick Munford.
Oh, whoa!
Doing great. Hey, great text
Honestly,
there,
what are we
915.
doing? How does that? It's taken nearly 10 minutes for us to get there.
Also, Sam Darnold's grandpa.
Dick Hammer.
Is that a real thing?
That is a very
That's
real
actually
thing.
a thing?
Shout out to the texter who reminded me of that.
That is an unbelievable name.
Super Bowl champion.
Are you able to get above Van Dyke because the name is that great? We got like a dozen Dicks.
I mean, I know it's not a first and last name, but I mean, one of the best named soccer venues in the world, Dick's Sporting Goods Park.
It is a pretty good park.
Yes. And it really allows for some creative chants for Centennial 38 in the southeast end zone, or south end zone, excuse me.
Back to my Avalanche schedule. They'll play 12 afternoon games
Back
this
to
year,
boredom.
Coach.
Jeez, we were having fun.
I know, right?
Gosh,
I know.
you never let me have fun.
I let you have fun.
Okay, you did. Yeah, you let me breathe a little bit.
They won't play an afternoon game until November 27th on the road against Minnesota. Some wrinkles about the NHL schedule this year. You will have 2 home and 2 away games against your divisional opponents. You will continue to play non-conference games, 1 home and 1 away. That will not change. Games within the conference, 4 teams. You will play 2 times at home and 1 time on the road. So those are Pacific Division teams. And then there will be 4 teams that you will play 1 at home and then 2 away. Very balanced schedule for the NHL this year.
Is there any punishment? Is there a punitive measure in the National Hockey League scheduling? Is there a mechanism built in to punish those that had dominant seasons the year before, like the NFL does?
Nope. There isn't, hey, you finished first and now you get to play a first place schedule. No. There is no sort of punitive measure. There's no sort of help if you're the worst team in the league. It's just evenly balanced. I think they could find a way to do that, but what you would lose is the guarantee that the fans see every single team at least once on home ice. So, like, for years in the NHL, like, Sidney Crosby wouldn't show up to Colorado for, like, 3 seasons. And then if you were lucky enough to get that one game to see the Penguins or that one game to see Alex Ovechkin in the Washington Capitals every couple of seasons, you'd get to go see those players. Now you are guaranteed that every team shows up on your home ice.
Is Sid not hanging it up anytime soon?
I bet you Sid's got another 3 years left in him.
Wow, that's crazy to me. I mean, we can go through Sydney power rankings if we want to.
How many Sydneys you got?
I mean, there's a Sweeney out there.
Sydney. Dang. It's spelled differently. Does it count?
It is, but it's just general Sydneys. So I guess 38-year-old Sidney Crosby, gosh, he's still doing it, man. He had 5 points in the playoffs this year in just 6 games. He's still a really good player.
I think it's very clear Ovechkin's going to stay his entire career, whether or not this is his last year in the NHL. He'll stay his whole career in Washington. I'm still hopeful that if Pittsburgh really does suck this year, that Sid's going to go, I still have like 2 or 3 years of being a point per game player and really solid.
Dude, the guy.
And I just don't want to leave in mediocrity.
Am I right in saying this, that Sidney Crosby, over the course of was he going up on year 19? 2005 was his first year, so he's got to be over 20. It's got to be 21, season 21 for Sid.
This is season number 22.
2 coming up.
22.
Am I right in saying this, that through his entire career, the only year that he didn't have at least a point per game was an injury-riddled 2011-2012 season?
No, he was still a point per game. He only played 22 games that year. He had 37 points.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
He has never had a season in his career where he has not been at least point per game.
That's insane.
He has the longest streak in the history of the National Hockey League in 21 straight years. It's unbelievable, man, what he's been able to do. Played 68 last year, had 74 points. If he plays a full season, he's a 30-goal scorer again.
How about the 3 years prior, he was a 93, 94, 91 point player in his mid to late 30s. Awesome.
We got spoiled. Like, you have to think about these generational talents that were coming up as teenagers in the early 2000s. We got absolutely spoiled with Crosby, Ovechkin, with LeBron James, love him or hate him, spoiled with the fact that he just lived up to the hype. Look back at Bryce Harper, too. Bryce Harper was supposed to be the next one. He was on the cover. It was that very famous ESPN, the magazine cover that had Bryce Harper on the front of it. And Harper lived up to expectation. Without a doubt. Has hit it out of the park. Like, you had so many of these wonder kid, future stars, future faces, will save their league type of kids that all hit it. They all hit it.
I'm looking up right now while we're on hockey. We're talking about Sidney Crosby.
Yeah, we're kind of on hockey.
Sidney Crosby,
hockey adjacent.
Is he a top 5 player of all time in the National Hockey League?
Yeah.
Top 3?
Maybe.
Who's number 1 to you?
Gretzky.
2?
Lemieux.
3?
Howe.
Ooh.
That's probably your top 3, and then you start.
Where's Hull?
Brett Hull? Not even in the conversation.
Bobby.
Not even in the conversation.
Yep.
When you're talking about top 3, that's your top 3, and then you start getting into
where's Ovi?
Where's Ovi? Where's Sid? Sid's the more complete player. Ovi's the greatest scorer of all time. But yeah, once you get into that number 3 conversation, you're right there.
Number
4, Bobby Orr, maybe.
Ooh.
But he didn't play long enough. He was unbelievable, but didn't play long enough. But I think you're right in that conversation of like, yeah, Crosby gets to be, is he 3? Is he 4? If he continues playing another 3 seasons, maybe if he wins another cup, can he jump into the Lemieux conversation as number 2? Where is Connor McDavid going to be at the end of all of this? He has to.
Where's Nathan McKinnon going to be?
Where's Nathan McKinnon going to be?
How many titles are you going to win?
Nate's got to win 2. I had this conversation with a couple of longtime listeners of the show. Shout out to Mark and Miro, who I talked to at Sportsbook yesterday. If not for Sakic and Waugh winning 2 cups, you'd be already okay with the career of Nathan McKinnon. Yep. You'd be already thrilled and okay with the career of Cale Makar. You must win 2 in this city. It's the same thing. Like, it's funny. Like, even if Bo Nix wins 1 Super Bowl with the Broncos, say he wins this year.
He ain't John.
You got to win 2.
Yep.
You got to win 2.
And with that, talking about the greatest hockey players of all time. Who's the greatest hockey player in the history of the NHL named Dick?
I don't know.
It's pretty simple.
Who?
It's Dick Duff.
I don't know who that is. Great name, though.
2006 Hockey Hall of Fame inductee. He won 6 Stanley Cups, 2 with the Toronto Maple Leafs, 4 with the Montreal Canadiens, and recorded 572 points in 1,030 regular season games.
Coach, you're popping your top to what this weekend?
I'm going to watch. You know what I'm going to watch? I'm going to watch the Open. I'm excited for some early morning golf tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. And I'm going to spend the weekend really leaning into the origin of the game of golf in the place that it was born.
The can't miss thing, obviously, is Sunday, 1 p.m. Make sure that you guys go out and hang with DMac at the Old Town Tavern in Arvada. That is at 12:30 p.m. on Sunday with our friends at Michelob Ultra. We'll see you there for Argentina and Spain in the World Cup final. I'm popping my Michelob Ultra top to watching that game. But that'll do it for us this week. For Mike Sanford, Mark Springer behind the glass. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you guys Monday morning at 10 a.m. Fox Sports Radio all day on Friday. But PhD next.
What's up, Mile High City? Welcome to PhD on this Thursday. Once again, Darren McKee is out, but he's back. This is the last day he's going to be out. He'll be locked in come next week. I'm Mark Purdo. I'm joined today by a man known from coast to coast like butter and toast. It's the Gray Ghost. Scott Hastings. Tyler will be here in just a little bit. Scotty, how you doing? How you feeling, Scott?
Good, man. I feel fabulous. Another day in the books. Hot one out there again.
Ooh, yeah, baby. Yeah, it's cooking.
And I got a no-dumb question.
Right out the gate.
Right out the gate. I was thinking about this in the inn, or on the drive-in. Believe it or not, because, listen, we were talking about a couple weeks. We got the Broncos starting. 3 weeks. The Avs will be starting practice in 4 weeks, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Another 5. I think the NBA starts 6, starts practice and stuff. So everything's coming along. Next thing you know, it's going to be March. Right? Wait. It's going to be January, February. We're going to have the college playoffs and the Super Bowl playoffs. And then it's going to be March. And we all know in the sports world, March is about college basketball, March Madness, right? They always talk about adding teams, just like after the successful World Cup, they're talking about adding even more teams because they work so well. Could March Madness take a book out of the World Cup, add some more teams? I think I figured out, and it was driving, so my math could be off, but 16 brackets of 4, and do group stages. And then you play off your group stages to earn the right to go to, single game elimination stages.
I'm here for it.
I mean, could you do that?
Yeah, I think you could. Matter of fact, I mean, if you could get cocky enough and throw every single team in there, and have like a 200 game weekend or whatever, something like that, you could cut the field in half, and then.
Chris, help me with my math. If you had 16 groups. 4 in a group, that's 64 right there, right? Look, he's doing math. He's got.
Sure, I trust you.
Yep, that's 64.
I trust you on that one, yeah.
I think you got 64. And if you still want to do play-in games, you could still have 4 play-in games to make it 68, I guess, or the last 4 spots get you at 60 in. Last 4 spots in the 12-man brackets, you play in for those last 4 spots.
Mm-hmm.
But you do group play. 3 points for a win, just like the World Cup. No overtimes. So if teams happen to tie, it's a tie. During the group stage, you get 1 point.
Wow, that'd be freaky in that sport.
It would be. It would throw a lot of bettors off.
Yeah, it would. Yes.
But you're still there already, and you're getting it over. You're still getting the group stage over. And then you go into, now all of a sudden it becomes basically a bracket, just like the World Cup turned into. But you've had, instead of CSU makes the March Madness, instead of being one and done and getting to play Duke.
Right, you get to play.
You get like 3 games.
At least 3 games, yeah. A minimum of 3 games.
Yeah.
And
the old excuse that people started using back in the day, why we don't do more of this, well, the kids are going to miss more school, and blah, 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 blah.
Now they're getting paid.
And listen,
Nobody cares about that.
Right now, throw academics kind of to the side when it comes to college sports.
I didn't even know no one even brought up what Sorsby's like what he did in college, like what his GPA.
No.
Nobody cared about that. They're like, dog, he can play ball, but he's got this gambling problem. Nobody mentioned any of that stuff, any of the school stuff at all.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm here for it. You know, I love it. Logistically, it might be a night. Well,
why?
You're right. I don't know. We got the arenas. We got the space.
You play the group stages. Could be at big venues. NBA state could be at the Pep Center. You're going to have a round robin tournament. Your 4 teams are going to be blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
You play 2 games a day. You can even do 3 straight days if you wanted to. Make those guys. They do it sometime anyway, or do a day in between.
I guess
you're going to go a little bit further and a little longer. Maybe you started at the end of February.
The question is who gets rich doing it? Like they're like the people making the money are going to keep wanting to make the money
The
and not really
NCAA is
share.
going to make money because you're going to. I just think I don't know. Listen, what did we say? Netflix for the home run derby played.
It was
150 million for 3 years.
150 million for 3 All-Star.
How much money FIFA making on these World Cup?
Billions.
Yeah.
Billions. Tens of billions. They're making.
Yeah. I think the USA's share getting knocked out in the round of 16 was like 16 million. Right? For playing 4 games. You ain't going to have money like that?
No, I think you would. Is this just like an idea that you think would be fun, or are you like, let's do it?
No,
do you want to do it?
Listen. I have bought in hardcore on the World Cup.
We all have. I think. I mean,
by
you
the way,
especially though.
We made a mistake because there is a game Saturday because they play.
The third place.
They play for third place. Did you know in March Madness they used to play for third place?
I did not know that. I don't think so.
Arkansas.
I don't think I remember them.
Arkansas in. I think it was a 78 beat Notre Dame for third place.
I did not. I had
and
no
I think they
idea
got rid of it
that.
like in 79 or 80.
Once again, the American sports culture isn't here for third place. We're not here for second place.
But you know who is?
Europeans?
No.
Soccer fans?
TV and product.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't going to think, so now on Monday and Tuesday, put the third place game on Monday and the championship on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Or play the third place game at 5 o'clock and the championship game at 8.
Is the third place game in the World Cup? Is that at in New York too? Are they playing it in New York too, or is it?
I don't know because they're playing Saturday. I don't know. I don't know where that game is.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just know that the final on Sunday is in New York.
Yeah.
But
you could have had so much better. I mean, if we seen it, wouldn't it have been better like in Dallas or even Atlanta was on fire the other day. SoFi in L.A. was lit. I mean, come on.
Once again, I'm sure New York just fed bribes to. I'm sure the South is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure that's exactly how they ended up with that final match. You know what? Speaking of which, the game we watched yesterday, that Argentina came from behind and won. Do we I often say the phrase during a broadcast when I'm throwing the highlights or something. I say, recognize greatness when you see it. Now, we all know that Messi is great, but do we recognize how great he is? I feel like there are athletes that were so great that we don't appreciate their greatness until after they're gone. I think that
we didn't learn anything about Pele till Pele was way up in years. He played for the Cosmos, right? I mean, how many people in the world?
Cosmos,
many people in the world got to enjoy Pele in his career when he was in his prime? We got like 36 or 37-year-old Pele, right?
Right. He basically his retirement tour was playing in that U.S.
trying
league.
to pump up that
league, SL or something like that.
ASL,
is that what it was?
League or something like that.
So, but yeah, I mean, he was winning World Cups left and right, but he was the greatest player in the game before. But then you're right, it was past his prime by the time he hopped overseas.
Yeah, but how many years of greatness did we miss that?
But I'm talking about I think we underappreciate the greatness. I think we realize it now, but when Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders were doing what they're doing, we were like, man, that's great. But then nobody has done it since. You know what I mean? Nobody has done it since then, and I think that's raised the level of respect I have for that kind of greatness, what Bo and Deion did.
Right.
Where you're playing 2 professional sports at the same time. You're just like, man.
And Bo's cut down because of injury,
Yeah.
which I heard a great Bo Jackson stat today.
Oh, no.
See if you can figure that. Chris, you can play with this one too, ready? What current NFL head coach has more rushing yards in the pros than Bo Jackson? Chris saw the same thing. Don't tell him yet. Let him try to guess.
I was going to say, I already know the answer to this.
What?
It's really funny.
What has more rushing yards?
What current head coach in the NFL? He has 6 more rushing yards than Bo Jackson acquired. I think Bo Jackson had 2,871.
I know this guy.
This guy had 2,877 or something.
And I only know it because I had this exact same conversation with somebody. Somebody brought up the stat. I think if I'm thinking of the right one, it's Harbaugh, isn't it?
Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, it was Harbaugh. Yeah.
Quarterback.
Yeah, because he had some. He played forever.
Yeah.
But
he had like 6 more rushing yards.
Crazy.
Than Bo Jackson, who's considered one of the great running backs just broke that hip in half and all that stuff. But
yeah, but see,
isn't that a crazy stat?
No, it's a stupid stat. Matter of fact, I think did I watch? It was. I saw them asking other head coaches that question, and they were like, and nobody could get it.
Even his brother couldn't get it.
Right. Finally, he was like, "Wait, is it my brother?" And they were like, "Yes, it's your brother." Yeah, that's good stuff. So, with Messi, let me ask you this question, former professional athlete: Can the clutch gene be taught? Like what Messi does, what Argentina does in stoppage time is ridiculous, and what Messi's done his entire career is crazy. But that clutch gene, Scotty, can you teach it? Can you learn it? Can somebody who starts the sport, like, are you born with it, or do you have to embrace it somehow?
I feel it's developed somewhere, somehow along the way.
Like young, like did Messi get the clutch gene? He was just born with clutch.
And you've done some of the broadcasts that I've been on, and I say, isn't it funny? Watch an out-of-bounds play with a team down 2 and 3 seconds on the clock, and they run a play, or 1 second on the clock, whatever. Watch how many guys don't really run hard to come to the ball. Not everybody wants the ball. Yeah. And the problem is, any shot that they're probably going to get, all of them has probably made at one time or another, but they have a fear of failure.
Yeah.
And I think if you look at the great ones, Michael Jordan talked about it on a documentary or some interview sometime. He goes, man, I've failed a lot more than I succeeded, yet what do people remember?
Yeah.
They remember the successes. And I don't think enough players understand that in their mind. Listen, I can go back to my college days when I played a whole lot. Maybe even one mistake I made in the pros I can remember. But I remember my mistakes more than I remember all the successes.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody sent me a video the other day of me playing in a game where I had 20-some and something. And I'm like, man, I don't remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. I was okay. I did pretty good, But you remember your failures. I remember the missed shot against K-State. I remember the dumb foul against K-State. I remember, a bad throw-in I had one time in the pros that led to a guy catching it, throwing half court, and making it, and we lost.
Mm-hmm.
And you just forget the successes you've had. I remember the missed shots. I remember the missed shot at K-State in the NCAA tournament more than I remember the last second shot to beat Akeem Olajuwon in Houston.
Really?
For some reason. That one, I mean, people were like, oh, yeah, now I remember I did it, and I remember the shot and whatever. But that miss
bothers you more.
Yeah. So I think the great ones get over a fear of failure. One, that comes from fundamentals. I mean, you talk about footwork with Messi. We'll just start with Messi. Everybody you talk to talks about, his body control, his ball control. I was watching an interview of an old-time Premier League defender who was playing him in the Champions League and said he was just killing us. And we said, we're going to take him out. He said, we had 3 guys hit him, couldn't knock him off the ball. He said, finally, the 3 of us stood up after we hit him. And it was like Beckham and Gary Neville, and there was some other guy. And he just went boom, bounce, boom, never lost control of the ball. So I think there's a clutch gene when you know your skills are par. Like, I don't think Nikola Jokic will ever be afraid of a moment because I think he's got pretty good confidence in what his skills are, right?
Yeah.
I think it's the guys that don't trust the skills or maybe don't have them up to where they could or should. I think they're the ones that struggle a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Messi, I mean, skill-wise, at 39, Messi's still as good as anybody that played. Not as quick as he was, doesn't jump as well as he did.
It's crazy.
But you've seen the video of those Fox guys with Zlatan and Thierry Henry, and they're just kicking the ball around. And they're like doing 1 touches back and forth to each other and 2 touches, boom, bing, bang, and they're juggling the ball. Thierry Henry's 50.
Yeah.
And Zlatan's got to be in his 40s, right? They must have some sort of skill that they're still doing this, 20 years after they retire. that they can still have a touch on them. Have you ever tried to take a soccer ball and just juggle on your feet?
No. Well, no.
Stupid.
No, I get it. It takes a.
I hit it once, and the second bounce goes over here. Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, you have to. Just like Tiger Woods when he used to bounce the ball on his pitching wedge or whatever, and he was just like pow, 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 and then hit it out of the middle. You're just like, this is hundreds of hours sunk into that sport is what gets you to that point. You know what I mean?
How many golfers after that Nike commercial did you see at the range the next
you
week?
just whip
no,
it on.
The next week just working on the tapping thing.
Yeah.
I did. I was, trying to. I go. I didn't even think you could do something like that.
Yeah, that's good stuff, baby. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for Argentina versus Spain in the final on Sunday. The party starts at Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday at 12:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. DMac is hosting and giving away tons of great prizes, so you won't want to miss it. Michelob Ultra is a superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup. Superior is worth playing for, and now it's worth cheering for. Be sure to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team. See you at Old Town Tavern in Arvada Sunday at 12:30 with DMac. We got some NFL to talk about next. Mark your calendar for Friday, August 28th. It's the first ever wine time at Elitch Gardens. You'll get to sample wines from 14 different tasting stations. Enjoy artisan bites, live music, and a great summer night with friends. Tickets go on sale tomorrow. Welcome back to PhD on this Thursday. We've got, the British Open. Is it going on right now? Like, how is not one of these TVs? Or is the round over with? Like, I don't know what the timing
start
is.
like at 6 a.m. You probably get the recap. CBS always does a recap in the evening, in the afternoons.
All right, because you know what? This is crazy to me because I love the majors in golf, but it's been all World Cup all the time lately.
Yeah, British Open's one of my favorites. And of course they're playing. I actually played one time.
You played at Royal Birkdale?
Royal Birkdale.
Man, how much does that set you back?
It was 20-something years ago, and it wasn't bad.
Wow. So, I mean, it's a links course. I mean, it's all links over there, right? So
it's real hilly. There's a lot of hills.
Do you remember what you
shot?
shot?
A handful of blind shots. I think I shot an 80-something.
That's not bad. At Birkdale, that's not bad. Not at all. So, yeah, British Open's going on. Major League Baseball returns tonight. But you know what's crazy, Scotty? You know how many games we got in baseball tonight? One game. You want to know why we only have one game?
Because it's Yankees-Boston or something like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's part of the reason. It's your TV people. It's TV and money. When they signed the new contract, I think it was ESPN or whoever was like, we want a game that it's the only game that's going to be played so everybody who's a baseball fan has to watch it. We want one of those. And then so Major League Baseball decided this was going to be that game. Mets Phillies tonight on ESPN is so ESPN's like, yeah, the only thing you can watch tonight if you're a baseball fan is our game.
Yeah.
So I mean,
and if you're not a baseball fan, you're not even checking into ESPN,
right? And then
you might be a whoever my hometown team baseball fan.
But do you care about Mets?
Are Rocky fans going to watch Mets Philly tonight?
Well, no. Well, you know what's crazy? I mean, the Phillies are really good, and the Mets suck this season, right? So I don't know why they decided this is a matchup.
Firing people and
well,
don't they get like the third highest payroll or something?
Yeah, it might be higher than that. It might be the second highest payroll or first highest payroll in baseball. But then they have just a brutal start to the season, just a stupid, ugly, nasty start to the season. So anyway, yeah, one baseball game tonight. The Rockies come back tomorrow. As they start the second half with they'll be hosting the Cincinnati Reds. So you can be locked in on what are they? They're 39-59 Colorado Rockies. They start the second part of the season. So baseball is kind of back. All right, Scotty. We talked. So when I was asking you about the clutch gene, it made me think of something else that you're gonna have to tell me how much of this belongs to the clutch gene. I was watching there's a random interview with like Matt Damon about that new the Odyssey that comes out to the movie, and he was talking about how they had former Navy SEALs on the movie set, and because I guess it was just brutal conditions that they were filming under, and so these Navy SEALs are trying to get these actors into the right headspace, and they were like, basically they went to mental toughness school with these Navy SEAls.
Right.
And so I guess,
which is again trained.
So that's what I'm asking. Like the clutch gene, you're almost born with, but mental toughness can be taught, right?
See, do you know anybody that's got the clutch gene that's not mentally tough?
No. Everybody with the clutch gene is mentally tough, but not everybody's mentally. You know what I mean?
I don't think you're born with the clutch gene. I think it's developed. Sometimes it may be developed at a young age. Mm-hmm. You know, I watched a 10-year-old girl run 2 miles around the track in 15 minutes. And they had her mic'd up. Come on, you can do it. And I'm like, dude, she's going to be a tough SOB when she's 18. You know, she may not be a runner and she may not be in track and field, but guess what? Mm-hmm. She never stopped. She didn't stop running. I couldn't run 2 straight miles right now without stopping.
Does youth football in this country, does it develop mental toughness? Or do you have to get past that? Or do you have to develop your own mental toughness to survive in high school football, to get to college football?
There's a guy in inner city Chicago, and I think they did a documentary on him and what he does. And he teaches martial arts to inner city kids. And, you know, they're teaching martial arts, but 90% of it is your mentality,
mm-hmm.
you know, what you're thinking, you know, and it's a fabulous film. The guy, I follow him on Instagram, just a fabulous teacher, but you're like, this is bigger than martial arts he's teaching.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you say clutch gene, I say it's developed. It's moments like this. I think this guy is raising young boys that'll be growing up to be strong men someday, and not just physically. There's power comes with the mentality.
Right. I'd rather you be mentally tough than physically tough.
Yeah. Now, there's certain positions, if you're mentally tough and you're a 180-pound offensive lineman, you ain't gonna play in the NFL. Yeah. I mean, you gotta have some requisite size, right, for certain positions.
Right.
But listen, I just don't know many of the great players that aren't mentally tough. I can't honestly think of a great player I know that wasn't mentally tough.
Mm-hmm. Right. There is no soft superstars out there.
I was watching an interview with Agassi.
Oh, yeah. Old school, Andre.
And he was a guy that finally figured out Boris Becker. Because remember, Boris Becker came on the scene, and this guy's diving after balls, and he's, one of the first guys firing at 100 mile an hour and serves. And this is talking mentality. I don't know if this is clutch gene or not. But he said, I noticed on his second serve, if he was going to go cross court with the serve, his tongue would pop out right before as he was throwing the ball out. And if he was shooting across corner, the tongue would go to that side. If he was going straight, his tongue, and all of a sudden he started being able to answer the thing back. Nobody could figure out. He's the only guy that could figure out Boris Becker's serve.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't know if that's a clutch gene or not, but that's a mentality, a spatial awareness, a something. Listen, not every player could figure that out, could they?
Right. No, you're right. But you're right. It's different than being mentally tough. It's, I guess it's just being smarter than everybody else.
I think your skills technically have got to be great. That's first and foremost. You got to understand the game. Messi, if you can ask any expert, he sees the game. And what do they say about great basketball players? What do they say about Tom Brady? What do they say about Peyton Manning? Peyton Manning knew your defense better than you knew it. That's a game awareness, right? That's an understanding of the game that you're trying to play. And when you got that, guess what? Aren't you going to have superior confidence that I can make this throw when I'm, 4th and 10, down 3 on my own 40? Do I not have pretty much good confidence I can make this pass?
You know what I think really defines the greatest of athletes over the last, well, it might be longer than 50 plus years, is that for the truly great athletes, like a Messi, like a Joker, like a Brady, the game slows down in their head. The game slows down. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the greatest athletes are also almost they control time in a way. You know what I mean? Like they have a way with time where everybody else is like they're going 2,000 miles an hour, and for them in the biggest moments, everything slows down.
And then you get the saying that he makes a hard play look mundane, right? The guy that can make a super hard play look simple. Well, the game slowed down for him. That's part of the reason why. I'll say this: it just struck me when you're talking. I'm going to give Bo Nix, and you can tell me whether you think it's a compliment or not. I think Bo Nix' clutch gene exceeds his talent level.
I like that thought, Scotty. I like it because we're going to get into a conversation today. Nick Kosmider had a story where he talked about what does Davis Webb and Bo Nix need to do. And they put, there's a bunch of stats we'll get into about it, but it's how slow Bo starts every single game of his career. Bo in the NFL just starts slow as hell, but you get him to the fourth quarter, and that man's a winner. And so the question is how do you get that guy going early so you don't have to pull off these crazy heroics in the fourth quarter? And so is that the key to it? Is that the key to it, what you just said?
Go back to look at early John Elway's career, and the big joke is, Dan Reeves is going to run his offense until the fourth quarter, and they're down. They say, okay, John, go take it over. And maybe part of this, and listen, I've been as big of an opponent of Bo Nix as far as these 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage passes, these dump off, all the time. Never pushing the window. And yet when you see fourth quarters and plays are going on, There's a seam route with Cortland down the middle. There's a back shoulder fade to Cortland on the outside. There's bang the ball, and all of a sudden he's, well, why are we doing all this?
Yeah.
So maybe part of the play calling, and maybe part of the reason Davis Webb is getting the job, maybe part of Sean Payton's play calling was just way too conservative to start games.
Interesting.
And maybe, and in Sean's defense, maybe that's because he knows he's got a young quarterback.
Yeah, maybe.
It's only finished his second year.
Yeah, that's because they do mention in the article that
Well,
Sean.
I'm dropping pearls out there.
No, you're on it today, Scotty. You're on it today.
Pearls.
Sean Payton likes to script the first 15 plays of the game. Yeah. And now that will be Davis Webb scripting the first 15 plays of the game. And how much different will those first 15 plays look with Davis compared to Payton?
So do you think there's any chance? Because you know that Sean Payton's going to be right there while they're writing the plays.
He's like, let me see that list.
That on Tuesday when they go, here's play, or Thursday, whatever day they do it, here's play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's like looking at him going, crosser, not open, dump left. Crosser, Denny, not open, dump right. Fly on the outside, swing pass running back. Davis goes, okay. And then all of a sudden he gets a bow on Friday night or Saturday night and goes, okay, here's what he wants to run third play. Now we're going to set this up play first. We'll run this, but we're going to come up over the top on the next time we pass. We're going to show this right here. We're going to settle for this. Let's see if Davis Webb has the marbles to kind of get it going early.
Right.
Listen.
Or if Sean Payton's like, hell no, we're not calling that play. He's going to like, Sean, shut up, man. Let me run this offense. This is what you hired me for.
If you look at John Elway's stats when Shanahan took over, I mean, they just jumped. And he was always a good quarterback, but they just jumped up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you weren't waiting until the fourth quarter. If anything, guess what fourth quarters became for John Elway? Hand it off left, hand it off right, hand it off left. I mean, that's what it turned into, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But with Dan Reeves, it was hand off left, hand off right, hand up the middle. Fourth quarter, we're down 6. Hey, John, go ahead. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, pull off some magic. Hey, it worked. Well, not actually. They never won a Super Bowl with Dan, but yeah, I mean, they got there, right?
Got there
Twice.
3 times.
Yeah. Or was it 3 times they got there with Dan Reeves as coach? Right? Because they went twice with Mike. That's correct. And yeah, and John went 5 times in his career.
Yeah.
So
and even before Mike was there, at 98 yards with what 2 minutes to go against Cleveland, you go 98 yards to get a touchdown. Come on now.
Yeah. No.
Come on, man.
I know. No, I love it. It was great. There was that great Elway, Joe Montana Monday Night Football battle where Elway's like, all right, I'll show you. Here we go. Fourth quarter action. All right. So so we were talking about, we've talked about clutch gene, mental toughness, and now I want to talk about pressure. And the reason I want to talk about pressure, I just saw, randomly, I saw a list of the 5 most pressure-filled jobs in the world, and they're exactly what you think they are. It's like surgeon, nurse, pilot, police officer, air traffic controller, firefighter. Like more because basically they said if your job, if you make a mistake at your job and somebody dies, that's pressure. That's pressure.
Which athletes don't understand,
right?
Because if I miss a shot, we lose.
Right, and that sucks.
Well, in the NBA, you're going to lose 30 times anyway, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. And in Major League Baseball, you're going to lose
65 times if you're a great team, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, but I was just wondering, like, what kind of pressure it is, like on Messi come Sunday in that World Cup final, compared to like Joker in the first round of the playoffs, compared to like, I don't know, Hunter Goodman in the All-Star game or something like that. There's different pressure at different times, but as an athlete, how you meet that pressure defines who you are.
Don't you think you got to define first where the pressure's coming from?
Oh, right. If it's internal or external, right. You're like, is it coming from me or is it coming from outside?
For me, with Messi in this game Sunday, I'm thinking this is probably his very last World Cup game ever.
Yeah.
But that'd be internal pressure because he's already won one. He's already leading scorer, leading assist guy in World Cup history. I mean, he's got all the records. He's got all the stats.
Yeah, but you don't want to go out on an L.
But I mean, you've already got wins, and you'll be second in the world. And listen, the rest of the world understands when you've got, 150 teams trying to get into a 48-team tournament, and you get second. pretty good. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty. Why do you think everybody? We don't get it here in the United States. Why do you think in the Olympics when you got people crying getting a silver and a bronze?
No. Yeah, just like yesterday, there was young children crying in the stands after England gave up those two, and lost. And they were, it felt like they had just lost you saw that. We were sitting there watching it, just crying in the stands. But honestly, I love it. I love it. This is what makes sports so great. That kind of emotion, that kind of what was it? The agony of defeat and the
thrill of victory.
Thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. There you go, Chris. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what makes sports great. Like yesterday, we're here at work, and that was a great day because we got to watch that amazing comeback by Argentina, and it was absolutely amazing. And now we're gonna get I don't know how many billions of people on Sunday watching it, and that's gonna have all the juice. Spain and Argentina, Scotty.
Yeah. Listen, I think England France is gonna be a good game Saturday.
You know what?
It'd be interesting to see how these guys' mentality towards the game is.
Yeah. I wonder if France because listen, I think France, England had that thing. France, man, nah. France might just come out just angry as all hell and pound England, but England might be so upset. I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Well, they can both not care, but I don't think they will.
Right, I was about to say, we here in America, we don't do this third place nonsense. So I don't really have a view of how do you even
because you
I want that bronze. I want that third place.
Yeah, in the world. Seriously, look up up into Google how many teams tried to qualify for the World Cup.
No, I get it. I understand. But at the same time,
Italy tried it, and they failed.
You're first or you're last in this country, Scotty. If you're first or last.
If you've got 8 billion people in this world trying to play soccer, and you become the second best guy.
No, I get it, but you're not the first.
You see, you're a snooty, stuck-up American.
I am when it comes to this kind of stuff. Yeah. I'm not here for second place, Scotty. Yeah. Nobody in this country is here for second place. This is America, man.
Yeah.
You're first or you're last, which is stupid. But this is how we live. This is where we're at.
I think when you talk about the NCAA tournament, okay, be upset, whatever. But listen, dude, you can have amazing seasons and get second.
I get it. The Nuggets regular season this year was great. The way that what they did in January, pulling off the wins they did, coming together like that, that's great. And I got no time for that. I got no time to praise that nonsense because what happened in the playoffs? And once again, maybe it's wrong. Maybe we're thinking about it wrong. Maybe we're handling it wrong. But to me, I don't care about the regular season after what happened in the. You don't get praise for that regular season.
That might be the biggest thing that comes out of that finally fans realize. And I would throw this out too to the President's Cup. Why are you getting so excited about the President's certificate, and you're out in the second round?
Yeah, I hear you on that one too. Yeah, I get you. Don't forget to join DMac at the Old Town Tavern on Sunday to watch Argentina and Spain in the World Cup final. The party starts at 12:30, and DMac is giving away prizes all game. See you at Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday. Welcome back to PhD. If you would like to be part of the program, the Shout Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Text in. Tell us how you feeling, what you're thinking about on this day today. We had a lot of opinions on the third place game. That a lot of people think it's just a money grab, but, I mean, I'm probably going to watch it.
They've been doing it all the time, right?
Yeah. So we also got a text from the 303. Police officers not one of the top 10 most dangerous jobs in America. Look it up, stupid. No, man, in my opinion, that's a tough job. That's a tough
you
job.
Said pressure. You said a pressure job.
Right, the top pressure field. But then, listen, if you work a job in which you make a mistake and somebody else dies, I feel like that's a high-pressure job, right?
Crab fishing.
Well, yeah, like what are those like Alaskan snow crab when they put those cameras on the boats? And what was that called? Like dangerous catch or something like that.
Dangerous catch.
Deadliest catch. There you go. Yeah. So yeah,
if your TV show uses the word deadliest in it, it's probably a high pressure job.
It's probably. But just like once again, we're talking about pressure in sports, and there's a difference between trying to get a strikeout in a playoff game
with bases loaded,
right? Compared to a guy who base jumps,
who's got to get a small tumor at the base of a young child's brain with equipment.
Right, there's a different kind of
that you can't slip. You can't, and I know they're trained and everything else, but dude, that ain't So what? The guy got a hit on you. The sun's still coming up tomorrow.
Right.
The sun coming up tomorrow. If you lose that child, but it ain't for that family.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what? Speaking of police, this has nothing to do with nothing. But when I was driving in today, I saw a cop pull a guy over. And when I passed the cop car, on the cop car, it said Cherry Hills Village Police.
Oh, yeah.
I've lived here my entire life. How have I not known that Cherry Hills has their own police department? There's like 50 people living in Cherry Hills.
You were driving in the hood, weren't you?
You see this? I'm talking about. You don't see that in Aurora, bro.
Yeah. You were driving through neighborhoods, weren't you?
Yeah. I was like, Cherry Hills Village Police. Why does Cherry Hills need their own police department, man? It's like 12 people. They're all worth like $6 trillion. But yeah, I was like, I had no idea that was a thing. No idea whatsoever. So either way,
I have a buddy whose son, and that may be who he works for. And he patrols basically the streets around pretty influential neighborhoods.
Right. Like, see, I feel like it's a little easier policing Peyton Manning and Russell Wilson.
And he said, our goal is got to get our tickets up so that we get funded.
Okay.
I mean,
it's like the Dubai Police Department where they're driving around in like Lamborghinis with,
mile an hour.
Yeah, he's like, what's going on here? But either way. All right. Back to sports we go. Major League, the Rockies getting back at it. We talked about a little bit about the World Cup. Now I would like to briefly touch on a little NFL. I mean, I brought it up to you where Nick Kosminder's new article for The Athletic talks about how to get Bo in a rhythm earlier. And he has some interesting numbers here. Like Bo in the first quarter ranked 31st in completions percentage, 26th in expected points added, and he averaged 6 yards per pass in the first quarter. Ooh. And then when you look at what he does in the fourth quarter, he looks like John Elway in the fourth quarter. And the question is for Webb.
Does he have fourth quarter stats on there?
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'll look it up for you and see what they are. But let me give you. So Davis Webb says these are the questions he asks when he goes into a game plan. When he starts game planning for a particular opponent, he's like, all right, I look at what we're good at, what do we need to look at that we're not good at, what's going on in the NFL right now, what are the trends in the NFL right now, and who are we playing? What's the specifics of the opponent?
Why would trends be before who you're playing?
I don't know. I mean, it's just the four. It might not be like in order of the list, but that's the four things he thinks about when he's drawing up a game plan. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess when we were talking about, I don't know what exactly trends he's looking for. Like, I don't know, percentage.
They're doing a lot of halfback passes,
or whatever specifics he's looking for there. But once again, I ask you, how do you turn fourth quarter Bo into first quarter Bo? How do you do that? How do you get Bo to do what he does in the second half of games in the first half? And is that the reason? Is that the specific reason why Davis Webb is now playing calls?
It'd be interesting. And listen, I wish Kreckman was here this week because Kreckman is the king of finding these deep analytic stats. And Denver was, I think, led the league or right way at the top as far as 3 and outs. I think over the last 2 years, but I think last year in particular, they had more 3 and outs than like anybody, or was right up there, right, real high. My question is, are they having more 3 and outs early or late?
Early, right?
Because if you even go back to when Stidham took over the ASC championship, didn't they score on their first or second drive? Wasn't it their first or second drive they scored on?
Mm-hmm.
And it was 3 and outs like the rest of the game.
Yeah, that was like in Buffalo.
You
that
want to look
playoff
at
game, they
trends.
scored first, and then never.
The trends you need to look at is what trends are you doing that's not moving chains? Why aren't you moving chains? You know, if you got listen, if your offense is predicated, and I think some of Sean Payton's offense has been predicated, is get the ball out wide, 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, let him beat a tackler, and let's pick up 6 or 8 yards. Well, think about this. Bo was averaging 6 yards in the first play. First pass incomplete. Second pass, you throw it out to the flat. It goes for a 2-yard loss. It's now you're 3rd and 12. Next pass, maybe it's short. You pick up 8 yards. Well, you're averaging 6.
Yeah.
That, right? Now you're just at that 6 average, but guess what you're doing? You're punting, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, you are.
I don't know. I just think part of the reason I have not been a believer, like DMac's a believer. I'm a hobo. I'm hopeful for Bo.
Hobo. I like that.
Is I just think he's way too conservative. And I don't know if that stems from game plan. And this week, I throw this out to the caller, see what you guys think. And it would tie in maybe to these first quarter stats and these starts that you're talking about that Cos might have wrote about. Is it game plan, or is it a technical accuracy problem with Bo?
Right. It's a bit of both, but I'm leaning towards Bo, right? Right.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I
have the numbers you're looking for. But incredibly, Bo Nix's passer rating spikes 16 points in the second half compared to the first half of football games. His completion percentage goes up in the fourth quarter, like in the first half, 62%. In the fourth quarter, it's closing in on 70%. He's got 8 touchdowns and 2 interceptions in the fourth quarters last year compared to 14 interceptions in the first 3 quarters of all those games. And it's his passer rating goes from in the low 80s to 101 in the fourth quarter. And once again, it's reason why people call him clutch. And I mean, he is clutch, but I don't know what the disconnect is from the first half of the second.
Maybe you're getting down too, and you want to talk about trends. We saw England do this in the World Cup yesterday. Also, you get into that prevent defense. So maybe when he's against that zone like that, he's pretty good, but maybe he struggles against man. Maybe he struggles reading defenses early in games when everybody's up pressing, and then all of a sudden people back off the pressure a little bit as far as on your receivers. Now he's able to find slots. Maybe that's part of it.
That might be. I mean, I wish we could. I would love to see the Broncos' internal numbers on this stuff, because I'm sure they have different numbers than just us chuckleheads looking at, ESPN.com or whatever it is that we're trying to find his numbers at. And you know how much Sean loves all the information he can get. He asks for just the tiniest minutia of information when he comes to make these decisions. But sometimes I feel like that almost hurts you overthink the process when you have almost too much. You overthink everything when you still keep piling on the information, piling it on.
Well, it seemed like I saw a stat. We could probably find that in the break. Bo Nix is throwing the football 17-plus yards or 15-plus yards, especially to the outsides. His numbers, his accuracy drops way down. But short, it's like unbelievable. Intermediate, it's pretty good. But now when you get out of that 20-yard range, I think that was it, that he really struggled accurate-wise.
Yeah.
So why is that?
This might be
an arm strength thing? Is that a game plan thing? Is that a receiver's dropping a lot of balls?
You know what? I guess I'd never put it on the receivers, and I probably should. I probably should put some of this on the receivers, but either way, we will take a quick time out. Tyler Polumbus will be joining us after the break. Altitude Sports invites you to the FIFA World Cup with Michelob Ultra for Argentina, Spain, and the final on Sunday. The party starts at Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday at 12:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. DMac is hosting. He's giving away some of those prizes. Michelob Ultra is a superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup. Welcome back to PhD on this Thursday. I mean, it's my Friday. So
Hi, boys.
I'm checked out. Hey, Tyler's here, baby. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Man, it's
doing great.
No Suns Out Guns Out? Bro, it's going to be 90.
Well,
You got
you
full
know,
sleeves on.
trust me, I thought about it because Scott and I got a sleeveless Friday deal, and I know that today is our Friday. I went to my daughter's swim meet. She gets embarrassed when I wear a tank top, so you know I decided it's state.
No.
It's a big one. Sometimes I listen to her, sometimes I don't.
Nah, I was about to say, flex on those other parents.
Today's a big one. You know, we got states going on, so I had to go watch her and put on some sleeves to not have her be distracted by these guns.
Nah, there's no way you're not the most swole dad there at that turn. There ain't no way.
Well, that's pretty obvious. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you got to show it off, man.
Yeah.
Let all those middle-aged fathers be like, I need to go to the gym. I need to start lifting weights or something. Need to do some sit-ups when you see You're a middle-aged father, bro.
Oh, that's a long.
No, you're.
that's a big window of middle age.
How old were you when you had your youngest child?
53.
See, that's not bad. That's not bad. Like that's doing us. I mean, you've been putting in work. Wait, how old were you when your oldest child was born?
Listen, you can look at it one of two ways. Really, just good for you. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, keep on keeping on.
53.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
It's all still working.
Yeah.
You're doing great.
25.
Wow. So your first child at 25, your last child at maybe last child at 53.
Mine was 26.
26, really? You know what? That's pretty young, man. I would have been at. 26? Are you kidding me? I couldn't make a smart decision at 26, much less have a child. That's crazy.
I'm not sure how smart decisions you make now.
Oh no, they're stupid. They're dumb. They're very bad. They're constantly bad decisions. No, you wouldn't want me doing anything.
Well, you're smarter than you thought because we asked you about DoorDash, and I said, why don't you, if it's across the street, why don't you just go get there? And he said, go, I'm hammered.
Yeah. No, I ain't getting him. No. I'm not even going to walk. I can't even walk that well when I get lit like that. You know what I mean? I'm that dude.
Are you in your PJs or are you wearing gym shorts?
Yeah. Like, I'm not a pajama wearing dude. Do you have some pajamas? Like a
Scott's a big pajama guy.
Are you really?
I've gotten that lately, yeah.
Wow.
Like, you know what? I don't know that I've ever
not
owned
tops.
pajamas.
I don't wear the tops.
Like ever in my whole life. Like little kid, of course. But I mean, like in adulthood, I don't think I've ever owned a pair of pajamas.
You will.
You know what?
I don't have
right
tops. Unless it's like a Christmas gift.
Yeah,
we do family Christmas.
As if we all don't think you're wearing the matching top at night. Come on.
Have you never did the family PJs at Christmas?
We do. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So do you and the Warren?
We did
Warren
that
have
for a
matching?
long time, but then there was like 15 grandkids, and now the grandkids do it.
Well, but you could do it for your kids.
Yeah.
So that's the only time I wear a matching top. But
we do that on Christmas Eve.
But you know when I found out it was okay to wear the bottoms? Is I was looking at something, and you know what they call them now? They don't call them pajama bottoms.
What do they call them?
Lounging pants.
See, I'm down for lounging clothes.
And once you call them lounging pants?
Yeah, that's a good call.
Hey, Tyler, tell you, I've worn them in here before.
Oh, yeah. I've seen them many times.
No, that's when those sales chuckleheads get me like, oh, yeah, I could do with some lounging gear. Yeah. I'm a lounging type of person.
So that's what the new PJs are just called lounging pants.
Interesting.
So you wear lounging pants, and it's kind of like, them cargo shorts?
Yeah.
And everybody makes fun of dudes wearing cargo?
Yeah.
And then you start calling them tactical shorts.
Oh, and you're like, ooh.
Now they're cool. Now they become cool again.
All right, man. Yeah, no.
I bought a pair of tactical shorts the other day. I was going through because I was going back to Oklahoma.
Listen, you in a pair of you could move my house with those pockets in your like the size of the cargo pants that you wear, brother. Those pockets you could fit a small family of 4 in that pocket. I bet.
They're comfortable though. Phone goes down on one side, shoe over on the other side.
No, I get it, man.
I had a knife. Carried a knife for 2 weeks. It was awesome.
There you go, buddy.
Better be comfortable than look good. Well, or you can be both.
They're tactical. They look good.
Do both. Do both. Tyler, I got a football question for you. So we keep getting these top.
That's the one we were talking about.
Oh, you talking about okay.
With the Bo Nix thing.
So you want to start with Bo and how he starts games and how he finishes
what he would think, because that was the article Coswiner had.
Was today. Basically, actually, a part of it was talking about how Bo Nix tells Davis, like, I want to play more street ball. And Davis is like, all right, we're going to play street ball. But what does that look like? So Davis Webb entire goal this season is to make fourth quarter Bo Nix, first quarter Bo Nix. Bo Nix looks like clutch Bo Nix late in the game, the entire game.
Yeah, but you've talked about it here before.
So this is Kaz's article?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Kaz is a good dude. You know, good writers listen to smart people. Kaz has clearly been listening to me for a long time.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I've been talking about for a long time. What's the next evolution for Bo Nix? Like, people are like, oh, we got to push the ball down the field. We got to have less 3 and outs. And yeah, okay, all those things would help. But it's really pretty simple in my mind. The next evolution for Bo Nix is to go from a fourth quarter player to a 4-quarter player. And the day that he becomes a 4-quarter player, now we're talking about a quarterback that could be a top 10 type guy. But until he's a 4-quarter player, we're not talking about that type of guy.
How many NFL players have you played with that were not the same person at the start of the game that they are at the end of the game? Because Bo looks different playing the position than in the first quarter than he does in the fourth quarter. Why?
Well, there's a lot of guys that go the opposite direction of Bo.
Oh, look really good.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys that look good in the first half, you know, in the third quarter. But when the pressure gets on, they fold. So if I had to pick one, of course I would choose Bo Nix. Like I would choose the guy that shows up when the pressure's on, that does not feel that type of pressure. I think it's probably easier for that guy to become a fourth quarter player than it is for the guy that's scared of the big moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He talked about also, because we talked about mindset a while ago. He was talking about Messi and the clutch gene. And he said, oh, you're born with it. I said, I think clutch can be developed. And it's developed through knowing your skills and then a inner confidence within yourself and those skills that you have.
Well, clutch is it's something that clutch is earned, right? So it's something that just enough opportunities that you proved to yourself when you doubted yourself. Like that's how you become clutch. It's a lifetime of proving yourself wrong when you doubted yourself. That's what I would say to it.
Well, how about give me a number. Guess a number. When Bo embraced it, because the Broncos have won 13 one-score games in the 2 years that Bo has been the quarterback. 13 one-score games the Broncos have won while Bo has been the quarterback. Like, was that confidence there the first time he did it? Or was it the second time? Or was it the third time? Like, what point in those 13 games that he's like, no, this is who I am now. Get me to that fourth quarter. I'll win you one.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I don't know that I ever got to the point that I believed it every week because it was so bad for half the game. By the time we got to the fourth quarter, I'm like, okay, I know he did it last week, but this week's been bad. Like, this game's not looking good, boys. He's not turning it on in the fourth quarter this one. And he proved me wrong, but I don't know when he earned it. I don't know when he believed it. But I would say for myself, I still kind of struggle with it because I struggle with the concept that you could be, like, maybe bad's not the right word, but so marginal for the rest of the game, and then all of a sudden you just turn it on in the fourth. Like, that's hard for me to believe it's going to happen over and over and over.
Right.
I said this earlier. I think he right now in his career is a better clutch player than he is a skilled player.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any beef with that at all.
You know, because as you just said, and you just point out with the numbers, he's shown the fourth quarter some clicks and he ain't afraid. Why would you be afraid? You're down anyway. If you can either win and be a hero or the team's going to get hammered no matter what anyway. But again, I love that. It's the difference between a TH and a QT. How does he go from being a fourth quarter player to a 4-quarter player?
Right.
That should have been the title of the article, because that's.
Well, he was listening, but he couldn't write that because then it would be really obvious that he was listening.
Listen, if Bo Nix, I'll tell you this, here's a no dumb prediction. If Bo Nix becomes a 4-quarter player, winning 14 games is stupid. They may win the division game. If he's a 4-quarter player this year, 4-quarter quarterback this year, they may win the division again.
Well, they could win a Super Bowl. I mean, if Bo Nix was a 4-quarter player, that team clearly could have won a Super Bowl.
Well, the crazy thing about the 13 one-score wins for Bo is that only 2 of them came in his first year. 11 of them came last year. And my question is I mean, so you have the clutch gene, but I don't want to get into 11 one-score. You know what? You're not going to win 11 one-score games next season, are you? Like, just the nature of the large number. Like, you can't win that many games this upcoming season, or can you? Is that a sustainable process?
I don't think so. History tells you that it catches up to you. We watched what happened with Kansas City 2 years ago, and then we watched what happened last year.
Right, where KC, it looked like the football gods 2 years ago wanted them to win everything, and then last year nothing went right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? The Broncos have had some really good luck over the last couple of. I mean, is it Sean Payton? Is it Sean? Is it Sean bringing this luck? Because it feels like they've just had different kind of luck since he showed up.
I was playing golf with a family member who was like a scratch golfer and really good, and we're playing the number one handicap hole, and he pops to the little left. There's this big tree by the left side of the green, and you hear it. You know when you hear a tree, back. All of a sudden, ball falls on the green, rolls up to about 6 inches to the hole. I go, man, you lucky. How you get so lucky? He goes, you know, it's funny. The better I get, the luckier I get.
Yeah, no kidding.
So, you know, we can talk about, hey, lucky. Even when the Chiefs 2 years ago, they're pretty good.
Mm-hmm. That's just like
you call it luck. Good teams kind of make their own luck, don't they?
Yeah, it's like when Joker makes one of those long shots. You're like, well, it's not just him getting lucky, man. Or when Jamal jars one of those half-court shots, it's like, nah, man, that's talent, not just luck. At least I think so, right?
Well, it is for him.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, like I said, you got to get lucky, man. But isn't it funny that it seems like the better players always tend to find the luck?
Yeah.
A, they're not afraid to fail, and it goes back to this clutch stuff. And B, I think their skill levels. Have you ever seen a great player that just wasn't highly skilled?
Hard to find, man. Really hard to find. I mean, you could find
see good players,
lots of role players.
Yeah,
but
and guys that are really good good players, but skill wise, I don't know if I ever played or called a truly great player that his skill set wasn't just out the the world.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, it's going to be. I'm excited for start of camp. Hopefully, Bo's fully healthy by the time. Is he supposed to be? Like, I haven't even paid attention. Is he going to be like fully available once training camp starts here in 2 weeks? We're 2 weeks away, right?
That's 100% the expectation.
Okay.
Yes.
Matter of fact,
if Bo is not ready to rock and roll full speed on day one, we got something to be worried about.
yeah, we'll start hitting the panic button.
We will. We'll hit the panic button hard.
Right. I might hit the right. Yeah. That's your franchise quarterback. He's got to be healthy. Got to be ready to rock and roll. All right, we got some LeBron news to get to you. We got some NFL news to get to you, and the Colorado Avalanche schedule has been released. All that is coming up next. Welcome back to PhD. Tyler Polumbus.
Do you got any other hats?
Yeah, but they're all like this hat. You know what I do?
You got like 15 Paps PBR hats?
Yeah, I'm that dude. You know what I mean? Like if I find a T-shirt that fits right, I'll buy like 20 of them things. If I find some pants that fit, like I'm like, ooh, these comfy, I'll buy 2 or 3 pair. If I got a hat that I like I'll keep re-upping. You know what I mean? Like here in a year, I'm like, oh, this is nasty. And I'll just, bam!
New Paps.
Yeah.
There was a company, because I've got a few hats. Like I wore one the other day, Texaco, that has all the old style logos, and it looks beat up and chewed up.
Yeah.
You buy a brand new, but it looks like you've had it for 20 years, but it's got like the old,
I
like
love
Mercury Motors that used to fishing boat stuff, and Paps and Hams. There's one that had Hams, and I got a Schlitz hat.
Yeah, I love that, man. I am here for that.
So I wonder if that's where you got those at.
Yeah, I'll buy a hat off. I'll just see. I'll be like, ooh, I like that hat. Yeah, I'll grab one of those. That's for sure.
But you've worn that every day this week.
Yeah, it's just I'm comfy, man. I'm not wearing a hat for style. Like it's not the hat that's convincing the women to do adult things with me. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say.
What part's doing that?
So it's not, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not the hat that's doing the work.
It depends on what beer joint you go to. Maybe come on now.
And it's not like I'm rocking a hat. Like yeah. I get what you're saying, man. Okay, welcome back to the program. That's Scotty and that's Tyler and Chris Mitchell joining us. Is Dan back next week? Is anybody like?
Well, he's been gone about 3 or 4 weeks.
DMac's back next week.
3 straight weeks.
Dan's back next week, I think.
He left the week before I was there.
Dan must be making that kind of money, like that kind of money. I don't need 3 weeks.
You just take that month off, man.
Yeah.
What's that
Listen,
about?
he was off before I left because we had Baca
He's
doing
taking
that
3
week
full
before.
weeks. Yeah.
This will be 4 weeks.
4 weeks?
He's living that good life, Dan. Man. Yeah, I don't know.
I guarantee if he's taking that much time off, parents paid for it.
Maybe.
Yeah, he got a little silver spoon.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I need to be nicer to Dan then.
Yeah.
I'm taking shots at him. I had no idea. Dude's loaded. Okay. Actually, I was going to get back to the NFL. There is some interesting things. Like, neither one of you watched the ESPYs last night, did you?
I turned it on literally for the last 10 minutes.
Okay. Just to watch the Knicks win the team of the year, whatever it was.
I didn't even realize that it was on so early. Like, I didn't think it was going to start at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, it came on at 6 or something. Yeah. But it was long. I mean, I don't really
How did
care.
How did the SNL guys do?
Like some of the, like his opening monologue was pretty funny. I think it was not mamby-pamby. He took some pretty good shots.
I turned it on right as he was talking about all the Dominican baseball players. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. No, he was pretty good. But yeah, I'm not an ESPY guy, so I wasn't really locked into that last night. Major League Baseball comes back tonight. The Rockies start back tomorrow, and we're just a couple of ways from the NFL beginning of training camp. It's official. Jonas Valanciunas is playing overseas, so say goodbye to Jonas. Scotty.
Well, they released him last week.
Yeah. I mean, even though it was a $10 million deal and they paid him $2 million and then released him or whatever it was, and now he's going to go overseas and play for a Lithuanian team. But I thought the Valanciunas experiment was going to work out a lot better than it did.
I didn't think it didn't work out. I thought he helped you win a bunch of games. I think the style, design of play that they changed to didn't incorporate what his strength and skill was.
I guess I expected more than like 10, 12 minutes a night, but I probably shouldn't have.
Guess what? Do you think he did too?
Maybe.
Yeah, so do you think it's his decision he only played 10 minutes a night?
No. Okay. No. It's not his decision at all. So he's gone.
Good dude though, man. He came on the show with us, didn't he? Or he came by. I introduced him to you.
Yeah.
Back when you had a good beard.
Yeah, we did do a little beard talk, a little beard conversation. I don't think he popped on. I liked Jonas, and when he got here, by the way, he looked like he was everything we wanted him to be. Like early on in the season, we were using the hell out of him. I don't know. To me, I always felt like we kind of gave up on him too soon.
Well, John Wooden, in his book, Little Blue Book, it said coaches have got to adapt their team to the strength of their players. And I don't want to play a straight side. I learned this in high school. I wanted to play a University of Connecticut, get up and down, pressure defense, play, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? To quote their coach, who I was watching a video of his one time, says, now you can do this, and I'm writing down all the plays. 2 hours I've been watching this film session. He goes, but just know that this is an All-American, this is an All-American, this is an All-American. I'm like, oh, I don't have those, right? So if Jonas is what he is, a big kind of lumbering power center type guy, then why you got to, when that second unit comes in there, you've got to run an offense like that. You can't try to run the same thing and da-da-da. So they want to keep running the same thing. So now they want a more athletic, quicker guy. So then they start doing what? Playing a lot of small ball. And then when you play small ball, they try to play small ball against Minnesota. Minnesota just killed it. You can't play small ball against Minnesota. Last year anyway, because they were too big. And you just couldn't match up.
Do you have faith that Marvin Bagley will be a better option than?
Well, he's
than
a rim
Jonas?
protector. I don't think he's a great player. I think he'll be more active. He can't shoot it all from outside, and he's not a great passer, I don't think. But he's a more athletic guy.
Right. And you need athleticism.
If you're going to try to do the same thing, so you're going to pick and roll into the basket, try to get rolls up to the rim, and hopefully you can protect the basket as a second unit center.
Now, I, as a sports fan, like LeBron James a lot more than a lot of people here in Denver, and probably more than the two of you. But damn it, if LeBron didn't kind of piss me off today.
What do you do today?
He came out and said, I'm not ready to make the decision. I'm going to push it off.
Oh, of course. Of course he did.
Came out and said, I'm not ready.
We talked about this last week. I was like, this could take LeBron over a month.
Yes. So he went on Tyrese Halliburton's podcast, and it sounds like LeBron told Tyrese not to ask about it, and then Tyrese asked about it anyway. And LeBron's like, hey, man, we already talked about this in the back. But then he was like, I'm not ready to make that decision. I'm going to take some more time. So, yeah, we're going to have to wait around for LeBron. Although the other thing that made me a little bit nervous is I don't know why the Timberwolves are suddenly popping up on LeBron's list. Like, I could do without LeBron in Minnesota.
Why would he want to go to Minnesota?
Well, see, it might just be Minnesota putting out some smoke, too. It might not be coming from LeBron. It might be coming from Minnesota, right? I mean,
I just can't figure out for any reason. I can't figure out for basketball reasons, for lifestyle reasons. I can't why is Minnesota even on the list?
I have no idea. Just personal, whatever weird things going on in LeBron's head.
Well, I think it was Conley that was here, and they tried to get him hard when he left Cleveland to go to L.A.
Oh, you think Conley's putting on the pressure in Minnesota, too? Like, let's get him here.
But I think they developed a relationship way back when, probably with his agent and everything. Listen, it's the only reason I don't like LeBron, because I think he's a great talent. When you talk to him one-on-one, neat guy. I've talked to him a handful of times. Always neat guy. But it's always about him. It's always a circus. It's always I got to have the light and the spotlight on me.
Yeah, that is annoying.
And that, that annoys me a little bit about him, because he doesn't need to do that. He's a great player. Now it's year 24. He's going to be 42. And I mean, eventually diminishing returns will happen. It's just that, can he get out before those diminishing returns happen?
Why? But it still feels like he's like, I want the attention, not necessarily, like, he's not going to go play in Minnesota, but he wants I don't understand that. Why does he want you're the greatest basketball player of your generation. Why do you need more attention?
Because he's an external validation guy.
For sure, and I do think he likes being wanted. So he likes playing all these little games. I want to be wanted, but I only want you to send me a voice memo. Like don't call me, but you can send me a voice memo, not a text, but a voice memo.
Feels like a power game or something, right?
I'll ask you guys this. You just first answer pops your head. Do you think right now he really already knows where he's going to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. He probably knew a while ago, and he's still just playing these games. But that's Giannis,
and it's screwing up the rest of the league. It's screwing up DeRozan. It's screwing up Green. It's screwing up, all sorts of other things and moves that could happen.
You got to wait for the dominoes to fall,
because it's screwing up P-Watt. So it's messing him up a little too.
Yes.
So all these guys that haven't had their deals done or anything, he ain't just messing with his life. And I understand he deserves the time that he gets, but he's affecting a lot of people right now.
The Miami Heat are about to begin their press conference to introduce their newest player, Giannis Antetokounmpo. And honestly, I have no idea what to expect from the Miami Heat this year, or what this does for Miami, or how good Giannis is going to be in Miami, but they're making it a big deal in Miami today. The whole Giannis press conference to say welcome in, Tim Hardaway Jr. and Giannis Antetokounmpo, the 2 new members. I don't think Tim's going to be at this press conference, so I think it might just be Giannis. I could be wrong.
Well, they got Tim penciled in as the starting 2 guard right now.
You know what, Scotty? I feel this Bam Adebayo, who's going to be Giannis's new teammate, obviously just punched his old teammate in the summer league in Vegas.
Good start, by
last
the way.
week. But here's the best part of it, and I feel like the NBA should handle their business like this more often. The NBA went to investigate Bam and Tyler's episode, and both of them said, "Yo, man, it's not that
nothing
big
to
of a
see
deal."
here.
Yeah, and the NBA was like, "Oh, okay then, no fun. We're good then. If you guys are good, we're good." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, I like that. I like if both of them are like, yeah, we good." And the NBA is like, okay, then no fines, no, we were good
yeah,
too.
as long as some dum-dum from the team doesn't release the video to the public.
Oh, that's right, because allegedly there is a video.
The second the video comes out,
Yes.
now all of a sudden it's a different deal.
But yeah, Shams is reporting there is a video out there. That I haven't seen it, but there is a video.
The punch tape.
A
Release
punch-
it. Drop it.
Yeah, I
Drop
want to see what it looks like. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there he is. Hey, Giannis is now at the podium. This is something that should excite me. A superstar on a new team, but I can't get behind it for some reason.
Is it the Cauchy thing?
Maybe. Oh, man, the more I hear about this Cauchy, did you see, who was it? You can gamble on almost anything. And so the people who actually are there was a political speechwriter who was betting on Cauchy. Like they were like, well, so-and-so mentioned the budget deficit in his speech. And he's like, yeah, he will, because I'm writing a speech and I'm going to gamble on exactly what, you know what I mean? He made a bunch of money at it, but I don't think that's illegal. I think that's the prediction market, baby. That's the world we now live in.
Prediction apps, is it really, we asked the question the other day, right? Is that banned by the NFL too? And the NBA and all these people?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not gambling, it's predicting.
It's predicting. It's not gambling.
It's got to be. I don't know for a fact, but it has to be. There's no freaking way they've got a loophole on that.
I don't know, man.
No way.
I don't know, man.
Stop.
They said the difference is, I read a big article on it, is all the apps, FanDuel stuff, you're betting the house. You're betting against the house.
Aren't you betting against humans in this
Here it's
one?
other human beings that you just got to find that we're willing to take a little bit of this.
So there
piece
is no house.
and then you can sell the piece. The only thing you're getting it from is other people.
Yeah.
There is no house.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Listen, man, I'm not.
It's like a basement poker game, as long as there's not a house.
I guess so.
Everyone's a house in this
The house
case.
is I brought some dip and chips over for you.
Yeah, but no rake.
There's no rake.
Okay. In the last couple of minutes of this segment here, I do want to transition. I do have some interesting NFL things we want to get to in the next hour, but I have a list of the 5 best and 5 worst quarterback situations in the NFL that I'm going to talk about. But I have a list of 4 teams considered to be dark horse Super Bowl contenders in the NFL. I'm going to give you these 4 teams, and you tell me if this is crazy talk or if you're down with it, if you think they're contenders. They were bad last year, but I agree with this one, the Cincinnati Bengals. Do you think the Bengals are Super Bowl contenders?
No. Hell no.
Why not? Because the organization?
That organization, I don't like the head coach. And that head coach has had a job about 3 years longer than he should have.
Right. Okay.
Any other coach in the world has got Joe Burrow and produces nothing, they're out of there.
You know what? That's an interest. Yeah. No, you ain't wrong. I'll tell you that much. So he does. He must have a lucky rabbit foot or the inside knowledge. What? How about the Dallas Cowboys? They made the point that the Dallas Cowboys defense was straight trash last year. It is going to be better this year. And with Dak and the crew, that is the Dallas Cowboys. Are they a dark horse Super Bowl contender?
I always think Dallas is.
Pickens and Dak and...
Listen, Dak's numbers when healthy is pretty good, right? I mean, he's a pretty good quarterback, but how many games he played last year? 6, 7?
I don't know.
Something like that?
I don't know, but his in-season numbers are never a problem. We know that.
Yeah.
Right, but see, he almost has a little bit of Tony Romo in him where he's great. I mean, they always put up massive numbers in the regular season, then you get to the playoffs, you can't win. And nobody cares if you can't win in the playoffs. I mean, it doesn't matter what you do in the regular season if you can't win in the playoffs. All right, how about this one? The Minnesota Vikings, Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy, are the Minnesota Vikings a dark horse Super Bowl contender because of Kyler?
No.
See, but you're not a Kyler believer.
I am not a Kyler believer. However,
you think he's going to beat out JJ?
I do think he's going to beat out JJ, and I think he's going to have the best season of his career because I like Kevin Stefanski, and I think Kevin Stefanski is got a shot of making it work with Kyler. But Super Bowl,
no. So you're not down with it, Scotty. What do you think, Viking? Are you?
I think it says more if he can win the starting quarterback position over J.J. McCarthy. I think this says almost more about J.J. McCarthy's lack of true NFL ability than Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Kyler Murray's got some skill. It's just that he's done. I mean, it's just too many bonehead stories coming out of Arizona. But Tyler, you can talk about this. You go to a bonehead organization, you can be a bigger bonehead. And you go to an organization that has things straight, things can change and turn around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Patriots did that for years with a bunch of boneheads.
Yeah, and I maybe he gets here. I mean, listen, what was the thing? He wasn't reading his playbook and, and all that stuff. He's playing video games on his iPad.
There was some rule about how many video games he was allowed to play.
He was diving into Call of Duty.
Have you seen his numbers when Call of Duty came out?
Yeah,
every October-ish.
They're terrible numbers.
He got all those diamond out guns.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah. He's prestige.
You Call of Duty guy?
Yeah. I like some Call of Duty. I mean, it's not my go-to, but
I've gone a long period without being a gamer. I got divorced, had a little period in there where I was a gamer. Picked up the Call of Duty and I played that a lot. I think I got all but the snipers diamond out, and then I haven't picked up a game in probably another 2 years since.
Wow.
But there was a period in there. There was a lot of gaming going on.
See,
I've only had one diamond gun that was like an AK.
Yeah. Dude, I hated the AK.
Yeah,
but then when you keep leveling it up, that sucker got good. Yeah.
Well, the new Call of Duty comes out in just like a month and a half.
I thought it already came
Call
out.
of Duty
Did it?
Modern Warfare 3, or is it 3 or 2? 3 or 2? I can't even remember.
I thought it already came out.
Did it just come out?
Like last week?
When did it come out? No, not just
so
last week.
Last week they re-released Black Ops 1 and 2. Modern Warfare 4.
Is that like they did with Black Flag Resynced or whatever, where it's a remake?
No, I don't think so. Maybe. I didn't look deep enough into it, but that's all I'm seeing on my feeds. It's just people playing Black Ops 1 and 2 again.
I got
like high school.
One final team for the final dark horse team, and this is a crazy team. I don't know why they thought this was a good idea. This team won just 6 games last year. They think could be a dark horse Super Bowl contender, and it is the New Orleans Saints.
Tyler
Shuck and Spencer Rattler.
Tyler Shuck leading the charge all the way to the Super Bowl.
They won 6 games, but they won most of those games in the second half, and they had that 4-game winning streak where Tyler Shuck looked really good doing it.
Well, Tyler was like, I think everybody was like, oh my God, Tyler Shuck, because they're like, oh, Tyler doesn't suck.
Right,
I think that's what they were really saying.
This guy from
Shuck doesn't suck.
Yeah.
Surprise. Wow.
So, but yeah, that's an interesting. I mean,
all
their
right,
defense
so
is
what were our teams? We had Minnesota, we had New Orleans, we had
Dallas and New Orleans.
Just those three.
Four dark horse
Minnesota,
team.
Dallas,
Cincinnati
is
the one we forgot.
All right. I mean, I guess if I had to take one of those teams, well, you guys go first. You get to pick one.
I'm kind of a stupid Joe Burrow fan, and I'm thinking if every time he stays healthy, they are dangerous. But I don't know how they can keep him healthy if they've not improved that offensive line. So I'd go Cincinnati first, and then Dak played all the games last year. It was the year before he only played 8.
I would love to see the Cowboys win 15 games and then get bounced in the first round.
That would be fun.
That would be awesome.
I think with 15 games, they're getting a bye in their first round.
Oh, that's right. You're right. So I'd love to see them lose their first playoff game. So they would be the second weekend that they'd have to face it. Yeah. That would be the perfect Cowboys season where they just win left and right during the regular season and get housed by some scrub to some lower seeded team in the
Bears.
I'm actually with Scott. I mean, I know I was mocking the Bengals because I don't like their coach, and I can't believe he still got a job. But if I'm picking one out of that group, no question I'm going with Joe Burrow.
Yeah, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. So.
Yeah.
Mark your calendar for Friday, August the 28th. It's the first ever wine time at Elish Gardens. You'll get to sample wines from 14 different tasting stations and enjoy artisan bites, live music, and a great summer night with friends. Tickets go on sale tomorrow.
Hey, it's never too early and it's never too late to get your financial life coordinated. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they're going to build one plan around your investments, taxes, and estate plan wherever you are right now in life. Start the conversation today, 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit TrajanWealth.com. At Trajan Wealth, an informed client is a better client. Their fiduciary advisors take time to listen, explain, and build a plan that actually reflects your life, not just a template. Visit TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. Guys, if you just want a second opinion on your financial plan, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors is a great place to start. Your investments, taxes, and estate plan, and they're going to tell you honestly whether those pieces are working together. Schedule a complimentary meeting at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Well, welcome back to PhD on this Thursday. We are coming to you live.
I mean, this is the stuff we need to be talking about. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
No
This is
fixing
the
that,
exact stuff we should be talking about.
No,
Give the people what they want,
We don't need to
Berto.
talk about any of that stuff.
She wanted the ring the second time around.
Yeah, no, yes, that's exactly what happened.
I asked Berto during the break.
Yeah.
In the last 10 years, what was the longest relationship he's had in the last 10 years?
And I've made it over a year. Technically over a year, because it was less than a year, but we broke up and then we got back together. But what I was saying,
she really liked you. She came back.
Yes. And then I messed it up. She messed it up the first time. I messed it up the second time. The first time was her breaking up with me. No. First time was me breaking up with her. Second time was me. Listen, man, I said it before. You know exactly what you're getting. Like, there is no hidden, like, there's no, like, you're not, yeah. I'm
like,
not,
this ain't phony.
Right. You know exactly what you're
exactly.
getting
So I can already hear the conversation of what happened here. At some point,
you're getting red like she's listening.
At some point, she signed up for a relationship with you.
Mm-hmm.
You were like, I am what I am.
Yeah.
At some point, she was like, that's cool. I like that.
Yes.
At some point, she was like, it's time to evolve.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I am what I am.
Everybody gets to the point where they're like, I can change him. I can make him better. And guess what? You ain't changing nothing. You ain't changing nothing.
I can make him better.
My sister said to me the other day, she was like, 12-year-old you would think 52-year-old you had the perfect life. And she goes, you understand why that's a problem, right?
Your sister married and kids and stuff like that?
Yes. Matter of fact, she my brother-in-law is a Aggie from Texas. Yeah.
Texas A&M?
Yeah, the Colonel hates him, though. My sister married the only dirty hippie who went to Texas A&M. He's like really? The Colonel and him, I mean, they're fine, but they're two totally different people. You know what I mean? Yeah. So either way. All right, let's talk a little sports. And wait, it's
not sports. It was perfect time for this subject.
No dumb questions.
It was actually the perfect time. All I needed to say was no dumb question. What was your longest relationship in the last 10 years? And it would have been perfect.
No dumb question. Is there somebody out there who could change me? Ladies, is there somebody out there? No. But see, that's what you're getting with me, man.
So you never met something that you wanted to change for it?
Ooh, that's a good question. No, not really.
This last one was close, though.
Yes.
She was close.
Wait.
Yeah. We got to the point where we were...
Was this a recent breakup? Or
No, not that recent.
Okay.
It's been a couple of years. But yeah, we were planning the wedding and all that kind of stuff. And then it crashed. Yeah, I'm famous for doing that move.
Right before the wedding? Day of?
Yeah, I'm like the opposite of Moser. Moser always goes through with the wedding, and I never do. That's why Moser has like 5 ex-wives, and I have 0. So I'm just saying.
I say over and under
no dumb question.
time Berto's been engaged.
Oh, I'm going to say 1.
Chris, what do you think? Over and under?
I don't think he gets even close to it. I mean, well, hold on. Do we even know he got engaged in this one? Actually, I'm going to say none. Yeah, I don't think they even got engaged in this one.
So,
they just talked
so
about
an engagement is like a promise ring or like flirting with engagement
No,
are all different things.
I gave you a ring.
Oh, he's
never done that.
No, he's cheap. Now, he might have gotten a ring.
Wait, how many times have you two been engaged then?
Once.
Hopefully twice, but once. Yeah, just once.
Yeah, once. Yeah.
Scotty? Twice. See? Experiences.
Yeah.
So what's the answer?
0.
The
answer is 0.
I read you right.
Yeah,
well, I read you right.
But it's not because
you've never bought a ring in your
life.
But
it's not because he wasn't close enough that he was thinking about doing that. It's just he was never uncheap enough to go put that expenditure out.
Right. That's crazy.
Actually, Berto's got to be like the richest one at this station. Like what has he been doing for the last 20 years?
My whole life goal is to avoid any adult decisions ever. Like, you know what I mean? Like that. Like my whole goal is to avoid any serious adult
What kind of
decision.
property do you own?
I got a house.
Okay, how big's your house?
It's a 2-bedroom.
2-bedroom. Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
right. So
yeah.
like we're not you're not living in something you don't need.
No.
Like appropriately sized.
Yeah.
You got yourself and a dog.
Yeah, me and my dog.
But you do spend a lot on Grubhub.
Yeah, I do. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. But I don't have a lot of outside expenses. You're right. Yeah. I'm not like I know what I like.
You should be, in my mind, extremely net positive at the end of the month.
Probably compared to you chuckleheads, but you all got like multiple kids and
we got multiple
women and I can't do that.
We got one income source going to multiple trees, branches.
One of my branches gets cut off pretty soon. So.
Oh, hey, there you go, Scotty. Scotty's living the life, baby.
So does a job.
You know what? How about this one? I was thinking about this on my drive in for No Dumb Questions. Rank the mountain towns. What's your favorite mountain town? Give me a mountain town. What's your favorite mountain town?
Grand Lake.
Okay. Tyler, what's your go-to mountain town here? What's the best mountain town in Colorado?
I've never been to Telluride. I really want to, and I feel like I love Telluride.
Man.
But I'm going to go with Buena Vista.
Okay. All right.
Not Buena Vista. I'm sorry. Crescent Butte.
Oh, I love Crescent Butte. And you know what? I like Wolf Creek. Not a lot of people bring up Wolf Creek, but I like me some Wolf Creek. But yeah. I'm just wondering, when you call it a career, you can go retire in a mountain home?
I don't know if you retire, you can afford to live in Colorado right now, so I don't know.
Wait, you can be one of those dudes to move to. What's the cheapest state to live in right now? No dumb question.
Here's the problem with the mountain home. I want a mountain home now in this phase of life when I be going skiing, when I be taking the kids, when I don't want to come back 75. On the weekends, when I get to Scott, when I should be done working. No offense. Then I want I want the Palm Springs, or I want the Arizona, or I want the warm weather
all them
place.
Places got negative. Here's my problem with mountain towns and retiring there.
Mm-hmm.
It's great right now. Like it's 15 degrees cooler there. I mean, you got to worry about wildfires here and there, but I mean, it's cooler there than it is here. Problem is, wintertime, winters get real. Well, it doesn't always get real down here. We'll get a couple weeks of real, but that might be it. It's real for months up there.
Mm-hmm.
I've had 2 or 3 buddies that after they were great for 3-4 years, and then they were just rolling alcoholics. I mean, they were at the bar by about noon. They were checking out about 5.
Mm-hmm.
They were eating dinner and asleep by 6.
That sounds like that.
And then back, but life. Until all of a sudden you fall, pass out in the middle of the road and the car hits you. In the middle of winter, you freeze to death.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, when you retire in a mountain town, you ain't got nothing to do in the winter.
Yeah. I have no idea even what's the population of Vail? How many people live in Vail? I have no idea. I don't even compared to
You can't afford Vail though.
No, that's what I mean. I couldn't afford Vail. I can't afford Steamboat Springs, brother. Much like, you know what I mean?
That's just maybe getting a little bit like that. Breckenridge is like
you know
that.
what? I love it. I should admit, Estes Park is a great town too. I love it as a mountain
but
town.
it's real touristy in the summer.
Oh, you know what? Yep, because of the Stanley or something. Everybody's just going up to visit the Stanley Hotel.
Everybody just comes
in the mountains
up there
and
at the beginning of the Trail Ridge Road, and
it's
just a lot of tourists there. You walk downtown, it's all packed all the time. That's why I like Grand Lake, because it's got some tourists, but it's not as bad.
Well, no dumb questions. What's the second greatest city in the state? If Denver's the number 1 city, what's number 2? Denver's the number 1 city. What's number 2?
I'll tell you, if I were to live anywhere besides Denver, and money was not an object,
Cherry
and
Hills.
I didn't care about taxes.
They have their own police department, bro. You live at Cherry Hills.
Village.
So that I don't know if you know this, but that's Colorado, right?
Kind of?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Because I thought we were saying no. Are you saying in Colorado?
A big city.
Right. I'm just saying none of us are ever going to have the amount of money you need to live at Cherry Hills Village.
All I'm saying is if I didn't live in Denver and I didn't care about how much I was paying in taxes and money was not an object, I would live in San Diego. I love San Diego.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you're just bailing on the estate entirely. Okay, so your second best city in Colorado is San Diego.
Was the question in Colorado?
Yeah, he said in Colorado.
That's what I got confused on.
Did you think this question was what's the second best city in the world?
Berto, she said I don't listen. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention.
Second best city in Colorado?
Yeah, second best city in Colorado. What is it? What do you think it is?
I tell you what's and I don't know if it's quiet anymore. You know, but a town I've always kind of dug a little bit. Loveland.
Okay.
Kind of dig Loveland.
All right. I mean,
grown a lot.
I don't really haven't spent a lot of time in Loveland, I don't think.
Yeah, because it's a little quieter. You're
you
right
know,
there
what's
on the
that
foothills.
There's a little town on the way up to Colorado National Speedway. What's that? What's that little town? I mean, like it's in a flat area of Colorado. It's looking, like the prairie land.
But I kind of like
Erie?
Johnston.
Erie, Colorado is up
No,
there.
Erie's south and east, right?
Is it south and east?
No, north and east, north and west. Where's Erie?
Erie's Blair, where Mike Sanford used to live.
Yeah, north, way north.
Oh,
you're talking about the town out right by there. You used to have that horse track. You're heading out that way.
yeah. You know where Colorado National Speedway is up north? There's a little town right
past
outside of
Johnstown,
there
right?
that I like. That I used to like that little town, but I don't know if it's little still because it's been a while since I've been up to CNS. But this is a weird segment. Let's take a quick time out.
We should do that.
When we come back, we got some NFL for you. That is next.
If we were pro.
Hey, if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's Phil Longford. Guys, I've been a customer over there for such a long time now. It's the only dealership I ever go to when I need to buy a new vehicle. I've done it many, many times. Relationships matter to me, and if they matter to you, you're going to want to become a customer at Phil Longford. You'll be buying cars from him for a long time. Guys, you'll get to know him, love him, trust him. They get you in, get you out, respect your time, give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. Could it get any better than that? Guys, don't drive all over the state. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, and commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced to Phil Long. You'll have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online, phillongford.com.
Welcome back to the program on this Thursday. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Mark Bertinoli, Scott Hastings, Tyler Polumbus coming to you live from the back of the Shaker Studios, along with Chris Mitchell on this Thursday here in the Mile High City. We haven't got to the Colorado Avalanche announced their schedule today, but there's nothing really too sexy to talk about that we haven't already got into. But gentlemen, I have in my hot little hands, as we watch Myles Garrett work out, man, that dude can see, Tyler, that's one dude who can push more iron than you.
That was actually Donald.
Oh, I have no doubt.
They were showing Donald.
That was Aaron Donald?
Yeah.
Oh, so are they saying that Aaron Donald might come back? Because they're talking about Myles Garrett. They're showing Aaron Donald?
Aaron Donald might be coming back. Did you not see him working out at the facility last week?
No.
Yeah.
I heard the rumor that he said, like, hey, I might come back, but I didn't realize he came to the facility.
TMZ got a video of him actually on the practice facility.
Oh,
he was like wearing pads and stuff, working out.
Oh, I did not see that.
Which I don't think you're supposed to be allowed to wear pads this time of year, but I also don't think you can tell a retired player to not put pads on your property.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
weird technicality.
He's not legally signed. They just allowed him to use the facility.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
that is.
the NFL can't tell him whether or not to use the facility.
I would imagine, I guess.
See, but things they're already turning out pretty well for Myles Garrett. Like, I never saw him in a national television commercial until he moved to L.A.
I think Aaron Donald in retirement might have ramped up that low T a little bit, though. You know, and he might need to take a little bit of a time period here to get that low T back to the low period, to the low phase.
But they still let you have it higher than a lot of NFL players realize that they can.
Dude, I don't remember what the exact numbers was.
Something like 800 or 900 you can have it at.
Maybe. Yeah, like if you are technically low T, they do allow you to supplement, but you have to stay within the
right.
whatever the frame is. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Dude, I found out after I retired that this is like probably 4 weeks after the Super Bowl. I go in and I get a neck surgery. I got to get a disc replacement in my neck. They draw my blood, and the guy comes in and he's like, "Hey, has anybody ever told you that you got like dangerously low testosterone levels?" And I'm like, "No, like, what do you mean by that?" You know, they want you like 700, between 700 and 1,000. It's kind of where like a lot of people will tell you, give or take whoever you're talking to. And he's like, "Yeah, your numbers are like 118. I'm like, "What are you talking about? No freaking way." I'm like, "So you're telling me for like at least the last few years, I don't know how many years, I was playing in the NFL with that low of testosterone, and my doctors never caught that or told me like I could have been legally supplementing and I never knew."
Right.
Yeah,
well, I know the UFC has the same thing, that you can be around 800 to 1,000, but it's those guys that don't time their shots right, and all of a sudden they get in a fight, get blood drawn 2 days for a fight, and their blood is at 1,300. Then you're like, hey, you're probably in trouble.
Yeah.
I think that's what.
Well, it's incredibly common. I don't know if it's with all athletes, but I know it is with football players. Incredibly common to have low testosterone by the end of your career.
I did not know that. I didn't know. I had no idea you're shooting for 700 to 1,000, somewhere in that range either. No clue about that either.
Well, you act sometime. I'm thinking you're about 120.
Yeah.
Well, listen, that's better than Tyler. I'm already better than Tyler, 118, man.
Tyler's in second.
Yeah.
My numbers are pretty peaked right now.
Okay, gentlemen, I want to talk about the best and worst quarterback situations in the NFL. And which one would you rather start with, the good or the bad?
Can I add an addendum to it?
Yeah.
Can we even narrow it down a little bit to the best and worst on good teams, or the best and worst on bad teams?
Okay. Like the best quarterback position on a bad team is
like we just talked about Kyler Murray in Minnesota. Like Minnesota, I think still has a chance to be a pretty good team, don't you, Tyler? I mean, I think they can still be pretty good.
I think they can be pretty good.
And
I don't think they could be great with Kyler Murray, but I do think they can be pretty good.
That's what I'm saying. I think they can be pretty good, but their quarterback position ain't going to elevate pretty good to even better, right?
Yeah.
The
most likely scenario is we see Kyler's a starter all season long. I mean, what's the scenario where both guys play? Where Kyler plays and gets hurt, and then you have to throw JJ in there, and then Kyler comes back, or something like that? Or
I don't know, but outside of Kyler Murray, I'm actually really struggling to think of a good quarterback on a bad team. I'm going like in my head, I'm like going through the bad teams, like Titans. Maybe Cam Ward could become good. Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett. Okay.
Well, who's
the Jets? Geno.
Yeah, the 5 worst quarterback situations in the NFL, number 1 is the Browns. Deshaun, Shador, Gabriel, Shador was a
that
Pro
team's
Bowler
going to be
last
any
year.
good either,
Yeah,
though.
yeah. So, and who knows? I have no idea how Deshaun's going to look. And is he going to look any better than Shador looked last year? I have no. Jets is the second worst quarterback situation. Geno, Cade Klubniak, and Bailey Zappi. The Cardinals, Brissett, Minshew, Carson Beck. The Dolphins, Malik Willis and Quinn Ewers. And the Falcons with Penix and Tua. You know who else is playing for Atlanta? Your good close personal friend Trevor Siemian. So those are the 5
Still in the
worst.
league. How
Yeah,
about that?
yeah.
man.
Trevor's still doing
Trev
it.
dog.
Is he going to be a practice squad? Well,
So
you can have
Trev is in. Let's see. He was on my team, so I think that was his rookie year in 2015. This is year 11, 12 for him.
Let's look and see. Let's look and see.
I bet he's in 11 or 12.
Let's see where he's at, because that is a pretty impressive NFL career, right?
What about bad quarterbacks on good teams? Anybody in mind there?
Let's see. Trevor's 34. He was drafted in 2015. So man, he's an over 10-year vet now for your buddy Trevor.
Good for him, man.
Yeah, he keeps doing it. Keep on keeping on, Trevor. Keep making
Bad
that money.
quarterbacks on good teams.
Well, here the best quarterback.
I don't need your list.
No, because you wouldn't get number 1, because I would never say what number. There's no way you get number 1. The best quarterback situation in the entire NFL, according to CBS.
Oh, we're just talking about the rooms?
Matt Stafford.
No, yeah, they do have.
Scott and I were having a more fun conversation.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
No, I was just kidding. Matt Stafford.
Finish. Oh, no. They do have the Rams quarterback situation there. But once again, I don't know anything about Ty.
Who's the backups?
I don't have anything. Well, Ty Simpson, obviously, because of that.
Oh, that's right.
You know what I mean? But once again, I don't know about Ty. The one they said the best quarterback situation in all the NFL, when the only reason I'm bringing this up, because it kind of surprised the hell out of me. San Francisco 49ers. That's what they're saying. Because they got Mac Jones as a backup. They think the combination of Brock Purdy and Mac Jones is a better quarterback situation than anything else happening in the NFL.
That's an incredible room. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It to say it's like the best room.
Better than number 2
implies
with Joe Burrow and Joe Flacco?
It certainly implies that you think Brock Purdy is a guy. And there's a lot of debate around the NFL on Brock Purdy.
And they paid him, though.
I like Brock Purdy. I think he's a great dude within his scheme. Would he thrive the same way somewhere else? I don't know. Probably not.
How about Kansas City?
Would Bo Nix thrive in other places?
I don't think Bo is even thriving yet.
So that's a hell no on the other. You don't think?
Do you guys think Bo Nix is thriving? Like thriving to me is like I'm excelling. I'm like I'm. You know what I mean? Like I've gone from like I'm pretty good to like I'm now excelling.
I think it would be hypocritical to not we're here for wins. He won 14 games last year. That's more wins than any quarterback of the Denver Broncos in a single season ever.
I think Bo's just pretty good. I don't think he's thriving.
I think it's semantics, and you know me, I don't mind a tougher view of great or superstar or all that stuff right there. From I never heard the thought of the word thriving. I think he's been good. I don't think he's been great.
Right.
I think there's been too much mediocre and bad.
I'm still hoping he can thrive. I've got legitimate hope that he is capable of thriving.
Well, I guess if you got thriving, let's put the list going up and down the scale. So declining would be below thriving.
Okay.
How far? Is there some between declining and thriving?
Yeah, good.
Okay, so declining, good, thriving, excellent.
We could just give 3 categories to keep it simple.
Okay.
Thriving, good, declining. And he's good.
Where's Matt Stafford right now?
Matt Stafford is great.
Okay, excelling.
Well, but yeah. don't you guys?
I'll give you your 4th category.
I'll also say this by like LeBron James. Eventually, I'm sorry, age will catch up. Matt Stafford's going to start the season at 41, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And now they're loaded. It's you want to talk about? We talk about pressure in the first hour. If the Rams don't win it this year, I don't know if they're ever going to win it again. Honestly, if they don't win it this year, are they going to ever win it again?
Probably not. I mean, at some point you're moving on from Matt Stafford. You get Aaron Donald to come back for 1 year. He's probably not coming back for more.
You sold out and got Myles Garrett?
Wait, you think if the Rams crash out this year,
but
you think
I will say this about the Rams, Scott. Do you know how many years people have been saying that about them? Oh, Rams went all in. They're done. I mean, at some point they got to pay the piper, you know? And all they've done is continue to be a real competitor, like a really real legit competitor every single year.
And the worst thing for them, they're in a hell of a competitive division.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, the 49ers, and Don and I talked about this, and we both like Kyle Shanahan. I'm not sure the job Kyle Shanahan didn't deserve Coach of the Year because he's having to pull strings all season long with the injuries he had, and still we're a viable team at the end of the season, right? But you got San Francisco's in your division. I mean, that's a testy division right there.
Hey, Chris, has San Francisco announced whether or not it was that whole electrical station that's causing all these injuries across from their practice field or whatever? They're investigating that, right? To be like, we kind of think it might be this weird stuff happening with the whatever at the Santa
NFL
Clara.
or somebody came out, we have no proof that that electrical EMPs coming off of the wires right next to the facility has anything to do with injuries. No. That's to stop lawsuits from happening.
I think the two of you, in your opinion of Bo Nix, are going to have your world rock at the end of next year when they hand him $300 million. And you guys are still going to be like if Bo wins 14 games next year again,
but Berto,
and then loses in the...
I'm not going to be surprised by it. I'm already in agreement that that's going to happen because playing quarterback in the NFL is a pass-fail line. It is, and when you've gone past the pass-fail line, you're going to get paid. And I know that Bo Nix is already past the pass-fail line, like he is. He's reached that point, but unfortunately, as of today, he's still in that category that you know he's going to get paid, and you'll probably be a little bit nervous about it.
Are you going to be nervous about it, Scotty?
Yeah, I think he's a good quarterback. I don't think he's great. I don't know if he has the capability to ever be great. What's the one thing of his game, skill-wise, you say that's a top 2 or 3 guy? Is there anything he does skill-wise that you can say he's a top 2 or 3 guy?
Not throwing picks, not taking sacks, but that's not really a skill, right? Well, I guess it is a skill.
It is a skill.
Obviously, Sean Payton and the Broncos value that skill above just a cannon rocket arm. Though, if you can make the throws you need to make in the NFL, then that's probably good enough for me. You don't have to be John Elway. It'd be great if you were John Elway, but you don't have to, have a rocket. But Bo, I'm not. Yeah, just his what does he lack physically as physical skills from a quarterback? I don't know. I think he's got everything you need.
Well, then why the first 3 quarters that you talked about in those 2 segments?
That's
earlier?
Is it a mental thing? Is it a mental? Because it's certainly not physical.
How do you have 13 come from fourth quarter comeback wins if it's a mental thing?
Right. And I guess my question is it's a team sport. It's not just Bo out there. Where the hell are the rest of his team in those first quarters, in that second quarter? Because it's not just Bo being bad offensively in the first. It's everybody, right?
Well,
yeah.
I think the change of coordinators means it might be a little scheme.
Ooh, yeah. It's good. Sean Payton saying that it was the long calls.
I'll tell you this: every coordinator in the NFL takes an insane amount of pride in the first quarter of the game. Why? Because that's their baby. It's the one period of the entire game that they have designed start to finish. Does it stay on schedule? Never. But they've got a plan. They've got a script. Some guys do 15, some guys do 10. Kyle Shanahan, we got on these weird talk about like superstitions. We got in the 7-game winning streak out in Washington one year, and every week that we won, he added one to the script. We had 22 plays scripted at one point in the season. And when you are a good coordinator, generally, you thrive on your script.
All right. And you know what? The Broncos didn't. The Broncos were bad in those first 15 plays in this, but they've won. I think that's all that matters. They won. But we'll check it out. We got Let's Football Go coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Let's football go on this Thursday. Chris Mitchell, take it away. Or don't.
Hi, what's up?
We'll wait, bro.
Today in the world of football.
There you go.
There we go. Another top 10 list of players, another list with 0 Broncos in that top 10. Aw. Yesterday was the wide receivers. Today it's the safeties from ESPN. Clocking in at number 3, Green Bay Packer Xavier McKinney. Number 2 is LA Charger Derwin James. Number 1 is Baltimore Raven Kyle Hamilton. 20th and 21st on that list are Broncos, though. Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones.
I saw this list. The interesting thing they said about the list is, because I was wondering, like, how much does a great safety help your team? And they were saying that the greatest safeties in the NFL right now can play almost every position in the defensive backfield. So they were like, it's like the great safeties, the safeties that he was just talking about, play all over the field, and great defensive coordinators can move them wherever you want them to be. So, and was the safety position like that when you were playing?
I don't think so. You know, when I was playing, there was kind of this trend to try to find these taller, lankier safeties that you could bring down in the box. Remember, we tried to do that with Sua Cravens. You guys remember that?
Yeah, I remember Sua.
A guy that could kind of play a little bit of inside linebacker, a guy that could play safety, because then you get great matchups on tight ends. But I don't think it was the guys needed to play all the positions back when I was playing. Listen, I like both our safeties a lot, so I don't know where they land in the top 10 in the NFL. But I'd take our duo up with any duo.
Okay, yeah.
I like Hufanga. Now, I don't know if Hufanga could play a cornerback or anything like that, but you can put him.
No way.
You can put him at the 4 linebacker positions.
Yeah.
I mean, you can move him around outside. I mean, he plays a little linebacker position.
I mean, there's a reason why corners move to safety, not the other way around.
Right.
Like when I was a kid, before I knew anything about football, I was like, I want to grow up and be a safety, because all the safeties in the league were just running around trucking, just smoking dudes. And this is the era of like a Steve Atwater. And I mean, do we still have safeties? The safeties are no longer the hardest hitting players on the football team. And it felt like those are the dudes who would ruin your week back in the 90s and 2000s. And now there's, I don't know, more skill to the position. Well, no, I don't want to call Steve Atwater unskilled. It's just changed. I guess it's just changed. But then
they're throwing the ball a lot more than they ever have. You got to be able to catch it. You got to be able to move. You got to be able to cover.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're probably doing more stuff like that. In Steve's area, usually had 2 safeties that could act like outside linebackers, and they're knocking people's
right. Like Ronnie Lott was killing dudes out there, and I don't know if we have safeties in this league that still do that. But
I think Hufanga could.
Yeah,
Jackson, before they let him go,
he was murdering people.
Yeah.
Jackson was willing to take a $50,000 fine every game.
Yeah, just to get that shot in. He's like, I'll write that check. All right, Chris, what's next?
Alvin Kamara is sticking with the Saints on a restructured deal. From Ian Rappaport, Kamara's restructured deal will pay him a base salary of $6 million this season, with the chance to make up to $8.5 million with incentives. Kamara had been set to make up to $11.5 million in base salary this season. The Saints, of course, made that move to sign Travis Etienne in free agency, which begged the question if they were going to trade or cut Kamara. But it's looking like they're having their cake and eating it too.
Dark horse Super Bowl contender, the New Orleans Saints. Nah, right? Nah. There's every year in the NFL, there's a team that I thought was going to be great that ends up with like 3 or 4 wins, and there's a team that I thought was going to have 3 or 4 wins that ends up with 11 of them.
Yep.
And I don't know what team that's going to be this year.
We just got to hope that a few of those teams that we thought were going to have 11 or 12 are in our first 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Because if we could get a handful of teams that were supposed to be really good but are not really good, that would certainly help the Broncos' odds.
Yeah, but there's listen, the Chiefs are going to be good. The Jags are your second game. They're going to be.
I think you're catching the Chiefs at the right time. We talked about it yesterday. I don't think Mahomes will be 100% if he does play. Travis Kelce ain't the Travis Kelce of 4 years ago.
If the Broncos don't get a win in week 1, that's going to be really
because it could
problematic.
be 0-3. Because
look, I'm not making it do or die. That's not what I'm trying to make it. But yeah,
the Rams come here. It is a home game here, but it's the Rams. They're not going to be it's not week 3 of the NFL season. They're not going to be.
It just could get real ugly real quick.
Yeah, you start 1-5, it could You could be looking at a 5-6 win season.
Yeah, because 3 of your first 5 games are on the road, and those road games are at Kansas City, at San Francisco, at the LA Chargers. Yeah.
Loss.
It's tough, but knowing the Bronco, well.
Kansas City's your best hope to win.
I think a lot of the criticism about the Broncos' early schedule isn't just you look at the teams and go, oh, man, that's scary. You look at Sean Payton's history in the league where he starts slow, but by the end of the season, his teams are one of the best. So a slow start coupled with a totally brutal schedule is not ideal, right? That's where the math is coming from in this.
Now, you come out of the first 6 weeks 500, and you're in good shape for the rest of the year.
You can only hope. I mean, what are the odds that that's going to happen? I wonder what the odds are and what the Broncos' records over the first 5 weeks of the season. I'll look it up. Chris, what's next?
Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens is officially playing on the franchise tag. The deadline for Dallas to ink Pickens to an extension is passed, and it's looking like he's content with playing on the tag. Quote, like the tag and all that, it's just football first, so definitely play football first, kind of like what I did last year, and then worry about the contract, ... Well, let my agent worry about it, really. End quote. You think he's moving on from Dallas at the end of the season, or is he sticking around?
No. Players hate the tag, right? They hate the tag. Tyler, don't they hate the tag?
They do. I would have loved the tag. I would have loved to make the money that they got in the tag year.
Well, see, Pickens is making $27 million this year, right? Is it $27 million?
I believe
under
so.
the tag?
Let me check again.
But the highest paid wide receiver is in Seattle, and he's making $42 million this year.
Right.
So how much better is Jackson Smith and Jigba than Pickens? Not $20 million better, right?
Listen, as much as this would go against standing with the union, because the union hates the franchise tag, the franchise tag might be the single biggest equalizer in all of sports that has kept the NFL the greatest parity league of all professional leagues. The franchise tag is what makes the NFL great.
Really?
You get to keep a guy that you couldn't keep otherwise. You know, like I can't.
And up to 2 years.
Yeah, and it sucks for the player because I'd go make threefold if I could hit the open market. But you're retaining guys that you wouldn't be able to.
He might not make $27 million like he's going to make. I think it's 27.
Yeah, it's 27.
Half.
It's 27. 27.5. I guess you're right.
But he'd make that number for 3 years, probably all guaranteed with a fourth on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're talking about is the difference of $90 million guaranteed as opposed to just 27. Now, if we're being honest, he gets 27 this year and gets hurt, never plays again. He should be okay for a whole long time of his life.
Yeah, but I'd still, if I'm Pickens and I get hurt this year, a career-ending injury, then I'm angry at Dallas so much because, there goes your 4 or 5
Well, he's going to get
deal.
27 this year, and if they franchise him tag next year, and listen, you can still renegotiate it here in the first week or two, can't you?
Oh, yes, you absolutely can still give a long-term deal after you give the tag.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's just to make sure he's in camp, and now all of a sudden, you watch, if they really want him, they'll get something done in the next week or two.
Yeah, we'll see. All right.
Or maybe they think, hey, listen, we only want him for 2 years. We know we're going to pay him 27 this year and 30.5 next year.
Yeah, and then we're moving on.
And then we'll move on.
Yeah. All right, Chris, what's next?
Children, remain calm. The Falkland Islands have just been invaded. I repeat, the Falklands have just been invaded.
Hey, remember what I told you guys yesterday that Argentina and England's beef goes back almost half a century? Well, after their 2-1 victory over England yesterday, Argentina players held up a fan-made banner that said, quote, let me see if I'm getting this right, Las Malvinas son Argentinas, which means the Falklands are Argentine. Argentina could potentially face disciplinary action from FIFA, according to the BBC. In the meantime, British politicians are obviously livid. They still got those Falkland Island ties. Imagine if somebody had to miss the World Cup because they were holding up that banner.
Nah, see, what you won. You get to talk all the trash you want. You won. Kick rocks, England. Kick rocks. If you didn't like it, you shouldn't have given up 2 goals in stoppage time.
What's the goaltender's name for England? You remember?
Jordan Pickford.
Did you see his water bottle?
Oh, with the game plan, with all the different
so
the PKs, the penalties.
He has decided before the game exactly what he's going to do with any given player.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the whole thing roster on his water bottle, and then it says dive right, dive left, fake right, go left. He is predetermined for every single guy what he's going to do before the kick happens.
Listen, I mean, He's prepared. He's prepared. Didn't help. Never even got the penalties, did it?
It's kind of like you.
It's kind of
like you and Waco wearing them sweatpants with the hole right here, and then you write all the answers, and you just pull them pants up a little bit to get you. Oh, there's a good answer.
Yeah, listen, it's been a while since I've been in college. So you must be able to cheat really well in college now. Like AI must be just the worst thing for college professors, right? You can just, I mean, that's got to be like, not only that, you can just wear your meta glasses or those, whatever those.
I know. Why don't we all just tell our kids to stop going to school? Because, like, there's no chance they're going to do anything. There's no chance my kids are actually doing any work. Like, they're not going home and doing homework.
They're figuring out how to make AI work for them.
They know how to use the machine.
Yeah.
You know, like why are we even doing school?
Now, because you don't want to be you don't want to be that homeschool kid, bro.
I know.
You don't want to be that guy.
I'm just saying, I know my kids aren't actually doing it.
All right, Chris, what's next?
That's it. That's all I got.
Oh, okay, good job.
I told you I had 4 things on my list.
My bad. Sorry. My bad. Way to go, man. Way to go.
My kids are smart, though.
That's just a little, smarter than you?
Unlike everybody else's, my kids are smart.
Yeah.
They do the work.
But there was the owner of the Carolina Hurricanes was catching grief because he used the Stanley Cup win to get his kids' names on the Stanley Cup, and people were like, there were some NHL people who didn't like it. And
that's not cool.
My defense of it is that he doesn't care. That's his kids. He doesn't care. He doesn't care what you have to say about his. Like, if Scotty could get his kid's name on the Larry O'Brien, he'd do it, right? He'd do it. Like, it's your kids.
No.
Nothing. Or really?
Well, they didn't earn that.
See, that's not what that's. I mean, I agree completely with you, but I think that the reason he doesn't care.
I mean, let's be honest. Before you put your kids, shouldn't you put your parents on there first?
What about your wife?
Well, he put his wife on there too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his wife is on there too.
What about his grandparents?
Yeah, his grandparents aren't on there.
Grandkids?
So what do you?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Are they officers
how big is
in the team or something, or do they have?
Well,
roles?
no. One of them's like 12 years old, so not an officer.
She's got name on the cup.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there are some like old school hockey guys who are like, this is disgraceful.
No, I think that's defacing the cup.
And I'm like, it's a billionaire. He doesn't care what you think. He's just gonna get his kid's name on the cup, and he doesn't like. He doesn't care. You know what I mean? And his defense is, it's my kids. Just like you're like, it's my kids.
Well, what'd your kids do to win that cup?
Nothing. They did nothing. But it's his kids.
So
that's his. I'm just saying that's his defense. That's his defense. Is that those are my children?
But you're all for it.
No, I'm not all for it. No. I'm just saying that if I had kids and I'm a billionaire, I could pull some shady stuff like that. I might get away with it.
Rich people are going to do what they want.
Yeah, and you just have to say okay.
Yeah,
right. The NHL just says to say okay.
Like if I was rich, I wouldn't do that, but I know I actually would.
Meanwhile, the vice president that handled his salary cap things ain't on the cup.
No, right? Yes, that's exactly right. But so there you go. I mean, listen, I have no faith in him as an NBA owner, but he's perfectly fine as an NHL owner. But
what?
I mean, I don't trust the Trailblazers.
Well, he's done the same thing in Portland that he did in Carolina. Went in and fired a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, I'm not sure that works in the NBA like it does in the NHL. Like a hockey player will be like, all right.
Here's one thing he did with the NBA that's driving people crazy, because obviously the games are all at night, right? And so when you stay the night at a hotel, and they stay in nice hotels, say you're at the Four Seasons, whoever they played in the first round. Well, you get late checkouts because your game's not till 7. Buses start at 3:30, 4. So you get a late checkout. Well, they still charge you a little bit for that late checkout. He made all the ancillary staff check out.
Yeah.
And they just had to hang around in the lobby until the buses came 4 hours later.
And it's okay to be a cheap son of a gun. It's a bad look when you're a billionaire cheap son of a gun, right? Like and I don't want I don't want that dude in my league. Why do I want that guy in my league?
They won a cup in Carolina, so how are you going to argue against it?
Right, but I'm not in the NHL. I'm talking about the NBA, man. Don't come in
what if Portland wins
over there.
What if Portland wins a trophy in the next 4 years?
Oh, you think they're going to win a trophy in the next 4 years?
They got some good
but I always roll my eyes at the concept of he's a cheap owner, but he won, so he's a bad owner. Did he win?
No, I don't think he's a bad NHL owner. I just don't want to I don't want to.
Do you just fall into championships?
No, but I think he just bought that team. I think he probably Rod DeBob was already there. He didn't have to bring in that kind of talent. I'm just saying this type of business ain't copacetic in the NBA.
I hear people accusing Stan Kroenke being cheap all the time. And I'm like, is he not like the most successful sports owner in, like, I know I work here and all, but like, I'm being serious. Like, is he not the most successful sports owner in the history of sports? Like, and we're complaining about him being cheap about something?
Well,
does he have good teams?
Well, I think most people think of themselves like, how would I act if I had billions of dollars? And guess what? You're never going to have billions of dollars because you didn't have, you know what I mean? You don't have the mindset. You're not mentally tough. You know what I mean? You don't have to clutch G. Is what I'm talking about. So, but yeah, I'm just saying it's a bad look to act the way he acts, just like it's a bad look with all these NBA players going on these podcasts talking about, well, actually, I know I'm making $200 million, but it's actually only $100 million because of nobody wants to hear. Nobody cares about your tax problems, bro. Nobody cares that you're only making $100 million instead of $200 million. We don't have time for that. You know what I mean? Not your average American. They don't have time to listen to you complain about your $200 million salary, man. Miss me with that. Miss me with all that stuff. I guess it's just they're just unself-aware.
When Sprewell turned that $19 million contract, said my family's got to eat.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's like one of the stupidest things an athlete has ever said was Patrick Ewing during the NBA lockout, where he said, "Yeah, we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money, so we need more money." And we're like, Pat, what are you talking about?
Well,
you
need
more money because you spend more money?
Yeah.
No, man. Nobody wants to hear millionaires complaining about being millionaires, and nobody wants to hear billionaires complaining about paying too much money for stuff. Or am I crazy? You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
I'm not looking at you like crazy, but I just do find it like a weird conversation that fans have. Like, do we not just care about how the teams are? Is that not what we really care about as fans?
I don't know, man. Sports fanhood nowadays is pretty damn complicated. You know what? You gotta have a different relationship with everybody.
Even if I had a rundown stadium, but I had an incredible football team.
Kansas City.
Cool.
Give
me the incredible football team.
Yeah.
So my owner doesn't want to build a new stadium. I don't care. Do I get to watch championship level product every weekend?
Yeah. And my owner wants to move the stadium 40 miles away. Okay.
Yeah.
We're still going to be a Chiefs fan, right?
Right. Well, as long as I don't have to pay for it.
They're going to Olathe, Kansas. Kansas is going to pay for it.
Yeah, as long as my taxes ain't paying for it, it's fine. Yeah, go do what you want to do. As long as you keep me out of it.
You've enjoyed Coors Field and Invesco, and that's got a lot of tax money. How's that turned out?
Yeah, I don't know. But once again, it is great. And I'm a sports fan, so I don't care that my money goes to that. But I can see why other people are like, what? Man, this is an A and B conversation. You can see your way out of it. Well, I don't want you part of it. Why am I getting taxed?
So you have no problem with the owners leaving then, too?
Scotty, I got a question.
Yeah, I don't.
Before we get to break, I got a question. I pulled a Hastings.
Oh.
I finished. I'm all caught up on the Dragons. Okay.
So, you got through season 3?
So I watched season 1, season 2. I'm fully caught up. I finished the last one last night. I got no more Dragons. It's really depressing, you know. So you know what I did last night?
What'd you watch?
I watched season 1, episode 1, Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I went back. I don't ever do this. Okay. By the way, do you remember how crazy the first episode was?
Yes.
I don't think I remember the.
Oh, dude, it started.
It started north. Episode 1, did he get smoked?
He got in the first year.
Because they find the
Would you
wolves
shut up
in the
and I'll
first.
tell you?
My bad. You're right.
I'm trying to tell you what happened.
You go ahead.
The first 15 minutes, they start north of the wall with the wildlings and like the crazy. It feels like you're watching a horror video, you know.
Right.
Anyways, I went back to watch it. My question for you: how long did it take you to watch it all?
Well, everybody was out of town for me.
Oh, okay.
So I was watching a couple episodes before I came in here.
Like, I'm thinking this might be like a 3 or 4 month deal.
Oh,
you know?
no.
Is it 7 seasons?
8, I think.
Is it 8 seasons of Game of Thrones?
I finished it in probably a week and a half, 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. If I was by myself, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I finished it in a couple of weeks.
That's impressive, Scotty.
But I had nothing to do, and I got committed to it.
No. That was
you want to find a good series? It's only had 2 seasons, and I guess they're going to make a third. Look up Rogue Warrior.
Okay.
Good stuff.
It's about the SAS, which is the British Special Forces.
Oh, I see. I've watched it. It's great.
It's fantastic.
Yeah. It's
I think they're doing the third season.
It's fun. It's funny.
I was thinking back. I may go back and watch that one again.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right. Well, we'll wrap up the show next. We got one more World Cup watch party for you. It comes up on Sunday. Altitude Sports invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup with Michelob Ultra for Argentina versus Spain. In the final on Sunday, the party starts at Old Town Tavern in Arvada. On Sunday at 12:30, Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. DMac is hosting and give away tons of great prizes, so you won't want to miss it. Michelob Ultra is a Superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup. Superior is worth playing for. Now it's worth cheering for. Go hang out with DMac at the Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday. Is that what you guys are going to do for the World Cup? Hang out with DMac at Old Town Tavern? Y'all haven't seen DMac in like 2 weeks. I mean, have you miss him? Like you feeling something?
I can't wait till Monday.
I get a whole nother week vacation.
I was going to say Tyler's gone, brother.
I'm out next week. I get that long break from DMac. that long necessary break from DMac.
So yeah, DMac will be back next week, and he's hosting the watch party at Old Town Tavern. It should be fun. I mean, yeah, Sunday's going to be rock and roll because we're going to get the British Open and the World Cup. The first round of the British Open is over.
You got any leaders?
Super. I mean, you know what's crazy? I watched zero of the first round of the British Open, which is crazy to me. Let's see. Names that you would know. Bryson DeChambeau tied for 4th right now. He was 3 under. There's a whole slew of people tied at 3 under. Scheffler's tied for 13th after the first round. But yeah, I guess it's the World Cup for me. I'd be locked in on the Open.
But you just know that someday in the next 3 days, there's going to be one of those rainy, chilly, windy, wind blowing hard days, and all of a sudden, you get even par. You've had a great round. Because they always have at least one of those rounds.
Yeah. Well, looked like it was good conditions today. Your leader is 5 under, but round number 2 a little bit later tonight.
But you go. I seriously, I think CBS, their app or whatever you can get on, and they have like the full coverage that you can go back and watch today.
Yeah. Well, now that we get tomorrow off, I'll be able to wake up early and catch the whole second round and see what's because I had
Well, have you seen 6 a.m. in a long time?
I did a couple of weeks ago when I had to fill in for Brett.
Outside of having to fill it on the morning show.
Yeah, no, I don't get up, brother.
He doesn't wake up till like literally 2:00, right?
So sometimes I see noon. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I work nights, people. I work nights. I don't know what you want from me.
You don't work nights. Like, you don't have like a night shift overnight. Like,
listen,
let's not talk like you're a shift worker.
At like 5 o'clock at night, I go home at midnight, 1 a.m., something like that. I work at night, man. Like, I'm not working at 2 a.m., but
although you probably have the past couple of years with
part of the
8:30 starts.
I guess you're a seasonal shift worker.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I sleep in. Like, over 20 years of doing it, it's taught my body to sleep in, man. What time do you guys wake up?
Oh, usually between 5:30 and 6:15.
Really?
If I make it to 6:45, I'm feeling pretty good.
Y'all are crazy. That's like Sanford gets up at
I'll tell you what.
I'll
tell you really when I really wake up, and I wish it wasn't this way. When the sun is up, I'm up. Like I've got blinds and all, but the sun does get through there.
So is the new daylight savings going to mess with you?
I don't have blackout
No,
blinds.
that's going to make him sleep long.
Because it's going to be darker during the mornings, right?
Yeah.
You might be.
Yeah, my room's got like blackout curtains, so I mean, no, that ain't. It's just. I've been trying to go to bed early. I've been trying to get to bed by 10:20, 10:30.
I'm not sure I could sleep in a room that's pitch black. Like where you couldn't see your own hand. Like that might freak me the hell out. When just total darkness.
Well, it's dark.
That might be freak. Like I'm sure, just like the two of you, I like it cold.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I like it. Like turn that thermostat down at night, baby, to get it. But dark, that's
dark,
no night light,
dark
no nothing,
and cold.
man.
No.
Yeah, that's scary to me.
No, and I know my walkway to the bathroom. I walk with my eyes closed when I got pee in the middle of the night. Don't even open my eyes because I don't want to wake myself up.
I like to roll the dice in the middle of the night, see if I hit the target or not.
I sit down and
sometimes you
squat.
hear a little splash on the floor. You're like, oh, quick adjustment. see if I get that back on target.
You just sit down.
Yeah, no, I don't sit down.
But you could just sit down and you wouldn't pee all over the floor.
It's really not a bad idea. But
it's never even occurred to me, Scotty. It's never even.
Do you know most of the world men sit to pee?
Are you serious, really?
Except to America.
I did not know that. I did not
Someone
know that.
told me that recently.
No, hold on. No,
Someone told me that recently.
Not buying
Have you
it.
seen the new?
Definitely not buying it.
There's a new expensive toilet built by some mad genius where it's supposed to be the perfect toilet, and it's like tilted back, and you sit on it kind of like a motorcycle, like seriously, it's like this. That's and
well, they
like,
say when you poop, your feet need to be up.
Yeah, so and it's really low, so it's almost like a reclining toilet.
You remember the potty squatty from Shark Tank?
Oh, it made a lot of money.
I bought one of those one time. Yeah.
Are you one of those guys you see something on TV and like?
It's a
click?
stool. It's a plastic stool.
Hey man, if you can sell them. But okay, yeah, I don't know how we got on that.
Weirdest thing you ever bought from TV?
Do you want to know the countries that have the highest sitting rates?
Yeah,
for men. You want to guess?
When men who sit when they go
By the way,
pee.
it does say the
Italy.
far majority of the world men stand to pee.
Okay.
Okay. What was your guess?
Italy.
Not on the list.
Turkey.
Not on the list.
Venezuela.
India.
Not on the list. Keep going until you get something on the list. Well, I've got the top four.
Give us a region.
China.
Not on the list.
Give it. Is it a European country? Is it?
There's a few Europeans. See,
European?
They're European.
France.
No, you just want to know.
Yeah,
you're really struggling over here.
Just give it to us.
Germany has got the highest percentage in the world. 62%.
Germans sit down to pee?
62% of men in Germany like to sit down
because they believe in precision.
Okay, well, 62% of Germans sit down to pee.
62%.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know why?
Precision.
It says because there's a strong cultural push for hygiene.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's millions of dudes sitting down to pee.
Okay, but now that you think hold
hygiene.
on. Now that you think about that, do you want to take another stab at your guess? You should be able to figure it out.
Norway.
Good guess. Sweden,
yeah.
Japan's on there. That's the one I
was
thought
gonna
you would
say
get.
Japan,
After watching the World Cup, I thought you might get that one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And then Denmark.
Yeah, because
So a
Japan,
couple Nordic places.
Japan's the one that like bidets they come installed in the toilets in Japan, right? Yeah, everybody has a
A lot
bidet
of
there.
Europe, they do.
Yeah, and
I had a bidet in Italy when I was there.
Ooh, nice.
It is actually.
I was just gonna say, yeah.
America's got one of the lowest sitting rates in the world.
62%.
Because we're lazy, sloppy, and unhealthy.
Right.
Is it lazy? I don't know if it's lazy.
Yeah, it is,
like
'cause you
isn't sitting down easier?
No, you're worried about others. And guess what? When you sit down and you got a house full of women, you don't ever have to worry about putting the seat down. The seat's down.
Do you sit down all the time?
Not all the time, but I would say 80% of the time now.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Yeah. I won't hear.
Wow.
Well, I have though.
Okay, do you like?
If I go in the toilet's up, I pee.
Right?
Yeah, say it.
Like one problem I have sometimes when I'm sitting down.
Yeah.
If I'm taking a poop, and you try to pee at the same time, do you always direct your pee, or are you just free?
Scotty's free.
I just pulled out.
You understand the question, right?
I try to,
yeah, I understand.
Do you have your hand directing the pee while you're pooping?
Yeah,
or
I
not?
try to make sure it's it's not in the water.
Yeah, so oftentimes oftentimes.
Is it possible to cut a segment from a live show?
You hold it. Yeah, you keep it up. No, see, oftentimes I just I feel like I'm sitting down. I don't need to do any direction, but then a little comes out the top, and then I'm like, oh man,
You see, you're not doing it right. Like you might need to get one of those new ones, the lean back toilets. That's what you need.
Yeah, I want a lean back toilet. I want a Harley.
That's
I want the Harley toilet. Can you turn your mic on?
I think you got to shake the rope out once in a while and uncoil it. Otherwise,
yeah,
that might save you. Just uncoil the rope a little bit, and then you're good.
Okay. Yeah, it takes a lot of uncoiling for me.
Well, obviously, for peeing out the top, not much.
Right. You should have this stuff perfected by now, man. You should have figured this out in the first 25, 30 years, brother. You know what I mean? Like, this is you kind of struggling.
But I always think, well, it's not going to happen this time. Like this time I can keep playing on the phone.
See, I'm not a dude. I'm not on my phone when I'm on. Yeah, that's not my. I'm not taking my phone into the bathroom with me. Nah, that ain't happening. But then, is that? Wait. That's what you're spending your time on the phone.
I mean, if I'm sitting down, then I probably pulled out the phone.
Interesting. Like, why are you carrying your phone into the bath? You're in your house, right?
Yeah.
Is your phone on you? You're just carrying it around in your own house?
Wait a minute. You're not bringing your phone into the bathroom?
I walk into my house. I set my phone on the charger. I walk the hell away. unless it rings. Like I'm not taking it with me, man.
That's unique to you, Berto.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you were the crazy people. I'm the crazy one?
I wish I was like you. I do. I really do. But I'm definitely not like you.
No way.
I mean, I immediately
have been
pick up my iPad or
trying
something.
to, like, when I get home, go upstairs and put my phone on the charger up there and then come back downstairs and leave it. And so, like, I answered the phone, called somebody at 8:45 yesterday that called me at 4:13.
I do have a new thing, like nighttime if we're watching a movie together or something. I will take our phones and put them on the other side of the couch. You know, like we're not gonna.
How often do they stay over there?
No electronics.
Most of the time, unless it rings.
And
like it's accessible, but you know we're not going to be.
Don't they
staring at the
say
phone.
you shouldn't be looking at a screen like 30 to an hour before you go to bed?
But nobody
Yeah,
does
well,
that.
come on. That's the first thing you look at when you wake up in the morning. It's the last thing you
I'm
look
talking
at
before you go
fall
to bed.
asleep.
It's supposed to be some with the blue light and all that stuff. It messes with your brain that you should put the phone away 30 to 40 minutes before you go to bed.
Huh.
Well, you definitely should. I just don't think
you know
anybody
that,
does. Yeah.
I have been trying.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, I got a quick question for you, Tyler, since you're in here today.
Yeah.
I saw the article the other day. Peyton deemed your former pupil not too good for Colorado high school football. Is that what happened? Marshall's going to Tennessee. He's going to Tennessee to play prep ball.
Marshall's been in Tennessee for over a year.
I had no idea. Okay, so now he's starting as a freshman, high school freshman.
Yeah. So last year.
I didn't know that. That's my fault.
No, all good. Yeah, he went to a boarding school out in Tennessee, and I think he repeated his 8th grade year.
Okay.
At some prep school, and now he's going to the high school.
Oh,
and,
right on. Okay.
Yeah, so they kind of split their time between Tennessee and Denver.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I get why he's.
Yeah, I
doing
mean, there
that.
was a big. Obviously, everybody was highly curious if he was sticking around here, what high school he would go to, Valor Creek, or what. There was talk that they might start some super team at Kent or something like that, but ended up going out to Tennessee.
I think that's probably the right move for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bummer. Logan couldn't,
I think it's a
snag
boarding
another
school.
one.
So
That's cool.
I think the kid stays at school if the family's not. I don't actually. Why am I? I don't know. It's a boarding school.
That's cool.
That if he wants to, he could stay there.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, no, I saw that he's going to back up a senior on the varsity team his freshman year. So
yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
He's got it, huh?
I don't know much about him. I've not seen him in person. Like I did coach when he was younger.
That's what I was saying.
When he was younger, Peyton did ask me to come out to a couple practices when he had the that youth team with the Bruins, and I did go out. It was crazy. Like he had the most insane technique, footwork. Everything was perfect. But he was still a little kid, like he was a little kid. It was not like he looked like a phenom at the time, but you could tell the fundamentals, the technique. Oh, that wasn't normal for a kid his age.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I expect so. I mean, it's Peyton's son. How are we feeling about Arch this year?
Well, I think there's a lot of pressure on Arch. I mean, he should be the number 1 pick in the class next year, right? Is that what people are saying?
I think so. I mean, if Texas has the year, we're all expecting them to.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Well,
I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Berto read an article yesterday that Sarkisian is like the number 1 coach in America on the hot seat.
Yeah, they're like, you win now, immediately, this season. If it doesn't work out, you're gone. He's the first. Yeah. They were like, Sark, you get it done this year. Or, he was one of only a few that were like on the red line, on the hot seat.
Well, didn't he interview for a couple NFL jobs here in the last couple of years? I think he did this offseason, actually.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think he did. I mean, but again, when you have Arch Manning, like you can't bail on that. I mean, you put in the time and the effort to develop him. He's finally getting the reins. You know what I mean? Like you gotta rock with it. So we'll see. I just thought it was interesting. I saw Marshall was playing high school football elsewhere, and that would have been fun to watch him around here. No question.
Oh
about it.
For sure, it would have been.
Yeah, no question about it. What did we make of the Avs schedule release? Anything pop out to you guys?
Man, you know what's crazy? I'm not going to look at it.
Okay.
Like I read. No, here's why. I read the press release and all the afternoon games and the outdoor game and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But if I look at the schedule, I don't want to know what I'm going to be doing for the next 9 months. You know what I mean? Like it feels like if I look at it, I'm locked in.
I guess I get it because you're doing the pre and post.
Yeah, I'm like I don't want to know what I'm doing for the rest of the year yet. Just give me
Okay.
So I've just read and I know the first game you're hosting the Kings coming in, but once again 84 games can kick rocks. I don't know why we're doing an extra 2 regular season games, but whatever.
It makes no sense to me. What's the point to create a little bit more adversity? We always get to like the last 2 weeks of the season, guys, and spring joins us. Like it's painful. It's painful. Now, if you're a team fighting for the wild card, and maybe you've got some ground to make up, a couple of points there, it's not as painful. But I guess is it to try and create more of like a play-in atmosphere? Is that what we're going for here?
You know what? One thing that stood out to me about the schedule was 6 of the last 9 games. Nice. Maybe not so nice. They're on the road.
Oh, really?
6 of the last 9 are on the road, and they finish at home against the Wild. I don't think they're running away with the President's Trophy this year, and they kind of were battling Minnesota and Dallas up until the bitter end almost, even though they had an awesome season. I think that last Minnesota game is going to mean something.
Really?
I got a sneaky hunch.
I don't want the last 2 weeks of the season to mean anything. Now, you know what I mean? Just like...
Well, that would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. But the Central Division is so loaded that I think you're right on the money, Spring. It only got better this offseason. Utah got better. We'll see about Chicago. What happens with
Nashville
Bedard.
got better. Chris McFarland's new club poached some Avs.
Hey, speaking of that, The Athletic released their off-season grades and who improved the most team-wise. They gave number 1 to Chris McFarland, the former GM of the year, I guess, the reigning GM of the year. Ooh. So good for them. I mean, he's done some really good things. I think he's rebuilt that bottom 6, some of their depth pieces. They already have O'Reilly. They got Stammer. You know what I mean? There's a couple of pieces there to play with. I don't know that they're going to be a top-of-the-line team in the division, but
formidable.
Absolutely formidable.
I think McFarland might use this trade deadline to reshape that. I don't think he's looking at the Preds right now and be like, this is the team. This is my team. You know what I mean?
Is that where the Drury and the Colton trades come back to, pay dividends for the Avs later? Look, we gave you Colton and Drury in the offseason. You give us O'Reilly and Stamkos for peanuts and retain all their salary at the deadline, C-Mac, and we'll take this cup and we'll set you up for the next one. You can have Nabokov and Guliev or whatever his name is.
It's good to be friends with Chris McFarland, right? Joe can just text him, "You up?" It can be very informal.
You up?
Yeah.
We need
We
need Stamkos for the stretch run. Let's go in the playoffs.
Yeah. Send him the alarm emoji. It's time. Now's the time for retribution.
Due.
Yeah, exactly.
For the Drury and Colton trades.
Exactly.
Rent's due.
Anything else catch your eye there, Spring, on the schedule release?
You got to make the most out of the start of the season. And let me pull it up here because it was that end of the season that really stood out to me. Here we go. You open, obviously, against the Kings. You host the Blues. You're at Winnipeg. You're at Calgary.
Ooh, look at that home and home, Spring. At Dallas, then the very next day, Dallas is here.
Yeah, because Game 6, like you said, at Dallas. Game 7, the very next day, home versus Dallas. What do you think they are going into those 2 Stars games with the Kings, Blues, Jets, Flames, and Maple Leafs ahead of that? That's 5 games. Are they over 5? They're over 500, right? 3-2 at least.
Yeah, you would hope so. I mean, with
so.
Calgary, and unfortunately, you got to go to Winnipeg. That's nobody.
That was tough for them last year.
Absolutely. And we'll see what happens with Connor Hellebuck if he's still a Jet next year. But still, look, and I think maybe it's just me, but my gut tells me that there's going to be a mental test that comes this regular season for them because of how tough the grinds have been that just haven't paid off the last couple of years. I think eventually, that's got to catch up to you somehow. All right, we got to gear up to do this thing again. And now it only gets tougher because you got Dallas, you got Minnesota, who's only gotten better, right? We'll see. We'll see what it looks like. But it's fascinating to me. I saw they've got 10 back-to-backs for the Avs this season. The December stretch is interesting. There's 5 straight on the road in December, followed by 5 straight at home in December. And January is a true every other day schedule. So you've got 15 games in the first month of 2027 after returning from Utah from the Winter Classic.
Yeah, you mentioned, and Berto, I'm sorry, we're giving you a lot of the schedule that you didn't want to hear because...
Yeah, buddy.
I was scared.
He's not paying attention. This is in one ear and out the other. What are you talking about?
I was scared that it looked like at first that the Avs were on the second game of a back-to-back for the outdoor game. But then I read it. It was they
can't do that.
They have a game, then a day off, and then the outdoor game. I thought it was back-to-back, but no, they do have a break.
Have you guys been to Rice Eccles, the stadium in Utah?
No.
It's pretty cool.
It's amongst the mountains.
Yeah, it's similar to Folsom. It's settled right up there. Salt Lake is kind of built on a hill, and it's up kind of at the top of Salt Lake there, and it's a beautiful setting. It's a really nice stadium, and it's very vertical, which my biggest gripe with all these outdoor games is when you put them at these giant ballparks, you can't see the puck from the third deck. I think that is, if it was interesting, the Athletic did their NHL fan survey. We kind of went through it yesterday. One of them was, if you were commissioner for a day, what would you do? And mine would be ditch the ballpark games, intimate, made for TV, entertainment experiences, like the Tahoe thing.
I was going to say, my
awesome.
favorite was the Tahoe.
It was amazing.
Okay, there's a good backdrop at Rice Eccles Stadium, but when you're on your main camera angle, you know, how much of that are you really seeing? You're still seeing the ice. You're seeing that, like, the Panthers, didn't they put like a bunch of like kind of palm tree themes around the rink area?
Yeah, but it's so spread out. I think the difference is in the college football stadium, it's more compact and it's more vertical. So I think you'll have a more top-down angle on the broadcast. I've been advocating for the Avs to play at Folsom Field for years. I think that would
be the perfect spot.
Cool.
But what I want is I want like a lower camera angle where when you're watching, the wide view of the ice, the top part of the screen is the mountains or something like that.
It's not quite like that. I don't think it's quite like that because you'd have to have like an upward
the
camera
stadiums
angle.
Are too big.
Yeah. But either way,
you're
I'm
just
with
seeing
you.
seats.
But it's going to be cold, right?
I mean,
the average temperature, I was told, on New Year's Day in Salt Lake City is 30 degrees, and you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be one of those. It's not going to be like.
Remember the Air Force game we were at? I mean,
that's the coldest I've been in my life, man.
Maybe one of the worst fan experiences of any Denver sporting event ever.
Super cold.
I will never forget Berto's face during like maybe the second intermission because I got and at first I was bummed. They were like, we don't have enough seats ringside. You got to go up into the media area, and I was like, I kind of wanted to be down, but it was so freezing that it turned out to be a great choice on everyone else's part that I benefited from. You walked up to get like a hot dog at the second intermission.
Oh, bro.
You looked like you had frostbite all over you.
Oh, man.
You looked like you had given up on life.
Yeah. I looked like Jack Nicholson in was it The Stand? What movies was like where he's just like I was like we had seats on the glass to an outdoor game and I bailed on him. That's how cold I was.
I think they lost that game like 2-0 too.
Well, they did lose the Kings. Remember the Kings scored that late goal in the third period?
Yeah, Tyler Toffoli, I think. And then, man, they can't get away from the Kings.
Yeah.
It's always the Kings.
But yeah.
Again, I don't know who at the league thinks like, everybody's going to dial in for Avs Kings. How about like, I don't know, Avs Oilers, McDavid and McKinnon outside? That would be pretty cool.
Avs Knights.
Avs Wild would have been fine too.
There's a lot of options. What's with the Kings? Darcy Kemper might not even be their goalie. It's like the one storyline. I know it's an Anton Forsberg show.
No Kopitar anymore.
Did you guys see we didn't talk about this. I haven't talked about it on the air. I don't know if you guys talked about it. Did you see that rumor about Connor Hellebuck?
Yeah, we talked about it.
See, I had that came out of nowhere for me, man. Out of nowhere. I was like, wait, what? What's going on?
Elliot Friedman on his podcast, 32 Thoughts. And again, Elliot Friedman is like the Schefter of the NHL, right? And he mentioned that there were several teams expressing interest in Hellebuck because Winnipeg's in a weird position. It's like, what do you do? Are you good enough to make the playoffs in that division? Probably not. You're sure as hell not good enough to get out of the second round in the Central, right? Like at least on paper and what played out after they won the President's Cup a couple of years ago, it just all feels like it fell apart. They lost Nikolai Ehlers. So I think it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do because Hellebuck, how old is Hellebuck now?
Oh, he's not that old, right? He's
not
like
37.
It's like I think he probably got like
33.
And what's his contract? How many years he got left?
I think it's through 2030. It's $8.5 million.
Which that's you see a bargain in this league
the way
now.
Everything's going up, but look, Blackwood's like half that price.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's interesting, and we talked about it doesn't make any sense for the Avs to do that because they just don't have a lot of assets to play with. And again, the Athletic just released their list of their top 100 NHL prospects, and clearly the Avs don't have anybody on that list. Like that's not a surprise to anybody. It's been chips in, all in win now mode here for years. So the cupboard is bare in that regard. However, like how do you upgrade right now? Hellebuck at 33, age-wise, fits in with your core. Mackenzie Blackwood showed really well when you first traded him, but they paid him early. They went 5x5 right away. They really didn't make him prove it because they were like, okay, we're betting on him early. We want to instill confidence in him, and maybe they still have it. But clearly after that injury last year and forcing him to miss a lot of the offseason, he wasn't the same guy when he came back. He just wasn't most of the year, which is why Wedgie had the opportunity to have such a good year.
But Blackwood was hurt to start the season.
That's what I'm saying.
So what if being healthy from the gate And I thought when Blackwood came in the playoffs, he was solid. He got the win in Minnesota.
Yeah.
When they put him in.
Yeah, and he was great in that game,
He
too.
was. The team that I'm seeing connected to Hellebuck the most is the Buffalo Sabres.
Makes total sense.
But that makes a lot more sense, right? Younger team don't have, they got Jukka-Pekka Luukkonen, which is a fun name to say.
Sure.
But that's a team that could use a veteran elite goalie to kind of round out the young core that they got going.
Although I will say, if you have a chance at Connor Hellebuck and he's only making 3.5, 4 more than Blackwood is, and they would be open to a deal and a return centered around Blackwood, that's something you pursue. So we were talking about whether or not that was legitimate, Berto. I asked Springer yesterday, is that a due diligence thing for Joe Sakic, or is that are you actually trying to upgrade the team? And we both felt like probably a due diligence thing.
Yeah, I would be surprised.
Just
if
let's
that's
check
the
in,
route
see if the price is something we willing to pay.
Because
wait, you're going for Jaylen Brown rates? Okay, now all of a sudden we're in.
So I think as of right now, the Avs have $1.5 million, maybe $1.3 million or something like that. Maybe it's a little bit more. It's not more than $2.5 million in cap space. So you'd have to find a way to make the dollars work there. And I don't know what pot sweeteners you would even have to offer legitimately. You couldn't get a first for Val, which is a huge bummer in hindsight. That might end up biting you down the line that you couldn't, because you look at some of these other guys that got first. You're like Marcus Pettersson getting a first. Okay. All right. I know that there were a lot of teams in on them, and it's a bummer they couldn't. And that's probably one of those situations where teams around the league know that you don't have much leverage because they know that you probably want to make a move in that regard.
Marty Natchez, would you waive your no movement clause to go be the man in Winnipeg? Can I sell you on being the man in Winnipeg? It'd be your team. It's not Nathan McKinnon's team. It's Marty Natchez's
Marty's
team.
not going to Winnipeg, bro. No way, man.
Isn't that the coldest place that Kyle Keefe had ever been? Remember when Kyle Keefe stepped foot in Winnipeg?
There is an intersection at Winnipeg that all the wind blows down, that comes howling down. It's supposed to be the coldest intersection in North America. Yeah, and they were standing there naked or something because they're all like, "This is gonna be fun."
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I'm not exactly sure where the Avs decide to go. And Sakic has said, "Look, this is the plan, this is the team, and they'll accrue." But if there's an opportunity to make the team better, one thing we know Super Joe's going to do is he's going to investigate. He's going to snoop around.
Yeah, it sounded like in his press conference, it sounded like their plan is to make moves towards the deadline. They're like,
sure.
This is what we got. We're going to see what we have.
Well, it always
and
is.
Then we're almost definitely going to make a move.
You know what offseason it slightly reminds me of, and I'd have to go back and look with you, Spring, but the summer after they won the Cup, so heading into the 2023 season, the bet was, all right, let's see if Newhook can, surprise the first half of the year, and then heading into the deadline, is Taves back or Jonathan Taves back? What can they do to find a 2C, the year after they won the Cup? It kind of reminds me of that. It's like, all right, we're going to start the year, give a bunch of young guys a lot of opportunities, and then at the deadline, we'll have to get better. And I can't remember if that was the Lars Eller year or not. But at the deadline,
might have been the Eller year. That I think it was the year after the Cup.
That's kind of the vibes I'm getting right now, and it doesn't mean you have to go make a splash move. But I remember that, and I'm all on board for giving some young guys some opportunities because I think they have some guys that could potentially step up. I thought it was a bummer Bardakov was back to the KHL because I thought that he had some potential, or at least was a good games eater. So we'll see what they do in the bottom six. I imagine we're going to see a lot of young guys get some opportunities. But the schedule is out now. It's an 84-game season. All right, quickly before we get out of here, what is it like? Give me a tagline, a one-liner, one sentence about why the NHL added 2 more games.
Money. Yeah. We like to be rich.
Makes the world go round. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I miss that. I got to tell you, I do. All the small things. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Thanks for being here with us. Chime in throughout the course of the show on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. Get at us on YouTube or Twitch, however you watch the show, Altitude TV. All right, folks. We have another semi-update on LeBron James. So let's give the folks out there a little context for spring. So today there was a Fanatics Fest, I believe it was, in New York. And he joined Tyrese Halliburton, the Indiana Pacers point guard, on his podcast, as well as did like a sports entrepreneurs, roundtable with people like Dana White and Lindsey Vonn and some other, business people. And so that's what he was doing in New York today. However, there's a big announcement like, cancel your plans, LeBron speaking publicly. And again, this is a massive event, and we're all waiting on LeBron. The NBA is basically in limbo, waiting on LeBron and Kawhi. I was reading an article in The Athletic today. Like, everybody's waiting to see what happens because the Kawhi situation is now entirely messed up. And I don't know what the NBA's plan is there, and we can get to that maybe a little bit later. But the LeBron situation clearly is holding up like this last layer of free agents and all these veteran minimum deals. Once they figure that part of it out, okay, then we'll figure it out. So here's the update from Shams Charania today on with Pat McAfee. Now, mind you, it's a little bit long, but we're going to play it all because I think there's a clue in here as to why maybe the Nuggets are no longer on this list.
The issue, I think, when LeBron James, when you look at that team with the Warriors, is that team, if he's there, is that team good enough? And I think that's the big question. Happiness is the word of the day in terms of LeBron James. But what encapsulates happiness? It's a bunch of things. It's being on a team that has a chance to compete. It's giving yourself an opportunity to win and win big. And that's why a lot of the focus has been around teams that are positioned right now. If you add a LeBron James to the Cavaliers, that's a hole at 3 position that they need. You add him to the Sixers, he slides right in the starting lineup. That's a contender. Cavs, contender. Heat, complete contender the moment he gets there. So, the Warriors would need a little bit of work still. And the big thing with the Warriors was packaging LeBron James with another star player. And that's when you would get LeBron James's attention. That's the idea. And that's when the Warriors went into free agency. Can we start a big 4? Steph, Draymond, LeBron, and Anthony Davis. We know the relationship between AD and LeBron goes deep. And so are you able to get that done? And so far, we're 16 days into July. There's been no real traction in any trade conversations the Warriors have on AD or any other star, which then leads me to believe that they are behind, and they are, to my knowledge, behind other teams such as a Miami, a Cleveland, a Philadelphia. And the Sixers literally got on the map the moment they got Jaylen Brown. They were not even in the picture. So that just goes to show you make moves, you can get LeBron James' attention, especially in this free agency.
Okay, Spring. So there was a lot to digest there. It was interesting at the very end, though, was really what caught my ear. The second the Sixers landed Jaylen Brown was the moment that they truly entered the sweepstakes. And it sounds like, at least according to Sham sources, that there's legitimate interest there and that they are actually a part of the conversation. It's not just Cleveland, Miami, or maybe even Golden State. And essentially what he's saying is that LeBron wants another guy. LeBron wants to make sure, and if we're really reading what Shams is saying here, LeBron wants the best chance to win, and he wants to make sure that he's got the guns to do it. And he feels like, let's see how much leverage I can utilize dragging this thing out to roster build as best as I can. I think that's what's happening here.
I think winning is important to him, but I don't think it's the most important thing, or else the Nuggets would still be in this conversation. The Timberwolves would be given more of a chance. Hell, he'd consider San Antonio or Oklahoma City. I think he sees the flaws with Golden State, older team, but I think he does think it would be fun to play with his friend Steph Curry, who he's played with in the Olympics and is admired as, maybe the next best player, either him or Kevin Durant of his era. I don't think winning's the most important thing. I think winning, Cleveland gives him an edge in that department because he's going to the East. The Sixers would be in the East. I think getting away from the West would give him a better chance to win. Sanford, like I said, a team with, an actual good roster. And I know the Nuggets have flaws, but
Yeah,
And he's
yeah,
not
keep
coming
going
here.
there. Keep pulling at that thread because I think we're going to land on something.
He's not coming here because I don't think winning is the most important thing to him. But if this team brought everybody back, including Peyton Watson, and added a LeBron James, that's pretty good. Like, that's pretty damn good. But it doesn't seem like that's where we're headed towards.
No, and if you'll remember, The Athletic, what was it, 2 days ago, released their offseason NBA grades. And this isn't the be-all, end-all, but The Athletic gave the Nuggets a D-, barely passing grade. And they said they'd bump it up to a C if they were able to retain Peyton Watson. You don't think LeBron sees that too and sees the depth issues that they'll have, knowing that he's not going to play all 82 games in the regular season, knowing that they've had injury issues? Like, I was at the beginning of this process completely with you, that the Nuggets would give LeBron the best opportunity, at least basketball-wise, to be the best fit for him at this stage in his career. There's a lot of different players on this team that could have taken a load off his plate that I don't know that he could really get anywhere else, specifically like, bringing the ball up the floor, a lot of the scoring, all that stuff, and he'd be able to play more of a loose game. But I think the lack of depth, when you look at what it takes to win a championship right now, I think that's a big factor here. Now, again, it may not be, but I think he also wants to play with a loaded group. And if they could have found a way to get Jaylen Brown without having to give up Jamal Murray, like if they could
would have taken Aaron Gordon or
Cam Johnson,
maybe Cam and Christian, if they even would want Christian. Probably was going to take a Murray. Well, I guess he went for Paul George. So what the hell do I know? It's also one of the worst trades in recent history. I don't know what the Celtics were thinking.
But we were told by reports that Boston wasn't interested in flipping Brown to Denver for anyone but Murray, if Murray wasn't included in that deal. And it sounds like the Nuggets did have conversations surrounding maybe a Gordon Johnson, centerpiece in return. And I think that had Jaylen Brown landed in Denver and Jamal Murray still been here and LeBron had the option to come join Murray, Brown, maybe Christian Brown as well, Jokic, right? Like, I think there was a chance there, and Jaylen Brown at that point. I think there was a chance there he would have considered Denver, but I just think that he looks at Denver and goes, I don't know. Like, they got humiliated in the first round. They definitely didn't get better. Their bench is going to be worse. Like, yeah, they could go into the second apron, but that's basically it, Spring. Like, they couldn't add anything at the deadline. They couldn't get reinforcements.
All right, a few things. Of the teams connected who have been connected to LeBron James, who's the best player on any of those teams?
It's definitely Jokic.
Definitely Jokic.
Agreed.
I don't
No question.
think it's close.
Well, I mean, you'd have Giannis. I think that would be number two.
Yeah, Giannis too.
Just Giannis too. That's all I'm saying. You're not getting an argument out of me there.
Okay. Athletic ranks their offseason so far as a D-, would upgrade it to a C if they retain Peyton Watson. I'm not going to argue that necessarily because, Peyton was on the team last year. You didn't add anybody. You've lost Tim Hardaway. It appears Spencer Jones is on the way out. I don't know if Alpha Diallo. I'm somewhat optimistic, but I don't know that that's going to meet the younger Spencer Jones level. And Marvin Bagley could be better than Jonas. We don't know. So far, even if you bring Peyton back, you've lost Tim Hardaway. You haven't replaced that. It's a net negative. But what if they brought Peyton Watson back? And again, they're not going to get LeBron. It's extremely unlikely. It's all but dead. But what if they had? What if they had gotten LeBron James to add to retaining Peyton Watson and all the other moves they made? What would you grade the offseason then? I would grade it as...
I mean, it's got to be an A.
Like an A, yeah.
Yeah.
A- is what I was going to go. A-.
But even
if not,
then...
you could argue A+.
But even then, like, I just think the non-Jokic minutes have been such a problem. And it's not like LeBron's coming in to solve those. And they're going to have an issue there again this year. They're going to. Especially at the beginning, there will be at a bare minimum growing pains. So my point was, I think when you looked around the league, it was like, well, if I go to them, and look, maybe he still goes to Golden State, but all these other options are in the East. I think he's looking at the landscape and going, I think my path to the finals, to at least get to the dance, is better in the East than it would be in the West, having to deal with Shea and Wemby and the Spurs and the Thunder, and then obviously the Rockets and the whole host of everybody else. But again, I don't know that the East was all that great this year. Like the Knicks are not the best championship winning team that we've seen in a little while. I mean, would anybody argue that?
Easier road, though. You know, you
For sure.
You don't get as beat up. And I think that's alluring to LeBron James. But I think if winning was the most important thing to him, he would have more strongly considered the Nuggets.
And maybe he did. We don't know that. You know, like maybe he did. And then up until a point, he had a revelation or whatever. You know, at some point on that whiteboard, they started erasing names. Like at some point, Rich Paul got out the dry erase board and you know, got out the eraser and started taking teams off the list. You know, Masai and his oil money that down there in Dallas probably went first. You know, so we'll see what happens here. But I am thinking that right now, as Sham said in his most recent update, Philly, Miami, Cleveland. And the other thing I just read, last note on LeBron, and we can move off this. He has been collecting footage from the NBA for the last 10 years for his documentary. If anybody wants to read any of the tea leaves or make any predictions, like I'm just saying here, how is it not Cleveland? This whole thing has been leading back to him ending at home and doing the documentary about him at home. And I'm sure they'll feature all the things he's done for that community and Akron as a whole. And so we'll see what happens, but no update yet. And LeBron teased everybody again, but I'm kind of done with this. It's like, all right, let's go.
Well, because the Nuggets aren't going to get him.
Yeah. Can we turn back on LeBron now?
It was a fun few days when it felt like a realistic possibility and we could convince ourselves of it, and they were on the whiteboard. I do want to say this to anyone, because I'm seeing a lot of people saying, like, good. I'm glad they're not going to get LeBron. I don't even want LeBron. I don't like LeBron. I don't understand that at all. The Nuggets are relying on a hamstring and a calf of Aaron Gordon to stay healthy, and you'd really like him to retain Peyton Watson. They're not 100% complete. They need help.
You're being too logical
they need
for Nugget fan.
Help.
See, I'm kind of with Nugget fan on this one.
Even a 41-year-old LeBron James would be a massive boost, would have been a massive boost to this team.
See, the things you're saying are true. There's no falsehoods in what you just said. The difference is for our pride. We had to swallow our pride and be like, yeah, LeBron James, like this is what we need. It's the best available option this offseason as a collective Nuggets fan base. And now we can go back to hating the guy. Like, I feel like that's just that's the lowest hanging fruit. I'm with you, Nugget fan. I get it. We're out on LeBron.
It would have been such a great bailout card. Like, crap, they couldn't get Jaylen Brown. There are questions with this team. Wait, you're telling me they could maybe get LeBron at near the minimum? That would have been.
Don't even need him.
It was almost too good to be true that something that fortunate would just fall out of the sky right into your hands.
He's not the king anymore.
No, he's not the king. But damn, if he's
I'm just kidding.
3 option on this Nuggets team, that would have been great.
Yeah, this is him and Tyrese Halliburton on stage today, and Tyrese said, he had to throw the Indiana hat in the ring.
I want to tell a quick story about this guy over here. So he's in the middle of making a pretty big decision, it sounds like, from what I'm understanding. And I texted Bron maybe a month ago before he even made his decision to leave LA. And I said, hey, if you want to come to Indiana, we can make something crack. And he texted me back 2 laughing, crying faces, and that's all I got. So I decided from then on I would never.
Yeah, good chance of getting in LeBron in Indianapolis.
Oh, it doesn't even feel like they took the Thunder 7 2 years ago. They took the Thunder 7.
I know.
That's pretty crazy.
It is pretty crazy.
Halliburton's a hell of a player. Now, coming off of the Achilles.
Oh my God, that was never serious. Halliburton was on that Team USA team that won the gold, and he was like the cheerleader on the end of the bench.
But Indiana, that would have been a fit.
Yeah.
But again, and it's kind of like the Nuggets, like the Pacers. Really, like that's where even though the Nuggets are a better team, like there's this perception of Denver Nuggets. Like, is that really where he's going to finish his career, with the Denver Nuggets? I think ultimately that is probably where LeBron was just like, man, yeah, Jokic is great. I'd love to play with Jokic, but am I really a Denver Nugget? Doesn't really fit his brand.
We transition now to across the pond in England, where the first round of the Open Championship took place today at Royal Birkdale. And at the top of the leaderboard is an American named Jackson Suber. Now, I'll tell you, you look at this leaderboard, it is not a hot board, okay? Bit of a slow board. We got a lot of, nobodies on here so far. You recognize Sung Jae Im. You've got Francesco Molinari up here. And then you get to Bryson DeChambeau, who's currently tied fourth at 3 under. Now, he came under a little bit of fire earlier this week from former major winner Nick Faldo. And, of course, we all remember Faldo and Nance, all the broadcasts for all those years. Faldo earlier this week criticized Bryson on, I believe it was a podcast. He said, I'd say it to his face, Bryson has zero clue of strategy. Now, mind you, he hasn't made a cut at a major this year. And we're talking about one of the guys who was going to be the next guy, the prodigy. But he's too busy, playing around with his club lengths, and he's in the lab filming TikToks and YouTube content. Well, Bryson said, strategy? I've got no strategy. He called out Nick Faldo after his round today.
I think you've got to be a lot more strategic out on the golf course, and I feel like I did a really good job today of being incredibly strategic and focused super hard and placing it in the right places. Besides 18, I placed the ball in some good areas, but just need to get more fairways. Other than that, I felt like my strategy was nice today.
Just a little dig,
We'll
at one
see
of
if
the
he
old
can-
timers.
We'll see if he can keep it together and not implode.
I'm rooting for the implosion, I have to tell you. I'm
'Cause this
absolutely
seems like
rooting for the implosion.
I know they were talking about the drier weather and the faster course, but it seems like it's playing pretty tough. Scotty at 2 under. He bogeyed late. He was at 3 under. Colin Morikawa was at 2 under on the front 9, but couldn't build on it. Finished at 2 under. So it was tough out there, and I think you might be at the top of the leaderboard now, but we'll see if that holds for the next couple days, and Bryson included. Like my bet would be Bryson. I would bet on the implosion. I would.
So Daniel Brown, who's an Englishman, pretty much held the solo lead for most of the day until Jackson Suber got into the clubhouse at 5 under. And so Brown is in at 4 under, and he's tied 2 with Sung Jae Im. And Brown's kind of a bit of a nobody, right? Kind of
I've never heard of this guy.
Euro Tour guy. Well, they interviewed him after his opening round 66.
I believe you're partial to a cigarette when you're out on the fairway.
Yes.
Given the conditions at the moment, has anybody said anything to you? Are you still allowed to have a smoke while you're out there, or are you at a fire risk?
I haven't been told otherwise, but I've been making sure that they're out.
Well, when you stub out
Yeah.
okay. So you're still managing to have a smoke, right? Okay.
Hopefully for the rest of the week. How many figures? There might be a big drop off by Sunday if I'm not allowed.
Yeah. I mean, look, you got everybody knows who plays golf. Most of us, we got our vices out there,
Sure.
depending upon what they are when you're out playing a little golf. Now, most of us aren't at the Open. And so, it's good to know that, there's a few guys out there holding the old traditions alive. Isn't that right, Spring?
Yeah, man of the people. That's old school.
Yeah.
It's not a beer. It's a ciggy.
Yeah.
You know, you're not going to get a little buzz. I mean, you do get a little buzz, but it's not going to, impair you.
There's still tons of smoking in Europe. It's much different here. I mean, it's better now, but you go around most big cities in Europe, you're like, whew. It takes you back in time. By the way, mark your calendar for Friday, August the 28th. It's the first ever wine time at Elitch Gardens. You'll get to sample wines from 14 different tasting stations, enjoy a bunch of good food, live music, and a great summer night with friends. Tickets go on sale tomorrow for that event. Wine time, Friday the 28th at Elitch's, August 28th. Coming up on the other side, Spring's got a question about salary caps in sports. And are we about to see the next prodigy within the next 5 to 10 years? An American prodigy, mind you. We'll discuss. Remember, whether you're at home or on the go, we are always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Andy back on Monday. By the way, coming up at the top of the hour, the 4 o'clock hour, that is, we're going to have Drew Moore, former Rapids defender and color commentator for the Rapids broadcast, on with us to preview Sunday's World Cup final between Spain and Argentina. Is it a chance for Messi to maybe walk off at the top of the mountain? Wouldn't that be something to cap a career, his career? Like, yeah, okay, maybe he has a couple more years at the MLS, but from everything I've been reading and hearing, it sounds like this might be it for him at the international level. Although, to be honest, I got to think, kind of like Sidney Crosby, in 4 years again, this guy's going to be able to play if he wants to.
I'm starting to realize, like, okay, he goes to Inter Miami, and we've seen these international players at the end of their career go to Major League Soccer, but they're not what they once were. And, you know, I'd watch a little of Messi with Miami, but how am I to really gauge him against MLS competition? No knock on MLS, but look, it's not the Premier League or La Liga, where he played for Barcelona for many years. And so, like, yeah, it was him and Cristiano Ronaldo, the two best in the world, but was Messi really still the best in the world, even though he won a World Cup with Argentina 40 years ago? Surely there's someone else. And now I realize, no. He's still the best player in the world at 39 years old. The best player in the world plays on a Major League Soccer team. That's crazy to me. Look, Mbappe puts up numbers, in on his European club. Haaland puts up numbers playing for Manchester City, right? But I don't know, dude. I don't know. Those guys are great, but Messi is, like a midfielder who controls everything. The skill is still there. He is still, from what I've seen, the best player in the world.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. No. Absolutely. And we'll see who wins the Golden Boot, right? Mbappe, I don't know how many points he is ahead of Messi right now, but I think it's down to those two guys. I was reading this whole article about, like, that's the last interesting thing to wager on at the World Cup. And so I was like, all right, well, just curious what it says. Anyway, we'll get to soccer here coming up with Drew Moore in the next segment. I will say I did see a video today of Erling Haaland, Norway's star striker, who became a big American sensation, I guess, here, over the last couple of weeks. He's back in Norway now, and he was out on a boat with a little golf green and a tee, and he was hitting golf balls off his boat listening to Ella Langley, okay? You can take the guy out of America, but you can't take the America out of the guy. He got a little USA fever when he got back to Norway.
I think, and I don't think this was AI. You never know what's AI, but I think Norway got a parade when they returned.
We'll see. I saw Cape Verde did.
And look, well, they should. That country is the size of Littleton.
Yeah, and it's stunning, too. All those pictures are amazing.
But, okay, Norway gets a parade, making it to the round of the quarterfinals. They make it to the round of 8, the quarterfinals. That's where Team USA would have been had they beaten Belgium. Would we have given Team USA a parade?
Absolutely not. No, but we do parades differently. No. You have to do something to get a parade here. By the way, I mentioned going into the break, is there a prodigy on his way? And I'm talking about Charlie Woods, Tiger's son. I saw he was teeing off the other day in Ohio trying to qualify for the U.S. Amateur. Did not, from all I can see. Maybe that goes over the weekend. Didn't start off well. But I can tell you, this kid's grown up. And I was thinking to myself, if Charlie Woods is any good, like, God help him, because the attention that's going to be on him when he's trying to close his first tournament, it's going to be like it was for his dad in his last tournament. That's the type of excitement. That's the next, Nepo prodigy that's really like, can he make it? The last of that generation. Michael Jordan's sons were not that way. Clearly, LeBron's son is, sons. We'll see what happens with Bryce, but I don't think Bronny's going to be any sort of generational talent.
Sure. Yeah, it would be exciting. From what I can tell, like he's good. He's really good, but I don't know if he's not. Wasn't Rory,
he's not Tiger. He's not his father.
Wasn't like Rory at 17? Like there was hype.
Oh, Rory
guys
was
like
a child prodigy. Yeah.
So I don't think it's that with Charlie Woods. But man, if he could make it somehow, it'd be great for the sport.
No, he is like a nepo prodigy. He's not like an earned prodigy. That's the type of thing. Anyway, you talked to me a little bit earlier about salary caps in sports, and it was a topic in conversation this week because it was the MLB All-Star Game. And it really looks like all indications are headed that we're going to have some sort of work stoppage in Major League Baseball. Whether it lasts a full season or multiple seasons, it feels like it's coming again.
Yeah, so I got a real simple question for everybody listening out there. And you can give your answer on the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. One price, one person, 1 hour. And the question is this. It's very simple. Do you like salary caps in sports? I used to be a salary cap guy. And I'm not saying I've changed, but I'm starting to like ask myself questions and maybe shift in the other direction. Because the reason I did like salary caps is like, oh, well, Denver's not as big of a market as
That's where I was going to go
as
for.
a New York or Chicago, Boston, LA. This helps Denver out. But you can still spend money. Maybe not as much as the bigger markets. I mean, for example, like the Marlins have won a couple World Series. And I know they're in Miami, but they don't spend money.
You guys hear that privilege in his voice? You hear what's happened to you over the course of your life as a Denver sports fan. Let me explain what you're experiencing. You grew up as a have-not, and now you're a have. And when you're a have, a salary cap limits you from continuing to have. So now it's like, well, if there was no salary cap with some of these teams, maybe some of these cap crunch issues that they were running up against would allow us to see a few more titles.
These owners are billionaires.
Yeah.
And this is a good sports city. When you're good, we show out. We give you money. We pay for lots of tickets. It's not going to be on the level of the bigger markets, but it's pretty good. You know, in baseball's, the best really example to go by because there hasn't been a true cap, but you don't have to have the best talent to win. Now, the majority of the time that's going to win out, but not every time. And so now I'm starting to maybe think like, well, this is taking money away from the players. Like that's why the players know that this is a salary cap in baseball is an excuse for the owners to say, well, we just can't pay you as much as we were. We can't give you that Juan Soto contract. We can't give you that Shohei Ohtani contract because we're just up against the cap. So the players are going to make less money. The players, by and large, are against it. I don't know. And again, I'm not saying I've shifted completely, but I am starting to think more about it.
So here's where I'm at with that. I think the NHL, the way they do it, is fascinating. And maybe it wouldn't really work in every other sport, but it's not overly complicated. Like if you compare the financial systems and how these things work, NHL to NBA, the NBA is a mess. You need a law degree and you need to be an accountant to figure out all these, tax exemptions, bird rights, this cap percentage, this aprons. They screwed it up. The NHL, as frustrating as it can be at times because it's restrictive, I like it though. It's easier to figure out. The NFL is pretty much the same, except it feels like what are contracts in the NFL? It feels like every team has a workaround. There's a cap crunch. The Broncos have the most dead money on their books of any team ever because of Russell Wilson. Look what Sean Payton did. Like, I don't know. I will tell you the one thing I hate, though, as far as it relates to salary caps, the deferred contracts in baseball. And I know it's not exactly salary caps. That has to be done. Like what the Dodgers have been allowed to do.
I completely agree with that. If you're going to don't pay Shohei $100,000 and save $600 million for it 10 years down the line.
That's a joke. And I can't believe that's where we're at with baseball. Baseball has a lot of problems, but I don't know. It's an interesting question because now here, let me put it this way. So Rockies aside, okay, the other three teams, which team would benefit the most from a lack of a cap?
I mean, I think the Nuggets and the Avs could and
Which
would.
One?
I mean, right now with the Avs, you got Cale Makar looking at making $20-ish million a year. So maybe right now. And look, wasn't it fun in the 90s when you could just go get Rob Blake and Ray Bork and there was no cap, and this market did it. That ownership group did it. And you can still, draft Nikola Jokic in the second round and have that built-in advantage and not worry about the second apron, the first and second apron, when you are able to land an absolute generational talent in the second round.
On the other side, and we'll get back to that a little bit later, curious to see what you have to say on the text line, Twitch, YouTube, however you watch the show. On the other side, former Rapids defender and color commentator Drew Moore will join us to preview Sunday's World Cup final between Argentina and Spain. Stay with us. It's Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio invites you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for Argentina versus Spain in the final on Sunday. The party starts at Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday at 12:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. DMac's going to be back and hosting and giving away tons of great prizes. Michelob Ultra is a superior light beer and the official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Superior's worth playing for, and now it's worth cheering for too. Be sure to enjoy an Ultra as you cheer on your favorite team. We're going to see at Old Town in Arvada Sunday at 12:30. Watch the final with DMac. On the Ramos Law Hotline car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We bring in Drew Moore, former Rapids defenseman and color commentator on the broadcast. Drew, good afternoon. Thanks for taking the time.
How are we doing, guys? Thank you so much for having me. It's good to chat with you all again.
Oh, we're doing well, man. We've been enjoying some soccer, which it feels like, for us casuals out there, Drew, and Springer over here, he's a little bit more of a diehard than me, but for us casuals, it's been fun to see soccer on the center stage, and it's really been a great tournament. Just before we really get rocking here, what's caught your eye this tournament? What are the biggest storylines to you?
I think everybody has booked airline tickets to Norway at some point in the next couple of months, right. I feel like, because I think they won over a lot of hearts with obviously Erling Haaland being, just the superstar that he is and the guy that he is and the lovable character. And really the team as a whole, went on such a great run and, sad to see them exit. That was such a great storyline. Honestly, I just think having this tournament in our backyard and, the times that these games have been on the TV, it's been great. I think, people have been getting home from work and sitting around, with their families and with each other and going to watch parties and whatever it is, and just taking it all in. It's been a great tournament. The superstars have come out. The big teams have done what they can do, and it's really just been awesome to watch on TV. I've really enjoyed it. I'm almost sad that it's coming to an end soon.
Drew, I know that Nate and Andy had you on around the start of the tournament, and man, there was so much optimism with Team USA, and then they get a rematch with Belgium from all those years ago, and when they get to that upper level European club, there's just a wall for Team USA. Well, but what went right for Team USA in this tournament, and what went wrong?
Yeah, you know what? I think a lot did go right for the national team, and they took advantage of the teams that you feel like they should beat. I feel like they should beat Paraguay. I feel like they should beat Australia, and they did that, and that was great to see. And obviously, winning a knockout game against Bosnia where they had to battle some adversity, that was cool to see too. But I think you did see against a team like Turkey who play good soccer and have European players and top European clubs, it becomes a bit more of a challenge now. And I think Belgium was that team that in this country maybe they're not names that you recognize, most of them, but they all play in top European clubs. And, it's not just the starting 11 or the guys that came off the bench or really, the total guys on the squad, but it's all the guys that didn't make that national team that are all, playing on top side. So I think depth had something to do with it. I think the U.S. were a little bit beat up. I think maybe a little bit of pressure of playing, a round of 16 match in at home. It just all kind of came to a head, and Belgium are a very, very good side. And when it's a knockout, format, you have one tough day, and it all feels like it was for nothing. But I do feel like they did a lot of good things, and it was cool to see them go on the run that they did and kind of rally the nation like they did. But Belgium are a top team.
All right, Drew. And Drew Moore, former Rapids defenseman and member of their broadcast team, is our guest here today. Drew, since we're on the topic of Team USA, that was a lot of good stuff you just said. But I've seen nothing but former U.S. men's national and women's national team stars come out with some pretty harsh words for Christian Pulisic and his performance and his effort as captain of this team. What do you make of everybody kind of getting on Pulisic, and what does his future look like?
Yeah, I still think Christian Pulisic is the best attacking player, that the U.S. men's national team has right now where we stand. And I think he does say some things that rub people the wrong way, and that's okay. I don't think Pulisic has, changed who he is or adjusts what he says because of what other people say about him. I think he's under a lot of pressure. I think that's a difficult role to have, and I'm not necessarily sure that he wants all of that pressure. He has worn the armband at times. Maybe he doesn't want to, necessarily be that representative, and that's okay. But I do think he does, he does say things at times that are gonna, you say now I get to rest a little bit is basically the headline that came up, and I know that context matters, and he said a lot more things other than that, but that's going to get you into some trouble when you're in the round of 16 and you say, you have to come off the field and you say, well, now I get to have a little bit of rest, and while I still think he's a superstar and he's fun to watch play, he can be a polarizing figure because of some of the things he said in the media before, and that's just who he is, and I think that's okay, but I also don't mind people getting after him and getting on him for that, because you are the face of this national team and you do have a big responsibility on your shoulder, and everybody's going to take that differently and react to that in different ways. But I think it's some justified criticism, but as long as he is able to get healthy and get himself going again, then fair, that's fair to him.
Drew, how does U.S. soccer break that wall and get to the quarterfinals? Maybe not even 4 years from now. Could be 20 plus years from now. But what is it going to take for U.S. soccer to break that wall?
Oh man, if I knew the answer to that, then we would already be there. I feel
sure.
You'd be the next coach.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would be applying for. I think it's difficult. Like this is still, soccer is a fantastic growing sport, and has really been embraced in this country really ever since the World Cup 30 years ago was here, and obviously with Major League Soccer now and players going all over the world. Domestic players going all over the world to represent this country and to play at top clubs is incredible. But there's a reason only 7 or 8 nations, have ever won the World Cup. It's very difficult to do, and I think it will continue to be difficult for the U.S. men's national team to reach quarterfinals or semifinals again one day, because it happened back in 1930 or whenever it was. I think it's just continuing to develop talent, continuing to, sort out, how we can get the youth soccer programs in good spots. It's always going to be difficult with how great, the other sports are to choose from in this country. If there was one answer, like I said, I think we'd be there, but for me, soccer is still a niche sport in this country, and it's ever growing, and it's wonderful. And obviously I love it and have a huge passion for it. But the World Cup is just a completely different animal, and you just got to little by little continue to grow and develop and, develop a passion for it like we slowly are. But I think we're a long ways before we can actually say we're competing for a World Cup.
Drew Moore is our guest, former Rapids defenseman and member of the broadcast team. Drew, let's set the stage here for Sunday. Lionel Messi, 39 years old, has a chance. I guess this is his, final World Cup. At least that seems to be the narrative. Talk to me about his legacy, and is he already the best? And what are the stakes here on Sunday?
I do. I hate the debates of who is the best at a sport, especially when you talk about generations and eras and stuff. But over the past couple years, especially since Messi came to MLS, I've had a hard time not saying that he's the best that this sport has ever seen, and being able to watch him, now that he is here in Major League Soccer has certainly helped that. And he's just incredible. And you could see from this team yesterday, Argentina, if anybody watched the last 20 minutes of this match against England, it was unbelievable. I've never seen a team just play with so much belief in such a big moment. And obviously Lionel Messi is the one that drives that, and everybody around him, continues to believe just because he's on the field, basically, much less doing what he's capable of doing. I think he's the best player that soccer has ever seen, certainly that I've ever, had the pleasure to watch. And I think if he goes and Argentina wins this final, which how could you bet against them right now with what we saw yesterday against England? I know Spain is playing very, very good soccer right now, and they have a superstar themselves in Lamine Yamal. It's going to be an interesting match. I hope it's, sometimes cup finals can be, a little bit defensive and cagey and nobody wants to make a mistake. I hope there's goals in it. And I hope Messi, is able to do his thing. I think it would just be so cool if he won another World Cup.
Drew, let me ask you, just to follow up on that. You said since Messi's been over here playing in America in the MLS, that's really demonstrated to you that he's the best. What did you take from that, and what have you taken from that?
I think I've just been being able to watch him more now. And obviously it was coming off the heels of him winning, his country winning the World Cup and him doing his thing there. But I think just paying even more attention to him than I had, over the course of his career, which I paid a lot of attention to that. But the way he's come here and embraced continuing being as competitive as he is and continuing, accepting nothing but the best for him and for his teammates and for his club. And, they win MLS Cup, they've won Supporters Shields, they've won the Leagues Cup. And he didn't come over here at 36, 37, now 30, 38, 39 years old just to retire and play in Miami and make a bunch of money because he's already got a lot of that. He came over to here because he wanted to continue to win and he wanted to continue to compete. And it's been really cool to see that.
Let me ask you one thing, though. Is it impressive to you as a former MLS player that he could have played in the MLS for as long as he has now and still look like he has on the world stage? Is there that big of a drop-off level-wise?
That's a good question. I think when you're Lionel Messi, there's not going to be a drop off. I do think MLS is in a fantastic spot right now, and the growth is not just over the course of its entire lifetime, but certainly even in the last just 5, 6, 7, 8 years has been incredible. Some of the players that have come over here in their prime. And wanting to contribute in this league and make a life for themselves in this league has certainly continued to grow and been awesome to see. But when you're Lionel Messi, I do believe that what he puts into Inter Miami and that team has helped him continue to remain at the level that he's at. And we're seeing that right now in this tournament.
Our last thing for you, Drew, and we certainly hope that all the excitement of the World Cup and I know it's extremely high level of soccer, but you know what? The level. I mean, Messi is playing in Major League Soccer, and there are some underrated dudes. It's some good action with MLS. So let's end with the Rapids here real quick. Their season resumes Wednesday night. At home against San Diego, who are just a point ahead of them in the standings. Rapids got off to like a sneaky strong start this season. New look team under Matt Wells. The strong start, it only lasted so long, but you see upside and potential with this team. What are you expecting to see from this Rapids team post World Cup break?
Yeah, I think 5 of the first 7 matches that we have are at home. And so I do think, the start of this kind of second half of the season will be extremely important. We're outside of the playoffs right now, but not far away from it. And if we can get off to a good start here, then that would be huge. And really, what I want to see from the Rapids is just to clean up on some of the little details. They play very good, attractive soccer. Matt Wells he's come from Tottenham, where he spent the majority of his coaching career coaching alongside some top managers, including Mauricio Pochettino, the U.S. men's national team coach. But Matt Wells he's an extremely good coach and plays extremely attractive soccer. And I think if we can just fine tune some of our details in either box, if we can, kind of defend our box a little bit better and attack the other team's box a little bit better, score some more goals, defend, our own goal, which I know sounds very, very simple and like, there's some great hard-hitting analysis there from Drew, but I do think just the little details, and we'll start to move up that table. But great soccer that this group plays, and yeah, the first 5, 6, 7 games will be important out of this break.
Drew, thanks so much for your time, man. Great stuff.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate being on again. We'll do it again soon, hopefully.
Absolutely. All right, that is Drew Moore, former Rapids defenseman and color commentator on the Rapids broadcast, joining us courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney, ramoslaw.com. The NHL schedule was released today. What lie ahead for the Colorado Avalanche in the 2026 season? Spring and I will dive into it and discuss next. Well, the NHL schedule is out for 2026, officially released today. We heard yesterday who the Avs are going to be facing in their opener this season. It's the Kings again, September 30th at home. Be nice to open the year at home. Would have been nice to be able to open the year and raise a banner, but
alas.
Yeah. Alas. Anyway, the schedule, that one's gonna sting for a little while, I feel like, That one is gonna be hard to get over that one. I know we talked to Berto yesterday. And I was asking about the Avs. He kept bringing it back to, he thought the Nuggets blew it, bigger, which I vehemently disagree with. I think from an expectations perspective, I was much more disappointed in what happened to the Avalanche.
Considering not having Gordon and Watson.
Yeah.
Like if they were healthy and you lost to that Wolves team,
that would have been a heartbreak.
Yeah. It was still bad.
Well, it was humiliation more than it was like disappointment to me.
Because look, Ant was still on a bum calf or something. He had some nagging injury, can't even remember.
Jaden McDaniel sent the Nuggets home, man. That's what it felt like.
A few other guys went out with injuries for Minnesota, so it was still bad. It would have been but you didn't have Watson and Gordon, so.
Back to the Avalanche. So the longest road trip on the schedule this year, and remember, for the first time in NHL history, they're going to 84 regular season games, not 82, which again, I asked you a little bit earlier in the show. Why are they doing that? And you said?
Money.
Right, of course. Makes the world go round.
Why?
So again, the longest road trip this year.
On the 84 games, though.
Yeah.
Whether it's the Avs or someone else. Pencil it in now.
Someone's
getting
screwed.
hurt in game 83 or 84, a game that would have been non-existent until now.
Yeah, and again, the season, it typically goes down to that last week for teams fighting for wild card spots, even if it's tougher to really move up in the standings maybe in the NHL than it is in some other sports. It's going to be going down to the last week, and some of those, the Avs always are good by that last week. It's like, okay, we know where things stand. But this year in the Central Division, with everybody getting better, Minnesota's better, Utah's better. We'll see about Winnipeg, but Nashville's better. We'll see what happens to Chicago. St. Louis, I don't know. They could take a little bit of a step back this year. We'll see. But either way, it is going to catch somebody in the jet wash. It feels like in the Eastern Conference especially.
No, that season finale at home against Minnesota, that's going to be for something because, Minnesota's too solid. Dallas is too solid. And the teams that could rise in the division, the Avs are going to be fighting for the 1 seed in the division once again to stay out of that 2-3, or they're going to be fighting for that 2 against Minnesota. I'm telling you, that game's going to mean something.
Yeah, I don't know that the Avs are going to be the President's Cup trophy winners this year. I don't know what the regular season push is going to be like.
And they should punt on it even if because it's cursed. That thing is cursed.
Are we at the point now where it's cursed? Are we officially buying into that?
The Blackhawks in the early 2010s were the last team to win the President's Trophy and win the Cup.
I don't know if that has any factor on anything, quite frankly. But my point is that them being the best team in the regular season this year, they've done that now a couple of times, and it's meant diddly squat. So I don't know how much of a goal that's going to be.
No, health is
home ice will be nice.
You want it. You want it. I think health is always the most important thing. And again, the President's Trophy did absolutely nothing.
Somebody
for them
on
last
the
season.
Champ Mazda text line, and again, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. It's not the first time in NHL history that the NHL played an 84-game season. They last did it in the 93-94 season. Is that true? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. I was 3 and 4 years old when that went down.
Sure.
It's like the daylight savings time thing. Apparently, they did this in the 70s. And 2 years later, everyone
was
said,
like, well, that
no.
was stupid. Oh, wow, maybe they actually have that for a reason? Yeah.
But then time passes, and everyone says, let's try it again. Let's try 84 games again.
Yeah, but this time there's
It'll stick because of money.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, 2 extra games of revenue for everyone.
I did see, and we've kind of been referencing it the last couple of days, but The Athletic released their fan survey for this year. And one of the questions was, would you like to see the NHL adopt what the NBA has with some sort of in-season tournament? And I thought about it for a minute. And again, the reason I bring that up is because, the NBA has extra games. They're just like playoff type games. This is just 2 extra regular season games. If the NHL wanted to do anything, they should have done some sort of play-in for the bottom teams in the wild card, like some sort of wild card playoff. That would have been fun. Yeah. That would have been really cool. But now it's just a couple extra regular season games, for whatever reason. Again, just money, I guess. So again, to transition just a little bit, it's going to be welcome news for guys like McGahee and Riker and Moj and all the traveling band over there, Altitude TV, and of course us here on the radio side. Only only 5 games is the longest road trip this year. That's nice.
There are some interesting ones in there. In November, at Toronto, at Ottawa, at Montreal, and then at Utah. Because you got to fly you got to go all the way up to northeastern Canada, fly all the way back past Denver to Salt Lake City, and then you got to come home the next night to play Mr. $18 million himself, Leo Carlson, and the Anaheim Ducks. I think a strong start is important to this team. The second you get into November, the second you go on that road trip is when things are going to start to get tough. Then you got that 5-game road trip you were talking about in December. Boston, Detroit, Rangers, Islanders. Then you don't even finish out east again. You got to go to St. Louis, come back your way. Those are going to be tough in the first part of the season in the 2026 calendar.
And then December, I'm pretty sure, ends with the Winter Classic again, and that's going to be Rice Eccles, where the Utah Utes play football. Can't wait to see what it's like in a college football stadium. If they're going to put it in stadiums, I'd rather see college environments than pro environments. It feels so sterile when you put hockey in a baseball stadium. It does nothing for me. I have zero interest. That's just me, personal opinion. January, though, is another big month. It is a true every other day schedule for Colorado. They got 15 games in the first month of 2027. That's also an important one because, they say by American Thanksgiving, it's like if you're in the playoffs at that point, there's like a 75% chance that you're going to be in it at the end of it. Well, I also think that January month is huge because, all right, we're out of the holidays now, out of that holiday break. Final push towards the All-Star break. Remember, it was around that time Landeskog went down this year, and they kind of went into the tank a little bit.
Yeah, because it's when the malaise sets in a little bit.
Right, the dog days.
Yeah, and that's a lot of games in January, and it's ahead of the trade deadline coming up, in early March. So I can forecast it now. We're gonna. I know I'm gonna be hearing, you got to trade for this guy. Oh, you got to do that guy because. And I thought you were right earlier in the show when you said, look, it's hard to do it again. You just want to get back to the playoffs, right? Where you petered out. But no, you gotta play 2 extra. You gotta play 84 of these things until you can get back to where you sputtered out, which was then you got to get to the conference finals.
Win 2 rounds.
That's a lot of hockey they got to play.
And they kind of got fortunate this year in the second round without Joel Eriksson-Ek for Minnesota too.
Absolutely.
Like they're missing their top center. By the way, in an NHL note, I found this one was interesting. A quick transition to, I guess it's former rival. Do we still consider the Red Wings a rival here? Like, is that still a thing?
No, it's not, and it probably will never be what it once was. But the Red Wings, they were promising, and then they kind of dipped in the last couple months of that season. I guess Dylan Larkin wants a trade.
Oh, you mean this last year?
Yeah, this last season.
You mean the Yzer plan was showing signs of life?
It was until it didn't down the stretch. But if Detroit was good, if they were good, yeah, it will never be the blood feud from back in the day. But you get some nostalgia feels, but they have to be good.
So this is the latest report, and if you did not hear, so Steve Yzerman has been the GM of the Red Wings for a very long time. Since when did he start? I mean, it's been well over 10 years, I think.
Several years, yeah.
Yeah, so Elliot Friedman on what happened as, I believe it was yesterday, the Red Wings made the decision to finally say no to the Yzer plan. Thing ain't working. Sakic plan, better than the Yzer plan. Elliot Friedman says, the NHL's changed a lot. One of my theories here, I have no confirmation, is that maybe Yzerman has seen the way that the world is going and maybe it's just not for him. Now, what's Friedman saying there? Well, the players have more power than ever before, and Stevie Y was known as kind of a hard ass and a guy who was as cutthroat as it gets in the league, and now the players are calling the shots in a lot of these situations with no trade clause, no movement clauses. They have a lot of power, and he hasn't been able to build a winner with this current system.
Now Dylan Larkin wants out, and he's got like 3 teams on his trade list, and Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider are good, but haven't they're not showing that promise of McCarr and McKinnon. It's really hard. And just go sit on a beach somewhere. Maybe go back to the Tampa area where you were before. It's just really hard right now.
It's interesting, and there was another report from Jeff Merrick, who ironically used to do the 32 Thoughts podcast with Elliot until things changed. But he said about that Larkin trade request, which I found interesting and obvious. Oh, by the way, he says one of the issues here is a lot of the teams that are looking at Dylan Larkin, and that was one thing that Avs fans were curious about. Like, is that a potential upgrade over maybe a Brock Nelson as 2C? Problem is, coming off that gold medal with Team USA, Larkin's got a very high opinion of himself, certainly. And Merrick says that the teams around the league that are looking at Larkin and investigating this, they see him as a second-line center on their team as opposed to the first-line center that he was in Detroit, even though he may not see himself that way. So the asking price might still be a little bit too high from Detroit. But it's been going on so long now, Spring, that's got to be coming to a head. I'd be shocked if he played there this year.
I would too. Now, the Avs have a center glut, which is a good problem to have, finally. Nope. Now, do I have my questions about Brock Nelson after his playoff performance? Sure. And Nazem Kadri as well. But, hey, if Kadri's your 3C, and maybe they're playing Kadri on the wing right now. I don't know. Maybe Nick Waugh is your third-line center because, they take a hit losing to Chushkin in the top 6. Maybe Kadri has to play wing on the second line right now. And I know Larkin's a center, but, hey, man, he's a tough physical player that profile that I'm looking for. You're a natural center, fine, but I'll play you on the wing. I'll get in on that conversation.
Scott on the text line says, I'm sorry, American Thanksgiving? Where exactly is Matt from again? Yeah, no, I get you. It's just that stupid hockey phrase. It's like, yeah, that's how all the Canadians say it, so we've adopted that. It's just like when you talk about hockey, it's organization instead of organization. That's how it works.
Canada has their own Thanksgiving, which I think is a little earlier than American Thanksgiving.
Nobody knows when that is. I don't even think Jared Bednar, when we were talking to him on the morning show, knows when that is, or when the boys were doing that. There was a whole thing there. Lastly here, Giannis was introduced in Miami today. Okay, and as we're waiting for news on LeBron James, it appears it's not going to happen today because LeBron did a whole public event with Fanatics Fest in New York where he got on Tyrese Halliburton's podcast live and, basically was like, I'm not telling you guys anything, but I'm not going to make you wait too much longer. This is just kind of an eye roll at this point, but Pat Riley sat down while Giannis was getting introduced and said this.
Yeah, we landed the plane. Now there's another one we have to land, but I just want to...
And I'll tell you, did you see the video yesterday at Summer League in Vegas? Some Warriors fans were driving around and saw Steve Kerr driving next to them and said, come on, guys, you got to get LeBron, Steve. He's like, oh, we got him. Mm-hmm. Kenny Atkinson, the head coach of the Cavaliers, was talking about LeBron. I genuinely think right now we still don't know. There's too many people spitting out too many different reports for us to really know, unless you're of the belief that all this time it's always been Cleveland.
I can't imagine he doesn't know where he's going to go. Today would have been a good day to announce it. I mean, all you got is Mets-Phillies going on right now. You could have dominated the news today. Major League Baseball fully returns tomorrow. It is just Major League Baseball. So maybe Monday, because if it's a Thursday, if you announce on a Thursday, you only get the remainder of Thursday, and Friday is, especially in the summer, it's an extended weekend for a lot of people. Friday's like a news dump, the bad news dump day, this player got suspended type day. Like, let's bury this on a Friday. You announce it on a Monday, you got all week for everybody to react to it. But today would have been a good day. LeBron could have owned everything today.
But he did. He didn't have to announce anything, and this was him with Tyrese Halliburton.
I want to tell a quick story about this guy over here. So he's in the middle of making a pretty big decision, it sounds like, from what I'm understanding. And I I texted Braun maybe a month ago before he even made his decision to leave LA. And I said, hey, if you want to come to Indiana, we can make something crack. And he texted me back 2 laughing, crying faces, and that's all I got.
I bet he did.
So I decided from then on I would never, I'm done pursuing him in free.
According to Sham Charania, the latest news is that Philly is back into the equation more seriously than previously thought. Golden State, Cleveland, Miami, feels like those are the front runners at this point. Again, if it's not Cleveland. So we'll keep our eyes on that for sure. Don't forget now to join DMac at the Old Town Tavern this Sunday to watch Argentina and Spain in the World Cup final. Party starts at 12:30. DMac's giving away prizes all game. He's a perfect person to watch a game with at the bar. Nobody loves being at the bar and shooting the breeze more than DMac while he's watching some soccer. We'll see you at Old Town Tavern in Arvada on Sunday. On the other side, it's a really big day, and we haven't even mentioned it yet. I'll tell you why next. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. I told you heading into the break that it was a big day. We haven't even talked about it yet. Spring's going to love this one. But it's the Odyssey Day. It's coming out today. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is because our boy Alberto is also going to see it tonight. You scored that ticket, huh?
Yeah, I snagged a ticket. I'm pretty excited. I've been watching a whole lot of trailers for it, so this better live up to the hype.
Yeah, and it came out like 99% Rotten Tomatoes. I've seen a lot of really good reviews. Again, Nolan's going to have to earn it for me. We'll see about Damon as Odysseus. But you got your ticket so late, Alberto. Are you like sitting front row?
Oh, man, you're putting me on the spot,
Yeah.
man. No, I'm not sitting front row, but it's actually far worse than that.
What's worse than like the first row in the front of the movie theater?
I bought the seat that is – so if someone with a wheelchair goes, they buy a seat, and then the person that goes with them, they buy the seat next to them. That's the seat that I bought. So it's not the one for the
Thanks for
first-
setting him up for that, Matt.
Yeah, it's my bad. We walked right in.
He told you that yesterday, too.
I didn't realize that we were going to say it on air. You could just say, it was,
Nah,
it was
man,
a different
it's
one.
all right.
It's
It's
all
all
right.
right.
So enjoy the movie tonight, and
Thanks.
hopefully, and if somebody wheels in there that needs a
That-
seat,
I need to
you
get
go
out.
sit on the stairs, okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
See, Matt, I thought you were going to say today is National Guinea Pig Appreciation Day.
Is it?
It is.
Did you ever have a guinea pig growing up?
I did not.
Hamster?
No, but you better believe that today I'm appreciating them.
Appreciating
in classrooms across the country. Today is also National Cherry Day, and it is also National Corn Fritters Day.
Now, I don't think I've ever had a corn fritter. This isn't the part of the country where you're going to get a bunch of corn fritters. But cherries, a couple of fresh cherries, I'm always about those. By the way, also, last note, The Hawk, Will Ferrell's new golf show, came out on Netflix yesterday. I watched the first episode. We'll see.
Okay,
We'll see.
I
feels like an older version of Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, Will hasn't put, like, what did I see? I saw like the house with him and Amy Poehler.
Yeah, that one wasn't great.
It wasn't good. Get Hard.
Yeah,
no,
with
it wasn't.
Kevin-
Or the Kevin Hart movie.
Yeah.
That one was kind of but hey, look, old school Will Ferrell is elite.
I'm going to give the show a shot, though.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm totally giving
absolutely.
it a shot. Like, I'm excited for it.
It had a couple laughs in the first episode. I watched
Okay.
it. I watched it because I was up late last night. So a couple of other things to get to here. As ESPN has gone down their list this offseason, NFL-wise, of ranking the best players by position group, today was safeties. And Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones popped up almost back-to-back, about 20th and 21st out of all the safeties in the league. It kind of caught my eye a little bit, considering how proficient the Broncos defense was last year, especially how big of a factor Hufanga has been.
He needs to hit the jugs machine.
That's true.
Old stone hands. You want to talk about drops?
That's true.
How many pick sixes? Like, it felt like if the dude just caught the thing, he would have in stride gone the other way for a house call. Brandon Jones, they didn't end up missing him down the stretch because the defense wasn't the reason they lost the AFC Championship game. But, man, Brandon Jones had a good year. Like, Brandon Jones has turned out Hufanga gets more of the love, and he was a good signing too. But Brandon Jones, he's proved to be a really good signing, and then when they got him from the Dolphins.
Yeah, and again, in the world of rankings, Cortland Sutton in the NFL's top 100 as voted on the players came in at number 68 yesterday. As far as these safeties go, I think they've been very solid. And PJ Locke, had to step in. We'll see how
he's a Cowboy now.
Well, now he's a Cowboy, but we'll see how things transition, moving forward, because that was the guy who was like their backup.
PJ Locke was a very reliable backup safety. Let's see who are their backup safeties here. JL Skinner
still there,
and Devon Key.
And Key is the guy who came on strong last year.
And he a special teams guy, is in his key special teams.
Yeah, and he had a huge season. He was
Skinner's a good special teams guy too.
Yeah, no question. Those two are, and again, those are Broncos draft picks right there.
But hey, those are bigger shoes to fill in PJ Locke. So it's one of those goes down. Look, Hufanga's had some injury issues with his 49ers days. Brandon Jones missed the end of last season. If one of those two goes out, JL Skinner, Devon Key, you're going to be thrown into the fire a little bit. There's a little area of concern. Backup safety. For me at least, a little area of concern. Unheralded perhaps, but could rear its head should Hufanga Jones go out with injury.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Could Jahdae Barron play some safety? If they're so, if all the corners are healthy, I keep hearing, Jahdae Barron is this jackknife who can, play everywhere. Swiss Army knife, I think is what I was going for. Can play the nickel, can play outside, but maybe can play some safety too.
Yeah. Whenever I hear that name, it's hard for me to look past the fact that he won the Thorpe Award instead of Travis Hunter that final year.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It still is in the back of my great player. Definitely, I love what he's done for the Broncos so far, has an exciting future, but I will never be able to understand that one. I did also want to bring something else up that ESPN.com released. Bill Barnwell, one of my personal favorite writers here on ESPN at this point, he did his list of players worth first-round picks by team. So he did trade tiers. And I thought this was actually an interesting exercise, just what the league would value individuals on your roster, how they would value them. So his categories here, two first-round picks and more, players on a team that are worth 2 or more first-round picks. His second category is 1 or more first-round pick, and then one is 1 first-round pick and then missing out. If I were to ask you, are there any Broncos that would be worth 2 or more firsts, who would you say?
I'd say number 1 is Pat Surtain. Number 2 is Nick Bonito. Maybe 2. I don't know if he's worth 2, but he's up there. I think that's a debate that could be had. What did Jalen Waddle go for? How many? I'm going to look this up right now. I can't remember the specifics.
So and I'll just, while you're doing that, the only player that Barnwell listed as a value 2 or more firsts, Surtain. That's it.
Sure, probably.
So Benito's not there.
Waddle would maybe be the other. He went for a first, a third, and a fourth.
Let me throw this one in there. Bo Nix. You telling me if the Broncos were to trade Bo Nix, they could only get 1 first-round pick? Really? I don't buy what you're selling. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, hey,
with the value of quarterback in this league.
Well, especially on his rookie contract. I think that ups the value.
I'm just saying. Okay, so only one guy in the top tier of trade value for the Broncos, and that's Surtain, who Barnwell says could land 2 or more firsts. Now, in his category just below that, that's 1 or more first. He's got 3 guys. Who would you say could net 1 or more on the Broncos?
Well, I'd say Nick Bonito right now.
Yeah,
I mean, that's for sure 1.
Yep.
And then Waddle, who did go for the first, and that's a skill dude in the prime of his career. So I'd say Jalen Waddle, and then I guess Bo. If it's not 2, it's 1. He was a first round pick. Yeah, there's a lot of Bo.
I was waiting for that.
Skeptics and haters out there, but maybe other teams would question how would he work not under Sean Payton, not under Davis Webb. Is he merely a Sean Payton guy?
Well, I think there's a lot of people around the league, as we saw with the quarterback rankings, which ESPN.com is generating these lists by polling scouts, executives, GMs, and coaches. So this is clearly league consensus. League consensus on Bo Nix has him as a back end of the top 20 guy right now. He's still got more to prove. So it doesn't surprise me that Bo Nix on Barnwell's list here of trade tiers lands in the second tier, 1 first or more as far as value. He's got Zach Allen, he's got Bonito, and Nix. So you mentioned Jalen Waddle. He doesn't have Jalen Waddle on that list.
Well, I disagree with that. I think the Broncos gave a fair value for Jalen Waddle, the first, the third, and I guess a 4th-round pick swap.
And here's where I'm going to throw another one into the fold. Quinn Miners. Are we not talking about this guy as one of the best interior guards in the league? ESPN.com just released him as the 4th best interior guard in the league.
No, I hear you, but is that a positional thing? Guards just aren't going to fetch that on the trade market.
Sean spent on the trade market, maybe not. Because usually they're not available. And so
Sure.
I think that's a little bit weird. You probably wouldn't trade
you
Quinn
don't
Miners.
see a lot of guard trades.
No, but Sean did spend $80 million on Powers and McGlinchey when he first got here. It was his first thing he did. So, okay, Waddle does wind up on the list of just a first-round pick value. So 1 or more, 1 plus some sweeteners, no. But if we're just looking at a first, it's Waddle and Miners. That's it. Garrett Bowles, he says, just misses out on landing a first-round pick.
Probably an age thing. What Bowles is, 34, and Quinn is 27. I think it's an age thing.
Last question here quickly. Would Jonathan Cooper have been on this list a couple of months ago?
No, I don't think Cooper. Cooper to me is like a second, maybe 2 seconds, something like that. I don't know if he goes for a first. Very good.
Former 7th-round pick. I
Sure.
mean, made good. Signed to a big extension.
Oh, yeah. Great George Payton draft pick.
We'll see what happens there. Broncos could use his services, but got to let that legal process play out. All right, coming up next, it's the High Five. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl. Welcome to it. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. It's time for the high five. We go behind the glass to Alberto to start us off.
High five.
All right. Wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. All right, all stories courtesy today of NFL on CBS. And the first one, 2026 NFL triplets rankings. All right, we'll start from the bottom up. At number 5, the Dallas Cowboys with Prescott, Javonte Williams, and CeeDee Lamb. Number 4, the Ravens with Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and Zay Flowers. Number 3 is the Lions with Jared Goff, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Number 2 is the Rams with Matt Stafford, Kyren Williams, and Puka Nacua. And at number 1 is Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals, Chase Brown, and Chase at wide receiver, Jamar Chase at wide receiver.
Okay, so basically they ranked the quarterback, running back, receiver. Okay, that's what they did here at CBS, and they're calling it
triplets.
They're calling it triplets, and they say the best is the Bengals with Burrow, Stafford, Goff, Lamar, and Dak. All right, I do have a problem here. Number 1, I've got a problem with Cincinnati being the best triplet in the league. And to be the best triplet, you have to be the best quarterback, running back, and receiver combo. Chase Brown is like a good young back, but I wouldn't call him like a top 15 back in the league now.
That's the first thing that stood out to me. Now, he ran for a ton of yards at Nate Kreckman's University of Illinois. But, man, what I saw last year was a guy who runs into his own offensive lineman, and falls backwards, and his yards per rush, it was abysmal last year. I don't know. He's an athlete. He was good in college. Maybe he can break out a little bit. I'd have the Rams 1. I would go with the Rams number 1. I mean, Kyren Williams is pretty damn good.
I'd also say the Ravens at 4 is too high. That they're getting points because they've got Derrick Henry here. And really, what is a triplet? We're basically measuring how balanced your offense is here. And again, I'm not agreeing with Cincinnati at 1 because they're pass heavy. I would agree with LA being in the top 5 because Stafford, Williams, Nacua, whether you want to put Adams or Nacua there, Kyren Williams is a stud as well. But the Lions at 3, they should probably be 1. I know it's Jared Goff, and he can be.
That's the issue. Is Jared Goff,
and he can sometimes.
He's good. He's fine.
Sometimes it's more goof than Goff, but with Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown there, that's tough. So I'd probably say the Lions have the best triplet for me. Rams maybe among there, and then you can get rid of the Ravens until Lamar, proves that they can have a consistent passing attack. But that's probably where I'm at. All right, Alberto, what's up next?
High five.
All right. Also from NFL on CBS, 4 QBs with everything to prove. Kyler Murray, Malik Willis, Tua Tagovailoa, and Kirk Cousins.
Ooh.
What
a list that is. Yuck.
I'm going to go ahead. Like, who I think this relates to who can be the Daniel Jones this season, who can be the Sam Darnold, the Baker Mayfield, because, Kyler Murray fits that mold, and he's on a 1-year prove-it deal. And he also had this stipulation in his contract where the Vikings cannot franchise tag him after this season. So, he's going to play with the idea of, I can go make one of those nice, solid, high-paying, not top of the market, but I can go get a deal on the open market for multiple years if I prove myself with the Minnesota Vikings this season. Look, he can run. We know he can run. He's got an arm for being small. I'll never forget that Hail Mary he had against the Buffalo Bills where he's rolling against his body to his left and found DeAndre Hopkins in the end zone. Murray is a candidate. Malik Willis, as much as I clown on the Dolphins roster, he seems to have some talent to him. He was somewhat coveted on the open market.
Yeah, look, I think CBS has mislabeled this graphic that they've got here. 4 quarterbacks with everything to prove. Murray, Willis, Tagovailoa, and Cousins. These are like 4 quarterbacks just about at death's door of the league, okay? Tua, I don't know what Atlanta was thinking there with Stefanski. That's going to go terribly. I just
It's competition for Penix.
And Kirk Cousins is just the stopgap for Fernando Mendoza. There's nothing left to prove for Kirk Cousins.
His destiny is to be benched for Fernando Mendoza. That is going to happen.
Let me tell you who the number 1 quarterback with something to prove this year is. It's Josh Allen. Like, hey, man, you're everybody's golden boy. ESPN just ranked you number 1 on their quarterback ranking list, and you got outplayed by number 18 on your list in Bo Nix in the playoffs. Buddy, like, Josh Allen, it's put up or shut up time for the Bills. I know they got a new head coach in Joe Brady. They moved on from McDermott. But if you and here's number 2, Lamar Jackson.
Well, yeah, if we're going that route, then yes, it's would you throw Joe Burrow in there, who I think is more gosh, Joe Burrow is such a great quarterback.
I think it's a little bit more nuanced in Cincinnati.
The defense has issues, but you got to get over the hump. If it's a question of getting over the hump, you can open that list rather largely.
Alberto, what's next?
High five.
All right, guys, we'll start with the 5 worst 2026 QB situations. At number 1, Cleveland Browns with Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Taylon Green. Number 2, the Jets with Geno Smith, Cade Klubnik, Bailey Zappi, and Brady Cook. Number 3, the Arizona Cardinals with Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Carson Beck, and Cleveland Davis. Number 4, Malik Willis. Number 4, the Miami Dolphins, Malik Willis, Quinn Ewers, Cam Miller, and Mark Gronkowski. And number 5, the Atlanta Falcons with Michael Penix Jr.
Nice.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Good work. Yeah.
Trevor Siemian and Jack Strand.
Okay.
Yeah, Trevor Siemian. There we go.
So the 5 worst quarterback situations. So they've got the Browns, the Jets, the Cardinals, the Dolphins, and the Falcons. I've got big beef with this list in a big way. The 5 worst situations, the Browns are not the worst quarterback situation in the league. They're not. They've got a legitimate quarterback competition, and they've got a young player who showed something. Now, of course, it was a struggle last year, but you're talking about a 5th-round pick who was never supported by his franchise. He was never supported by his head coach, and he was really put in a position where it's almost impossible to succeed without having anything built around you unless you're a dude right away. Development is very tough. So Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders – now, if the Browns were smart, they'd give Shedeur the whole year, see what they have. And look, if they won too many games, well, I don't know, maybe you do have a franchise quarterback. And if they don't, then you could pick a top quarterback next year. The Jets, to me, with Geno Smith, what the hell are they doing? Like, I know they drafted Cade Klubnik, but I don't know. And I would say that the Cardinals and the Dolphins are the 2 worst situations in the league. They've got them 3-4. Give me those as 1-2. What the hell is the plan in either one of those spots?
I mean, I guess Deshaun Watson's another quarterback with something to prove. I mean, he got all that money.
That's another one on death's doorstep, is what I should say.
Yeah, he does feel like he is. I do see potential in Shedeur Sanders, but just an ounce of it. You could argue these are all decent quarterback situations, at least for the teams, because they could be drafting Arch Manning or something like that, and maybe that's what they want. Maybe that's what the Cardinals want going with Jacoby Brissett. I will say this. He set an NFL record for completions in a game last year with 47. 47 completions in a game for Jacoby Brissett.
How many wins?
And yeah, let's be real and honest, what that really is. But, a lot of teams in this scenario, you're looking ahead to the 2027 mock drafts.
All right, so I've been radicalized by DMac after all the years I've been around him closely. And I'll tell you that the Cardinals makes the least amount of sense to me. You're just decent enough to be not the worst team in the league with either Brissett or Minshew. They drafted Carson Beck. That's a trashed draft pick. It makes no sense to me. The Dolphins at least make sense because nobody's expecting Malik Willis to do well. If he gets hurt, you've got to go to Quinn Ewers, and you're going to be picking at the top of the draft next year, like you said. What also doesn't make sense is the Falcons, but they're kind of pot committed because they were the ones who drafted Penix in the top 10 a couple of years ago. And then they've got Tua, and, God bless Trevor Siemian, kind of being a camp arm and a, clipboard holder there. But what are you doing, Arizona? Like, you can't be the worst team in the league with Brissett and Minshew. I don't think you can be because you just told me he had the most completed passes in a game last year. Like, that's a terrible plan, what they're doing in Arizona. If you're going to be bad, you're bad and you go all in. That's the truth.
I don't hate the Cardinals bringing in Carson Beck. Actually, he was on third round.
It was a waste of a pick. Total waste.
Went to a national championship game. I think he plays this season.
Yeah, he'll play. Not well.
And one thing about that Miami program is, Carson Beck admitted himself he never went to class. He was watching film all day. It was the pros light.
DMing on Instagram.
I'm not saying it works out or that's anything there, but who knows? Who knows?
All right, Alberto, that's the 5 worst. Are you about to tell me the 5 best?
Bingo was his name-o. 5 best situations. Number 5, the Ravens. Number 4, the Rams. Number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 2, the Cincinnati Bengals. And at number 1, it's the San Francisco 49ers.
All right,
that's a cutesy one.
Yeah, so basically what we're looking at is not just the best starting quarterback, it's the best quarterback room in the NFL. And they're saying that the best quarterback room in the NFL is in San Francisco because Mac Jones filled in so well for Brock Purdy to the point where we were all kind of like in the back of our minds going, are they just going to keep rocking with Mac Jones? So that makes sense to me with San Francisco. Flacco as the number 2 guy in Cincinnati kind of kept them afloat for at least the back half of the season after Burrow got hurt. Then they're saying Mahomes because obviously there's some weight to that. And they bring in Justin Fields, who's been, a dynamic weapon at times. We'll see if they use him as a Taysom Hill. The Rams situation is fascinating and I think is way overranked here. Stafford I get, but they drafted Ty Simpson to be the guy for next year. Do you believe in Ty Simpson, Springer?
Well, the Rams do. I don't know if Sean McVay does. I don't know what to make of his demeanor in the press conference after the draft. And he did claim that it was out of respect to Matt Stafford to not be hyped about drafting Ty Simpson. There's also reports that Les Snead, the GM, has a relationship with Ty Simpson going back to when Ty played in high school. Maybe that was a Les Snead-driven pick, and Sean McVay didn't like it. But I mean, you invested a top 15 pick in the kid. You better like him, and I can see why as a backup, and with Stafford, the reigning MVP, it makes the top 5 list.
Nah. I also don't like number 5 with Lamar Jackson and Snoop Huntley. Like, aren't we over that thing?
Snoop was fun a few years ago, but he's not what he was.
I just got a text message from Sean Payton calling this list bullcrap because our guy Stiddy didn't make the list.
If Stiddy's
Sean Payton told us he's the best backup QB in the league.
I wonder if his feelings have changed.
Yeah. We could have used Bo Nix in that game. Sean Payton said to himself as he entered his office.
I'm not sure Stiddy makes it through the entire season or even enters the season as the backup. I'm not convinced.
Sam Ellinger time?
Or someone who gets cut by another team. There's a number of possibilities.
If the Browns move on from Shadur Sanders, which I think would be stupid, I could see him in L.A. Why not? McVay takes a flyer. Look, if you just told me that Les Snead wanted Ty Simpson and McVay didn't, maybe that's a signaling that there's going to be a changing of the guard there. I don't know. But if Cleveland gives up on him, why not take a flyer? Shadur can at least be a backup quarterback.
The situations you want to go to are, a Kyle Shanahan, who, Sam Darnold had the pit stop there. And now Mac Jones and, McVay can do it. And maybe you could even throw Sean Payton in that list.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see. All right, on the other side, the latest on LeBron James. The Avs schedule for the 2026 season was released and much more. Stay with us. It's Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl. Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Andy will be back on Monday. I'll be rocking with Andy next week. Spring will be here too. Alberto, thanks for everything this week, man. Been fun.
No problem.
All right, so tons to get to here. The Avs schedule for 2026 was released today, and we found out yesterday that they'd be opening the season yet again with the LA Kings, but now with a transition back to an 84-game regular season, Spring. We now know what it's going to look like for the Avs. They've got 10 back-to-backs. The longest road trip of the year is just 5 games. January should be interesting. There's 15 games the first month of the year. And the Avs are set to make another regular season push. Here we go. Like, it's coming around the bend.
Late September is wild. I mean, it's still going to be like 88 degrees outside.
Seriously.
Here in Denver.
I want to hit this on the text line because I think this is important as we talk about the Avs regular season schedule. This text comes in, says, does anybody care about the Avs regular season anymore? Complete snooze fest until it actually matters in the playoffs. Then I'll start paying attention. Okay, so I'm glad that this is brought up because this person is not alone in feeling that. In fact, around here, I would say most casual hockey fans, it's like not until around the trade deadline that they kind of start dialing into where things are. But because of, quite frankly, how spoiled we've been over this Avs run, we all understand what time it is. That until they get to the playoffs, we'll see. The regular season, we've seen this team win 2 President's Cups in the last 6-7 years. Like, it's that is starting to mean less and less around here to Avs fans. My question to you, Spring, is this. At any point, does the regular season start mattering a little bit less to those guys inside the room because they've been there, done that?
Well, I wouldn't say that this regular season is going to be a snooze fest. I mean, you get to watch Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar play hockey, and that, by and large, is pretty exciting. But I will say this, I tweeted this pretty much immediately after they got eliminated. I was like, damn, the Avs could go 82-0 next season. And I forgot that there was 84 games, so let me edit that. The Avs could go 84-0 next season. And nobody will trust them, until they make it through that conference finals and get back to the Stanley Cup finals. Like they could, because that's what they looked like last year. They looked like the best team in the league all the regular season, but got swept in the Western Conference Finals. Everyone is going to side-eye them this season. They could go 84-0. And nationally, people will say, all right, we'll see. No, of course they won't go 84-0. Maybe they'll go 83-0-1. But here's another note. I knew they were one of the older teams in the league, but I don't go through the rosters and add up all the ages and average them out. I let somebody else do that for me, and that person would be Adrian Dater, who I saw tweet out last night that the Avs are, in fact, according to his math, the oldest team in the NHL. They are the oldest team. Which is surprising because, again, Makar is 27, 28 years old. And I would have said, oh, it's Pittsburgh. It's the Capitals still. But no, it is the Avs.
Yeah, and again, this guy in the text line's like, look, I'm not getting excited. For you and I, who are hockey guys, I love a regular season. Like you brought it up. Just the opportunity to get to watch Nate and Cale on a nightly basis. I will never ever take it for granted. Not one game. As disappointing as some of these heartbreaks have been, just as a hockey sicko myself, that is a treat every single night to be able to get to watch some of these guys play. Now, about the age, the scales were tipped when you decided to bring back Brett Burns. You traded to get Kadri back. You dumped Nichushkin. You've got Brock Nelson. You brought in Kulak, who's no, young pup. Taze is getting there. Landy's, on the other side of 30 now and, definitely on the back end of his career. Nate's crossed the plateau. So, we're getting there. Now, oldest team in the league is
That's
pretty
surprising,
crazy,
right?
But it does speak to the fact that they've been in win now mode forever. And folks, this is what happens, and we knew it at the beginning of this run. In 22, when the Avs started going all in, at some point it catches up to you. But you know what? the bill comes due, but while we're partying and having fun, put it on the tab, okay? But look at what happened with Tampa and what Tampa had to do as, the later stages of their run and what they've had to do here lately. Like, they've had to get really creative with contracts, sign guys to a lot of years to lower their per year number. They moved on from Stamkos, one of their stalwarts. It happens. Now, the difference for the Avs is that the salary cap is going to go up and up and up on the back end of their run, as opposed to Tampa, where it kind of was a little flatline or plateaued. So they may be able to have a little bit more flexibility as these guys continue to get older. But those contract dollars, like Kale's, are going to continue to go up as well.
Well, hey, last season felt like, man, you really got to get it done because of the age increase and Kale's looming contract. But the good news is that kicks in even if it is signed here in the next some odd weeks, which it probably will be. Doesn't kick in until next season. So it's yet another season of, man, you got to maximize that Kale is a $9 million cap hit this season before it balloons to 20. And yeah, they ain't make any big trades from an addition standpoint in the offseason. They created more flexibility for themselves. And I believe that flexibility is likely to be used ahead of the upcoming trade deadline because they're still in a win now window. They cannot afford to let these 18-year-old prospects that they just drafted take 4 years to develop. Any asset they get, any picks they have, they're going to continue flipping these things at trade deadlines to help them win for the season right ahead of them.
And at the start of the year, they may be the oldest team in the league by Dater's math, but at the start of the year, a lot of their bottom six is going to be some younger guys because they're going to give some of those younger guys in their system an opportunity. Some of these guys they brought in this offseason. And I think it speaks to the age of the league. Like you're seeing, guys like Macklin Celebrini come in, Carlson come in, Bedard come in and take over the league and be able to play, at a ridiculous level at 18, 19. For your average NHL player, it takes a couple of years, maybe not your first round pick to be able to grow into your body and be ready for that type of action. So it doesn't surprise me, but again, it's something to keep your eye on. And it's just another reminder that you only get so many opportunities and you've got to maximize. And it just further drives home the point of how big of a bummer it was that they blew it this year. All right, so from the Avs to the Nuggets, we're waiting now on reports about Peyton Watson, right? That's clearly what it feels like the next move is going to be now that LeBron is apparently no longer an option. We'll get to the latest LeBron news in just a moment. But there are a couple of teams I think the Nuggets rather have been linked to in regards to Peyton Watson. The Clippers and the Bucks, okay? And there's a new report here from Jerry Wolfel. He's a Basketball Writers Association guy. He says that the Bucks are one of a slew of teams expressing interest in the Nuggets' Peyton Watson. Some NBA officials who are attending the Summer League in Vegas contend that the Bucks would likely have to surrender small forward Jaime Jaquez, who was recently obtained by Miami in that Giannis Antetokounmpo trade.
I like Jaquez.
Yeah, so
He's a
do
good
I.
player.
So did I. The Bucks would also probably have to throw a guard into the trade mix, perhaps Ryan Rollins or AJ Green. Now, let me ask you, if the Nuggets have to say goodbye to Peyton Watson and it's some sort of sign-in trade, would you be more interested in a Derek Jones Jr. and draft assets from the Clippers or in potentially Jaime Jaquez and a guy like Ryan Rollins, who's a backup point guard from Milwaukee?
Yeah, well, and I'll answer that question, but the Nuggets, it feels like, have been waiting to see if they could, in fact, get LeBron James. I believe that they thought they had a puncher's chance at it. They thought it was feasible, it was possible, and if they were to get LeBron James, they would re-sign Peyton Watson, be a hard second apron team. But now that ship is all but sailed, Peyton Watson might not be back. And hey, would you maybe you could trade a Cam Johnson to free up money to help you bring back Peyton Watson, but Cam doesn't fetch you as much on the open market as Peyton Watson does. And also Peyton's going to be a little more expensive than Cam Johnson. Also, it was just 6 weeks. It was just 6 weeks of Peyton Watson. Was it real? Something Andy's talked about that I think is a fair point. There are concerns if it was truly real with Peyton Watson. I will say I really like that player. I mean, that's the type of athlete, two-way guy that I think the Nuggets need. But again, he could get you something in return.
All right, so Derek Jones Jr. or Jaime Jaquez and Ryan Rollins.
Derek Jones, more of the Peyton Watson mold athlete. Would help you more defensively than a Jaime Jaquez. Derek Jones has improved his offensive game. He's improved his shot. But Jaquez is a little more of a smooth, pure scorer. I'd lean Jaquez, but I would understand Derek Jones Jr. No, regardless, you're taking a dip from Peyton Watson. You are, but you're getting picks in return. You're also going to get picks in return, and that's stuff you can flip at the trade deadline. If you are below the second apron, you're able to make those trades. So it would be an in progress trade. I think whatever they got for Peyton Watson here, you'll see more of it too ahead of the NBA trade deadline.
I like the sound of the Jaime Jaquez Ryan Rollins thing. We know they need another backup point guard today. Tyus Jones waived his I think it was no move or no trade clause type of thing, so the Nuggets can move him at the deadline if they want to without his permission. Yada yada. Interesting. So we'll see what happens on the Peyton Watson side. But you're right. We've kind of also been waiting for the LeBron news. And Shams Charania of ESPN came out with another update today because LeBron James spoke at Fanatic Fest in New York City and went on the Tyrese Halliburton podcast and then had a boardroom, event with Adam Silver and Lindsey Vonn and Dana White and some other sports entrepreneurs. And we thought, okay, LeBron speaking in public. Today's the day. Finally, we can get this over with. It's, for crying out loud, July 16th. Well, LeBron didn't want to share today, and this is the latest news from Shams.
The issue, I think, when LeBron James, when you look at that team with the Warriors, is that team, if he's there, is that team good enough? And I think that's the big question. Happiness is the word of the day in terms of LeBron James. But what encapsulates happiness? It's a bunch of things. It's being on a team that has a chance to compete. It's giving yourself an opportunity to win and win big. And that's why a lot of the focus has been around teams that are positioned right now. If you add a LeBron James to the Cavaliers, that's a hole at 3 position that they need. You add him to the Sixers, he slides right in the starting lineup. That's a contender. Cavs, contender. Heat, complete contender the moment he gets there. So, the Warriors would need a little bit of work still. And the big thing with the Warriors was packaging LeBron James with another star player. And that's when you would get LeBron James's attention. That's the idea. And that's when the Warriors went into free agency. Can we start a big 4? Steph, Draymond, LeBron, and Anthony Davis. We know the relationship between AD and LeBron goes deep. And so are you able to get that done? And so far, we're 16 days into July. There's been no real traction in any trade conversations the Warriors have on AD or any other star, which then leads me to believe that they are behind, and they are, to my knowledge, behind other teams such as a Miami, a Cleveland, a Philadelphia. And the Sixers literally got on the map the moment they got Jaylen Brown. They were not even in the picture. So that just goes to show you make moves, you can get LeBron James' attention, especially in this free agency.
All right, so that's interesting. Sounds like Philly is more in this thing than maybe we originally thought. And if you just listen to Shams there, he's like, hey, look, maybe Philly wasn't in this thing because obviously, look, for LeBron to bet his last season on a healthy Joel Embiid feels like maybe the dumbest thing the dumbest place he could possibly go. Well, now they got Jaylen Brown and all they had to give up was Paul George, and accoutrements. That's it. So now you go play with Tyrese Maxey. You could play with Embiid if healthy. You could play with Jaylen Brown. It's got me thinking. If the Nuggets had been able to pull off the move with Boston where they could have kept Jamal Murray, landed Jaylen Brown, and maybe had to sacrifice Gordon and Cam Johnson, would LeBron James have been a Nugget? And was that when Philly traded for Jaylen Brown when the Nuggets actually fell out of contention here?
I think, and I was pro Jaylen Brown trade because I think even if Watson and Gordon are healthy, I'd still love a big extra wing. I'd have given up Murray for it. I think the defense and that length to slow down the youth of Oklahoma City and San Antonio, it really intrigued me to have Brown, Gordon, and Watson. But I still think even if it was Murray instead of Jaylen Brown, they are the best of the teams mentioned for LeBron James. They're the best fit. Even if they didn't make the Jaylen Brown trade, I still think that they're the best win situation for LeBron James. I think the fact that Golden State is one of the favorites tells me that it's not entirely about winning. It's about feel. It's about situation. Look, he's good friends with Steph Curry, and I think he thinks it would be a lot of fun to finish his career playing with Steph Curry. I think the only reason that he's hesitant with the Warriors, and maybe he had the same hesitancy with the Nuggets, even though I would think you'd have to objectively look at it and say the Nuggets are a better win-now situation than the Warriors, is both those teams are in the Western Conference. I think if the Warriors were in the East, he's going to Golden State. But Cleveland's in the East, and it's also, where he's from. I think from a winning perspective, while I don't think it's the most important thing to him, the path to the finals is easier in the East.
Yes. I agree.
And Philly, to me, yeah, they're in it. I don't see that happening. I don't.
It'll be interesting. And LeBron said today at this Fanatics Fest where he spoke on Tyrese Halliburton's podcast in New York, he was like, if you were paying attention, I dropped some clues and hints. This could be one. LeBron on the Eastern Conference. I would say this is like the first time in a long time that coming into a preseason that the East will probably get talked about a little bit more than the West. All right, so maybe there's your clue. Maybe that means Cleveland or Miami. What could be the holdup? I'll tell you what the holdup is. LeBron is dragging this out to use every possible ounce of leverage he has to try and better whichever roster he's looking at. He's probably let the teams know, hey, look, you find a way to get Kyrie Irving out of Dallas, yeah, I'll come to Cleveland if you can move James Harden for Kyrie Irving. Maybe it's one of those.
Could be.
I think he's roster building a little bit right now. I do. And the other Nuggets news is Jonas Valanciunas has officially decided to return to Europe. Presumably his NBA career is over, and the Nuggets made the contract of Marvin Bagley the third official. So that's your backup five as it stands right now, folks. On the other side, we'll come back, wrap up a Friday with some leftovers, and take a look at what happened at Royal Birkdale this morning as the Open Championship is done with its first day. It's Matt Smith and Mark Springer in for Kreckman and Lindahl. So Netflix and the Home Run Derby. We talked about it this week, and it was actually a very entertaining Home Run Derby, right? Jordan Walker comes back and knocks off the hometown guy and Kyle Schwarber. Well, their first attempt at broadcasting the Derby did not go very well as far as viewership numbers. Lowest viewership for the Home Run Derby in more than 20 years because it was on Netflix.
Did people even realize it was on Netflix? That
I don't think so. I don't think so. And the All-Star game wasn't much better the next night. The AL blanked the NL 4-0. It was like, all right,
Nate talks about it a lot. And the top tier pitching in Major League Baseball is insane. Like they had Pete Crow Armstrong mic'd up in center field in like the 7th or 8th inning. And they were like, Joe Davis and John Smoltz were like, well, you guys haven't scored. What's going on? And Pete's like, dude, they're really good. Like, those dudes are just really good.
Yeah.
But then there is a drop-off, like when you're going up against is it Brett Sullivan, Rockies pitcher, or is that the catcher? Who's that pitcher, Sullivan, for the Rockies? He's not very good. You go up against him, you can put up a 10 spot.
Sure.
You go up against freaking... oh my gosh, Michael Wacha,
Dylan Cease.
I mean, it was insane.
All right, so here's the one pressing question for baseball. The second half gets underway, okay? And the Rockies open up with the Reds. It's a 3-game series starting tomorrow, and then they stay at home. So 6 straight days they play at home, the Reds and the Nationals, to open up the second half. They are currently 3 games back of the Giants for last place in the NL West. Is that an insurmountable deficit for the Rockies to not finish last in the NL West for once?
Oh, no, they can do it. They just played 4 in San Francisco. Took 1. They were competitive, I think, in all 4 of them. Yeah, they were.
By winning percentage, they're the 3rd worst team in the MLB. Do they finish the season as the worst team in baseball?
I think the Angels are worse. I do. Especially at home. And, they got the Reds at home here starting tomorrow night. They can hit, especially at home. I think the goal of 4th place, if this was semi-pro, the goal is 4th place. I think the goal of 4th place in the NL West is achievable. Giants have been a massive disappointment this season. They really have been.
And if the Giants have been a massive disappointment, what are the Rockies? Like a burgeoning story.
A slight
on the right track.
Surprise.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, by the way, if you didn't catch it, in the 4 o'clock hour, we talked to Drew Moore, former Rapids defenseman, and obviously member of their broadcast team, color commentator, to preview the World Cup final on Sunday, Spain and Argentina. And I don't know if you saw it, but we didn't really mention it yesterday. It kind of went viral a little bit later in the day. But there was an exchange during England and Argentina's game when England was up. And if you'll remember, Argentina came back with 2 very late goals after the 80th minute, where Jude Bellingham and Lionel Messi exchanged some words. And at the end of it, Messi had this look on his face like, oh, well, that's interesting. You're going to say that to me in the middle of the game? Okay. And then what happened? Messi in Argentina comes back and sends England home crying. Who do you got? Spain and Argentina.
I'm back and forth on this one. And my original lean was Spain. I think I'm on the Argentina side. There's just something about Lionel Messi right now. And obviously 4 years ago. But I actually feel like he's playing better in this tournament than he did 4 years ago when he won. When he's 4 years older now at 39. He looks like the best player in the world, and he's playing in Major League Soccer, and I don't see anybody on his level right now. I think he's the difference. I do. I got Argentina winning this thing.
And again, if you missed any of that interview, go back and listen to Kreckman and Lindahl anywhere you get your podcasts. Drew Moore, former Rapids defenseman, breaking things down there. Look, I'm gonna have a hard time picking against Spain. I just think they're one of those teams. They're boring, but they do everything the right way. They haven't lost in 2 years. As much as I'd like to see Leo go out on top, let's just hope it's not controversial. This has been a very interesting World Cup, officiating-wise, VAR-wise. Let's settle it on the pitch here with a good flop and a dive, the way soccer's meant to be settled.
Sure. Hey, it would also be the most World Cup thing ever if there was controversy. It almost isn't soccer if there isn't VAR controversy. Also, it just you call it VAR. Video assisted review. Replay's fine. We can shorten that to replay. I don't need VAR. Just replay.
This morning, and I guess like late last night, in Royal Birkdale in England, okay, the first round of the Open Championship took place. And after one round, Jackson Suber, a name you've never heard before, I can almost guarantee you, he's got the lead. He's an American. He is in the clubhouse at 5 under, shot 65 in the opening round. And just behind him, tied for second, Sung Jae Im. We've heard of Sung Jae at 4 under.
Decent little player.
And also tied with him, a gentleman, an Englishman, an Englishman. A Brit? A Brit? There you go. That's what I was looking for. By the name of Daniel Brown. He was, he was smoking his way around the course.
I believe you're partial to a cigarette when you're out on the fairway.
Yes.
Given the conditions at the moment, has anybody said anything to you? Are you still allowed to have a smoke while you're out there, or are you at a fire risk?
I haven't been told otherwise, but I've been making sure that they're out.
When you stop out on. Oh right,
yeah.
Okay. So you're still managing to have a smoke, right? Okay.
Hopefully for the rest of the week. How many you think there might be a big drop off by Sunday if I'm not allowed.
Yeah, this guy's like, hey, what are you doing? Hey, let's not bring that to anybody's attention. I'm 4 under.
Yeah, blowing up a spot.
I'm burning a couple darts, rounding the turn. I'm just getting the old head right for the back 9. Can you not make this a thing? He's like, hopefully they'll still let me now. Thanks, you jerk.
Hey, got a little John Daly in him. Whatever it takes, man. Whatever puts your mind at ease, as long as it's not a performance enhancer. It's a little tobacco.
Yeah. I mean, to some people, I imagine it's a performance enhancer. Sounds like to Daniel Brown.
That's some stressful stuff, man.
I mean,
you're
trying to go low on a fast course.
You're 1 off the lead at the Open, and Siggs worked for you in round 1. And, he's going to be puffing him left and right, like holy crap, this is stressful. Oh my God, every shot matters, every inch matters. Let the man smoke.
The biggest name at the top of the leaderboard, tied for 4th at 3 under, is Bryson DeChambeau, and look, admittedly, I'm not the biggest fan of Bryson, just not his whole act, the whole, I'm smarter than you thing. I'm going to cut every club the same height, and I will outthink everybody that has ever come in contact with the sport of golf, this guy. So Bryson hasn't made a cut the last 3 majors. Everybody's been getting on him because he's big on TikTok and on YouTube, and that's his whole social media thing. He's Brandel Chambly.
Yeah, he called him out on it.
Yeah, he did. And so did Nick Faldo earlier this week, who said, quote, I'd say it to his face talking about Bryson. He's got zero clue of strategy. Well, Bryson fires a 3 under in the opening round of the Open. He's good enough for top 5 right now. This was Bryson DeChambeau after today's round talking to Nick Faldo.
I think you've got to be a lot more strategic out on the golf course, and I feel like I did a really good job today of being incredibly strategic and focused super hard and placing it in the right places. Besides 18, I placed the ball in some good areas, but just need to get more fairways. Other than that, I felt like my strategy was nice today.
All right, so here's the question, Spring. Does Bryson end up missing the cut after firing 3 under and being in the top 5?
Well, I mean, his strategy usually is just hit the ball really, really far. It's a good strategy. I wish I could do it. He's past couple years hasn't been in any, drama situations on a Sunday. And when you hit the ball that ferociously,
yeah,
like that's
better go straight,
and that's got to wear on the body too. Like I wondered that at the time. Like a lot of people wondered that with Bryson DeChambeau. Like how sustainable is it to have that violent of a swing? My expectation would be that it's fun. I like seeing DeChambeau 2 off the lead here on a Thursday. It's a Thursday. I'm not optimistic he stays in it. I'm rooting for it though. He's good for golf. He's a fun personality.
The Nuggets are back in action tonight in Summer League. They will play the Portland Trail Blazers. That's 8 o'clock on Prime Video. And I think that's the last, quote-unquote, regular season matchup for the Summer League Nuggets because the Summer League playoffs start over the weekend, which if they win tonight, I think there's a pretty good chance they move to 3-1 and they'll be in, but we'll see.
Nuggets have never advanced far in the Summer League, and I've always wanted to see it.
Is this the year?
I'm rooting for it. Let's add to the hardware cabinets. I want a Summer League championship. Hey, JJ Barea, their head coach. I like that.
Yeah.
And JJ on Adelman's staff, he was a very savvy, smart NBA player. And I would like to think that his presence, what he brings to the table as head coach, is trickling down to that summer league team.
We'll see if Trayvon Brazil can build off his 32-point performance the other night. That'll do it for us. Matt Smith and Mark Springer filled in for Kreckman and Lindahl this week. Andy will be back next week. DMac back next week, too, as will Altitude. Fox Sports tomorrow will rejoin action on Monday. Maybe LeBron will sign by then, but that's wishful thinking. Have a good weekend, everybody.